Despite possessing the bloodline of a true dragon, the young man had spent 3 full years in Longtan prison, taking the blame for his brother. In Jiangnan province, at Longtan prison, Ye Chu bowed deeply to the elderly man whose hair was disheveled and clothes worn, yet whose eyes blazed like lightning. His movements were clean and decisive, his emotions restrained, though he couldn't hide his reluctance to part. The old man nodded slightly, his words brief but heavy, his warnings cutting straight to the heart like a blade. After you leave, first dispel the vengeful dragon chi within you. If the vengeful dragon remains, it will corrode your heart meridians and bring great disaster. Ye Chu nodded solemnly, his expression unmoved, though he suppressed the fire in his heart. He remembered clearly. 3 years ago, at 15, he had taken his elder brother's place in prison, enduring countless humiliations. Fortunately, this man had intervened, taking him as a disciple, teaching him techniques and methods to stabilize his blood chi and suppress that fierce, cold malevolence. The old man had once revealed his most untouchable secret possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, but for unknown reasons, his true dragon bone had been extracted, giving birth to vengeful dragon chi that followed him like a shadow, corroding his muscles and bones, gnawing at his heart meridians. Due to his young age and weak constitution with insufficient blood chi, that vengeful dragon chi tore at him day and night. Unexpectedly, it had forced him to struggle in extreme circumstances. Even the old man had stated with certainty, without intervention, he wouldn't live past 18. Martial arts were merely a temporary measure, medicine, a lifeline wrapped around him, not a cure. There were only two solutions: either find a woman with a special constitution, using her primordial aim to harmonize, dragon nature as a guide, and vengeful dragon attributes as a bridge for dual cultivation to transform the malevolent chi, with true phoenix and true dragon bodies being optimal, or recover that lost true dragon bone, which would naturally dispel the vengeful chi once restored. The old man waved his hand, his tone calm, yet carrying undisguised trust and command. Go. Don't disgrace your master's reputation. Ye Chu knelt and kowtowed 3 times, then rose and left immediately. The moment he stepped out of the prison gates, Longtan erupted behind him. In the corridors, some laughed, some cursed, some sighed deeply. Shouts rose one after another. The Overlord Chu has finally left. Today's a good day, worth celebrating with a drink. The contrast between chaos and relief was stark, as if the shadow pressing down on everyone had been lifted, making even the air feel lighter. Meanwhile, in the villa of the Yi family, one of Jiangdu City's 4 great clans, Yi Tianqing and Xie Yushan, were shrouded in worry. With only 3 days remaining, pressure mounted like a mountain. The old master was openly holding meetings and secretly applying pressure, clearly forcing him to abdicate. Xie Yushan was resentful. Yi Tianqing sighed, his words full of helplessness. I know he's forcing me in a roundabout way. The situation was urgent, the game critical, and unexpectedly the final chips had fallen on family members. Xie Yushan couldn't hide her panic. What should we do? Yi Tianqing gritted his teeth, his tone resolute. If worst comes to worst, we'll sacrifice Yifei. Before he finished speaking, Xie Yushan's expression changed slightly, her concerns reaching the core. Will Yifei agree? That Miss Jiang is a vegetative patient, and I heard she's disfigured too. The news was common knowledge. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family had become vegetative after a car accident a year ago. After seeking medical treatment everywhere without success, they had recently announced they were seeking a son-in-law to bring good fortune. The Yi family had sensed an opportunity and approached them proactively. The old master had immediately called a meeting, but without reaching a decision, he had dumped all the pressure on the family head. While they were still hesitating, the butler hurried in to report. Master, young Master Chu has returned. Xie Yushan was startled. Which young Master Chu? Yi Tianqing also frowned, then seemed to suddenly remember. The butler added, young Master Ye Chu, who was imprisoned 3 years ago. Both suddenly understood after 3 years of absence. They had almost erased this child from their memories. Their thoughts turned, and their eyes lit up. Xie Yushan's face broke into a smile, her speech quickening as she went straight to the point. Tianqing, we can have Ye Chu marry into the Jiang family. Yi Tianqing nodded in agreement, his tone light and cold. An ex-convict paired with a vegetative patient, perfect match. Changing direction, Xie Yushan still worried. He's still an illegitimate son who's been in prison. Won't the Jiang family mind? Yi Tianqing pondered for a moment. I'll call and ask. The connection was immediate. The phone was dialed. Information exchanged. After hanging up, Xie Yushan asked urgently. The result? Yi Tianqing said. The Jiang family said they'll consider it. As they spoke, the butler had already led Ye Chu in. His clothes were washed until they were faded, the fabric coarse, his temperament cold and hard. A flash of disgust crossed both their eyes, quickly covered by deliberate enthusiasm. Yi Tianqing stepped forward quickly, shaking hands and patting shoulders, his tone gentle but hollow. Little Chu, you've suffered these 3 years. Xie Yushan chimed in, getting up to go to the kitchen. Little Chu. Wait, Mom will cook for you. After she left, only Yi Tianqing remained in the room, his small talk flowing like rain, his concern like a tide. How were these 3 years inside? Company affairs have been so busy, I really couldn't get away to visit you. He spoke at length, as if trying to fill the void with dense words. Ye Chu didn't expose him, remaining calm and listening quietly, though he sneered coldly in his heart. He was no longer the child he had been 3 years ago. Previously in the Yi family, he had almost no status and was often beaten and scolded. At 15, when he took the blame for his elder brother Yi Qin and went to prison, all the talk about being a minor, receiving a light sentence, and being guaranteed wealth and honor afterward were just empty promises and shattered dreams. The reality was from the day he went in, no one from the Yi family ever visited. He had been too weak and small then, unable to fight back, only able to swallow it all. Originally, he hadn't planned to return to the Yi family after his release, but his master had revealed that he possessed the bloodline of a true dragon. Yet both Yi Tianqing and his deceased wife were ordinary people, impossible to have true dragon heritage. This left only one possibility. They weren't his biological parents, or at least one of them wasn't. This return was to investigate his origins and sort out his lineage. Now Yi Tianqing's uncharacteristic enthusiasm was clearly not without ulterior motives. When someone shows unusual kindness, there must be a reason. He wanted to see what tricks the Yi family was planning. Time passed, and after more than an hour, Yi Tianqing was still talking endlessly, his words wrapping around like silk threads, making it hard to breathe. Ye Chu finally spoke, coldly interrupting. Cut the act. Tell me, what do you want? Yi Tianqing was stunned, then quickly suppressed his embarrassment and smiled again. Little Chu, what are you saying? Can't Dad simply care about you? Ye Chu didn't respond, just looked at him. This glance was like a blade's edge, making one feel guilty. Suddenly, a phone rang. Yi Tianqing answered hurriedly, speaking briefly, his expression suddenly joyful. After a few words, he hung up and turned with a fatherly smile. Little Chu, to make up for your sacrifices these 3 years, your father has arranged a marriage for you. Hearing this news, Yi Chu's mind stirred slightly, knowing the main topic had finally arrived. Yi Tianqing continued. The woman is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. If you marry her, you'll have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Yi Chu sneered coldly in his heart again. He had heard about her while in prison. Once a precious pearl, she had become vegetative after a tragic accident. Just out of prison, and they wanted him to marry a vegetative patient. The coldness and calculation of this arrangement were glaringly obvious. Yi Tianqing's words drummed on like inducements cast like a net. Little Chu, the Jiang family is a wealthy clan in Jiangdu, even more powerful than our Yi family. Don't miss this opportunity. Yi Chu's expression remained unchanged, his tone cold and mocking as he raised his eyes and threw out a nail-like rhetorical question. If it's so good, why not have second brother or elder brother marry her? Yi Tianqing's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, though his face maintained a cheerful expression. Little Chu, during the 3 years you were away, both your older brothers found girlfriends. Besides, this is your good fortune. How could your brothers take that away from you? In the brightly lit living room, Ye Chu leaned back against the sofa and glanced up at his father with an indifferent tone. I can agree, but I have one condition. What condition? Tell me. Yi Tianqing's voice immediately brightened, eagerness flashing in his eyes. Ye Chu took a deep breath, his voice suddenly dropping low. I want to know who my biological father is. This statement struck like a nail, instantly freezing Yi Tianqing's smile. The man's gaze unconsciously darted toward the kitchen, where he saw Xie Yushan with her back turned, busy chopping vegetables. Only then did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. Ye Chu caught the subtle change in his expression, confirming in his heart that Yi Tianqing was indeed not his biological father. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I not your biological father? Yi Tianqing's face darkened. Is that so? Ye Chu sneered coldly. What biological father would make his son take someone else's place in prison, and then force him to marry a vegetative woman right after his release? Yi Tianqing was speechless, veins bulging on his forehead. In the brief silence, he pondered how to deflect, only to discover that Ye Chu's gaze was cold as a blade. Clearly, he had already seen through the truth. As long as you tell me about my origins, Ye Chu spoke steadily, yet with undeniable authority, I'll marry Miss Jiang. You ungrateful son, how dare you threaten me? Yi Tianqing slammed his hand on the table in fury. Don't put on the airs of a father you're not worthy. Ye Chu remained seated, but his eyes suddenly turned sharp, as if an invisible tempest radiated from his being. In that instant, Yi Tianqing's breath caught, his chest feeling as though pressed down by some massive beast, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The oppressive force came quickly and departed just as fast. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chu had returned to his calm demeanor. Yi Tianqing wondered if it had been his imagination, yet couldn't shake the chill in his heart. Tell me the truth, and I'll go through with the marriage. Consider it repaying the Yi family's debt for raising me. Ye Chu spoke flatly. After weighing his options, Yi Tianqing lowered his voice. Fine, I'll tell you. Ye Chu leaned forward slightly, listening quietly. You're indeed not my biological son. Your mother was my first love. Back then, she was gravely ill with no parents left, and on her deathbed, she entrusted you to me. Out of old affection, I agreed to raise you. As for who your biological father is, I don't know either. Ye Chu stared intently at Yi Tianqing, confirming he wasn't lying. The trail ended there, but at least he could be certain his biological father possessed dragon bloodline. If he could find that person, he might discover the whereabouts of the true dragon bone. In this vast sea of humanity, he silently contemplated his next move. I've told you everything, Yi Tianqing reminded him sternly. Remember your promise. This matter stays between us. Don't let a third person hear it, and bring shame to the Yi family. Don't worry, I keep my word. Ye Chu stood up. When is the wedding? Tomorrow. Stay home today. I'll have someone come to fit you for clothes. Soon, the sound of clinking dishes came from the kitchen. Xie Yushan emerged carrying a table full of steaming hot dishes. Seeing that Ye Chu had agreed to the marriage, her face showed nothing but relief and joy. Learning of Ye Chu's agreement, Xie Yushan was also very pleased. After dinner, the couple immediately had a large pile of clothes brought over and asked the housekeeper to help Ye Chu try them on. In the spacious living room, suits, shirts, and ties covered the entire leather sofa, with the lights casting a delicate sheen on the fabrics. The housekeeper bustled about with a measuring tape and chalk, while Ye Chu cooperated silently, raising his arms and turning as needed. The next day, Ye Chu sat in the villa, dressed impeccably, waiting for the wedding procession to arrive. The tailored black suit accentuated his upright figure, making him appear even more distinguished. His buzz cut was neat, his features sharp and cold, and his eyes steady and piercing. The morning light streaming through the living room's massive floor-to-ceiling windows bathed him in an extraordinary aura. Third brother, I'll remember your sacrifice. If you ever need anything, just come to me. Yi Chen strode in with a smile, patting Ye Chu's shoulder. Upon learning that Ye Chu would marry into the Jiang family, he had rushed back from out of town overnight. Though he deeply despised this illegitimate son, as the eldest, he had to maintain appearances. No need. Ye Chu shook his head, his voice calm. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Yi family. He had seen through the shameless faces of the Yi family completely. Yi Chen's smile stiffened slightly. He cursed inwardly at the ingratitude but maintained his polite facade. Soon, the Jiang family's wedding procession arrived at the Yi family gates. Firecrackers and cheers erupted one after another. Ye Chu strode toward the door without sparing the Yi family members another glance. What a piece of work. After a few years in prison, he doesn't even understand basic courtesy and respect. Xie Yushan cursed angrily. Mom, he's just an illegitimate son. Don't stoop to his level, Yi Chen chimed in. Yi Tianqing added. No point getting angry with an ex-convict. Since our branch made the effort this time, we should go ask grandfather for our reward. Outside, Ye Chu, who had just gotten into the lead car, heard every word clearly. As the car door closed, a cold smile curved his lips. Yi family, just wait. The wedding procession sped away toward the Jiang family villa. The Jiang family was a century-old noble clan in Jiangdu City with deep foundations, far beyond what the Yi family could compare to. Through the car window, ancient family crests and magnificent wrought iron gates came into view before the vehicles came to a stop. Ye Chu followed the butler into the villa. Red double happiness characters adorned the entrance, and a red carpet stretched all the way to the depths of the living room. At that moment, Jiang Haiyun and his wife were entertaining an elderly man with a square face over tea. Divine Dr. Li, thank you for your trouble. Jiang Haiyun spoke respectfully. I apologize that I couldn't be of help. Li Junyuan stroked his beard with some regret. If I receive any news about the medicine emperor, I'll notify you immediately. The elderly man was Li Junyuan, a renowned physician whom the couple had hired at great expense. However, he still couldn't awaken Jiang Junyao, so he recommended a legendary divine doctor to them, the medicine emperor. The medicine emperor, sovereign of all medicines. As ancient times had Shinnong tasting hundreds of herbs, modern times had the medicine emperor identifying countless medicines. The medicine emperor was the Mount Tai of the pharmaceutical world, with mysterious alchemical skills that were said to cure any illness. Though the medicine emperor was formidable, his fame was limited to pharmaceutical and martial arts circles, unknown to ordinary people. Ye Chu knew of him because the medicine emperor was his master. Li Jingyuan rose to take his leave. Jiang Haiyun personally saw him off, brushing past Ye Chu, who had just entered. Ye Chu's heart stirred. This man actually knew his master? Are you Ye Chu? A sharp question interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Haiyun had returned, staring at him with unfriendly eyes. Ye Chu nodded slightly. I heard you just got out of prison? Jiang Haiyun's expression darkened further. Ye Chu nodded again. What nerve the Yi family has, sending an ex-convict to marry into our family. Do they think they can bully us just because our branch has lost influence? Jiang Haiyun snorted coldly. Enough, it's a joyous day. Say less. Han Mingwan tugged at her husband's sleeve, then looked Ye Chu up and down with some satisfaction. Not bad, quite handsome. He's worthy of Junyao. Jiang Haiyun remained silent and headed upstairs, leaving only a muffled cold snort, clearly very dissatisfied with Ye Chu as a son-in-law. Old Lin, have someone help Junyao come out. Han Mingwan instructed the butler while gesturing with her hand. Xiao Chu, let's go upstairs too. Ye Chu remained silent and followed her up the steps. The second-floor living room was softly lit, and several maids were already helping a young woman walk out slowly. The woman was only in her early 20s, with fiery red waves cascading over her shoulders, her hair swaying gently with each movement. Her features were delicate, her eyebrows and eyes like fine brushwork, her figure graceful, yet fragile due to her illness. If not for that sickly pallor, this face would probably be so stunning that one couldn't look away. Ye Chu's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't she supposed to be disfigured? How could she be so beautiful? Shortly after everyone was seated, with Han Mingwan and her husband Jiang Haiyun present, the couple immediately officiated a brief wedding ceremony for Ye Chu and Jiang Junyao. Vows were exchanged, rings were swapped, everything was kept to the bare minimum, showing that the couple only cared about getting things done without being bound by convention. After the ceremony, the butler hurried off to the Civil Affairs Bureau with the newly taken wedding photos to register the marriage certificate. Xiao Chu, I'm entrusting my daughter to you from now on, Han Mingwan said solemnly. Ye Chu nodded, his voice low but firm. Mom, please don't worry. I'll make Junyao happy. Jiang Haiyun let out a heavy snort, his expression cold and stern, then turned and went downstairs. Your father has that kind of temperament. Don't take it to heart. Han Mingwan smoothed things over for her husband, then handed a bank card to Ye Chu. There's 1 million in here. Consider it a meeting gift. Ye Chu was stunned. $1,000,000 as a meeting gift from his mother-in-law on their first encounter? Could such good fortune really exist in this world? Mom, I can't accept this. He waved his hands repeatedly, both surprised and unable to fathom her intentions. Why was she being so generous? Was there some deeper meaning? Little did he know that while the Jiang family was eager to arrange this marriage for their daughter's sake, they wouldn't accept just anyone. When the Yi family had proactively suggested that Ye Chu marry into their family, Han Mingwan had someone thoroughly investigate his background. That very night 3 years ago, he had gone to prison in place of his older brother, and right after his release, he agreed to sacrifice himself for his family. Such a young man of loyalty and righteousness was exactly what she had in mind. Excellent people were hard to find. But given Jiang Juanyao's current condition, how many truly outstanding individuals would be willing to accept the situation? Besides, the Jiang family certainly wasn't short of money. In comparison, character was what mattered most. In the end, Han Mingwan still forced the bank card into Ye Chu's hands. After she left, Ye Chu entered the room and stared at the unconscious Jiang Junyao lying on the bed. Being Olivian's son-in-law doesn't seem so bad after all, he murmured softly. Han Mingwan's care reminded Ye Chu of his deceased mother. Unlike Yi Tianqing, his mother Lin Xianxian had loved him dearly. He took hold of Jiang Juanyao's delicate hand to check her pulse. After a moment, his brow furrowed. Could this constitution be? He examined her carefully, and joy appeared in his eyes. It really is the true Phoenix constitution. My luck is incredible. He was thrilled beyond measure. According to his master, people with special constitutions were extremely rare. Yet right after coming out, he had encountered one and even married her by a twist of fate. Composing himself, he began examining the cause of Jiang Juanyao's coma. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems my wife is quite extraordinary too. With one hand forming seals, streams of true qi flowed from his fingertips, materializing in the air as qi needles. Forming needles from qi. Anyone knowledgeable who witnessed this scene would be utterly shocked. Such techniques could only be found in ancient texts. He pulled back the covers, revealing a sensual and graceful figure. Ye Chu's gaze heated up at the sight. Having spent 3 years in prison without any contact with women, and being at the prime of his youth, his heart inevitably raced at this scene. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his restlessness and focused on controlling the qi needles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His fingertips danced lightly as 9 qi needles successively pierced various acupoints on Jiang Juanyao's body. The needle tips trembled slightly, then gradually changed from transparent to deep red. Within minutes, they became as red as fresh blood. With a wave of his hand, the 9 qi needles flew up and transformed into 9 drops of blood-red liquid above the nearby trash can. A faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air. Ye Chu grasped Jiang Juanyao's wrist to check her pulse again, discovering some residual toxins remained. He first infused some true qi into her body to restore its vitality, then prepared to continue treatment. Suddenly, the door opened, and Wu Ma, the housekeeper, entered carrying a basin of hot water. Seeing the scene in the room, she was immediately alarmed. You, what are you trying to do to Miss? Ye Chu frowned and withdrew his hand. Just as he was about to explain, Wu Ma had already run out of the room. Soon she returned with Jiang Haiyun and Han Mingwan. You beast! What were you trying to do to Junyao? Jiang Haiyun burst into curses the moment he entered. Han Mingwan immediately went forward to check on Jiang Juanyao's condition. Finding nothing wrong, she finally relaxed. Then she looked at Ye Chu and asked, Xiao Chu, what were you just doing? Jiang Haiyun raged. Need you ask? This beast was definitely trying to take advantage of Junyao. I told you he's been in prison and is no good, but you wouldn't listen. His misunderstanding was hardly surprising. Ye Chu had already made a poor impression on him, and with what Wu Ma had witnessed, suspicion was inevitable. The thought that he intended to assault his vegetative daughter filled him with fury. Why are you getting so worked up? We haven't even gotten to the bottom of this yet. Han Mingwan glared at her husband and continued looking at Ye Chu. Ye Chu didn't hide anything. I was treating Juanyao's illness just now. Han Mingwan was surprised. You know medical arts? Ye Chu nodded. I have some knowledge. Jiang Haiyun laughed bitterly with rage. Nonsense. You went to prison before even finishing middle school. Where did you learn medicine? Don't tell me you learned from those criminals inside. Ye Chu didn't want to explain further and said indifferently. I was indeed treating her illness. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Jiang Haiyun sneered coldly. Is that so? Then tell me what you've diagnosed about Juanyao's condition. Poisoning. Jiang Haiyun burst into laughter, then angrily retorted. Nonsense. Junyao was in a car accident and fell into a coma, which is why she became a vegetable. What does that have to do with poisoning? Ye Chu leaned against the window, curling his lips with an indifferent tone. Jiang Junyao's brain did suffer impact, but that minor injury wasn't enough to keep her unconscious. The real culprit is the red spider lily poison in her system. Red spider lily poison colorless and odorless. It rapidly merges into the bloodstream and penetrates the nervous system. Without deep knowledge of pharmacology, it's nearly impossible to detect. That's precisely why the Jiang family had consulted countless renowned doctors over the past year, yet couldn't even identify the cause, let alone save her. Thinking of this, Ye Chu couldn't be bothered to waste more words. She knew that no matter how much he explained, this family wouldn't believe him. Just as Han Mingwan was about to ask more questions, urgent footsteps suddenly echoed from the doorway. The butler rushed breathlessly into the room. Master, madam, the First Lady and Miss Junlan have arrived. Before he finished speaking, two figures had already stridden through the door. The newcomers were none other than Chun Meijing, the wife of the Jiang family's first branch, and her youngest daughter Jiang Junlan. Second brother, I heard you found the Yi family's young master to bring good fortune to Junyao through marriage. Where is he? Let me have a look. Chun Meijing smiled radiantly. Jiang Junlan curled her lips and added mockingly. Mom, what Yi family young master? I heard he's just an illegitimate child who's even been to prison. The mother and daughter sang in harmony, filling the air with sarcasm. Jiang Haiyun's face turned ashen as he turned to glare at Han Mingwan. This is all you're doing? Han Mingwan gritted her teeth and coldly retorted. Sister-in-law, how my son-in-law is doing is none of your concern. Chun Meijing's smile grew even brighter as she spoke deliberately. Mingwan, that's not right. I'm still Juanyao's aunt, so it's appropriate for me to show concern. Even though the child has become a vegetable, you can't just drag any random person to bring good fortune through marriage, making it seem like Junyao is unwanted. Every word was cutting. Han Mingwan trembled with anger, but Chun Meijing continued first. Ex-convicts carry heavy bad luck. If it rubs off on Junyao, that would be terrible. Forget bringing good fortunite, might even bring disaster. She then glanced at Jiang Haiyun, shaking her head disapprovingly. Second brother, aren't you going to control Mingwan? If something really goes wrong, Junyao might never wake up. Chun Meijing, how dare you curse my daughter? Han Mingwan's voice suddenly turned shrill. Don't misunderstand, Mingwan. Chun Meijing assumed the posture of a noble lady. I'm just speaking the truth. Before she finished speaking, Ye Chu finally looked up, his voice lazy. This old auntie, fortune-bringing marriages depend on destiny and luck, not on personal history. I had my fortune told as a child, and the master said I'm a lucky star who brings prosperity wherever I go. Perhaps in a little while, Junyao will wake up. Ex-convict, who are you calling old? Chun Meijing was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Ye Chu grinned and pointed at her heavy makeup. Old auntie, with that sour and mean look on your face, the powder on it could be used to paint walls. Could it be that you're too old and ugly to show your face, so you plaster it on like that? Everyone present looked at each other in surprise, not expecting Ye Chu to be so sharp-tongued. Ah, you little beast, I'll tear your mouth apart. Chun Meijing went mad with rage and lunged at Ye Chu, but was stopped by Han Mingwan. Han Mingwan sneered, sister-in-law. As an elder arguing with a junior, aren't you afraid people will laugh if word gets out? Chun Meijing trembled all over, but still suppressed her anger. Suddenly switching from offense to defense, she said sarcastically, I came to bring you good news. Grandfather has decided to let Jun Long serve as president, with the appointment ceremony in a month. The cooperation with the Huangfu family will also be entirely under Junlong's responsibility. You'd better not interfere, or don't blame us for being impolite. Upon hearing Huangfu family, Han Mingjuan's face immediately darkened. A year ago, the Huangfu family wanted to invest in Jinling, and the old master declared, whoever could secure the cooperation would become president of Jiang Corporation. Jiang Junyao had worked tirelessly to establish connections, but suffered a car accident before signing the contract. During her coma, the first branch seized all the achievements and systematically suppressed Junyao's allies in the company, either converting them or dismissing them. Now in Jiang Corporation, the second branch had virtually no voice. Father is being biased. We absolutely won't agree. Han Mingwan nearly ground her molars to dust. Chen Meijing said triumphantly, what can you do if you don't agree? Now that your precious daughter has become a vegetable, who can the second branch rely on? Can you rely on your useless husband, or this ex-convict son-in-law? The air instantly froze. Han Mingjuan's face turned terrifyingly dark, and she opened her mouth but didn't know how to refute. Chen Meijing became even more arrogant, drawing out her tone. Hee, Han Mingwan. The Jiang family is destined to be inherited by our first branch. If you're smart, you'll obediently comply. Otherwise, you'll have plenty to cry about in the future. Just as she finished speaking, a light cough suddenly came from the direction of the hospital bed. Everyone turned their heads in unison only to see that Jiang Junyao had somehow already opened her eyes. Junyao. Han Mingwan practically sprinted to the hospital room door, her voice urgent and bright. This is wonderful. I knew my daughter was blessed with good fortune. Jiang Haiyun followed closely behind, his face flushed red with excitement as he pulled out his phone to immediately call their private doctor. Mama Wu and the old butler stood nearby, unable to suppress their smiles. In stark contrast, Chen Meijing and her daughter looked grim, as if they had swallowed flies. Before long, several medical staff arrived with portable equipment to conduct a comprehensive examination of Jiang Junyao. Doctor, how is she? Han Mingwan practically pressed herself against the equipment. Madam, the young lady's vital signs are all normal, with only mild weakness, the private doctor said, his voice filled with amazement. I examined her just a few days ago, and at that time her brain activity was minimal, with muscle atrophy throughout her body. But now, not only is she conscious, her muscles have returned to normal. It's truly a miracle. Jiang Haiyun threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Our ancestors are watching over us. With his daughter's awakening, years of gloom lifted from his chest. Han Mingwan, however, instinctively glanced toward Ye Chu on the sofa, their newly arrived son-in-law. Thinking about everything that had just happened, her heart skipped a beat. Could it really be such a coincidence? She didn't dwell on it, but her eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she turned to Chen Meijing with a brilliant smile. Sister-in-law, look at that, me son-in-law truly is a lucky star. The moment he walked through our door, Junyao woke up. With little Chu here, our second branch of the family is bound to prosper. Your first branch better be careful not to lose that CEO you picked up again. Chen Meijing's face turned ashen, her chest heaving. She never expected such a swift slap in the face. Humph, he's just an ex-convict, what's there to be proud of? She glared at Han Mingwan and left with her daughter in embarrassment. After the medical team departed, the bedroom finally fell quiet. Han Mingwan walked directly to Ye Chu, patting his shoulder with a beaming smile. Good son-in-law, you truly are our family's lucky star. Mom believes that with you here, Junyao will definitely be happy. Jiang Haiyun's expression darkened. Mingwan, now that Junyao has awakened, this marriage for good luck charade should end. He had never approved of Ye Chu from the beginning. Now that his daughter had fully recovered with her looks, capabilities, and family background, Junyao was the most dazzling socialite in Jiangdu City, absolutely couldn't allow his precious daughter to be tied to an ex-convict. Han Mengzhuan's temper flared instantly. Jiang Haiyun, what do you mean? You want to cross the bridge and then burn it? Without Ye Chu, would Junyao have awakened? Junyao was blessed with good fortune and protected by our ancestors. What does it have to do with this boy? Jiang Haiyun said coldly. You actually believe in that marriage for luck nonsense? Then explain why Junyao woke up precisely when little Chu entered our home. Han Mingwan pressed him relentlessly. And have you forgotten about the miracle we just witnessed? Coincidence. Jiang Haiyun waved his hand dismissively. You really believe in him? An ex-convict, who knows? Surname Jiang. Han Mingwan was furious. Little Chu is my son-in-law. If you insult him with ex-convict again, I'll never forgive you. Jiang Haiyun was stunned. His wife was turning against him for the sake of a boy who had just entered their family? Anger rose in his heart. Han Mingwan, I let you have your way in everything else, but not this. They must get divorced. Have you lost your mind today? How dare you raise your voice at me? Han Mingwan stood her ground defiantly. Just as the two were about to start arguing, Jiang Junyao spoke from the bed. Dad, Mom, please stop fighting. I need some quiet. The moment she spoke, the tense atmosphere instantly deflated. Han Mingwan shot Jiang Haiyun a quick glare, then patted the bedding. Junyao, get some rest. Mom will go make you some nourishing soup. She hurried out of the room. Before leaving, Jiang Haiyun gave Ye Chu a fierce stare, his eyes clearly conveying the warning, you'd better divorce her voluntarily. The housekeeper Wu Ma and the old butler, sensing the mood, quietly retreated as well. The spacious bedroom was left with only Ye Chu and Jiang Junyao. Just as Ye Chu was about to leave, a cool female voice reached his ears. Wait, I have something to tell you. He turned around, his gaze falling on the woman in the sickbed. Jiang Junyao was strikingly beautiful, with bright black eyes like two crystal-clear gems, though they now carried an air of cold pride and distance. She propped herself up with her arms, leaning against the headboard, her voice so calm it revealed no emotion. I've more or less figured out what happened. My mother was so worried about me that she resorted to this absurd wedding for good luck scheme. You and I are complete strangers, so being married is too forced. But you gave her a glimmer of hope when she was desperate. She paused. As thanks, I can give you 10 million. Ye Chu curled his lips. 10 million? Who are you looking down on? So what do you really want to say? A flash of surprise crossed Jiang Juanyao's eyes. Most people would be thrilled to hear about 10 million, yet he remained completely unmoved. She got straight to the point. Let's find a time to get divorced. We're not from the same world, and there's no point in forcing ourselves together. Her tone was steady, neither condescending nor aggressive, yet it somehow revealed her deep-seated confidence, the indifference of a true phoenix looking down upon the mortal world. Ye Chu couldn't help but laugh. How do you know we're not from the same world? Do you understand me? Jiang Junyao rubbed her temples. I don't like people who cling desperately. I hope you have some self-awareness. From her parents' conversation, she already knew that Ye Chu had been in prison and was brought in as a Livian son-in-law for good luck, too ordinary, not suitable for her. With things said so bluntly, Ye Chu was too lazy to offer his warm face to her cold shoulder. He needed the true phoenix constitution to suppress the resentful dragon energy in his body, but he couldn't lose his dignity if he couldn't find a true phoenix constitution. He'd just look for another type. I have no objections as long as mom and dad agree. He didn't make his words absolute. Han Mengjuan's care had let him experience motherly love again, and he didn't want to make the old lady sad. I'll talk to mom about it. Jiang Junyao lay back down and closed her eyes. Please leave, I want to rest for a while. After the door closed, she sighed softly. Given her special status, if Ye Chu continued to stay by her side, he'd inevitably get dragged into trouble. It would be better for him if they separated early. Downstairs, Han Mingwan was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, and soon brought out a table full of steaming homestyle dishes. Just as Ye Chu sat down, Wu Ma helped the weak Jiang Junyao downstairs. Junyao, come over here. Mom made your favorite black chicken soup. Han Mingwan called out with a face full of maternal love. The family took their seats, and just as they picked up their chopsticks, Jiang Junyao looked up at her mother. Mom, I just talked with Ye Chu. We're not compatible, and we're planning to divorce. Han Mengjuan's smile froze on her face. From across the dining table, Jiang Haiyun burst into laughter. Haha, Junyao thinks exactly like Meta's guy is completely unsuitable. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right after dinner. Bang! Steel chopsticks crashed heavily onto the solid wood table, making the plates and bowls tremble. Han Mingwan straightened up, her gaze sharp as a blade. I'd like to see who dares. Junyao, one cannot be ungrateful. I absolutely will not agree to this divorce. She rattled off her points in rapid succession. 1. After Junyao became a vegetable, her former suitors avoided her like the plague, let alone agreeing to marry into the family. 2. At the crucial moment, Ye Chu stepped forward. 3. The moment Ye Chu arrived at the hospital, Junyao awakened a lucky charm. 4. His character is impeccable. Her words fired like bullets, each one pushing Ye Chu firmly into the position of ideal son-in-law. Jiang Haiyun curled his lip. Good character? Then why did he go to prison? You don't know shit. Han Mingwan slammed the table in retaliation. I've investigated, took the fall for his older brother back then. And right after getting out, he sacrificed himself for the family again. If that's not good character, what is? Jiang Haiyun was left speechless, only managing to mutter quietly after a long pause. But he's still a bastard child's not worthy of our Junyao. Shut up. Han Mingwan snapped, then turned to Jiang Junyao. Listen carefully. If you dare divorce Xiao Chu, you're no daughter of mine. With that, she pushed back her chair and stormed upstairs in a fury. The dining room fell into brief silence. Jiang Junyao rubbed her temples, knowing her mother was truly angry, and decided to postpone her plans. Jiang Haiyun cleared his throat and patted his daughter's shoulder. Junyao, Dad supports you. Jiang Junyao said nothing, quickly finished eating, and went upstairs. With the dishes still on the table, Ye Chu took the initiative to clean up. Jiang Haiyun glanced at him with disdain, thinking this son-in-law was pathetic, then slammed the door as he left the villa. Ye Chu didn't mind. He plated the reheated food on a tray and went upstairs to knock on the master bedroom door. Mom, don't go hungry, your health is important. Han Mingwan accepted the tray, her expression softening considerably. Xiao Chu, don't worry. As long as I'm here, that stubborn girl can forget about getting a divorce. Ye Chu nodded with a smile. Of course he didn't want a divorce. The door to the adjacent room was slightly ajar, and Jiang Junyao heard every word of their conversation, feeling her headache worsen. She pulled out her phone and dialed. As soon as the call connected, an excited voice came through. Boss Jiang, you're awake? A shwe. Investigate the car accident. Already looked into it. It was Jiang Junlong and his people. A Shui's voice turned venomous. Should I have someone quietly eliminate them? Though she had suspected as much, hearing confirmation of her blood relative's viciousness still made Jiang Junyao pause momentarily before responding coolly. Not for now. What's the situation with the Huangfu family? They've successfully established themselves in Jiangdu, but they're having friction with the White Wolf gang over demolition. Can agree on price. The White Wolf gang theory indeed difficult to deal with. Jiang Junyao pondered. Keep a close eye on the Southern District and contact me immediately if there's any news. She was about to hang up when something occurred to her. Oh, and investigate someone for me. After ending the call, she sat cross-legged on the bed and focused on sensing her internal condition. After a moment, she opened her eyes, filled with shock and confusion. Strange. Why has the permetha flower poison become so much weaker? Could something have happened while I was unconscious? News of Jiang Juanyao's awakening quickly spread through the elite circles of Jiangdu City. Young suitors flocked to the Jiang family's gates in waves, hoping to visit her. Han Mingwan stood guard at the entrance, waving them away with cold, harsh words. My daughter is already married. Stop pestering her. Jiang Junyao repeatedly asked her mother for a divorce, only to be scolded mercilessly each time. Left with no choice, she turned to Ye Chu instead. She arranged to meet him in the study and got straight to the point. Ye Chu, you're a decent person with a sense of responsibility, but we're simply not compatible. She had thoroughly investigated Ye Chu's background. Born illegitimate, imprisoned for taking the blame for his older brother, and immediately after his release, sold off by his family as a Livian son-in-law. Though spineless, he was at least honest. If she were just an ordinary daughter from a prestigious family, she might have accepted this marriage. But given her special circumstances, forcing them together would not only lack any emotional foundation, but could also drag him down. Such was the harsh reality. Ye Chu nodded. Divorce? As long as mom agrees, I have no objections. Jiang Junyao rubbed her forehead. As you can see, my mother's stance is firm. Let's put the divorce on hold for now. I called you here today to say this: from now on, we'll only be husband and wife in name. Once I convince mom, we'll divorce immediately. In the meantime, don't interfere with my affairs, and you're free to see other women. But there's one requirement. Don't bring them home. She felt this demand was somewhat harsh, but before she could finish speaking, Ye Chu readily agreed. Fine by me. Ye Chu was secretly delighted. He had been worrying about what to do if he encountered another woman with a special constitution. Han Mingwan treated him well, so it would be improper to secretly see other women. Now that Jiang Junyao had given her explicit permission, whatever happened in the future would have nothing to do with him. Jiang Junyao was stunned. He didn't resist at all. Wasn't he afraid she might find other men? Men couldn't stand being cuckolded, even in a marriage of convenience. She suspected her own lack of charm, but then remembered Ye Chu's history and concluded it was simply his spineless nature. Illegitimate birth, taking the fall for his brother, being sold off by his family, never once fighting back. What else could it be but spinelessness? The more she thought about it, the more disappointed she became. Indeed, such a man was destined to live in a different world from hers. After their conversation, Ye Chu went downstairs. In the living room, Jiang Haiyun frowned and said sternly, what kind of man lounges around the house all day? Instead of thinking about earning money to support the family, do you expect the Jiang family to support you for life? Jiang Haiyun, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Does our family lack money? Han Mingwan scolded him directly, then turned to Ye Chu with a gentle tone. Son-in-law, don't mind him. Ye Chu smiled. Mom, Dad's right. I should indeed earn money to support the family. Han Mengjuan's attitude shifted immediately. Exactly, exactly. You're truly my son-in-law, so ambitious. Let me think about where the company needs people. She frowned in thought. Jiang Haiyun suddenly suggested. Doesn't the company still have some outstanding payments to collect? Let the boy give it a try. Han Mingwan shook her head. Those who owe us money are all difficult characters. Ye Chu is still young, how could he handle them? Jiang Haiyun replied casually. He's been in prison. Maybe he can manage it. Just as Han Mingwan was about to object, Ye Chu spoke up. Mom, Dad's right. Why don't you let me give it a try? Jiang Haiyun chimed in. See? The boy has already agreed. Don't crush his confidence. Xiao Chu, go ahead. I'll have someone send you the list of overdue payments shortly. Ye Chu nodded, tucked the folder under his arm, and strode toward the door. Behind him, Han Mingwan quickly called out. Xiao Chu, don't push yourself too hard. Just do your best. Got it, Mom. Ye Chu turned back to respond before pushing the door open and leaving. Before the door had fully closed, his phone buzzed. The caller ID showed Yi Tianqing. Without hesitation, Ye Chu hit decline. Seconds later, the phone rang again. He reluctantly answered, his voice cold. What do you want? On the other end, Yi Tianqing deliberately adopted a humble tone. Xiao Chu, I heard General Manager Jiang has awakened. Could you pass along a message for Dad? I'd like to meet with her. As Yi Tianqing spoke these words, his guts twisted with regret. Had he known Jiang Junyao would wake up, he never would have let his illegitimate son Ye Chu marry into the family as a Livian son-in-law. Instead, he would have pushed his second son forward directly. Jiang Junyao came from a prestigious background, was young and capable, and remained unmarried was the true jewel of the Jiang family. If he could truly secure this marriage alliance, the inheritance rights of the Yi family's main branch would be secured. Unfortunately, that incident years ago had displeased the old master, and Yi Tianqing had watched the second branch rise steadily over the years, growing increasingly anxious. Upon learning of Jiang Juanyao's awakening, his first instinct was to visit immediately. However, remembering that he had first arranged for his illegitimate son, Ye Chu, to marry in, clearly showing disrespect to the Jiang family, he dared not visit rashly and could only use Ye Chu to test the waters. Ye Chu let out a scornful laugh. The man still had the nerve to ask him for favors? I'm busy. Don't call me again. The Yi family and we have nothing to do with each other. With that, he hung up decisively. In the living room of the Yi family villa, Yi Tianqing slammed his hand on the coffee table and roared, "Damn it! That rebellious son dared to hang up on me." Beside him, Xie Yushan quickly added fuel to the fire. Humph! Now that he has the Jiang family backing him, he thinks he's grown wings. How dare he? Yi Tianqing bellowed. His eldest son, Yi Yifei, crossed his arms and sneered coldly. He's just a Livian son-in-law. Would the Jiang family really take him seriously? That ex-con is just full of himself. Unwilling to give up, Yi Tianqing tried calling again, only to be rejected repeatedly. After several rings, Ye Chu simply blocked the number. Damn it! That bastard even blocked my calls. Yi Tianqing's face turned ashen with rage. His second son, Yi Chen, paced frantically. Dad, what do we do? The cooperation with the Jiang family is crucial for my future. Yi Tianqing paced back and forth irritably, unable to come up with a solution for a long while. At that moment, Xie Yushan's eyes gleamed as she spoke in a sinister tone. I remember when that little bastard was in school, there was a girl who was very close to him. Grab her and use her as leverage. He's sentimental, definitely give in. The three men exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up simultaneously. Yi Fei immediately responded, Dad, I'll handle it right away. Yi Tianqing nodded and instructed gravely, keep it clean. Don't make a big scene. After leaving the Jiang family, Ye Chu didn't rush to collect his final payment. Instead, he took a leisurely stroll around Jiangdu City and found a small restaurant for lunch when noon arrived. Despite having plenty of money now, he still preferred these roadside eateries. Tables and chairs polished to a shine, yet kept spotlessly clean, broth bubbling away in the pot, and the air filled with the fragrant aroma of noodles. He had barely sat down when a crisp female voice called out from the doorway. Ye Chu. He looked up to find his vision instantly filled by an exquisite face. The girl had snow-white skin and wore rimless glasses. Her large eyes sparkled with life. Her nose was perfectly sculpted, and her cherry lips curved slightly upward. Every feature was flawless. Combined with her tall, graceful figure, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. Running into a beauty like this at some random noodle shop? Ye Chu wondered suspiciously, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to those familiar expressions. Are you, Sun Yuro? The young woman smiled sweetly. I can't believe you still remember me. With the name confirmed, Ye Chu was stunned for a moment. His mind conjured up the image of that short girl from years ago, thick-framed glasses covering half her face, bangs hiding her forehead, practically invisible in class. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have connected the goddess before him with the girl from his memories. Sun Yuruhi's middle school classmate. Back then, she had almost no presence in class, but Ye Chu had once stood up for her against bullies, and they gradually became friends. They say girls change dramatically as they grow up, Ye Chu teased. If I'd known you'd become this beautiful, I should have made my move earlier. What a missed opportunity. A blush crept across Sun Yuro's cheeks as she playfully scolded him. You were never this smooth-talking before. Back then, Ye Chu had been ostracized at home, making him quiet and withdrawn, barely speaking to his classmates. It wasn't until he went to prison that his personality gradually changed. People change. Ye Chu smiled, casually stirring the chopstick holder on the table. Are you eating here too? This restaurant belongs to my mom. It's Sunday, so I came to help out. Sun Yuro pointed toward the kitchen. Yuro, the noodles are ready, came a voice from the kitchen. She hurried over and brought out a steaming bowl of noodles with an appetizing broth and floating scallions. As Ye Chu took the bowl, he joked while inhaling the aroma. Being personally served by such a beautiful woman, I'm truly honored. Good that you know it. Sun Yuro's eyes crinkled with amusement as she sat across from him, propping her chin on her hands. Ye Chu, why did you suddenly stop coming to school back then? Something happened. Ye Chu brushed it off casually. Sensing his reluctance, Sun Yuro tactfully changed the subject. Are you still studying now? No, I'm already married. What? Sun Yuro's eyes widened. You're really married? But you're not even 20 yet. Really, I just got the certificate a few days ago. Ye Chu nodded with a smile, then casually asked in return, what about you, beautiful son? Do you have a boyfriend? I'm still in college, no rush. She quickly shook her head. Focus on your studies and follow my example. Sun Yuro softly hummed in agreement, though for some reason, Hearing about Ye Chu's marriage stirred a faint sense of loss in her heart. Just then, several thugs burst through the door. Their shoes clattered noisily on the floor, and the restaurant fell silent instantly. Sun Yuro's expression darkened as she glared at them angrily. Why are you here again? Well, if it isn't our sister-in-law. The red-haired thug leading the group spoke with a sleazy grin, his eyes lewdly scanning Sun Yuro's figure. Sun Yuro's pretty face flushed red. Don't call me that randomly. Who's your sister-in-law? Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried obvious embarrassment and anger. Hearing the commotion outside, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron hurried out from the kitchenette was the shop owner, Sun Xiaoying. When she saw the thugs at the door, her face turned deathly pale. She wiped the grease from her hands and forced a smile. Gentlemen, are you here to eat or? The red-haired thug shook his head with a grin, interrupting her. Boss lady, have you thought it over? Sun Xiaoying's face alternated between pale and green, too flustered to know how to respond. The red-haired thug impatiently pressed on. Brother Jun said if you agree, not only will you not have to pay protection fees anymore, he'll even pay to expand your shop. Sun Xiaoying took a deep breath and maintained her forced smile. Yuro is still in school and isn't in a hurry to date. Please thank Brother Jun for his kind offer on my behalf. I'll make sure to pay the protection fees on time. Crash. The red-haired thug kicked over a chair, showing his true colors. You won't take the easy way. Brother Jun taking a liking to your daughter is her honors top your nonsense. She has to go keep Brother Jun company today, or I'll smash up this dump. The few customers in the restaurant sensed trouble, dropped their chopsticks, and ran. Sun Yuro gritted her teeth in anger. This is illegal. I'm calling the police. The yellow-haired thug laughed wickedly as he rushed forward and snatched her phone. Sister-in-law, don't struggle. So what if the police come? We'll be locked up for a few days at most. Then we'll be back unless you stop running this shop. The red-haired thug moved closer with a fake smile. Sister-in-law, if you submit to Brother Jun, you'll live the good life, and no one will dare bully you. Though clearly frightened, Sun Yuro still turned to shield her mother. Never. I'll never agree. Sun Xiaoying also stood in front of her daughter, pleading in a low voice. Gentlemen, we're just running a small business. Please have mercy and don't make things difficult for us. The repeated rejections finally enraged the thugs. The red-haired one roared. Damn it. You two bitches won't take the easy way. Smash the place. Take them. Crash, bang, clatter tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks shattered all over the floor, with soup dripping from broken bowls. Sun Yuro and her mother hurriedly retreated to the kitchen, heartbroken and terrified. She instinctively glanced toward a corner where Ye Chu sat. If only he could play the hero and save the day like before. But then she thought better of it. How could one person handle several thugs? She just hoped he'd leave quickly and not get involved. Amid the destruction, the thugs also noticed Ye Chu. The yellow-haired one, picking his teeth with a toothpick, arrogantly waved his hand. Kid, get lost. Don't get in the way. Ye Chu slowly stood up, surveyed the mess, and said with a smile. You guys seem to be having quite a good time smashing things. Damn it. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? The yellow-haired thug raised his hand to slap him. Since you won't leave, then don't. Ye Chu raised his hand to grab the thug's wrist and gave it a light twist crack. The crisp sound of breaking bone echoed. The yellow-haired thug screamed as he was casually thrown aside, crashing into a table. The remaining thugs were stunned at first, then roared in anger. The red-haired thug pulled out a knife, his eyes bloodshot. Kid, you're asking for death. Do you know who we are? Ye Chu nodded calmly. Of course, you bunch of social scum. You son of a brothers, kill him. The red-haired thug lunged forward with his knife. Sun Yuro's face went pale with fear. Ye Chu dodged. The next second, everyone watched as Ye Chu took down all the thugs with just a few punches and kicks, as easily as dusting off his clothes. The red-haired thug curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach and threatening hoarsely. You're dead. Brother Jun won't let you go as with the White Wolf gang. Even Jesus can't save you. Ye Chu stepped forward and pressed his foot against the thug's face, gradually increasing the pressure. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Under the intense pain, veins bulged on the red-haired thug's forehead, but he remained stubborn. Ye Chu applied more pressure, his shoe sole nearly pressing into the thug's cheekbone. Finally, the red-haired thug broke down, crying and begging. Big brother, I was wrong. Please stop stepping on me. Ye Chu withdrew his foot and looked around at the others. The beaten thugs kept their heads down, not daring to breathe loudly. The red-haired thug struggled to stand up against the wall, trying to sneak away, but was stopped by Ye Chu's voice. Stop. Did I say you could leave? The red-haired thug wore a miserable expression as he said. Boss, is there anything else you need? Ye Chu stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the mess of overturned tables and chairs around them, his voice calm. When you damage someone else's property, shouldn't you pay compensation? Sun Xiaoying's heart was pounding with fear as she hurriedly stepped between them. Young man, maybe we should just let it go. She was most afraid of these street thugs seeking revenge later. The red-haired thug eagerly nodded, desperate to escape. Boss is right. We should compensate. He bowed repeatedly while pulling out his phone and quickly opening the payment interface. These tables are worth 2 or 3,000. I'll pay you 5,000. 5,000. Ye Chu's expression darkened, his eyes turning cold. Are you trying to brush off a beggar? The overwhelming pressure hit like a mountain, and the red-haired thug's legs went weak on the spot, his lips trembling. Boss, why don't you name your price? 50,000. Ye Chu said casually. 50,000. The thug thought he'd misheard, standing there dumbfounded. How can a few broken tables be worth 50,000? 50,000. Why don't you just go rob? Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized his mistake, his face turning deathly pale. Sun Xiuying was also shocked by the figure and was about to intervene when Sun Yuro quietly held her back. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. What? You're allowed to rob others, but others can't rob you. The red-haired thug was speechless, cold sweat the size of beans rolling down his temples. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out. But I really don't have that much money. Figure it out yourself, or leave a hand behind today. Ye Chu's voice was ice cold, without any emotion. The thug frantically waved his hands. I'll pay. I'll pay. In the end, the group scraped together money from various sources, maxing out credit cards, borrowing from friends, even taking out loans on the spot, finally managing to gather 50,000 and humbly presenting it. With the crisis resolved, Sun Yuro breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Ye Chu. Ye Chu, thank you so much for today. This was already the second time he had stepped in to help. Ye Chu smiled easily. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Sun Xiuying thanked him repeatedly and insisted on transferring the 50,000 back to Ye Chu. Young man, you keep the money. Auntie, that's what you deserve. Ye Chu firmly refused. Seeing that her protests were futile, Sun Xiuying could only sigh. Young man, those guys are trouble. I'm afraid they'll come after you, so you should leave Jiangdu quickly. Sun Yuro thought about the possible consequences and felt guilty. Ye Chu, I'm sorry, we've dragged you into this. Ye Chu smiled confidently. They're just trash, nothing to worry about. Seeing his confidence, the mother and daughter didn't say more. Ye Chu chatted with Sun Yuro for a bit longer. They exchanged contact information, and he turned to leave. Before departing, he reminded them, if they come looking for trouble again, remember to call me. Yes, you be careful too, and when the restaurant isn't so busy, I'll treat you to dinner. Sun Yuro nodded solemnly. Walking out of the noodle shop, his phone vibrated. Ye Chu opened it to find a message from Jiang Hyuna, long list of clients with outstanding payments, more than 10 of them. White Wolf Security Company owed the most, over 5 million. White Wolf Security. Could it be related to the White Wolf gang? His heart stirred, and he immediately searched on his phone, discovering there was indeed a White Wolf security branch nearby. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the destination. Young man, we're here. The driver braked to a stop next to a demolition site. Ye Chu paid and got out, looking up to see the entire block filled with dust and the roar of excavators, with only a lone gray office building standing in the distance. He walked toward the building. Just as he reached the entrance, a red Bentley pulled up. The car door opened, and 2 women stepped out. One wore black leather and sunglasses, looking like a bodyguard. Ye Chu glanced at her briefly before shifting his gaze to the other woman. She was a stunning beauty who could easily rival Jiang Junyao in looks. With her natural, makeup-free face, her sculpted features seemed perfectly chiseled, and her fair skin looked so delicate it might break at the slightest touch. Her black business suit accentuated her curvaceous figure, making her appear both professional and alluring. Every gesture radiated an innate elegance and nobility. Ye Chu was secretly amazed. These 2 clearly came from extraordinary backgrounds, so what brought them to this remote little town? Could they also be here for White Wolf Security Company? Keep staring, and I'll gouge out your dog eyes, came an icy voice suddenly by his ear. Ye Chu felt a chill run through him, and narrowed his eyes. This female bodyguard was definitely no ordinary person. Dongmei, don't cause trouble. Don't forget why we're here. The beautiful woman reminded her coolly, then strode toward the building ahead, with the bodyguard Dongmei following closely behind. Just as I thought, Ye Chu confirmed to himself, quickening his pace to follow. Dongmei suddenly turned around, her gaze sharp as a blade. Kid, follow us again, and I'll break your legs. The beautiful woman also frowned slightly. Ye Chu's temper flared, and he shot back without courtesy. You think I'm so bored I'd follow you? I'm here on business too, got it? Dongmei's expression darkened. Such arrogance. You're asking for death. She was about to strike when the beautiful woman raised her hand to stop her. Miss, let me teach him a lesson, Dongmei said in a low voice. The beautiful woman shook her head and turned to Ye Chu, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity. What brings you here, sir? Debt collection, Ye Chu said bluntly. Uff, Dongmei burst out laughing. Just you alone? You've got some nerve. Do you even know where you are? Ye Chu gave her a "Are you an idiot?" look and pointed up at the huge billboard on the roof. Are you blind? It's written right there, clear as day, White Wolf Security Company. Dongmei opened her mouth, but found herself momentarily speechless. But remembering how she'd just been insulted, her anger flared again. You little punk, looking for a beating? Enough, Dongmei. Don't forget why we're here. The beautiful woman said, raising her hand to stop her. With a casual reminder, she headed into the building first. As they reached the entrance, Dongmei turned back with a cold warning. This isn't a safe place. If you're smart, get lost now before you end up missing limbs. Ye Chu completely ignored her and followed the two women inside. The women noticed, but didn't bother persuading him. Further good advice can't save those who court death. The moment the three stepped into the first floor lobby, two burly men in black suits approached them. Miss Huangfu, our boss is waiting for you upstairs, one of them said respectfully. Lead the way. Huangfu Shiriwa nodded slightly. The two men immediately led the way, with Ye Chu following behind. Seeing the three together, the men didn't ask questions. It never occurred to them that these were actually two separate parties. The elevator went straight up, and the metal doors of the luxurious top-floor office opened, releasing a faint aroma of cigars. In the boss chair sat a fierce-looking bald man with half-closed eyes. His public identity was Li Zhengxiong, branch manager of White Wolf Security Company, but secretly he was one of the four hall masters of the White Wolf Society, nicknamed Baldy Li. That's right, White Wolf Security Company was just a front. The real name was White Wolf Society, one of Jiangdu's two major underground forces. Well, Miss Huangfu graces us with her presence. What an honor. Baldy Li quickly stood up, his smile making the flesh on his face jiggle, while instructing his female secretary. Bring out my prize to Hong Pao tea and brew some for Miss Huangfu. Huangfu Shiriwa settled into the leather sofa and got straight to the point. Manager Li, tell me what will it take for you to cooperate with the demolition? Baldy Li put on a troubled expression. Miss Huangfu, you understand that we've invested considerable effort into this building. Stop beating around the bush. Name your terms directly. Huangfu Shiriwa interrupted. Baldy Li's eyes lit up as he grinned and held up 5 fingers. Miss Huangfu is straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush either. Just give us 500 million, and we'll move out immediately. 500 million? You might as well go rob a bank. Dongmei slammed her hand on the table and shot to her feet, her voice booming through the spacious office. We've already done our research. This building cost 50 million at most to construct. Under the soft lighting, the bald man Li remained unfazed. He took the purple clay teapot from his secretary's hands and tilted his wrist slightly, pouring hot tea for all three of them. As steam rose from the cups, he spoke with a smile. Now, young lady, don't get upset. There's an old saying, when someone starts high, you negotiate down. The price is always negotiable. He raised his cup in a gesture and fixed his gaze on the woman across from him. Miss Huangfu, please, have some tea first. Huangfu Shiriwa sat upright on the sofa, her expression cold and distant, making no move to reach for her cup. Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice instantly turned cold. Since Miss Huangfu won't even show me this basic courtesy, perhaps you should leave. Dongmei shot back icily. Don't push it, Li. Do you really think we won't make a move against you? Li's face darkened as he snorted coldly. Little girl, I've been in this game for decades, dancing on the edge of death more times than I can count. I wasn't raised to be intimidated. Either we talk business properly, or you can get the hell out. Dongmei's fists clenched as her gaze cut through him like a blade. But she ultimately held back. After all, they were on his turf. Huangfu Shiriwa looked up and said flatly, Manager Li, let's skip the small talk. What's your bottom line? The bald Li leaned back casually into his sofa, deliberately refusing to answer. The living room fell silent except for the lingering steam from the tea, the atmosphere growing tense. Huangfu Shiriwa's brow furrowed slightly, a flash of anger flickering in her eyes, though she didn't explode. Instead, she picked up her teacup and took a sip, her tone growing even colder. Can we talk business now? Haha, now that's more like it. Li burst into laughter. Miss Huangfu, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you, but I really did put a lot of effort into this building. Cut to the chase. Huangfu Shiriwa interrupted coldly. I don't know how you found out that the Huangfu family was planning to develop the South District and rushed here to build this place ahead of time, but I advise you to quit while you're ahead. Excessive greed will only bring deadly consequences. Nearby, Ye Chu listened in surprise. The major family cooperating with the Jiang family was indeed the Huangfu family, and he'd run into them here of all places. Li continued chuckling. I'm well aware of the Huangfu family's power. How about this? If Miss Huangfu agrees to one condition, we'll move out immediately. Speak, Huangfu Shiriwa said curtly. Li's gaze lingered lecherously over her voluptuous figure, his eyes filled with crude desire. It's simple. Miss Huangfu just needs to spend one night here with me. You bastard, you're asking for death. Dongmei exploded with rage and immediately attacked, no longer caring about the consequences. Huangfu Shiriwa's face turned frosty as her anger finally erupted. But Li showed no fear. He rose to meet Dongmei's attack, engaging her in combat. Fists and feet clashed as their fighting energy tore through the air with explosive sounds. Both were at the body-tempering realm. Ye Chu could tell at a glance that their strength was around the 7th to 8th stage. Specifically, Li was at the early 8th stage of body tempering. while Dongmei had reached the peak of the 8th stage. As time passed, Dongmei gradually gained the upper hand. However, Li remained completely calm. He dodged Dongmei's fierce flying kick, used the momentum to create distance, and slammed his palm down on a bright red button at the edge of his desk. A piercing alarm instantly pierced through the entire building. Dongmei's face changed as she attacked again, but with their strength levels so close, a quick victory was impossible. Within moments, a group of black-clad thugs burst through the door, their footsteps thundering across the floor. One team surrounded Huangfu Shiyue and Ye Chu, while another rushed to support Li. The situation changed dramatically, and with reinforcements, Li quickly turned defeat into victory. In less than a minute, Dongmei was sent flying with a kick, crashing heavily onto the floor. The gray-white tiles instantly cracked, scattering fragments everywhere as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she was seriously injured. Several burly men rushed forward and skillfully pinned her arms behind her back, completely subduing her. Baldly swaggered over to the leather sofa and sat down, crossing one leg over the other as he smiled at the stunning woman across from him. Miss Huangfu, have you given it some thought? Despite Dongmei's pitiful state, Huangfu Shiyue's expression remained calm, her voice cold. Managerly, you'd better think carefully. Once you lay a hand on me, you'll face the wrath of the Huangfu family. Baldly let out a sinister laugh, tapping his fingers against the armrest. Miss Huangfu, overconfidence isn't a good thing. Haven't you wondered why I, a mere White Wolf Hall leader, would dare to make a move against you? Huangfu Shiyue's eyes sharpened as various pieces of information flashed through her mind. Thinking of the recent disturbances within her family, her expression darkened. If I'm not mistaken, there's a traitor in the Huangfu family. Who's behind you? Baldly threw his head back and laughed, clapping his hands loudly. Worthy of being Miss Huangfu, so clever. But you don't need to know who it is. Your best bet is to cooperate obediently. Huangfu Shiyue replied coldly. And what if I refuse? As her words fell, a tremendous aura burst forth and spread outward. Bald Li's expression changed drastically. 9th stage of body forging. How? How is this possible? Huangfu Shiyue raised her eyebrows proudly. Nothing's impossible. This strength is exactly why I dared to come here alone. After a brief moment of shock, Baldly quickly recovered his cold smile. Worthy of being the Huangfu family's prodigy. However, even if you're at the 9th stage of body forging, you're still going down today. Huangfu Shiyue scoffed and raised her hand to strike, but suddenly her expression changed drastically. A burning heat, like a fire serpent, erupted within her body, instantly spreading through her limbs. Her pale cheeks quickly flushed with an unnatural red, her chest rose and fell rapidly, and an irrepressible primal desire surged from the depths of her heart. She immediately thought of the tea from earlier, her voice turning icy. You despicable wretch, you actually drugged me? Baldly let out a piercing, strange laugh. Miss Huangfu, when you're out and about, you shouldn't casually drink what others offer you. Don't bother struggling. What I gave you wasn't poison, but an aphrodisiac. Though panic flickered in Huangfu Shiyue's heart, she forced herself to remain composed. You scum. If you dare touch me, the Huangfu family will annihilate your entire White Wolf society. Baldly spread his hands with an innocent expression. Miss Huangfu, you're overthinking this. I wouldn't dare touch you. His tone suddenly shifted as he revealed a sinister smile. I wouldn't dare, but someone else would. As soon as he finished speaking, the door clicked open and two figures entered side by side, a tall young man with arrogant eyes and a thin, elderly man with graying temples. Baldly immediately rushed to greet them obsequiously. Young Master Kai, the plan went smoothly. Are you satisfied? The tall young man nodded slightly, his gaze roaming unrestrained over Huangfu Shiyue's body, displaying pure greed and lust. Huangfu Shiyue's pupils contracted sharply. Sima Kai, it's actually you? Sima Kai curved his lips upward. Shiyue surprised? Unexpected. Huangfu Shiyue's voice turned ice cold. Sima Kai, if you dare touch me, I will kill you. Sima Kai laughed heartily. Shiyue, do you think I'm afraid? Once the deed is done, I'll naturally come to your family to propose marriage. Then you'll have no choice but to marry me. Huangfu Shiyue said coldly. Dream on. My father will never agree. Sima Kai let out a strange laugh, his voice taunting. He may not agree, but someone will. Surely you know that everyone in the Huangfu family is hoping you'll marry soon. This statement struck Huangfu Shiyue's weak spot hard, and her heart sank almost to rock bottom. Sima Kai softened his voice and slowly approached. Shiyue, you know how I feel about you. Submit to me obediently, and I promise to treat you well from now on. Get away. Huangfu Shiyue suddenly roared, throwing a punch with the force of wind straight at Sima Kai's face. A withered hand shot out like lightning and caught her fist with a smack. It was the gray-haired old man. He shook his arm, dissipating the force. Huangfu Shiyue was forced to retreat several steps. Falling into complete despair, the old man before her was also a 9th-stage body forging expert. Sima Kai's expression turned cold. Elder Zhou, tie this bitch up for me. Let's see how she resists once she's on the bed. The gray-haired elder acknowledged the command and strode toward Huangfu Shuriwe, who looked utterly despairing. Mississippi Dongmei was equally anxious but completely helpless. Just as both women fell into despair, an inappropriately clear voice rang out from the doorway. A bunch of grown men using such despicable methods against a woman, aren't you ashamed? As the voice faded, everyone turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes falling upon the newly appeared young man Ye Chu. Dongmei gasped in surprise, her mouth slightly agape, while a faint yet fervent glimmer of hope flickered in Huangfu Shiyue's eyes, which were hazy from the drug's effects. Young sir, Huangfu Shiyue forced herself to speak through her fading consciousness. If you can help me escape, Huangfu Shiyue will surely reward you handsomely. At this moment, she was like someone drowning who had grasped a lifeline, no matter how slim the chance. She had to hold on tight. The bald manly frowned and stepped forward, questioning in a rough, hoarse voice. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in the White Wolf Society's affairs? He had initially assumed Ye Chu was in league with the two women, but now realized something was amiss. Ye Chu's expression remained indifferent. Who I am doesn't matter. I simply can't stand your behavior. Clap, clap, clap. Several rounds of applause echoed. Sima Kai leaned back in his chair, laughing leisurely. Not bad. You've got guts to interfere with this young master's business. His laughter stopped abruptly, his eyes turning sinister. Want to play the hero? Are you even worthy? If you don't want to die, kneel down. I'm in a good mood, so I'll only break your legs and leave your hands for begging. With that, he threw back his head and laughed, mockingly sizing up Ye Chu. Baldly immediately chimed in with a rebuke. Kid, kneel down now and thank young Master Kai for his mercy. Ye Chu looked up, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Not a bad suggestion. I'll leave you with just your hands too in a moment. Sima Kai's face darkened instantly. Baldly roared in fury, insolent fool, and swung his fist toward Ye Chu. Watch out, Dongmei screamed in alarm. Huangfu Shiyue's heart hung in suspense. Ye Chu was her last hope and absolutely couldn't be harmed. But the drug had fully taken effect, and her consciousness was fading in and out of darkness. Ye Chu stepped forward and met the attack with his own fist. Bang! The sound of cracking bones rang out clearly and harshly. Bald Li's entire body flew backward, crashing through several tables and chairs before hitting the ground and spewing blood. Everyone was stunned. Bald Li, who was at the 7th stage of body tempering, had been severely injured with a single punch. This meant Ye Chu was at least at the 9th stage of body tempering. Huangfu Shiyue's eyes brightened slightly this time. She truly saw the possibility of survival. Though surprised, Sima Kai still maintained his arrogance, looking Ye Chu up and down before showing some appreciation. Not bad strength. This young master will give you a chance to become my dog. In his view, this was a tremendous favor. Ye Chu almost laughed. Get lost. Sima Kai flew into a rage, slamming the table. Elder Zhou, break this little bastard's limbs and make him wish he were dead. A gaunt old man strode forward, his hawk-like eyes locked firmly on Ye Chu. Boy, this old man advises you to surrender quietly. Otherwise, once I make my move, you'll find death preferable to life. His voice was hoarse as a broken gong, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered to respond, and simply raised his hand, middle finger extended. Insolent brat seeking death. The old man's figure flashed forward like lightning. Ye Chu shifted his steps slightly, dodging to the side, and casually struck the old man's flank with his palm. Bang! The old man flew sideways like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall and raising a cloud of dust. Upon hitting the ground, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, his head lolling to one side as he lost consciousness. The room fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone knew the old man was at the 9th stage of body tempering, yet he had still been defeated in a single move. What realm was Ye Chu actually at? The answer was obvious, a meridian opening master. When this possibility crossed their minds, everyone present was utterly horrified and couldn't believe it. How old was he? Such a young meridian opening grandmaster was unheard of. Though shocked, Huangfu Shiyue felt more overwhelming joy. She knew she was saved. Her previously taut nerves instantly relaxed, and her remaining consciousness was consumed by burning desire. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her breathing became scorching hot, and her hands unconsciously tore open her clothing, exposing large patches of snow-white skin to the air as low, husky, and seductive moans escaped her lips. Miss. Dongmei seized the moment when the black-clad thugs were stunned and shocked, breaking free from her restraints and rushing forward to support the swaying Huangfu Shiyue. Only then did Sima Kai snap back to reality, his expression dark as storm clouds. You little bastard, how dare you touch my woman? You're dead. Not only will you die, but your family will suffer too. Ye Chu's eyes flashed with cold light, a murderous gleam appearing instantly. Whoosh! His figure darted forward, his 5 fingers clamping around Sima Kai's throat like iron clamps, lifting him clean off the ground. Say that again. The terror of suffocation made Sima Kai's face turn bright red, yet he still struggled to roar defiantly. Boy, you're seeking your own death. The Sima family is not someone you can afford to offend. Ye Chu said nothing, merely tightening his grip slightly. A dark purple color quickly spread across Sima Kai's face, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he might breathe his last at any moment. Just as the atmosphere reached its breaking point, the office door was violently smashed open. Heavy footsteps and the clashing of metal merged into chaos as nearly 100 black-clad thugs swarmed in, instantly surrounding the room completely. Release young Master Kai, or you won't leave here alive today. Baldy Lee scrambled up from the floor, his arrogant demeanor returning. He had secretly called for reinforcements on his phone earlier, and now all the men in the entire building had Aravet who refused to believe so many people couldn't take down Ye Chu. Ye Chu released his grip. Sima Kai crashed heavily to the ground, ignoring the burning pain in his throat as he stumbled behind Baldy Lee, finally regaining some composure. Get him! Sima Kai roared maniacally. Break that bastard's limbs. I'm going to turn him into a human pig and show him the price of crossing me. Don't worry, young Master Kai. This kid has no escape today. Baldy Lee grinned menacingly, fixing his gaze on Ye Chu. Boy, you're indeed impressive, but 2 fists can't fight 4 hands today you die. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, asking casually, You're that confident? Baldy Lee walked behind the office desk, pulled open a drawer, and revealed a black pistol, pointing it at Ye Chu. With all these brothers plus this little toy in my hands, if you can still walk away unscathed, I'll twist my own head off and give it to you as a chamber pot. Dongmei's nerves tightened once again. Even someone at the peak of body tempering couldn't completely dodge bullets, unless they were a grandmaster. Ye Chu was so young, he absolutely couldn't be a grandmaster. Even if, by some remote chance, he truly was a grandmaster, that would only give him a certain probability of avoiding bullets, not a 100% guarantee. Her heart sank to the depths. Were they really going to perish here today? Kid, surrender now and I'll leave you with an intact corpse, Baldy Lee sneered mockingly. Ye Chu looked disdainful and provocatively beckoned with his finger. Baldy Lee flew into a rage. Arrogant fool, go to hell. Bang. The bullet tore through the air, heading straight for Ye Chu. Without dodging, Ye Chu extended 2 fingers and gently caught it. The high-speed bullet was simply caught between his fingers. Seeing him not dodge, everyone had been sneering coldly, but witnessing this scene left them utterly stunned. Catching a bullet with bare hands, what kind of monster was this? Even a meridian opening master couldn't do that, could they? Baldy Lee's face turned pale as he realized he might have provoked a formidable enemy. Though Sima Kai was also frightened, he felt more anger than fear. What's there to be afraid of? He's just one person. Attack him. Whoever kills this bastard gets 100 million from me. Under such generous reward, there would surely be brave men. A burly man wielding a cleaver shouted. Brothers, let's go together. Baldy Lee also quickly fired his gun. Bang bang, 2 shots, with bullets aimed directly at Ye Chu's head and heart. Having already offended Ye Chu, he had no choice but to fight desperately. Ye Chu raised his hand to catch both bullets, then flicked his other hand, sending the caught bullet flying. Whoosh. The burly man's kneecap instantly shattered, blood flowing freely. Ah, my leg. The crowd that had been ready to move suddenly fell silent. A bunch of useless fools. This kid doesn't dare kill anyone. Hurry up and attack. Sima Kai roared in fury. Whoosh whoosh. Ye Chu flicked out the 2 bullets he had just caught. 2 bloody holes appeared in Sima Kai's knees, causing him excruciating pain. Ye Chu's gaze swept over the crowd. Anyone else want to try? Everyone fell silent as cicadas, instinctively backing away, no longer daring to make a move. Ah, you bastard. May you die a horrible death. Sima Kai's face contorted in pain as he screamed maniacally. I swear I'll kill your entire family. The intense pain, combined with his crippled legs, had driven him somewhat mad. Ye Chu's expression darkened. Do you really think I don't dare kill you? I held back because I just got out and didn't want trouble. Sima Kai laughed maniacally. Bastard, go ahead and try. If I die, your whole family will be buried with me. Ye Chu's face turned completely grim. He suddenly looked toward Baldy Lee, who shuddered all over. Boss, what is it? Wanna live? Baldy Lee nodded vigorously. Ye Chu pointed to the cleaver on the ground nearby. Go chop off that kid's arms. Since the other party kept seeking death, he must oblige. Baldy Lee's face turned white as a sheet. Offending the Huangfu family was already the most dangerous thing he'd ever done. Offending the Sima family was absolutely unthinkable, because like the White Wolf gang, the Sima family was also part of the underworld. They were far more ruthless than the Huangfu family. Boss, Ye Chu said calmly. You can refuse, but then you die. Baldy Lee's body trembled as he stood frozen, not knowing what to do. Sima Kai laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, look how cowardly he is. Even with 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. Baldy Lee was already full of anger. If not for Sima Kai, how would he have encountered all this trouble? Now being mocked on top of it, the rage in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He got up, picked up the cleaver, and walked over quickly. With 2 swift chops, he severed Sima Kai's arms, blood splattering across his face. Screw you. You really think you're something special? Without the Sima family, you're nothing. Sima Kai screamed in agony, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. You bastards, you'll all die. Baldy Li couldn't be bothered to respond and quickly approached Ye Chu with a fawning expression. Boss, are you satisfied? Ye Chu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the burly men filling the room as he spoke in a low but clear voice. Go up there. Each of you give that guy one cut. The men exchanged glances, none daring to move first. Baldy Li roared. Damn it, are you all deaf? Didn't you hear the boss give an order? With those words, no one hesitated any longer. They all raised their knives and delivered the final fatal blows. Even the man with the mangled leg hobbled over to Sima Kai's side and struck with the most vicious blow of all, roaring and furring his mind. Sima Kai was to blame for his crippled leg. Until his dying breath, Sima Kai never imagined that Ye Chu would actually dare to kill him, and in such a brutal manner at that. As the metallic scent of blood filled the air, the old man on the floor slowly regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes and saw Sima Kai's mangled, bloody form, his face turned deathly pale, and he scrambled to flee. Ye Chu casually grabbed a teacup from the table and flicked his wrist. Crack! The cup shattered, and the porcelain shards embedded themselves in the old man's forehead. He let out a muffled grunt and collapsed backward, falling silent forever. Ye Chu turned to Baldy Li with a grin. Big Baldy, you know how to handle what comes next, right? Baldy Li nodded vigorously. Don't worry, boss. What happened here today will never get out. Everyone present had blood on their hands. No, if the Sima family came looking for answers, none of them could escape. Go outside first and dispose of the bodies, Ye Chu instructed. Baldy Li immediately agreed and called for the others to drag the two corpses out of the office. Only Ye Chu, Huangfu Shuriwei, and Dongmei remained in the room. Huangfu Shuriwei was tormented by the aphrodisiac, her body glistening with perspiration and her eyes glazed with desire. Her normally dignified demeanor had transformed into an irresistible allure. If they hadn't had an audience, Ye Chu wondered if he could have maintained his self-control. The air was thick with the mingled scents of feminine perspiration and the drug. Catching Ye Chu's masculine scent, she nearly threw herself at him, but Dongmei quickly held her back. Dongmei helped her mistress onto the sofa and positioned herself protectively in front, looking up warily. What do you think you're doing? Ye Chu rolled his eyes, detoxifying her obviously. What else would I be doing? Dongmei misunderstood, thinking he meant to take advantage of the situation, and her expression darkened instantly. You bastard, get away. As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on my mistress. Ye Chu spread his hands helplessly. I'm talking about using my inner energy to purge the poison. What are you thinking? Dongmei's cheeks flushed slightly, but she remained stubborn. How was I supposed to know what you meant? If you dare try anything while Miss is under the influence of an aphrodisiac, I'll kill you. Too tired to explain further, Ye Chu moved to Huangfu Shuyue's side. His fingertips moved like lightning, pressing several acupoints to immobilize her. Then he helped her sit upright. Palm to palm, he channeled a gentle stream of inner energy into her body. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow and probed deeper. Huangfu Shuriwei possessed the rare, lunar essence constitution, which allowed her to absorb moonlight for cultivation. This physique was extraordinarily uncommon. No wonder her temperament was both cool and gentle. Is my luck really this good? He marveled silently, but didn't let himself get distracted as he continued guiding his inner energy. The drug's effects were forced out, seeping through her pores as perspiration. After more than 10 minutes, Huangfu Shuriwei was drenched in sweat, but the drug had been completely expelled and her breathing returned to normal. Dongmei shot Ye Chu a glare and quickly removed her clothes to dress Huangfu Shuriwei. After briefly adjusting her attire, Huangfu Shuriwei turned around and looked earnestly at Ye Chu again. Mr. Yi, I owe you a great debt for your intervention today. Please allow me to handle matters here first, and I will certainly host a banquet to express my gratitude later. Ye Chu assumed a modest posture. Miss Huangfu, you're too kind. Huangfu Shuriwei nodded slightly and instructed Dongmei, go fetch Baldy Li. Before long, Baldy Li was shoved into the room. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, his face was filled with terror as he hunched over with ingratiating smiles. Miss Huangfu, it was all that bastard Sima Kai who forced us to harm you. We really had no choice. Please show mercy. With a cold sweep of her gaze, Huangfu Shuyue's formidable aura instantly spread throughout the room. Tell me, who is the traitor in the Huangfu family? Baldy Li trembled with fear, no longer daring to conceal the truth. It's Huangfu Jie. As I suspected. Huangfu Shuyue's expression darkened, yet she remained composed. I won't pursue this matter with you this time, but leave this place within a week. If you dare cause trouble again, your White Wolf gang will be destroyed. Baldy Li felt as if he'd received a royal pardon, nodding repeatedly. Yes, we'll move immediately. After giving her instructions, Huangfu Shuriwei turned to Ye Chu. Mr. Yi, shall we go? Ye Chu waved his hand. Wait a moment. He looked at Baldy Li and spoke calmly. Baldy, Shouldn't you settle the outstanding payment owed to the Jiang family? This statement left Baldy Li stunned. So this gentleman was here to collect a debt? He wondered to himself. When did the Jiang family produce such a formidable figure? Not daring to ask more questions, he could only pull out his phone to transfer money on the spot. Big brother, I remember owing over 5,800,000. Let me give you 6 million. Is that acceptable? 6 million. Ye Chu's brow furrowed. After owing for so long, no interest? Sweat beaded on Baldy Li's forehead as he smiled awkwardly. Big brother, you. You name the amount. Ye Chu raised his hand, wiggling his 5 fingers. 50 million. 50 million. Baldy Li nearly fainted on the spot. The interest had increased tenfold, more ruthless than loan sharks. But with the other party's strength evident, he could only nod repeatedly. I wouldn't dare refuse. I'll transfer it right away. The transfer was completed within seconds. Ye Chu calmly instructed. Transfer 6 million to the Jiang family company's finance department, and the rest to my personal account. Baldy Li grumbled internally. So he's pocketing the extra money. However, might makes right. With the money secured, Ye Chu descended the stairs with the 2 women. Originally planning to leave directly, he couldn't resist Huangfu Shiyue's earnest invitation and had to get into the brand new Bentley waiting outside. In the car, Huangfu Shiyue turned her head to observe him. Is Mr. Yi a local of Jiangdu? Before coming here, I investigated, and there was no figure named Ye Chu among Jiangdu's power circles. Ye Chu nodded. Miss Huangfu needn't be so formal, just call me Ye Chu. Mr. Yi is my benefactor. How could I address you so casually? Huangfu Shiyue pondered for a moment, her eyes brightening. We can be considered fated to meet. I'm a few years older, so how about we become sworn siblings? Sworn siblings? Ye Chu's eyes immediately lit up. Love this kind of convenient family relationship and nodded with a smile. Of course, no problem. However, I still don't know my sister's name. Huangfu Shiyue. From now on, just call me Sister Shiyue. Dongmei, who was driving, quietly observed through the rearview mirror. Having followed her mistress for many years, this was the first time she'd seen her lady show such a warm smile to a man. The Bentley first arrived at an upscale shopping mall in the city center, where Huangfu Shiyue selected a simple, elegant dress to change into. Then the car headed toward Jianghuai Pavilion, Jiangdu's most prestigious establishment. Rumor had it that even a casual meal there cost several thousand yuan. Under the night sky, Jianghuai Pavilion blazed with lights, its golden revolving doors slowly opening. As the 3 entered the lobby, waitstaff immediately approached them with enthusiasm. Dongmei pulled out the reservation information. Emperor Hall, we booked it in advance. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then quickly bowed and gestured. Distinguished guests, this way please. Just as they entered the elevator, 4 fashionably dressed young men and women burst into the lobby downstairs. The lobby was spacious with brilliant lighting, and as soon as Qin Donyang appeared, his commanding presence made all the waiters look up. The sharp-eyed lobby manager Li Mudwan immediately trotted over with a face full of wrinkled smiles. Young Master Qin, please come in. What would you like to try today? Qin Donyang waved his hand grandly. I'm hosting distinguished guests today. Take me to the Emperor Hall. Li Mudwan was about to lead the way when the waiter who had just come down from upstairs approached him with a troubled expression, whispering in his ear. Manager Li, the Emperor Hall has already been reserved. The guests just went up. Li Mudwan frowned. Who are they? Online reservation, complete strangers. While the 2 were still whispering, Qin Donyang's expression had already darkened slightly. Manager Li, is there a problem? Young Master Qin, here's the situation. Someone reserved the Emperor Hall in advance. Please wait a moment, I'll go negotiate. Qin Donyang lifted his chin, his tone lazy yet brooking no refusal. Let's go take a look together. The top floor corridor was carpeted with thick, soft wool, and the golden nameplate Emperor Hall at the private room entrance reflected cold light under the illumination. Li Mudwan pushed the door open first. Ye Chu, Huangfu Shiyue, and Dongmei had just taken their seats, with the tea's fragrance still lingering. Huangfu Shiyue looked up. What's the matter? Li Mudwan smiled obsequiously. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests have arrived downstairs and would like to switch rooms with you. Huangfu Shiyue's expression instantly darkened. No. Li Mudwan's awkward smile froze. It's the eldest young master of the Qin family outside. Could you perhaps accommodate us? Dongmei slammed the table edge. Get out immediately, or I'll tear down this place. Li Mudwan's expression also darkened as he snorted coldly. Since you won't accept the toast, you'll have to wait for regret. In Jiangdu City, he prided himself on knowing all the powerful and wealthy, yet he had never seen these 3 before. Outside the door, Qin Donyang was growing impatient. As soon as Li Mudwan emerged, he said with a dark expression, Young Master Qin, I've exhausted all my kind words, but they simply won't budge. Zhao Sun, the dark-skinned man beside him, sneered. Brother Qin, it seems your influence in Jiangdu City is just so-so. Qin Dongyang's eyes turned cold. I'd like to see who's so blind. He pushed the door open and entered. The private room featured golden nanmu wood tables and chairs alongside large landscape paintings that complemented each other beautifully, yet none of this could divert his attention. Huangfu Shuriwei wore a form-fitting qipao, her cold beauty overwhelming, causing his eyes to flash with heat instantly. Then his gaze fell on Ye Chu, immediately turning mocking. Huh, so it's the Jiang family's Livian son-in-law. Qin Dongyang sneered, not satisfied with marrying Miss Jiang. You're out here fooling around? Ye Chu lazily looked up. None of your damn business. Qin Dongyang's expression darkened. Then he showed a taunting smile. Oh, I get it now. A useless waste like you definitely can't get into Miss Jiang's bed, so you can only mess around outside. If it weren't for your dog's hit luck, forget marrying her, she wouldn't even look at you. He shifted his focus to Huangfu Shuriwei. Beauty, this waste has even been in prison. Don't be fooled. Huangfu Shuriwei calmly sipped her tea. I don't need you to teach me how to conduct my affairs. Qin Donyang licked his lips, his lewd smile undisguised. Quite the fiery temper. A top-quality woman like you is completely wasted on him. Why not follow me instead? At this moment, Zhao Sun and the others also entered one by one. Zhao Sun was equally stunned by Huangfu Shuyue's beauty, his gaze burning. Brother Qin, who is this beauty? Qin Donyang smiled contemptuously, pointing at Ye Chu. Who else could it be? Probably just some minor internet celebrity. Hanging around with this waste, she definitely can't be anyone important. He's the Jiang family's Livian son-in-law who's been causing such a stir in Jiangdu City lately. Zhao Sun glanced at Ye Chu disdainfully, then immediately put on a gentle smile and made an offer to Huangfu Shuyue. Beauty, how about being my girlfriend? I'll give you 1 million every month. Looking at the arrogant group before him, Ye Chu felt like laughing. 1 million a month to keep Huangfu family's eldest daughter as a mistress? How utterly insulting. Huangfu Shuyue's beautiful face instantly darkened, and beside her, Dongmei shot up from her seat, lunging toward Zhao Sun in one swift motion. Smack! A crisp slap rang out as Zhao Sun was sent flying sideways, crashing into the round table behind him. Wine and shattered dishes scattered across the floor. What trash dares to disrespect my lady? Dongmei's voice was cold as ice. The sudden turn of events left Qin Dongyang and the others stunned. Damn it! How dare you hit someone? Qin Dongyang flew into a rage, his chest trembling with fury. Do you know who Brother Zhao is? His two female companions rushed over to help Zhao Sun up from the floor. Young Master Zhao, are you alright? Zhao Sun spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, several teeth falling out mixed with the blood. His face twisted like a demon's. You bitch, I'll make you wish you were dead today. Before he could finish speaking, Dongmei closed in again and delivered a flying kick. Bang! Zhao Sun hit the wall like a broken sack, leaving a large crater in the plaster. His chest caved in as several ribs snapped with audible cracks. Qin Dongyang's fury reached its peak. You bitch, how dare you strike again? He shouted toward the door. Managerly, call security. Li Muduan didn't dare delay and immediately called for backup on his radio. Qin Dongyang quickly helped Zhao Sun up, whispering reassurances. Don't worry, Brother Zhao. I'll definitely get revenge for you. Zhao Sun endured the excruciating pain, gritting his teeth. I want that bitch dead, and those two must pay as well. None of them will escape. Qin Donyang patted his chest in guarantee, then glared viciously at the trio. You're finished, trash. Even if the Jiang family intervenes, they can't save you. Listen carefully, Brother Zhao is the eldest son of the Zhao family from neighboring Jinko City. The Zhao family's power rivals the Jiang family's. Since you dared to assault someone, prepare to rot in prison. He expected to see 3 terrified faces, but Ye Chu, Huangfu Shuyue, and Dongmei remained completely calm, which only frustrated him more. Just then, over a dozen security guards in black uniforms burst into the private room. Li Muduan shouted, Arrest these 3. As the guards moved forward, Huangfu Shuyue looked up calmly. I'd like to see who dares. Without raising her voice, her words swept through like a cold wind, causing the security guards to hesitate. Li Muduan scolded sternly. What are you afraid of? Move in. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. You'll take responsibility? Huangfu Shuyue sneered. Since when does a mere lobby manager have such authority? Li Muduan's face darkened. Whether I do or not, you'll find out soon enough. Everyone, attack. I'll have my cousin double your bonuses. The store manager's cousin? The guards' eyes lit up. Doubling their bonuses required just one word from him. Without further hesitation, they closed in like wolves. Get lost. Dongmei's shout echoed as her figure flashed, unleashing a flurry of punches, elbows, and kicks. In moments, over 10 security guards lay scattered across the floor, groaning in pain. Only then did Qin Dongyang realize what they were dealing with, his expression turning cold. You're a martial artist? No wonder you're so arrogant. But even if you are, you won't get away with this today. Li Muduan touched his swollen face, his voice icy. Very good. No one has ever dared cause such trouble at Jianghuai Pavilion. Just wait. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon after, a middle-aged man hurried over Lu Shanchuan, the store manager of Jianghuai Pavilion. What's going on? He asked sternly. Li Muduan immediately launched into his twisted version of events like spilling beans. Cousin, these people not only forcibly occupied young Master Qin's reserved private room, but also assaulted people. He then added details about Ye Chu and Zhao Sen's identities. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanchuan's expression grew several shades darker. He first smiled politely at Qin Dongyang. Don't worry, young Master Qin. I'll give you a proper explanation for this matter. Then his gaze fell upon the trio, lingering especially on Ye Chu's Fasi had heard about the Jiang family's son-in-law. Ye Chu, you're nothing but a Livian son-in-law, yet you dare cause trouble at my Jianghuai pavilion. You've got some nerve. Lu Shanchuan crossed his arms, his face full of mockery. Ye Chu stood in the center of the Emperor Hall, his gaze calm, yet carrying a hint of coldness. Lately, everyone who saw him seemed to step on him first, as if no one took him seriously. He looked up and countered. You haven't even investigated, yet you dare to conclude that I'm the troublemaker? Lu Shanchuan sneered. You're just a Livian son-in-law who's been to prison. Your character is crystal clear what's there to investigate. Nearby, Qin Dongyang and Li Muduan watched Ye Chu with glee, as if waiting for him to bow his head and beg for mercy at any moment. Huangfu Shuriwei stood beside Ye Chu, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. With Ye Chu's abilities, he actually became a Livian son-in-law? But people's prejudices are indeed like mountains. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered to argue further, his voice indifferent. I advise you all to get out immediately, lest you bring catastrophic trouble upon yourselves. Lu Shanchuan flicked his sleeve dismissively, his face full of disdain. A mere worthless son-in-law dares to speak so arrogantly. Obediently apologize to young Master Qin, or the consequences won't be something you can bear. Li Muduan immediately chimed in. He must kowtow, and let that woman accompany young Master Qin and the others for a night only, then would it show sincerity. Qin Dongyang licked his lips. One night isn't enough. At least a month. Lu Shanchuan laughed and nodded. You too, apologize obediently, or don't think about leaving Jianghuai Pavilion today. The three of them spoke one after another, completely disregarding Ye Chu and Huangfu Shuriwei. Huangfu Shuriwei was so angry she laughed, lightly tapping the table. What impressive authority. I never expected that Huangfu Yun would have such capable people under him. Jianghuai Pavilion was indeed a Huangfu family business. Although the boss Huangfu Yun was only from a branch family, it was enough for Lu Shanchuan to abuse his power. Hearing the other party directly call out the boss's name, Lu Shanchuan frowned. Who exactly are you? How dare you call our boss by name? He wondered to himself when such a woman had appeared in Jiangdu. Qin Dongyang scoffed. Manager Zhou, don't overthink it. What background could a woman hanging around with a worthless son-in-law possibly have? Lu Shanchuan thought that made sense and was about to speak again when he heard Huangfu Shuriwei say coolly, I suggest you better call him here to ask. Li Muduan snorted coldly. What are you? Is our boss someone you can meet just because you want to? Huangfu Shuriwei couldn't be bothered to respond and took out her phone to make a call. When the call connected, she coldly ordered, I'm at the Emperor Hall of Jianghuai Pavilion in South City. You have 30 minutes to get here, or get lost. She hung up after speaking. Lu Shanchuan's heart skipped a beat. Could she really know the boss? But Qin Dongyang remained unconcerned. Woman, even if you really know the boss, you still need to apologize today. The Qin family is not to be trifled with. Huangfu Shuriwei noted his arrogance and nodded lightly. The Qin family, right? I'll remember that. The atmosphere remained tense. Lu Shanchuan decided to stop being arrogant and chose to wait and see. Time passed bit by bit, and after more than 20 minutes, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the private room. A man in his 30s rushed in, panting heavily. Lu Shanchuan's face changed dramatically upon seeing him, an ominous feeling rising in his heart. Boss, why did you come? Lu Shanchuan approached him. But Huangfu Yun didn't even glance at him, quickly walking to Huangfu Shuriwei and bowing with a smile. Young miss, if you were coming, why didn't you notify us in advance? Your subordinate could have prepared a proper welcome for you. Huangfu Shuriwei sneered coldly. Huh. I wouldn't dare trouble boss Huangfu to personally welcome me. Huangfu Yun's heart tightened with a sense of foreboding, yet he forced a smile. Miss, you jest. Without the Huangfu family's support, how could I have achieved what I have today? Good that you know. Huangfu Shuyue's smile vanished, her eyes cold as winter stars. Keep your people in line and don't tarnish the Huangfu family's reputation. Huangfu Yun nodded repeatedly, then turned to Lu Shanchuan with a stern voice. Speak up. What happened? Lu Shanchuan broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling as he stammered. Boss, I truly didn't know this lady was. Cut the nonsense, Huangfu Yun barked. Tell me everything exactly as it happened. Lu Shanchuan was terrified to his core, yet dared not confess. Huangfu Yun's expression grew increasingly dark as he turned to the security guards nearby. You tell me then. The guards exchanged glances, no longer daring to hide the truth, and reported everything in detail. After hearing the account, Huangfu Yun nearly lost his footing and glared furiously at Lu Shanchuan and the others. How dare you? You had the audacity to insult the young miss. Lu Shanchuan turned pale as a sheet, pleading desperately. Boss, I was foolish. I truly didn't know she was the young miss. Li Muduan kept his head down, not daring to breathe. Qin Dongyang and Zhao Sun looked Ashananian, whom Huang Fuyun personally addressed as young miss, could only be one person in all of Jinling. The current jewel of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Shuriwa. Not just the Qin and Zhao families, but even if all three ancient clans of Jiangdu joined forces, they couldn't afford to offend the Huangfu family. Huang Fuyin took a deep breath and coldly ordered, "Get out immediately. Zhanghuai Pavilion has no need for such snobbish fools." Qin Dongyang and Zhao Sun didn't dare argue and fled the private room in disgrace. As for you, Huang Fuyin looked at the security guards. Though you were following orders, laying hands on the young miss is unforgivable disrespect. Go to HR for your final payuri, all dismissed. The guards looked devastated as they bowed their heads and left. You too as well. Huang Fuyin delivered the final blow to Qin Dongyang and Zhao Sun. You're permanently banned from Jianghuai Pavilion. Don't ever set foot here again. As the two were about to flee, Huangfu Shuriwei spoke calmly. Tell old Master Qin that the Qin family no longer needs to participate in the South District project. Qin Dongyang's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed, knowing he had caused a catastrophic disaster. Without daring to linger, he slunk away in shame. After the murderous atmosphere dissipated, Huang Fuyun approached Huang Fu Shuriwei with utmost humility and bowed. Young miss, I failed to manage my subordinates properly. Please punish me. Huang Fu Shuriwei waved her hand. I don't want to see anything like this again. You may go. Huang Fuyun felt as if he'd received a royal pardon, bowed deeply, and retreated. Only then did the atmosphere in the private room ease. Huang Fu Shuriwei turned to Ye Chu with an apologetic smile. Little brother, I'm sorry you had to witness that embarrassing scene. Ye Chu gestured dismissively. No matter. In any large organization, there are bound to be a few bad apples. Soon after, waiters filled the round table with exquisite dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted divine, their aromas filling the air. The three sat down to dine, sharing drinks and conversation in a pleasant atmosphere. During the meal, Huang Fu Shuriwei couldn't contain her curiosity. Little brother, with your abilities, how did you end up as Olivian's son-in-law? Ye Chu smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it another time, Sister Shuriwei. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Huang Fu Shuriwei tactfully nodded and didn't press further. After more than an hour of dining and pleasant conversation, their relationship had grown closer. Ye Chu pulled out his phone and winked at Huang Fu Shuriwei. Sister Shuriwei, thank you for the wonderful meal. I have a little gift for you too. Come on, let's add each other on WeChat. Huang Fu Shuriwei opened her phone and scanned his QR code curiously. What kind of gift? Ye Chu smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. With that, he quickly typed a message and sent it to her. Huang Fu Shuriwei looked at it and couldn't help but grow even more curious. Arranged on the phone screen were familiar yet unfamiliar names of Chinese herbs. Astragalus, Angelica, Atractylodes. She was stunned for a moment, and a thought flashed through her mind. Was this a prescription? Sister Shuriwei, just prepare the herbs according to this formula for medicinal baths. After 4 or 5 treatment courses, it will completely clear away the hidden ailments left from your martial arts practice. Ye Chu added with a smile. Huang Fu Shuriwei's eyes widened suddenly. How did you know I have hidden ailments? Dongmei, standing beside her, was equally shocked. Apart from the master and servant, no one in the Huangfu family knew about this matter. Ye Chu gently tapped the prescription with his fingertip. Of course I could tell. Huangfu Shuriwei was dumbfounded, then seemed to understand something. Brother, you also know medicine? I know a thing or two. Ye Chu smiled modestly. She understood he was being humble. Being able to see through her chronic condition at a glance was far beyond what knowing a thing or two could describe. To seek treatment, she had secretly consulted countless renowned doctors, all to no avail. Yet this young man before her casually provided a solution, making her even more curious. She suddenly remembered something and spoke gently. Brother, could sister ask you for a favor? Feel free to ask. Ye Chu nodded readily. Sister has a friend who is seriously ill. She sought medical help everywhere without success. Could you go take a look? No problem at all. When shall we leave? Now. The three of them left the VIP suite. Outside, Huang Fuyun was already waiting respectfully, presenting a black gold card with both hands. Miss, here's the supreme card you requested. Huang Fu Shuriwei casually handed it to Ye Chu. Brother, this is Jianghuai Pavilion's supreme card. Come whenever you want, everything's free. Ye Chu didn't refuse anymore and accepted it with a smile. Then I thank you, Sister Shuriwei. Huang Fuyun was secretly alarmed. Giving away a supreme card so casually showed how important this young man was to the miss. He immediately memorized Ye Chu's face. Later, the Bentley drove out of the bustling city and stopped outside a luxuriously elegant manor. Tall bodyguards in black suits stood on either side of the iron gates, their dark complexions and bulging temples clearly marking them as martial artists. The manor's owner was obviously no ordinary person. The butler hurried out to greet them. Miss Huangfu, the madam is receiving guests. She asked me to welcome you. Huangfu Shuriwen nodded and instructed Dongmei to park the car, then followed the butler with Ye Chu through the neatly trimmed hedges and fountain promenade into the main villa. In the living room, soft lighting illuminated 4 men and 1 woman sitting together. The only woman had a haggard face, dim eyes, and weak breathing, as if she might be blown away by the wind at any moment. Despite her suffering, she was still impeccably dressed, her every gesture revealing elegant sophistication, showing she must have been a woman of exceptional grace in the past. Beside her, an elegant middle-aged man supported her protectively, apparently her husband. Across from them sat 3 men, a blonde foreigner with a high-nose bridge, a bald middle-aged man wearing glasses, and a white-haired elderly man, clearly physicians invited for consultation. The 5 looked up at the sound. Seeing Huangfu Shuriwe, the woman managed a difficult smile. Shuriwe, you're here. Come sit quickly. She tried to stand to greet them, but her weak body swayed, and she nearly fell. The elegant man quickly steadied her. Jingxian, you're too weak. Sit down properly. Huangfu Shuriwe immediately stepped forward. Jingxian, no need to be so formal. Li Jingshuan's face showed a trace of bitterness. Shuriwe, I'm sorry. My body is getting weaker by the day, and I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer. Don't worry. Huangfu Shuriwe gently patted the back of her hand. Good fortune will smile upon you. You'll be fine. As they spoke, Li Jingxian curiously shifted her gaze toward Ye Chu, a hint of suspicion flickering in her eyes. Shuriwe, is this young man the doctor you mentioned? Huangfu Shuriwe nodded with confident certainty. Jingxian, my brother is an excellent physician. He can definitely cure your illness. The refined middle-aged man nearby frowned slightly, clearly harboring doubts, while the most perceptive bald middle-aged man immediately interjected with a cold snort. What arrogance. Huangfu Shuriwe looked in the direction of the voice, meeting the bald man's challenging gaze. Ye Chu also looked up, his eyes moving past the bald middle-aged man to rest on the white-haired elder, and he couldn't help but posit it was Li Zhenyuan, the renowned physician who had appeared at the Jiang family not long ago. Li Zhenyuan was also studying Ye Chu, and both men politely nodded in acknowledgement. Then Ye Chu's gaze returned to the bald middle-aged man, raising an eyebrow. What's your problem? The bald man's face darkened, his tone sharp. Young man, you look barely out of college, yet you dare to treat patients? Young people should be down to earth and not reach beyond their grasp, lest they harm others and themselves. Ye Chu thought to himself. Acting all high and mighty, anyone who didn't know better would think some big shot was here on inspection. He directly shot back 4 words. Mind your own business. Outrageous. The bald man's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Ye Chu. In the presence of the mayor, you dare speak so insolently. Huangfu Shuriwe coldly interrupted. Shut up. Say another disrespectful word, and don't blame me for being impolite. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and the refined middle-aged man stepped in to mediate. Both of you are guests here. Let's not let such trivial matters harm our harmony. The bald man seized the opportunity to appear magnanimous. For the mayor's sake, I won't stoop to your level. Huangfu Shuriwe and Ye Chu couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance, walking side by side toward Li Jingxian. However, the refined middle-aged man Huang Haijun stepped forward to block them. Miss Huangfu, we appreciate your kind intentions, but with Master Li and Dr. George here, I don't think this young man's services will be necessary. Just as Huangfu Shuriwe was about to argue, Ye Chu gently tugged at her sleeve. Sister Shuriwe, it's fine. I'll just consider this a casual visit. Huang Haijun turned to Li Jingyuan. Master Li, do you have any way to treat Jingshuan's condition? Among everyone present, he trusted this renowned physician the most. Li Jingyuan didn't dare make bold claims. I'll need to examine her first. With that, he stepped forward to take Li Jingshuan's pulse while Huang Haijun watched with bated breath. In the corner, the blonde Dr. George muttered disdainfully in English. What era are we in? Still believing in traditional Chinese medicine. The bald middle-aged man eagerly chimed in. Dr. George is absolutely right. Traditional Chinese medicine is just a scam. Real treatment requires Western medicine. Fortunately, Ye Chu couldn't understand the foreign gibberish, or he certainly wouldn't have remained silent. After a long while, Li Jingyuan finally withdrew his fingers. Huang Haijun asked urgently, Master Li, what's your assessment? Li Jingyuan's brow furrowed deeply. Strange from her pulse, Mrs. Huang shows signs of heart failure, but I cannot find the true cause of this heart failure. He looked up and continued. Mrs. Huang is only 30 years old. Without special circumstances, heart failure shouldn't occur. Has Mrs. Huang had any previous heart conditions or hereditary diseases in the family? Huang Haijun shook his head. No, Jingxian has always been in good health, and there are no hereditary diseases in the family. Li Jingyuan's frown deepened as he pondered for a moment before speaking. Mrs. Huang's condition is quite peculiar. At most, I can slow down the heart failure, but a complete cure is beyond my capabilities. Upon hearing this, Huang Haijun's face turned ashen. His hands clenched involuntarily at his sides, and deep despair filled his eyes. If even the renowned Dr. Li, celebrated throughout the Dragon Kingdom, was powerless, Was there nothing left but to wait for death? The middle-aged man with a gleaming bald head beside them shot up from his chair, speaking rapidly. Mayor Huang, why not let Dr. George give it a try? He's an authority in heart transplantation from America, with multiple successful transplant cases under his belt. Heart transplant. Huang Haijun's eyebrows twitched as his gaze drifted toward his wife's hospital room. It was a life-or-death gamble. If something went wrong, he'd lose both his wife and everything else. He simply couldn't risk it lightly. The blonde, blue-eyed George glanced at his watch and reminded them in somewhat stilted Dragon Kingdom speech. Mr. Huang, I'm leaving the Dragon Kingdom in 3 days. Please consider quickly. If we delay further, even I won't be confident of success. He raised an eyebrow and added, I know Mr. Huang still wants to try traditional Chinese medicine, but TCM is nothing but fraudulent trickery. Placing hope in that would be personally sealing Mrs. Huang's fate. At these words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly tensed. Both Li Jingyuan and Ye Chu turned their gazes toward George. Li Jingyuan's expression darkened. Sir, traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years with profound depth. How dare you judge it so casually? George's lips curved in a contemptuous smile. Profound depth, my ass. If it's so miraculous, why can't you cure Mrs. Huang? Li Jingyuan's breathing hitched, and he finally said in a low voice, that's merely due to my own inadequate skills, not because TCM is useless. The bald middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. Old man, stop making excuses for TCM. Most traditional Chinese doctors nowadays are frauds. Few can actually treat patients, and it'll probably be phased out before long. Li Jingyuan's eyes blazed with anger, his chest heaving violently. It was one thing for George to disparage TCM, but for this fellow Dragon Kingdom citizen to betray his own heritage was truly detestable. What kind of trash are you to dare criticize TCM? Ye Chu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, his tone sharp as a blade. The bald middle-aged man's face darkened. Kid, what did you say? Ye Chu's expression remained indifferent. I said you're a traitor to your heritage who worships foreign things. The legacy our ancestors left behind is being ruined by garbage like you. You. The bald man trembled with rage, his beady eyes fixed on Ye Chu as if he wanted to pounce and tear him apart. George raised his hand to stop the man, his tone calm, yet mocking. Young sir, from your tone, are you also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Ye Chu nodded proudly. I'm not particularly talented, but I understand some basics of TCM. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Li Jingxian. However, treating Mrs. Huang's condition should be well within my capabilities. As his words fell, the room became as quiet as if pricked by a needle. The bald middle-aged man burst into harsh laughter. Such arrogance. Aren't you afraid the wind will make you bite your tongue? Displeasure flashed across Huang Haijun's brow, and even Li Jingyuan couldn't help but frown slightly. Ye Chu was so young that even mastering Western medicine would be difficult, let alone the vast and complex field of traditional Chinese medicine. George spread his hands with a smile. In that case, why not demonstrate and let everyone see just how powerful TCM really is? Then you'd better watch carefully. Ye Chu snorted and turned to face Huang Haijun, his tone calm, yet confident. However, the real decision-maker was the patient's family member. Ye Chu didn't act rashly, but waited quietly. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Haijun finally composed himself and politely clasped his hands. Young brother, thank you for your kind intentions. Jinchuan's current condition can't withstand any disturbance. Let's have Dr. Li prescribe some medicine first and focus on recuperation for now. Though his words were polite, his refusal was crystal clear. Huang Haijun held a cup of long cold tea, his knuckles tapping lightly against the cup wall, his tone barely containing suppressed restraint. If not for Huang Fushiyue's sake, he would have already thrown the man out of the living room. Young man, do you know what status Mrs. Huang holds? How dare you think you can examine her at will? The bald middle-aged man beside him sneered with crossed arms, his eyes full of mockery. Ye Chu helplessly shrugged. Since Mr. Huang doesn't believe me, then forget it. Sister Shiriyue, let's go. As a direct disciple of the medicine emperor, he had no habit of groveling to practice medicine. Huang Fu Shiyue's expression darkened slightly. She had kindly brought Ye Chu here, only to be met with constant suspicion, and anger was building in her heart. But thinking of her close friend Li Jingxian hanging by a thread, she suppressed her emotions and turned to persuade. Jingxian, Xiao Chu's medical skills are truly remarkable. Why don't you let him take a look? Li Jingxian nodded weakly, looking at her husband with gentle eyes. Haijun, Shirwe means well. Why not let this young man have a look? George, standing by the sofa, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with curiosity in his tone. Mr. Huang, just let this gentleman try. I'd like to see traditional Chinese medicine in action. Under everyone's persuasion, Huang Haijun found it harder to refuse and could only nod, warning in a deep voice. Young man, I know you want to vindicate traditional Chinese medicine, but treating illness is no joke. Just do what you can. He feared Ye Chu might rashly harm his wife and emphasized this point, though his tone couldn't hide his wariness. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered to respond if not for Huangfu Shiyue's sake, and wanting to open the foreigner George's eyes. He would have turned and left immediately. The living room was brightly lit. Ye Chu stepped forward and placed his fingers on Li Jingxuan's wrist. Her pulse was weak and irregular. He had already used his spiritual power to identify the cause, but to avoid seeming strange, he still followed proper procedure in taking her pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and spoke calmly. Mrs. Huang's illness is easily treatable. We just need to eliminate the parasitic worm in her heart. The words parasitic worm seemed to make the living room temperature plummet. Huangfu Shiyue was stunned. Li Jungyuan frowned deeply, while the bald middle-aged man and George both burst into mocking laughter. Haha, young man, did I hear correctly? A parasitic worm? Do you think we're watching a TV drama? The bald middle-aged man threw his head back in wild laughter. George's lips curved upward. Just as I expected, traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but trickery. Huang Haijun's face turned so dark it could drip water. He said coldly, Miss Huangfu, thank you for caring about Jingxian, but please be more careful in the future about who you bring here. Huangfu Shiyue felt choked by his tone, her heart heavy, and could only cast hopeful glances toward Ye Chu. Ye Chu's expression grew serious. Sister Shiyue, your friend has been infected with a heart-devouring worm. The parasite is currently dormant, but still passively consuming her heart meridian's blood and qi, causing severe damage to her heart meridian. The worm must be eliminated quickly, or once it awakens, the consequences will be unthinkable. Nonsense. The bald middle-aged man slammed the table and stood up. Parasitic worms are pure fantasy. Mr. Mayor, I think this young man has ill intentions. He might be trying to harm your wife. Why not have him arrested and interrogated? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jingyuan raised his hand to stop him. This young friend is not speaking nonsense. Parasitic worms do indeed exist. The master physician's words instantly silenced the living room. Huang Haijun's eyes sharpened. Li Jingyuan was always prudent and would never speak without basis. Elderly, are you certain of this? He pressed. Li Jingyuan nodded. I have personally witnessed parasitic worms before. These creatures do indeed exist. However, such worms originate from the southern borderlands, and Jiangdu is thousands of miles from there. How could your wife have been infected with this poison? He looked at Huang Haijun. Mayor Huang, has your wife recently traveled to the southern borderlands? Huang Haijun shook his head, his voice hoarse. Jingxian has never been to the southern borderlands. After speaking, he eagerly turned to Ye Chu. Young man, is Jingxian really afflicted with that heart-devouring goo? Although Huang Haijun had doubts about Ye Chu's words, Li Jingyuan's confirmation made him dare not disbelieve. Ye Chu glanced at him sideways, as if looking at an idiot. What would I gain from lying to you? Huang Haijun's expression stiffened. The bald middle-aged man beside him immediately scolded. How dare you show disrespect to the mayor? Shut up. Huang Haijun stopped his subordinate, then looked at Ye Chu again, forcing a smile. Young man, I apologize for any earlier offense. Please save Jingxian. At this moment, he had already understood that Ye Chu, who could diagnose goo poison at a glance, was no ordinary person. Had pointed out something that even Li Jingyuan hadn't noticed. Ye Chu snorted and asked Li Jingyuan, Old sir, do you have silver needles with you? Li Jingyuan nodded and took out a box of silver needles from his pocket. The bald middle-aged man spoke up again. Mayor, this kid claims to be a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, but doesn't even have silver needles. He's definitely a fraud and trust him. Ye Chu's eyes turned cold. The man's repeated provocations had ignited his anger. Baldy, you've been jumping around like a monkey. If I cure Mrs. Huang, what will you do? The bald middle-aged man sneered. If you can cure her, I'll kneel down and call you grandpa. Ye Chu nodded with amusement. Fine, you said it. The bald middle-aged man felt inexplicably panicked and instinctively looked at George beside him. George crossed his arms, speaking with certainty. Don't worry, Mrs. Huang's heart damage is extremely severe. Apart from transplantation, there's no other solution. He then stared at Ye Chu with a playful expression, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Ye Chu ignored everyone else and walked to Li Jingxuan's bedside, his tone gentle. Madam, it might hurt a bit. Please bear with it. Li Jingxian forced a weak smile. It's all right, young man. Please proceed. Ye Chu opened the needle box and quickly selected needles with his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silver needles cut through the air, leaving only afterimages as they instantly landed on acupoints around Li Jingxuan's heart. Everyone didn't even have time to blink before the needling was complete. Li Jingyuan's eyes widened, his breathing heavy. Just from this technique alone, he could confidently conclude that Ye Chu's medical skills surpassed his own. In the next moment, thread-thin true qi extended from Ye Chu's fingertips, connecting all the needle tails. As he gently moved his fingers, dozens of silver needles trembled in response. After a moment, the needle bodies began to turn red, and scorching heat filled the air. Li Jingxian frowned tightly as beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her forehead. Huang Haijun clenched his fists but forced himself to remain silent. Huangfu Shiyue widened her beautiful eyes, shocked by the scene before her. George and the bald middle-aged man, who had been full of disdain, were also stunned speechless. Suddenly, several flames whooshed up at the needle tails, then transformed into thin streams of fire that flowed into Li Jingxuan's body through the needles. The Crimson Flame Divine Needles? Could this be the Crimson Flame Divine Needles? Li Jingyuan exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with both amazement and fervor. The others all turned to look, but Li Jingyuan paid no attention, staring fixedly at Ye Chu. The Crimson Flame Divine Needles were legendarily created by the Medicine Emperor. How could he not be excited? He remembered Jiang Juanyao's recent awakening after the Jiang family's marriage. For good luck, the young lady had miraculously recovered. He hadn't understood it at the time, but now it was crystal clear. It must have been Ye Chu's doing. Ah! Li Jingxian screamed, her face pale with pain. Ye Chu shouted softly, "Get out of there for me." Li Jingxuan's chest heaved erratically beneath her clothing, as if something was writhing under the fabric against her skin, making everyone present feel their scalps tingle with unease. The next moment, a sharp tearing sound rang out as the fabric split open with a fingertip-sized gash, and a crimson shadow burst forth, darting toward the window like lightning. "Vile creature, where do you think you're going?" Ye Chu flicked his sleeve, and a silver needle shot through the air, its cold gleam tracing a straight arc as it pinned the bloody shadow firmly to the distant wall. Everyone snapped back to their senses and looked. Clothesline the wall was a blood-red insect, half its body still twitching. The creature's shell was covered in mysterious patterns, both menacing and eerie. Gulp! Several accompanying bodyguards instinctively swallowed hard. A venomous insect. They had actually witnessed a real venomous insect. Ye Chu paid no attention to everyone's shock and took out several more silver needles with his other hand, sealing the burst wound on Li Jingxuan's chest before slowly channeling his inner energy into her body. In just a few moments, her pale cheeks regained a hint of color, and her rapid breathing gradually steadied. Huang Haijun quickly bent down with concern. "Jingxian, how do you feel?" "I feel much better." Li Jingxian showed a weak but genuine smile, looking up gratefully. "Young miracle doctor, thank you for saving me." Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing, don't mention it." With that, he removed the acupoint sealing needles one by one and instructed Huang Haijun to bring paper and pen, quickly writing out a prescription. "Follow this prescription for 3 to 4 treatment courses, and your wife will recover completely." Huang Haijun received the prescription like a precious treasure, apologetically saying, "Young miracle doctor, thank you for your intervention. I was quite rude earlier, and I sincerely apologize. If you ever need anything from me, Huang, please don't hesitate to ask." Ye Chu nodded lightly. "You're too kind, Mr. Huang. Just don't judge people so hastily in the future." Huang Haijun smiled sheepishly and repeatedly promised to do better. Huang Fu Shuriwei stood nearby with a smile in her eyes. "Little brother, I never imagined your medical skills were so impressive." Though she had suspected as much, she was still amazed by Ye Chu's methods. Ye Chu smiled modestly. "Just some minor techniques, nothing worth mentioning." Li Jingyuan stared at the silver needle still embedded in the wall, his eyes filled with even greater admiration. "Haha, young friend, you're being too modest. The Crimson Flame Divine Needles are hardly minor techniques. I never expected someone of your age to have received the true teachings of the Medicine Emperor." His words carried a hint of probing, trying to discern the relationship between Ye Chu and the Medicine Emperor. Ye Chu handed the remaining needles back to Li Jingyuan. "Elder, I've used your borrowed needles. Thank you." Seeing that he didn't respond to the hint, Li Jingyuan felt slightly disappointed, but became even more certain that their relationship was significant. He immediately waved his hand. "It's just a box of silver needles. Consider them a gift." This set of Crimson Flame Divine Needles was no ordinary item, yet the old man offered them so casually. Ye Chu understood his gesture of goodwill and didn't refuse. "Then I thank you, Elder. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me." Li Jingyuan had been waiting for exactly those words and immediately took out his phone to exchange contact information with Ye Chu. On the other side, the bald middle-aged man who had been standing in the corner was quietly edging toward the door. "Stop right there. Where do you think you're going?" Ye Chu's casual remark froze him in place. The bald middle-aged man turned around, forcing a smile onto his chubby face. "Young man, is there something you need?" Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. "Did you forget what you said earlier?" The bald man's expression shifted uncertainly as he lowered his voice. "Young man, I was just talking nonsense earlier. Please don't take it seriously." Ye Chu picked at his ear. "Unfortunately, I'm exactly the type of person who takes things seriously. So what are we going to do about this?" The fat on the bald man's face trembled as he took a deep breath. One should be forgiving when possible. Being too extreme benefits no one. "I'm Zhang Dequan, director of the First People's Hospital. If you ever need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." "Are you threatening me?" Ye Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. Just some worthless hospital director. Who did he think he was? Zhang Dequan's face turned ashen as he tried to speak, but Huang Haijun cut him off. "Director Zhang, a man must keep his word," Huang Haijun said expressionlessly. Zhang Dequan's lips trembled, and he finally gritted his teeth and knelt down, calling out, "Grandpa." in a voice barely above a whisper before scrambling to his feet and fleeing with his head down. Meanwhile, George was staring intently at the red parasitic worm, his eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Ye Chu pulled out the silver needle and raised an eyebrow. Well, foreigner, isn't traditional Chinese medicine more impressive than your Western medicine? George snapped back to reality and nodded vigorously. Incredible. There really was a worm inside Mrs. Huang's body. I clearly examined her with instruments, but found nothing. Ye Chu curled his lip. The heart-devouring parasite merges with flesh and blood off course instruments can't detect it. George pushed forward to Ye Chu, his eyes bright as light bulbs. Sir, would you take me as your disciple? Just as Ye Chu was about to refuse, he saw the man drop to his knees with a thud. I need to kowtow to become a disciple, right? He said, about to bow his head. Don't kowtow randomly, I don't take disciples. Ye Chu quickly grabbed him, cursing inwardly at how direct this foreigner was. George disappointedly dusted off his pants and left dejectedly, with Li Zhenyuan following behind. Ye Chu looked toward Huang Fu Shiriwei, preparing to take his leave. It was getting late, and he needed to go home. Huang Haijun quickly said, Divine Doctor, you've worked hard all day. Please stay for dinner before you go. Ye Chu was about to decline when Li Jingxian also urged, We haven't properly thanked you yet. He could only nod. All right then. With one phone call from Huang Haijun, delicious dishes were soon steaming hot on the long table. Huang Haijun personally poured the wine and raised his glass. I offended you earlier. Let me toast you and apologize. Ye Chu waved his hand. It's a small matter, don't worry about it. The more nonchalant he was, the more Huang Haijun's face burned with shame. Huang Fu Shiriwei smoothed things over. It's all in the past now. Let's eat. Everyone raised their glasses and drank, and over an hour passed in a flash. As they parted, Li Jingxian handed over a golden card. Divine Dr. Yi, this is a membership card for the Jiangnan Commerce Association. You can spend freely at all establishments under the association. It's a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Ye Chu didn't act coy and casually tucked it into his pocket, then left the estate side by side with Huang Fu Shiriwei. The night was deep. Sister Shiriwei, I'll be going now. Huang Fu Shiriwei wanted to see him off, but he politely declined it, still had to return to the Jiang family. And if Han Mingwan and the others saw them together, it would be troublesome to explain. Ye Chu hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Jiang family villa. Halfway there, his phone suddenly rang, showing an unknown number. Guessing it was Yi Tianqing, he hung up directly. But the phone rang again, and he frowned as he answered. Kid, if you want to save your little girlfriend, come to Dynasty nightclub in the south of the city, came the voice of the red-haired thug he had beaten up that morning. Ye Chu, don't come no matter what, theme MMPH. Sun Yuro's crying voice came through. Ye Chu's face instantly darkened. You'd better not touch her, or you'll face the consequences. Haha. Kid, you'd better hurry up. The other party sneered and hung up. A cold light flashed in Ye Chu's eyes as he said grimly to the driver, Master, change course to Dynasty nightclub in the south of the city. In a private room on the top floor of Dynasty nightclub, the red-haired thug hung up the phone and reported to the dark-skinned man nearby. Brother Jun, that kid will be here soon. The dark-skinned man was named Wang Jun, a minor boss of the White Dragon Society in the Southern District. He was half reclining on the sofa with a scantily clad, heavily made-up seductive woman in his arms, his rough hands roaming over her body as his triangular eyes flashed with cold light. Tell the brothers to get ready. I want to see if that kid is really as tough as you all claim. After hearing about how Red Hair and the others got beaten up during the day, Wang Jun flew into a rage and immediately ordered his men to capture Sun Yuro, using her to force Ye Chu to show himself. The red-haired thug received his orders and left the room. Only then did Wang Jun turn his gaze to Sun Yuro, who was tied up in the corner, saying with a sinister smile, Beauty, if you obediently submit to me, I might spare that kid's life later. Disgust and determination flashed in Sun Yuro's eyes as she gritted her teeth and shot back. Never. I'd rather die than let a beast like you touch me. Slap. The seductive woman delivered a sharp slap across Sun Yuro's pale face, immediately leaving bright red finger marks. You little bitch, being noticed by Brother Jun is your blessing. Stop acting so high and mighty. She cast a contemptuous glance at Sun Yuro, then turned back to Wang Jun with a coquettish smile. Brother Jun, doesn't this little slut pride herself on being pure? Why don't you take her right in front of that kid later? Wang Jun slapped the woman's plump buttocks and burst into laughter. Great idea, I love it. The woman giggled and snuggled closer, adding, Let's record the whole thing. If she doesn't cooperate, we'll send the video to her school. Sun Yuro's face turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with despair. If that happened, she would have nowhere left to turn. Wang Jun nodded approvingly, his gaze sweeping over her body with mockery. Beauty, think it through. I don't usually like getting rough with women, so don't force my hand. Sun Yuro closed her eyes, having already made up her mind. If Ye Chu couldn't save her, she would rather bite her tongue and die than suffer such humiliation. The seductive woman seemed to read her thoughts and jerked her chin toward a lackey at the door. Get that new stuff from the shop and let this little bitch have a taste. The lackey produced a blue pill, forced open Sun Yuro's jaw, and shoved it into her mouth. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. Moments after the pill went down her throat, a burning heat surged up from her abdomen. Her pale face quickly flushed red, and her hands couldn't help but tear at her clothes, exposing large patches of snow-white skin to the air. Ha ha ha, still acting pure? Turns out you're just like any other bitch in heat. The seductive woman laughed loudly, her eyes full of mockery. She loved nothing more than watching innocent girls get dragged into the abyss step by step. Wang Jun's breathing grew heavy as he roughly pushed the woman away. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to have my fun first. Resentment flickered in the seductive woman's eyes, but she didn't dare stop him, only watching as he stood up. Just as Sun Yuro was about to face her ordeal, the door to the private room was kicked open and a lackey stumbled in. Wang Jun flew into a rage. Get out. Who told you to come in? The lackey trembled and quickly explained. Brother Jun, Brother Baldy is here. Wang Jun's expression darkened. Where? The disco on the first floor. Take me there. Keep a close eye on this woman. He barked an order at the seductive woman, then quickly followed the lackey out of the room. Soon, they arrived at the disco on the first floor. The pounding music was deafening, and lights danced and flickered through the air. On the central stage, a crowd of men and women swayed wildly to the rhythm of the music. Around the perimeter were booth seats where patrons sipped drinks while enjoying the performances on stage. The lights flickered between bright and dim as thunderous drum beats made the glasses on tables tremble slightly. Led by a lackey, Ye Chu's daytime adversary, the big bald man, sat in the innermost booth, drinking and toasting with a group of his underlings. Bald Li's gaze frequently drifted toward the stage, where the scantily clad dancers helped him temporarily forget the day's humiliation. Boss Li, if we'd known you were coming, we could have made proper arrangements. Wang Jun fawned as he approached with a servile expression. Bald Li casually swirled his glass and waved dismissively. I'm just here to have fun tonight. Don't bother me, go mind your own business. Wang Jun didn't dare actually leave, forcing a smile as he tried to sit nearby. Bald Li shot him a withering glare. Find somewhere else to cool off and stop disturbing my drinking. Yes, yes, of course. Wang Jun nodded repeatedly and slunk away dejectedly, was merely a minor leader in the White Dragon Society, nowhere near Bald Li's level in terms of seniority or status. Meanwhile, a taxi powered by money's influence screeched to a halt outside Dynasty nightclub. Ye Chu slammed the door and strode straight toward the entrance. Just as he reached the door, the blonde punk who had confronted him on the street the other day approached with a deliberately cocky smirk. Kid, you actually dared to show up? Cut the chatter and lead the way. Ye Chu's voice was cold as ice shards. The blonde punk felt a chill down his spine under that stare and obediently led the way. The two passed through the noisy disco, with spinning mirror balls and rolling waves of music, heading straight upstairs. At that moment, one of Bald Li's men rubbed his eyes, staring at a distant figure in a daze, feeling like the person resembled that morning's demon. Zhang Matzi, what are you spacing out for? Bald Li asked suspiciously. Zhang Matzi smiled bitterly to himself. Was he hallucinating from fear? How could that demon possibly come to a place like this? He quickly shook his head and returned to his seat. In the top-floor private room, Wang Jun stepped through the door to be greeted by the sight of Sun Yuro. The girl's face was flushed, fine sweat beaded at her temples, and soft gasps escaped her cherry lips, a scene that made Wang Jun's eyes light up with anticipation as he eagerly prepared to undress. Suddenly, the red-haired punk burst through the door. Boss Wang, that kid's here. Wang Jun's eyebrow twitched. This was the second interruption tonight, but thinking he'd soon achieve his goal, he suppressed his anger. Are the brothers ready? The redhead nodded. They're all next door, dozens of brothers ready for orders. Good. Wang Jun settled onto the sofa, his hand moving to his waistband, expression turning sinister. The private room door opened again as the blonde punk led Ye Chu inside. Sun Yuro's eyes were hazy, but she instantly caught sight of Ye Chu's figure. Just as she was about to rush toward him, the sultry woman raised her hand and slapped her back onto the sofa. Little slut. Trying to run? Sit tight and wait for Boss Wang's favor. The sharp crack made veins bulge at Ye Chu's temples, his brow darkening like thunder. The sultry woman showed no fear, even provocatively swaying her hips. Oh, does it hurt to watch? Don't worry. This is just the appetizer, the main course is coming. Ye Chu said nothing and strode towards Sun Yuro. Stop right there. Wang Jun's face darkened. Take one more step and I'll break your legs. Ye Chu continued forward. A nearby lackey rushed up shouting. Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Boss Wang? Ye Chu backhanded him, sending the lackey flying into a table where bottles shattered and liquor splashed everywhere. Wang Jun's eyes turned ice cold. The red-haired punk immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie. Everyone get in here. Within seconds, dozens of armed thugs swarmed in, packing the room tight, their steel pipes and baseball bats clanging ominously. Wang Jun stood up, brushing off his clothes with a mocking smile. Little punk, think you're tough? What good is fighting? Out here, it's all about connections. He surveyed his men. I'm with the White Wolf Society, got dozens of brothers under me, connections, and manpower, not something a little punk like you can challenge. Wang Jun wore an arrogant expression, completely dismissing Ye Chu. Kid, I'll give you one chance. Kneel down obediently and watch me have my way with this woman. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you off the hook. Ye Chu suddenly smiled, his lips parting to reveal a set of pearly white teeth. This morning, I met another arrogant bastard just like you. Too bad he's already gone to meet the king of hell. You don't know what's good for you. Wang Jun cursed. Get him. Break this little beast's limbs first. A group of thugs rushed forward, all their weapons aimed at Ye Chu. Sun Yuro looked on with worry, praying in her heart that nothing would happen to Ye Chu. Ye Chu raised his hand and snatched a triangular spike, giving it a light swing that sent several men flying. His figure weaved and dodged through the crowd's assault while striking swiftly. With each move, someone went flying. In no time, dozens of thugs were knocked to the ground, each bearing wounds. Crimson blood pooled on the floor as screams echoed one after another. Gulp! The red-haired thug couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with terror. Though he knew Ye Chu could fight, he never imagined he was this formidable. Even Wang Jun was stunned. As a core member of the White Wolf Society, he had seen his share of skilled fighters. But the scene before him was still shocking. The techniques Ye Chu displayed marked him as a true martial arts master of considerable strength. He took a deep breath, suppressing his amazement, and forced a smile onto his face. Kid, I see you've got some skills. How about joining my White Wolf Society? A mere White Wolf Society thinks it's worthy of my service? Ye Chu's voice was calm, as if stating a simple fact. What an arrogant little punk. Wang Jun laughed in fury, tearing off his shirt to reveal a muscular torso covered in scars. You really think having some skill gives you the right to be cocky? Let me tell you, this world is far bigger than you imagine. With that, he picked up a machete from the ground and charged forward. The sharp blade aimed straight for Ye Chu's face. As a lieutenant of the White Wolf Society, he was no ordinary opponent. Besides commanding dozens of brothers, he was also a fifth-stage body tempering expert. Swish! A cold gleam flashed, and Wang Jun's knife-wielding hand was severed on the spot. Ah! Wang Jun let out a piercing scream, his remaining hand clutching the bleeding wound, his eyes filled with terror. Ye Chu dropped the triangular spike, his voice flat. You're right. The world is far bigger than you imagine. Wang Jun's eyes flashed with humiliation and rage. Seeing Ye Chu approach, he tried to sound fierce despite his fear. What do you want? I'm with the White Wolf Society. Slap. Ye Chu delivered a backhand that spun Wang Jun around several times. White Wolf Society. Is that supposed to impress me? Wang Jun's mouth was full of blood. You'd better not leave if you've got the guts. I'm calling for backup right now. Go ahead, Ye Chu said dismissively, striding towards Sun Yuro. Wang Jun shouted at the red-haired thug. Quick, go downstairs and get Brother Baldy. The red-haired thug didn't dare hesitate and quickly fled the private room. Seeing Ye Chu approach, the seductive woman's face went pale as she hastily backed away. Ye Chu, Sun Yuro called out softly, rising to throw herself into his arms. With her soft warmth in his embrace and the unique fragrance of a young woman filling his nostrils, Ye Chu felt his heart stir. He took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within, and used his inner energy to neutralize the drug in the girl's system. Sun Yuro quickly regained her clarity, holding Ye Chu tightly as crystal tears flowed from her eyes. Woo, Ye Chu, thank you for saving me. The young woman wept tears of joy, her eyes filled with the relief of having survived a catastrophe. Ye Chu leaned down, his fingertips gently tracing the clear handprint on her cheek. The slight swelling beneath her skin radiated burning pain, and his gaze turned cold as ice. Yuro, it must hurt terribly. I'll get revenge for you right now. Just 2 steps away, the seductively dressed woman had already collapsed to the ground, her legs weakened by the murderous aura. When Ye Chu's gaze shifted to her, his stare pierced her like cold stars. Instinctively, she began kowtowing frantically. Big brother, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please spare me. Slap yourself until I'm satisfied. Ye Chu's voice was devoid of any warmth. Without daring to hesitate for even a moment, the woman raised her hand and struck herself. One slap, then another. The crisp sounds echoed through the private room. Her pale cheeks quickly swelled with angry red marks, tears mixed with smeared makeup dripping from her chin, yet she dared not stop. Meanwhile, in the first-floor lobby, the red-haired thug burst breathlessly into the crowd, finding Bald Lee, who was playing drinking games with his brothers. Boss Lee, trouble. Big trouble. Bald Lee was in high spirits and flew into a rage at the interruption, waving his hand angrily. Get lost. Stop bothering me. The red-haired man trembled but steeled himself, lowering his voice. Boss Lee, someone's causing trouble upstairs. Not only did they injure several people, but they also chopped off Brother Jun's arm. At these words, Bald Lee's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing through them. Damn it, someone dares to cause trouble in my White Wolf Society territory? Lead the way, let me see which worthless punk it is. He was already in a foul mood, and now his anger ignited instantly. Several subordinates stood up in unison. Zhang Matsi was the most aggressive, grinning menacingly as he shrugged his jacket. Son of a bitch, looks like our White Wolf society has been keeping too low a profile lately. Red Hair, lead the way, let me see which bastard dares to cause trouble. Red Hair quickly led the way as the group charged toward the top floor with murderous intent. The door to the top floor private room was pushed open. Boss Lee, that person is inside. Boss, let me handle this. Zhang Matsi roared as he stepped into the room, his triangular eyes sweeping the scene. In the dim lighting, he first saw the woman kneeling on the floor, frantically slapping herself, then spotted Ye Chu standing by the window. The moment that face came into view, his pupils contracted sharply, his body freezing as if struck by lightning. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was still that familiar face, haunting as a nightmare. Gulp. Zhang Matsi's Adam's apple bobbed as terror crawled up his spine to the crown of his head. The crowd outside hadn't noticed his strange behavior. Wang Jun, clutching his bloody severed arm, stumbled forward, crying hoarsely, "Brother Matsi, you must seek justice for your little brother." Before he could finish, Zhang Matsi suddenly turned and strode toward the exit. "Brother Matsi, where are you going?" Wang Jun called out urgently. Without looking back, Zhang Matsi replied, "Wrong room." And with that, he bolted. In the corridor, another subordinate frowned. "Zhang Matsi, what's going on? Why did you come out so quickly?" Zhang Matsi's face was ashen. "I just remembered my mom asked me to bring food home. I'm leaving first." Baldly raised an eyebrow, but the other subordinate wasn't satisfied. "This guy let us hear, how could he get the wrong room? Are you drunk?" Muttering, he charged into the room, only to emerge less than 2 seconds later, his face pale as ash. "Really was the wrong room," he said in a trembling voice. "Brother Matsi, Auntie can't go hungry. Let's go home quickly." Red Hair watched in complete bewilderment. "Big brothers, what are you talking about? The troublemaker is right inside." Just then, Wang Jun stumbled out clutching his severed arm, and upon seeing Baldly, he wailed even more pitifully. "Boss Lee, look at my hand. You must seek justice for me." Just as Baldly was about to speak, Zhang Matsi suddenly kicked out, sending Wang Jun crashing into the wall as fresh blood gushed forth. "Damn you! You bastard, are you blind? How dare you provoke someone like that?" The other subordinate joined in the cursing. "Brother Matsi, hit him harder. Scum like him, who only knows how to cause trouble, deserves to be beaten to death." "Stop!" Baldly roared, his fierce gaze sweeping toward Zhang Matsi. "Zhang Matsi, what the hell has gotten into you?" Zhang Matsi's face was bitter, his throat seeming blocked with sand. "Be boss inside. Inside is that killing star." Baldy Lee was completely stunned. He had barely managed to send that troublemaker away during the day, only to run into him again at night? And his subordinate had actually provoked the man. His chest tightened as rage instantly surged through him. "You son of a bitch, you really dare to mess with anyone." He rushed up to Wang Jun and delivered a heavy kick. Wang Jun had just gotten up from the ground when the kick sent him crashing into the wall, grimacing in pain. The red-haired thug nearby stood frozen in confusion. Why was the boss beating up his own man? Without time to think, Baldy Lee steeled himself and pushed open the door to the private room. Under the dim yellow light, Ye Chu sat sprawled in the center of the sofa like a king, surrounded by chaos. At his feet shattered bottles, overturned fruit plates, and unconscious subordinates. Baldy Lee's eye twitched as he bowed with a forced smile. "Be boss. What a coincidence." Ye Chu's lips curved slightly, his tone indifferent. "Indeed, quite a coincidence. Everywhere I go, I get to witness the arrogant faces of your White Wolf gang." That cold gaze pierced like needles, making Baldy Lee's scalp tingle. He quickly put on a fawning smile. "Boss, I truly had no knowledge of tonight's incident. It was all that bastard Wang Jun causing trouble. Just say the word, and I'll do whatever you command." Wang Jun at the doorway felt his blood run cold, his face turning deathly pale. He had really kicked an iron plate this time. "I don't want to see him again." Ye Chu's tone was light, but left no room for argument. "Yes, yes, yes." Baldy Lee nodded repeatedly, then turned and shouted outside. "After tonight, you'll never see him again." Wang Jun was so terrified he dropped to his knees, kowtowing frantically. "Senior, spare my life. I was blind, please. Enough noise. Drag him away." Baldy Lee's expression turned cold. Zhang Matsi and the others immediately stepped forward, dragging Wang Jun out like a dead dog. The pleading voices in the corridor were soon swallowed by the sound of closing doors. Several subordinates still lay scattered across the private room floor. Baldy Lee pointed at them and asked quietly, "Boss, how should these men be dealt with?" "One palm strike each. I've already punished them. All of you get lost." Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. Baldy Lee secretly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to shout, "What are you waiting for? Get up and thank the boss." Enduring their pain, the men thanked him in unison before stumbling out of the room, supporting themselves against the walls. Only the seductive woman remained in the room. Half her face was swollen like a steamed bun, her makeup streaked with tears. Ye Chu glanced at her and said flatly, "Get lost. Behave yourself from now on." The woman thanked him repeatedly and stumbled away. Sun Yuro witnessed everything from the side, feeling that Ye Chu possessed an irresistible aura of authority. Those thugs who usually bullied others were like obedient cats in his presence. Baldy Lee mustered his courage to ask, "Boss, about tonight's matter, what do you think?" "You performed adequately, so we'll leave it at that." Ye Chu's voice wasn't loud, but each word struck Baldy Lee's heart. "Remember, if there's a next time, I won't hesitate to uproot your entire White Wolf gang." "Absolutely not. Boss, rest assured." Baldy Lee nodded frantically, sweat streaming down his forehead. Ye Chu grunted in acknowledgement, stood up, and left with Sun Yuro's hand in his. Their figures quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Only then did Baldy Lee's tense nerves relax. His clothes were soaked through as if he had survived a disaster. Zhang Matzi and the others returned to the private room, and someone asked with concern, "Boss, that troublemaker didn't give you a hard time, did he?" "No, he's gone." Baldy Lee let out a long breath and collapsed into the sofa. A subordinate called Wang Dizue said indignantly, "Boss, that punk was too arrogant. We can't just let this slide, can we?" Zhang Matzi shot him a sideways glance. "What? You want revenge?" Wang Dazue opened his mouth, but his voice weakened. "But we can't just do nothing. What else can we do if we don't let it slide?" Baldy Lee rubbed his temples, his voice low. "That young man is definitely a Meridian opening Grandmaster. Such a young Grandmaster has limitless potential ahead of him. Given the White Wolf Society's current predicament, we can't afford to provoke another young Grandmaster." The key members exchanged glances, sighing in unison as the conversation came to an abrupt halt. Neon lights flickered in the night breeze as Ye Chu walked out of the nightclub's side entrance with Sun Yuro, raising his hand to hail a taxi. Suddenly, an engine roared in the distance, and headlights cut through the darkness like Bladisa red sports car sped toward them with a sharp screech of brakes. The car stopped precisely at the entrance, its scissor doors slowly rising like a glamorous stage debut under spotlights, instantly drawing gasps from passers-by and a flurry of camera flashes. Several young women's eyes lit up with excitement. A well-dressed young man stepped out of the sports car. His gaze swept the area and immediately locked onto Ye Chu, a playful smirk crossing his lips. The newcomer was none other than Yi Tianqing's second son Ye Fei. Well, if it isn't my dear brother Ye Chu," he said, striding forward aggressively. His eyes shifted from Ye Chu to Sun Yuro, flashing with surprise and greed. The kidnapping plan had just begun, yet the prey had walked right into his trap. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered and turned to leave. "Stop right there." Ye Chu turned back, his brow slightly furrowed. "What do you want?" "Ye Chu, you may have married into the Jiang family, but don't forget your surname." Ye Fei assumed the air of an elder brother, his tone scolding. "Fooling around with another woman so soon after your wedding? What will the Jiang family do when they find out? If you want to destroy yourself, don't drag the Yi family down with you. Go back to the Jiang family obediently. I'll handle this woman for you. Also, Dad wants to meet Miss Jiang. You know how to arrange that, right?" Ye Chu's eyes turned cold. "Are you trying to tell me what to do?" His voice remained calm but resolute. "Go back and tell Yi Tianqing that I have nothing more to do with the Yi family. Stop bothering me." Yi Fei's expression darkened, his voice rising. "You bastard. Mom was right, having the Jiang family's backing has made you arrogant, hasn't it? But what are you really? Just a Livian son-in-law. Do you think the Jiang family truly respects you? If you're smart, you'll work for the Yi family's interests. Otherwise what?" Ye Chu interrupted coldly. "Otherwise, the Yi family's methods are beyond what a waste like you can imagine." Yi Fei threatened menacingly. Ye Chu's gaze sharpened. "You'd better not get any funny ideas. Otherwise, my methods are also beyond what a mere Yi family can imagine." With that, he took Sun Yuro's hand and walked away. Yi Fei stared at their retreating figures, his expression sinister. "Ungrateful waste. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think Olivian's son-in-law can do whatever he wants." His gaze fell on Sun Yuro's graceful curves, and he licked his lips. "Once I've had my way with this woman, let's see how long you can keep up that tough act." He turned and stormed back into the nightclub, striding into the main hall and addressing the approaching server. "Lead the way. I want to see your boss." "Of course, young Master Yi. This way, please." The server immediately led him. The elevator went straight to the top floor. Under the dim hallway lights, the red-haired thug, Brother Airplane, stood guard outside the largest office. "Brother Airplane, young Master Yi wants to see Brother June," the server whispered. The red-haired man looked up and smiled awkwardly. "Young Master Yi, Brother June isn't here today. Perhaps another time." "Where is he?" Yi Fei frowned, his tone demanding. The red-haired man struggled to come up with an excuse when a gruff voice suddenly came from inside the room. "Who's out there? Isn't there someone inside?" Yi Fei looked displeased and reached for the door handle. The office was filled with smoke, and Baldy Lee and others were sitting around the sofa. After their private room was destroyed, they had temporarily moved here. The red-haired man quickly introduced them. "Brother Baldy, this is the eldest young master of the Yi family. He's looking for Brother June." Baldy Li held his teacup and looked up indifferently. What do you want? Speak. His indifferent tone angered Yi Fei, though he didn't dare cause trouble. Young Master Yi, this is Brother Baldy, Brother Jun's elder brother, the red-haired man whispered. So you're Brother Baldy. I've heard so much about you. Yi Fei quickly put on a smile. Zhang Matzi crossed his legs and slapped the sofa back. Cut the crap and get to the point. Yi Fei suppressed his displeasure and got straight to business. Brothers, I want to make a deal. Baldy Li raised an eyebrow. What kind of deal? Help me kidnap someone. 2 million when it's done. Zhang Matzi snorted. 2 million? Are you trying to pay off beggars? Yi Fei's face stiffened, and he gritted his teeth. 5 million. Only then did Zhang Matzi nod. Fine, but it depends on who the target is. Don't worry, she's just an ordinary student. Yi Fei pulled out his phone, found a photo, and handed it over. Her name is Sun Yuro, a sophomore at Jiangdu University. Her family runs a noodle shop. No connections. The photo's light reflected on their faces. Baldy Li, Zhang Matzi, and the other subordinates exchanged glances, fury burning in their eyes. They had just sent away that demon, and now someone wanted to kidnap his woman? Did he have a death wish? Yi Fei remained completely oblivious, smugly closing his phone. So, brothers, how about it? Isn't this a profitable deal? Inside the private room, several men's faces turned extremely grim as they stared intently at Yi Fei. Feeling their piercing gazes making his scalp tingle, Yi Fei was about to shrink back when Zhang Matzi suddenly sprang up, slamming the table and roaring, "A good deal? Screw your good deal." Before his words had even finished echoing, he threw a punch straight at Yi Fei's face, followed by a vicious kick. The remaining men also pounced forward, their fists and feet raining down like hailstones. Accompanied by the clatter of overturned tables and chairs, the office instantly filled with blood-curdling screams. Outside the nightclub, Ye Chu hurriedly left with Sun Yuro, heading to a nearby shopping mall. The girl's top had been torn to shreds. If she went home like this, Sun Xiaoying would surely suspect that Ye Chu had done something inappropriate to her daughter. Entering the mall, the two headed straight for a women's clothing store. Welcome. A young female sales associate approached them with an enthusiastic smile. Dear customers, our new arrivals just came in. Please feel free to try on anything that catches your eye. Ye Chu spoke in a flat tone. Recommend a few outfits for her. The sales associate's gaze fell on Sun Yuro, and her eyes flashed with amazement. She picked out a purple dress and handed it over. Sir, this purple one would perfectly complement your girlfriend's temperament. The word girlfriend made Sun Yuro's ears burn red, but seeing that Ye Chu didn't object, she felt a secret thrill of joy. Taking the dress in her hands, she found the fabric soft and smooth with elegant lines. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it, until she caught sight of the price tag. Over 30,000 yuan. That was equivalent to her tuition and living expenses for an entire year. Ye Chu, I'm not really used to wearing dresses. Shall we look at something else? Ye Chu saw through her concerns and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, price isn't an issue. Just go ahead and try it on. But the girl still hesitated, feeling uneasy about spending his money for no reason. Ye Chu cut her off directly. No buts. Go change. The sales associate sighed enviously. Miss, your boyfriend is so wonderful. Sun Yuro's face turned even redder, but she couldn't refuse any longer. Just as she was about to enter the fitting room, a sharp voice suddenly cut through the air. Well, if it isn't Sun Yuro. Your family just runs a noodle shop. How dare you come to a place like this to buy clothes? Ye Chu frowned and looked toward the source of the voice, seeing a heavily made-up woman emerge from the back of the store. The sales associate hurriedly greeted her. Manager, Zhang Xiaoli. The woman's face darkened. How many times have I told you? The clothes in our store are very expensive. Not everyone can try them on. If they get dirty, can you afford to compensate? Zhang Xiaoli lowered her head and fell silent, clearly intimidated by this manager. The woman turned her gaze to Sun Yuro and sneered coldly. Sun Yuro, don't you know your family's financial situation? How dare you put on airs? If you really dirty the clothes, will you pay for them? Sun Yuro's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ye Chu patted her shoulder, then raised his eyes to stare at the woman, speaking each word deliberately. Apologize to Yuro. Apologize. The woman scoffed, as if she deserves it. After speaking, she looked Ye Chu up and down, her mockery growing thicker. Sun Yuro, is this poor boy your boyfriend? TSK, you really have terrible taste. Sun Yuro said angrily. Wang Yingying, my business is none of your concern. Wang Yingying curled her lip. Who cares about your business? Get lost quickly, don't be an eyesore. Though angry, Sun Yuro knew the other woman's personality and didn't want to get entangled, so she pulled Ye Chu to leave. Ye Chu held her hand firmly. Don't rush, she hasn't apologized yet. He locked his gaze on Wang Yingying. I'll ask one last time, are you sure you won't apologize? Wang Yingying crossed her arms, her attitude arrogant. You poor loser, I won't apologize. What can you do about it? Slap. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered with words and slapped her across the face, saying coldly, I can slap you. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the spacious women's clothing store, and Wang Yingying's cheek instantly swelled with red handprint marks. She was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes filled with blood as she gritted her teeth and cursed. "You damn loser. How dare you hit me? Just you wait." She pulled out her phone, her fingers trembling as she pressed the speed dial. As soon as the call connected, she immediately switched to a pitiful, tearful tone. "Brother Tian, someone's causing trouble in the store and hit me. You must stand up for me. Woo woo woo. Wait there. I'm coming right over." A man's deep, cold voice came from the other end, followed by a decisive hang-up. Wang Yingying put away her phone, her voice filled with bitter resentment. "You poor loser, just wait and see how Brother Tian deals with you." Ye Chu didn't even bother to lift his eyes, simply turning to instruct Zhang Xiaoli. "Go get several more outfits for Euro to try on." Zhang Xiaoli glanced at Wang Yingying's menacing expression and felt somewhat intimidated. Ye Chu's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one will dare trouble you." With this assurance, Zhang Xiaoli secretly made up her mind. Worst case, I'll just quit. She quickly selected several new styles and led Sun Euro toward the fitting room. Sun Euro wanted to refuse, but Ye Chu gently pushed her forward, leaving her no choice but to enter the fitting room. Wang Yingying watched coldly, calculating in her mind how much compensation to demand later, so she didn't interfere. Before long, the fitting room curtain was pulled aside, and a young woman in a light purple dress emerged. The soft fabric flowed gracefully with her movements, making her appear both radiantly beautiful and ethereally elegant. "How does it look?" Sun Euro asked with a mix of shyness and anticipation. "Very beautiful, like a fairy who has descended to earth." Ye Chu praised her generously. The young woman's eyes immediately curved into crescents. Her mood greatly lifted as she returned to the fitting room. Zhang Xiaoli took the opportunity to hand her several more outfits, and Sun Euro tried them on one by one. Each ensemble so stunning it was impossible to look away. Ye Chu silently marveled. Zhang Xiaoli's eye for fashion combined with Sun Euro's natural beauty truly complemented each other perfectly. Just as she finished changing into the sixth outfit, the store door was violently pushed open. A tall young man led 7 or 8 security guards inside, their black suits casting an oppressive presence under the store's lighting. Wang Yingying's eyes lit up as she immediately rushed forward. "Brother Tian, you're finally here. Look at my face, woo woo." Zhao Xiaotian glanced at her reddened cheek, his expression darkening. "What exactly happened?" Wang Yingying embellished the story, recounting everything from beginning to end. "Don't worry, I'll get justice for you." Zhao Xiaotian nodded indifferently, his gaze finally sweeping toward the interior of the store. Ye Chu was walking over from the fitting room area. Upon seeing him, Zhao Xiaotian was initially startled, then a mocking smile curved his lips. Well, I wondered who would be so bold as to cause trouble at Jiangnan Mall. Turns out it's the Jiang family's Livian son-in-law." Wang Yingying was surprised. "Brother Tian, you know this guy?" "I do." Zhao Xiaotian nodded. "His name is Ye Chu, the Jiang family's Livian son-in-law who's been the talk of Jiangdu City lately." Having seen his photo circulated among the second-generation circles, he recognized him immediately. Wang Yingying was momentarily stunned, not expecting Ye Chu to have such an identity. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. But the Jiang family was still not to be trifled with, so she hesitated. "Then should we?" "Don't worry." Zhao Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively, sneering. "He's just a useless Livian son-in-law. The Jiang family won't offend the Jiangnan Commerce Association over him. His father was the general manager of this very mall, and behind the mall stood the massive entity that was the Jiangnan Commerce Association. Even as just a general manager, his status was no less than that of ordinary Jiang family members." Wang Yingying immediately felt reassured. Just then, Sun Euro finished changing and emerged from the fitting room. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "What a beautiful girl." Sun Euro approached Ye Chu and said, "That's enough, you don't need to try on any more." The upscale women's boutique was bathed in soft lighting, with rows of evening gowns on mirrored racks reflecting gentle gleams. Ye Chu nodded slightly and instructed the sales associate Zhang Xiaoli, "Wrap them all up." "Ye Chu, one dress is enough. Taking them all would be too expensive." Sun Euro shook her head frantically, her voice tinged with unease. Ye Chu waved dismissively, his voice calm. "It's nothing, just a few 100,000. I can afford it." A cold laugh came from the sofa in the lounge area. Zhao Xiaotian leaned against the armrest, his eyes full of mockery. "Huh, such big talk. Truly worthy of Jiangdu City's famous Livian son-in-law of the Jiang family." Ye Chu's gaze turned cold as he shot back without courtesy. "None of your damn business." Zhao Xiaoyan's expression instantly stiffened, then his face darkened. He stepped forward menacingly, looking down at Ye Chu with an arrogant tone. "Just because I called you the Jiang family's Livian son-in-law, you actually think you're somebody? Kid, a worthless son-in-law like you is nothing in front of a real second-generation heir. For the Jiang family's sake, I'll give you one chance, kneel down and apologize. Hand over this woman to me, and I might let you off the hook." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yingying, who was standing nearby, flashed hatred in her eyes. Back in high school, she had finally managed to hook up with a rich second-generation heir, but he instantly fell for someone else when Sun Yuro appeared. Since then, she had harbored jealousy toward her. Now, she naturally seized the opportunity to flatter Zhao Xiaotian. Sun Yuro, being favored by brother Tian is your blessing. Why don't you come over? As long as you behave obediently, you'll be well rewarded. Sun Yuro trembled with anger, her knuckles white from clenching her fists. What did these two bastards think she was? Ye Chu gently patted the young woman's shoulder, his tone calm, yet sharp. Don't bother with these two self-righteous idiots. Zhao Xiaoyan's face turned completely dark. You worthless piece of trash, you're asking for death. He swung his arm forcefully. Get him. Take down this waste. As soon as the order was given, more than a dozen security guards who had been waiting nearby immediately closed in, their black uniforms surrounding Ye Chu in layers. A group of security guards aggressively surrounded them, only to be knocked down by Ye Chu with just a few punches and kicks. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen guards lay on the ground, clutching their arms or holding their stomachs while groaning in pain, creating a chaotic scene. You worthless fool! How dare you hurt people? Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes blazed with fury as he roared. Do you know the consequences of causing trouble at Jiangnan Mall? Jiangnan Mall. Upon hearing these words, Sun Yuro's face turned pale. This was a mall under the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, and the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was a colossal entity throughout the entire Jiangnan province. You're lying. When did we cause any trouble? She couldn't help but retort. We only came here to buy clothes, and it was Wang Yingying who provoked us for no reason. You came at us without asking questions and tried to arrest people. This is clearly a case of bullying customers with your power. I'm going to file a complaint. Wang Yingying sneered and deliberately clicked her high heels on the floor with loud tap-tap sounds. Sun Yuro, so what if we bully you? Brother Tian's father is the mall's general manager. Do you think your complaint will do any good? She gestured around them. Besides, everyone here is on our side. Who would believe your word? Zhao Xiaotian nodded smugly. Yingying is absolutely right. If this gets bigger, you'll be the ones who suffer. You're bullying us. Sun Yuro trembled with anger. So what if we are? Zhao Xiaotian arrogantly shoved his hands into his pockets. Powerless commoners like you deserve to be trampled underfoot. This loser injured people, and with one phone call, I can have him locked up for years. If you don't want anything to happen to him, just obediently become my woman. The threat was blunt and cruel, leaving Sun Yuro panicked. Ye Chu could fight, but it wouldn't matter once the police arrived. Moreover, with the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce backing the mall, Ye Chu would definitely be arrested if they pursued the matter. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Ye Chu gave the girl a reassuring look, then turned his gaze toward Zhao Xiaotian with cold, piercing eyes. You really enjoy bullying others with your power? So what if I do? Zhao Xiaotian raised an eyebrow with a snort. Who told you to have no background? How do you know I don't have one? Ye Chu chuckled lightly, his eyes playful. Since you enjoy bullying others with power, today I'll let you experience what it feels like to be humiliated. Zhao Xiaotian was momentarily stunned, then threw his head back in laughter. Ha ha ha, you worthless fool. You want to humiliate me? Just you? With the backing of the Jiang family? Even if the Jiang family stepped forward, the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce wouldn't bother to care. Ye Chu was too lazy to argue further. He pulled out a golden card from his pocket, flicked it with his fingertip, and tossed it over. Is that so? Take a look at this first. Zhao Xiaotian instinctively caught it and glanced down. His pupils contracted instantly. Golden dragon patterns, black lettering. This was the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce's highest tier membership card, the Jiangnan Dragon card. With this card, one could consume freely at any establishment under the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce without paying a cent. Rumor had it that the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce had only issued a dozen or so of these cards, and every cardholder was a person of extraordinary status. Zhao Xiaotian recognized it because his father had solemnly warned him. If he ever encountered a holder of the Jiangnan Dragon card, he must never offend them under any circumstances. At the time, he thought he'd never meet such a high-level figure in his lifetime. Now, not only had he met one, but he had offended them on the spot. Seeing his expression change, Wang Yingying carefully tugged at his sleeve. Brother Tian, you what's wrong? Zhao Xiaotian suppressed his shock and stared at Ye Chu, his voice hoarse. How do you have a Jiangnan Dragon card? Ye Chu didn't answer, instead asking coolly. Is this card enough to qualify me to humiliate you? Before leaving the manor not long ago, Huang Fushuriwe had briefly explained to him what the Jiangnan Dragon card was. Ye Chu hadn't originally planned to take it out, but he couldn't stand Zhao Xiaotian's arrogance and figured this was the perfect opportunity to give him a taste of his own medicine. Zhao Xiaotian was in the middle of his boastful speech when he suddenly caught sight of that distinctive purple-black metallic gleam, and his words immediately stuck in his throat: the Jiangnan Dragon card. His face turned deathly pale, and he even deliberately softened his breathing. Not only would he not dare make a sound, but even if his father were here, he wouldn't dare utter a word. Wang Yingying curiously leaned over. Brother Tian, what's the Jiangnan Dragon card? Zhao Xiaotian felt frustrated inside, but still patiently explained. The Jiangnan Dragon card was the highest level status symbol of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, with only 10 cards issued nationwide. Any bank, any wealthy family would have to roll out the red carpet for the cardholder. After hearing this, Wang Yingying's jaw dropped, her voice trembling. Isn't he just a poor loser? But isn't he a useless son-in-law? How? How could he have a Jiangnan Dragon card? Her eyes were filled with shock and unease. Zhao Xiaodian was equally puzzled. How could a mere son-in-law of the Jiang family have such qualifications? Even the head of the Jiang family couldn't get this card. Brother Tian, could he have found it somewhere? Wang Yingying whispered. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, thinking this made sense. To be safe, he took a photo of the card and sent it to his father, then called him. Dad, help me check who owns this card. At that moment, Zhao Daji was getting cozy with his secretary in the top-floor office of the mall. When he heard the words, Jiangnan Dragon card, he was instantly terrified and pushed the secretary away. After understanding the situation, he didn't dare delay and immediately logged into the internal website of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce to look up the card number. A few seconds later, the result appeared, cardholder Li Jingxian. Zhao Daji gasped. Li Jingxian, the first lady of Jiangdu City. Moreover, she was from the Li family of Jinlinga top-tier wealthy family spanning military, political, and business circles. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce itself was founded by the third son of the Li family together with several other prominent family heirs. After reaching this conclusion, Zhao Daji almost immediately determined. This card was either stolen or found, because a worthless son-in-law who married into the Jiang family could never have contact with such a figure. Even Jiang Junyao, the pearl of the Jiang family, didn't have that kind of influence. He quickly instructed his son, keep that kid there. I'm coming right away. In the women's clothing store, Zhao Xiaodian received his father's reply and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about how Ye Chu had been in prison, he became even more convinced of his guess that the card was stolen. He approached with a cold face, adopting the posture of interrogating a criminal. You waste, confess honestly. Where did you get this card? Ye Chu's gaze remained calm. Someone gave it to me. Someone gave it to you. Zhao Xiaotian sneered. Do you know who the cardholder is? That's the mayor's wife. You? A worthless son-in-law. And she would give you something? These words shocked all three women present. One card had actually involved a figure as important as the mayor's wife. Wang Yingying mocked coldly. Sun Yuro, you really have terrible taste, falling for a thief. And what nerve, daring to steal from the mayor's wife. You're talking nonsense. Ye Chu would never steal anything. Sun Yuro suddenly raised her head, her face flushed red, her tone exceptionally firm, absolutely refusing to believe that Ye Chu would steal anything. Before long, Zhao Daji rushed over. His burly frame strode quickly into the lounge area, his shoes clicking crisply against the marble floor. Xiaodian, where is that punk? He scanned the area with fierce eyes. Zhao Xiaodian immediately raised his hand, pointing toward Ye Chu in the distance. Dad, that's the guy. Following his son's gesture, Zhao Daji saw Ye Chu dressed in ordinary casual clothes, sitting quietly against the sofa with an unremarkable demeanor. This appearance only reinforced his judgment. Kid, confess honestly, where did you steal that Jiangnan Dragon card? Ye Chu's expression remained indifferent as he spoke softly. Someone gave it to me. Nonsense. Zhao Daji slammed his hand down in fury, his sleeves billowing. What kind of status does the mayor's wife have? How could she possibly give such a precious card to a worthless son-in-law like you? Tell the truth immediately. For the Jiang family's sake, I might show some mercy. No need. Ye Chu replied calmly, yet with determination. I have no intention of letting you off. The father and son were stunned for half a second, then burst into mocking laughter. Zhao Xiaotian sneered. What an arrogant waste. Still talking big when death is at your door. Zhao Daji's eyes turned cold. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. He pulled out his phone and called his superior on the spot, planning to escalate the matter, thinking that even if the Jiang family intervened, they couldn't save Ye Chu. After hanging up, Ye Chu showed no fear and pulled Sun Yuro back to sit on the sofa. Don't worry. Let's see how big a splash these two clowns can make. In the Huang family estate, the night breeze carried the fragrance of flowers across the vast terrace. Li Jingxian was speaking quietly with an elegantly poised woman, while a female secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood nearby. Zia, what brings you to Jiangdu? Li Jingxian looked up with a smile. Zhuge Zia picked up her teacup, her eyes twinkling. I missed you, of course, sister. Stop flattering me. I think you're here for that girl Shuriwa. Li Jingxian laughed. Oh, you figured me out completely, sister. Zhuge Zia made an exaggerated expression of surprise, then became serious. I heard Huangfu Shuriwa took on a 100 billion project. Naturally, I, Zhuge Zia, cannot fall behind. Li Jingxian rolled her eyes. You're still so competitive. Before she finished speaking, the secretary's phone suddenly rang. Zhuge Zia frowned slightly as the secretary looked down at the screen, her expression changing. It's Zhao Daji, the general manager of Jiangnan Mall in the South District. Ask him what he wants, Zhuge Zia gestured. The secretary answered, and after a brief inquiry, Zhao Daji reported the situation in detail. The secretary was somewhat surprised after listening and said coolly, "Don't rush, let me check into this." After hanging up, she quickly relayed the content to Zhuge Jia. "Sister Jingxian, did you give away the Jiangnan dragon card?" Zhuge Jia turned her head, eyes full of surprise. Li Jingxian immediately thought of Ye Chu, her expression darkening. "Zia, your management seems lacking. A mere mall manager dares to trouble my friend." Zhuge Jia was secretly alarmed, hearing the protective tone in Li Jingxuan's voice, and immediately stood up. "Don't worry, I'll give you a proper explanation for this matter. I'll go see for myself too." Li Jingxian also rose to her feet. Zhuge Zia's beautiful eyes brightened, and she could only nod. "All right, let's go together." Inside Jiangnan Mall, the lights were dazzling. Zhao Daji hung up the phone, learning that his boss's secretary would personally come over. His heart jumped with surprise, but then thinking of Li Jingxuan's status, he felt relieved and his face resumed its cold sneer. "Kid, our boss's secretary is coming personally. Just wait to go to prison." He stood before Ye Chu, his voice icy and eyes full of mockery. Ye Chu remained seated calmly, responding lightly. "I'm waiting." Sun Yuro had been somewhat worried, but seeing Ye Chu so confident, she quietly felt reassured. Ever since reuniting with Ye Chu, he had consistently displayed remarkable confidence. Whether dealing with major or minor matters, he handled everything with apparent ease and composure, seemingly never encountering a problem that could stump him. About half an hour later, the door chimes rang as three elegantly dressed figures walked into the store side by side. Zhao Daji was sitting behind the counter reviewing account books when he looked up and his heart suddenly contracted. The visitors were none other than the mayor's wife Li Jingxian, Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce director and member of the Jinling Zhuge family Zhuge Jiao, along with Mrs. Huang, who always accompanied them. Zhao Daji hurriedly rushed forward with an obsequious smile plastered across his face. "Director Zhuge, Mrs. Mayor, if you were coming you should have given advance notice, so I could." Before he could finish, the three completely ignored him and walked straight past the counter toward the most prominent sofa in the store where Ye Chu sat leisurely holding a teacup. "Dr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for being late and allowing you to suffer such injustice." Li Jingxian spoke first, her tone carrying genuine remorse. This scene left Zhao Daji and several shop assistants utterly stunned. That was the mayor's wife, yet she was being so courteous to Ye Chu. Wang Yingying and Zhao Xiaodian turned even paler, realizing they had caused tremendous trouble. Ye Chu set down his teacup with a faint smile. "Mrs. Huang, you're being too kind. This matter isn't your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's the owner of Jiangnan Mall for poor judgment in hiring such trash." These words were unabashedly direct, clearly slapping Zhuge Jiao in the face. Zhuge Jiao's expression darkened slightly, but out of respect for Li Jingxuan's presence, she merely pressed her lips together without erupting. "Dr. Yi is absolutely right." Li Jingxian nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I will definitely give you a proper resolution to this matter." With that, she turned her gaze toward Zhuge Jiao. Zhuge Jiao immediately understood, nodding slightly before fixing her cold gaze on Zhao Daji. "Speak up. What exactly happened here?" Zhao Daji had no idea about the background, so he rolled his eyes and glared viciously at Zhao Xiaodian. Zhao Xiaodian kept his head down in terrified silence. The father and son were completely in the wrong this time and dared not tell the truth. "Haha, let me tell it instead." Ye Chu's smile remained unchanged as he recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. Zhao Xiaoyan's abuse of power, Wang Yingying's instigation, Zhao Daji's blind favoritism, every detail clearly explained. When the story ended, the room fell into dead silence. Zhao Daji's face turned deathly pale, sweat beading on his forehead, his heart filled with nothing but terror. He rushed over and viciously kicked Zhao Xiaotian, sending his son tumbling to the ground while roaring, "You worthless son! Always causing trouble, I'll beat you to death." Zhao Xiaotian was beaten until he screamed and cried for mercy. Wang Yingying cowered in the corner, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Daji continued venting until his son was black and blue, then stopped, panting heavily. He wiped his sweat and cautiously approached Zhuge Jiao, bowing so low he nearly touched the ground. "Director Zhuge, it's all my fault for failing to properly educate my son and allowing that worthless boy to offend this gentleman. I'm terribly sorry." After speaking, he bowed deeply to Ye Chu as well, his attitude as humble as could be. Zhuge Jiao's eyes remained ice cold. "Zhao Daji, for the sake of past relations, I won't pursue other matters. Go to HR tomorrow and resign." These words struck like thunder. Zhao Daji felt his world collapsing, staggering and nearly falling to his knees. "Director Zhuge, please show mercy. I've worked hard all these years and made contributions you can't. I don't want to repeat myself." Zhuge Jiao's voice was calm, yet carried invisible pressure. Zhao Daji immediately fell silent, cold dread filling his heart. Understanding that further pleading would only make things worse, he could only retreat in despair, not even bothering to take Zhao Xiaotian with him. Zhao Xiaotian, his nose still bleeding, saw his father flee and panicked, trying to follow. Just as he turned around, he heard a calm voice behind him. Stop. He shuddered all over, stiffly turning back with a trembling voice. What? What else do you want? Ye Chu's voice carried a playful tone. How does it feel to be bullied? Zhao Xiaoyan's face shifted through various expressions, and though he felt extremely frustrated and angry inside, he kept his head down and dared not speak. Get lost. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. Remember today's lesson, those who humiliate others will be humiliated in return. These words hit like a club to the head, and Zhao Xiaoyan didn't even dare to breathe heavily as he turned and fled in embarrassment. Brother Tian, wait for me. Wang Yingying chased after him in high heels, but Zhao Xiaoyan kicked her, sending her tumbling to the ground. You bitch, this is all your fault. Get away from me. Zhao Xiaoyan seethed with hatred. If it weren't for Wang Yingying, he never would have provoked Ye Chu. Wang Yingying felt both regret and fear. She got up and tried to explain, but was cut off by Zhuge Jia's single word, fired. Her face turned ashen as she slunk away. Sister Jingxian, are you satisfied? Zhuge Jia adjusted her sleeves and looked toward Li Jingxian. Li Jingxian didn't answer immediately, but instead looked at Ye Chu. Ye Chu nodded slightly and said politely, Thank you, Mrs. Huang, for intervening. It's a trivial matter, divine doctor, you needn't worry about it. Li Jingxian gestured that no formalities were necessary. Then Ye Chu instructed Zhang Xiaoli to bag the selected clothes and pay with the Jiangnan dragon card. Zhang Xiaoli worked efficiently, returning in less than 2 minutes with several large bags of clothing. Sun Yuro took the bags and quietly expressed her thanks. Zhang Xiaoli replied respectfully, You're too kind, madam. This is what I should do. Zhuge Jia suddenly spoke up. What's your name? Caught off guard, Zhang Xiaoli was momentarily stunned, then answered properly. Director, I'm Zhang Xiaoli. Zhuge Jia nodded. Good performance. You'll be the store manager from now on. It took Zhang Xiaoli a few seconds to process this. Then she couldn't contain her excitement and bowed repeatedly. Thank you for this opportunity, Director. Work hard. Zhuge Jia encouraged her warmly, and then everyone left the store. Divine Dr. Yi, where to next? Do you need us to give you a ride? Li Jingxian asked considerately. That would be much appreciated. Ye Chu nodded. The group went down to the underground parking garage and got into a black Rolls-Royce Phantom. The engine rumbled deeply as the car smoothly exited the garage, heading towards Sun Yuro's home. The air inside the car was almost frozen. Ye Chu and Li Jingxian were merely acquaintances with nothing much to discuss, so he simply closed his eyes to rest. Sun Yuro was so nervous she barely dared to breathe, afraid that opening her mouth would lead to saying something wrong. Li Jingxian looked toward Ye Chu, seeming to want to speak several times, but ultimately deciding not to disturb him. However, Zhuge Jia in the passenger seat couldn't hold back. She turned to stare at the young man in the back seat. I heard your medical skills are quite impressive. The doubt in her eyes was obvious. On the way here, Li Jingxian had told her about the day's events, including the matter of the parasitic worm. Zhuge Jia was skeptical, especially seeing how young Ye Chu was, which made it even harder to believe. Ye Chu opened his eyes, saw the doubt in her gaze, and smiled faintly. I wouldn't say impressive, I know a thing or two. For instance, I can barely make out minor symptoms like irregular menstruation, excessive internal heat, and hormonal imbalances in young ladies. As soon as he finished speaking, the car fell silent. Zhuge Jia's face flushed slightly, and she silently cursed him as a lecher, though without much conviction. Stop talking nonsense. I don't have any of those symptoms. She glared at Ye Chu and quickly turned her head back to face forward. Her flustered movements had already betrayed her inner thoughts. Sun Yuro stared at Ye Chu with her mouth agape, her eyes full of amazement. This person was not only skilled in combat and connected to the mayor's wife, but now even his medical abilities seemed mysterious. The car soon arrived outside the residential complex where Sun Yuro lived. Mrs. Huang, thank you so much. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything in the future. As the car door opened, Ye Chu clasped his hands in farewell, his tone sincere. Under the night sky, Li Jingxian leaned against the car door, waving her hand with barely concealed joy flickering in her eyes. She had personally come out in the middle of the night precisely for this promise from Ye Chu. The vehicle roared away, its taillights disappearing in a flash at the alley entrance. Under the dim yellow streetlights, Ye Chu held Sun Yuro's hand as they walked along the crumbling fence into the rundown residential complex ahead. The hallway lights flickered on and off, and the iron gates were covered in rust. Moments later, the two stopped beneath a drab gray apartment building. Ye Chu, I'm home now. Thank you for today. Sun Yuro's voice was as soft as the wind, yet her eyes couldn't hide their tenderness. Tonight's harrowing ordeal still felt like an unreal dream. Don't mention it to your old classmates after all. Ye Chu waved his hand, gesturing for her to hurry upstairs. Go on up quickly, don't let your mother worry. Sun Yuro nodded, still somewhat reluctant to part, but finally carried the large bag of designer clothes and slowly headed upstairs. Ye Chu stood in place, watching her figure disappear around the corner before turning to leave the complex. Once outside, He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Jiang family villa. As soon as Sun Yuro entered her home, the warmth from dinner still lingered at the dining table, but Sun Xiaoying had already noticed the large bag in her daughter's hands. The exquisite logos on the bag made her frown deeply. Who bought you these things? Her voice was extremely low, yet carried unmistakable interrogation. Hearing her mother's anger, Sun Yuro quickly hid the bag behind her back. I bought them myself. Still lying? Sun Xiaoying's expression darkened completely. These clothes together cost at least hundreds of thousands. Where did you get that kind of money? Cornered by the rapid-fire questioning, her daughter had no choice but to reveal everything about tonight's events. Mom, if it weren't for Brother Yi tonight, I might not have made it home. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiaoying showed no gratitude. Instead, her anger flared even more. Didn't you say that Yi boy was already married? I bet he orchestrated this whole thing to win your favor. Mom, don't make wild accusations. Sun Yuro became anxious. Brother Yi would never do such a thing. Who can say for sure? Sun Xiaoying snorted coldly. You can know someone's face, but not their heart. Stay away from that Yi fellow from now on. But last time he saved us too. How can you say that? Sun Yuro stamped her feet in frustration, then turned and rushed into her room, slamming the door with a loud bang. At this moment, Ye Chu had been bouncing around in the car for over half an hour before arriving at the Jiang family villa. The living room was brightly lit, and as soon as he stepped into the entrance, Jiang Haiyun's furious scolding hit him heated. You still know to come home? What time is it? Acting like this right after the wedding in a few days, will you just not come home at night at all? Say less. Xiao Chu came home late because of work. Han Mingwan glared at her husband, then turned to Ye Chu with a smile. Son-in-law, you're really impressive. Those people at White Wolf Security have owed money for years. The company sent so many people but couldn't collect it, yet you solved it in one go and even collected tens of thousands extra in interest. Not long ago, when she heard the financial report, she could hardly believe that those deadbeats at White Wolf Security had actually paid off their debt in full. Mom, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Ye Chu said modestly. Jiang Haiyun snorted coldly. I think it was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Maybe they were planning to pay anyway. Han Mingwan couldn't be bothered with him and turned to ask Ye Chu with concern, have you eaten? If not, I'll have the housekeeper make you something. I've already eaten, no need to trouble yourself. Ye Chu waved his hand. Before he finished speaking, footsteps came from the villa entrance, and Jiang Junyao entered wearing a coat. Jiang Haiyun immediately went to greet her, his face full of affection. Junyao, you just woke up not long ago, and your body is still weak. Don't just focus on work. His attitude was so attentive, completely different from how he'd just treated Ye Chu. Han Mingwan also hurried forward. Junyao, how's the company? Jiang Junyao's brow furrowed tightly. The company is basically controlled by the main branch, and our cooperation with the Huangfu family has been taken away too. It'll take considerable effort to renegotiate cooperation. A year ago, she had used her abilities and Jiang Group's capital to sign a contract with the Huangfu family. Now, with limited funds at her disposal, trying to negotiate cooperation on her own was nearly impossible, unless she could take the position of Jiang Group's president. But that was equally difficult. The couple exchanged glances, both looking grim. Han Mingwan thought for a moment and sighed. Junyao, the old master has always favored the main branch. Maybe you should stop fighting. Sell your shares and focus on running Cloud Dream Pharmaceuticals. Cloud Dream Pharmaceuticals was a company Han Mingwan had founded herself. Though not as large as Jiang Group, it was still worth hundreds of millions. With Jiang Juanyao's capabilities, she might well carve out her own territory in the future. No. Jiang Juanyao's gaze was sharp, her tone resolute. I want to take back what belongs to me. Han Mingwan knew her daughter's temperament well and didn't try to persuade her further, simply reminding her, don't overwork yourself and take care of your health. Jiang Junyao nodded to her mother and walked upstairs with determined steps. In the living room, after watching his daughter leave, Jiang Haiyun immediately turned his attention to Ye Chu with an unfriendly tone. As Junyao's man, haven't you thought about sharing some of her burden? Ye Chu rubbed his forehead silently as father-in-law seized every opportunity to find fault. Don't worry. He looked up to meet Jiang Haiyun's questioning gaze. The Huangfu family will come looking for Junyao on their own soon enough. With that, he also turned and headed upstairs. Jiang Haiyun sat down on the sofa with a dark expression, muttering to Han Mingwan. Look at this kid, no real ability, but he sure talks big. Who says Xiao Chu has no ability? Han Mingwan didn't spare his feelings at all. Didn't he recover all the outstanding payments from White Wolf Security today? Maybe he's not bluffing. Perhaps the Huangfu family really will come looking for Junyao in a few days. You actually believe such nonsense? Jiang Haiyun glared. Why wouldn't I believe what my son-in-law says? Han Mingwan rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to argue further. Upstairs, Ye Chu didn't see Jiang Junyao and guessed she had gone to the rooftop. After tidying up briefly, he grabbed some clean clothes and headed to the bathroom. Night wind swept across the villa's rooftop. Jiang Junyao stood by the railing, took out her phone, hesitated for a moment, then dialed a number. After just 2 rings, the call was answered. and a cool yet amused female voice came through. Well, well, finally decided to call me. Senior sister. Jiang Juanyao's expression stiffened slightly. Speak up, what's the matter? During the year I was unconscious, there were some complications with the plan. Jiang Junyao spoke at a steady pace. For the cooperation with the Huangfu family, I need senior sister to step in. You're actually asking me for help, how rare. The other party teased first, then her voice grew serious. I'll handle this personally, but let me be clear up front, there can't be any more mistakes. We must find that place as soon as possible. I won't make the same error again. Jiang Juanyao's gaze turned cold, her tone resolute. You'd better not. The other party paused briefly, then added, Master has found an antidote for the permethaw flower poison. I'll have someone deliver it in a few days. The call ended, and Jiang Junyao put away her phone and headed downstairs. Pushing open the bedroom door, she saw Ye Chu already lying on the floor mattress, breathing evenly, as if fast asleep. They had agreed beforehand to share the room, but not the bed, and he was indeed keeping to the rules. But Ye Chu opened his eyes at that moment, gently reminding her, Wife, don't stay up late, get some rest. Call me by my name. Jiang Junyao glared at him and grabbed her pajamas before disappearing into the bathroom. As the door closed, Ye Chu watched that graceful figure and smiled to himself. So stubborn. He silently vowed sooner or later, he would truly find his way into her heart. In the private hospital late at night, the ward was bathed in dim white light. Yi Tianqing, Yi Chen, and Xie Yushan gathered around the hospital bed, their faces filled with anxiety. On the bed, Yi Fei was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, his face pale and breathing weak. Xie Yushan's eyes were red-rimmed. Yi Fei, what happened? Who hurt you like this? Yi Tianqing's fury was boiling over, his icy gaze murderous. Yi Fei, speak up. Anyone who dares touch a member of the Yi family must pay the price. Yi Chen also clenched his fists, his expression dark. Yi Fei's lips trembled as he spoke in a weak voice. It was the White Wolf Society. The three who had been burning with rage instantly fell silent. Fear flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Fei, how did you end up provoking the White Wolf Society? Yi Tianqing also lowered his voice to ask urgently. Yes, how did you get involved with those people? No wonder both men were so frightened. The White Wolf Society was truly not to be trifled with. In Jiangdu, people spoke of a ranking system that carried the distinct flavor of the underworld. One gate, two societies, three clans, for families. One gate, the Long family. The Long family was a true local powerhouse. Old Master Long had made a legendary name for himself in the military during his youth, and though he had been retired for many years, his connections and prestige remained undiminished. Combined with the endless stream of talent emerging from the younger generations, virtually no one dared to provoke them. Two societies, the White Wolf Society and the Black Tiger Society, the twin pillars controlling Jiangdu's underworld. Three clans, the Jiang family, Wang family, and Li family, all ancient clans with centuries of heritage. Four families, the Yun family, Qin family, Wu family, and Yi family. The Yi family ranked last among the four families, and when compared to the shadowy White Wolf Society, they appeared even more lacking in confidence. In terms of cash reserves, the White Wolf Society might not match the Yi family, but when it came to connections and martial arts masters, the Yi family was no match at all. Rumors had it that all four hall masters of the White Wolf Society were at the late stage of body tempering, while the vice president and president were master-level figures. As one of the four families, the Yi family understood the power of martial artists well and kept several guest elders in their employ, calling upon them whenever unsavory matters needed handling. If the Yi family could manage this, the White Wolf Society was naturally far more capable. In fact, just one White Wolf Society hall master would be enough to put the Yi family on high alert. When Yi Fei was carried home, he made no attempt to hide what had happened, explaining the entire sequence of events clearly despite his weakened state. Yi Chen and the three men of the Yi family looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing his account. Yi Chen frowned and pressed further. How could this happen? Could the White Wolf Society have some connection to that woman? Yi Fei nodded with a bitter smile. Those men called her sister-in-law, so she's probably the woman of some high-ranking member of the White Wolf Society. It turned out that not long ago, Yi Fei had been beaten half to death by Baldy Li's gang. Before losing consciousness, he had indignantly demanded to know why, only to learn that Sun Yuro was their sister-in-law, and he was warned that if he ever dared to harbor designs on her again, they would take his life. The three men were even more puzzled. How could a girl with no background have climbed onto the big tree that was the White Wolf Society? But after learning the truth, they also felt relieved. Yi Fei taking a beating was better than the White Wolf Society directly causing trouble for the Yi family. After exchanging glances for a moment, Yi Chen said in a low voice, Dad, it seems using that woman to threaten Ye Chu won't work. What do we do next? Yi Tianqing's face darkened as he spoke in cold tones. In that case, we'll use force to pressure that rebellious son. The next morning, Ye Chu ate breakfast at home and went out to collect debts as usual. On the way, he dialed Huangfu Shiyue's number. When the call connected, a lazy yet seductive voice came through. Little brother, calling me so early in the morning, are you missing your sister? The voice made Ye Chu's heart itch, and he took a deep breath to suppress his wandering thoughts. Sister Shuriwe, I'd like to ask you for a favor. What kind of favor? As long as your sister can manage it, I'll definitely help. Ye Chu explained Jiang Junyao's situation in detail, then waited quietly for a response, but the other end of the line remained silent for quite some time. He frowned slightly and added, Sister Shuriwe, if you help me with this favor, just ask if you need anything in the future. Only then did he hear a light laugh from the other side. Little brother, you're being too formal. It's just a small matter, your sister wouldn't stoop to demanding payment. Then thank you, Sister Shuriwe. Ye Chu felt grateful. Don't be so polite with me. Huangfu Shuyue's laughter carried a hint of reproach. I really envy that Miss Jiang for having such a wonderful husband like you. Ye Chu couldn't shake the feeling that her words carried a trace of resentment, and he wondered to himself, what was she resentful about? Could she have fallen for me? But they had only met yesterday, that seemed unlikely. On the other end, Huangfu Shuyue hung up the phone, her lips curving into a meaningful smile. This Miss Jiang was truly remarkable. Not only had she captured little brother's heart so completely, but she had also managed to get the Long family's help. For the next 2 days, Ye Chu focused on collecting outstanding payments. He encountered several clients who were reluctant to pay up, but managed to make them comply with a few well-chosen words and some physical demonstrations. With only one account left to settle, he decided to wrap up this final job and call it a day, striding toward the medical clinic ahead. The clinic had an impressive facade, with an interior that perfectly blended traditional Chinese rosewood and modern tempered glass. As he stepped inside, a faint medicinal aroma filled his nostrils, carrying a hint of coolness within its bitter notes. Ye Chu scanned the room but didn't spot a single waiting patient, which made him frown inwardly. Such a grand establishment shouldn't be this empty. Sir, are you here for a consultation or to purchase medicine? A young nurse in her early 20s hurried over from behind the counter, her tone polite, yet professionally enthusiastic. Neither. Ye Chu shook his head. I'm here to see your boss. Hearing it wasn't business-related, a flicker of disappointment crossed the nurse's eyes, though she maintained her courtesy. The boss is in the back. Please wait a moment. I'll go get him. Before she could finish, a clear voice called from the back room. Sister Zhou? Who is it? A tall young man in a white coat emerged. The nurse quickly made introductions. Boss, this gentleman is looking for you. When their eyes met, both felt an odd sense of familiarity. After a moment's concentration, Ye Chu asked hesitantly, Are you Zhang Yaochuan? The familiar voice made the young man's eyes light up with excitement as he rushed forward. Ye Chu? You're Ye Chu, aren't you? Ye Chu smiled and nodded. It's me. Long time no see. No kidding, 3 years. You've grown so tall. Zhang Yaochuan opened his arms for a hearty bear hug. You're not doing too bad yourself. Ye Chu returned the embrace, their middle school brotherhood flooding back instantly. After brief pleasantries, Zhang Yaochuan couldn't help his curiosity. Where have you been these years? Why did you suddenly leave school? Something came up. I had to leave Jiangdu for a while. Ye Chu said casually, omitting any mention of taking the fall for someone else. Sensing his reluctance to elaborate, Zhang Yaochuan didn't press further. He led him to a nearby sofa, pouring tea while they caught up, chatting about everything from their old homeroom teacher's scolding habits to the recent weather, talking for nearly half an hour. By the way, you came to see mice, there's something specific? Zhang Yaochuan finally remembered to ask about business. With the topic broached, Ye Chu looked somewhat awkward. Zhang Yaochuan urged, between brothers, don't beat around the bush. Just say it. Actually, I'm here on behalf of Yunmeng Pharmaceuticals to collect a debt. Ye Chu finally got the words out after much hesitation. Zhang Yaochuan's expression immediately stiffened, embarrassment written all over his face. Ye Chu quickly reassured him. Miaochuan, I had no idea you were the one who owed money. If you're really strapped for cash, we can work something out. It's my fault for delaying payment. Zhang Miaochuan smiled bitterly. But I've indeed run into some trouble lately. I'll find a way to pay it back soon. Ye Chu frowned. What exactly happened? Tell Memabe I can help. Zhang Miaochuan decided to come clean. A while back, a patient had problems after taking medicine I prescribed, and I had to compensate them. I had no choice but to borrow from loan sharks. I thought I could use the clinic's revenue over the next few months to fill the hole, but after the incident, business plummeted. Now I can barely afford utilities. He let out a long sigh. Just as Ye Chu was about to offer more consolation, the clinic doors were suddenly kicked open, and a group of people stormed in aggressively. Their leader was a young man in a floral shirt, around 30 years old, showing off arms covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, a thick gold chain around his neck glinting garishly, clearly someone from the underworld. Surname Zhang, pay up now, or we'll take this clinic as payment. His voice was arrogant, echoing through the empty hall. Zhang Miaochuan's face turned ashen as he shot to his feet, roaring angrily. Don't I still have 3 days left? The young man in the floral shirt leaned against the doorframe with a mocking expression. Listen here, Zhang, stop your pathetic struggling. You think you can scrape together $1 million in 3 days? If you had that kind of ability, you would have paid up long ago instead of dragging it out till today. Be smart about this, hand over the clinic and we'll call it even. At the mention of a million, despair flashed through Zhang Yaochuan's eyes, but he still shook his head stubbornly. This clinic was left to me by my father. You'll never get your hands on it. Yeah, that's not up to you. The young man's lips curled into a sneer as he waved his hand sharply. Go teach this kid a lesson. The two burly men at the door immediately closed in. The young nurse scrambled behind the medicine cabinet in terror, only the tips of her hair visible. Sweat beaded on Zhang Yaochuan's forehead, and his legs felt like lead, yet he still forced himself to stand his ground without retreating a single step. Borrowed money from Brother Bao, and now you want to welch on the debt. The two thugs grinned menacingly as their fists, large as sandbags, swung simultaneously toward Zhang Yaochuan's face. As the punches closed in, he froze in place. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out, effortlessly blocking both fists. It was Ye Chu, who had quietly slipped through the door moments earlier. Kid, who the hell are you? You dare stick your nose where it doesn't belong, one of the thugs bellowed. Ye Chu's palm pressed down slightly, and the man who had spoken was sent flying several meters. The other followed suit, crashing sideways into the corner. Their 100+ pound bodies flew like discarded sacks, rolling once before coming to a stop. The scene fell instantly silent. Zhang Yaochuan stared in shock. After 3 years apart, Ye Chu had become this powerful. The young man in the floral shirt snapped back to reality, flying into a rage. You bastard! How dare you hurt my man? Everyone get him! Cripple him! Several thugs waiting outside rushed in together. Ye Chu, be careful! Zhang Yaochuan wanted to help, but realized he couldn't even get involved. Ye Chu moved through the crowd like he was strolling through a garden, his palms dancing through the air. With each strike, someone groaned and went flying. In less than a minute, bodies lay scattered across the floor, moans rising and falling in waves. The young man in the floral shirt gaped, fear and shock intertwining on his face. Ye Chu crooked his finger. Come here. I have questions for you. You, who exactly are you? We're Brother Bao's people. If you hit us, you're crossing Brother Bao. Enough noise. Ye Chu's low shout carried a thread of mental force. The young man felt his mind explode as his knees buckled, and he collapsed with a thud. Ye Chu looked down at him. Speak. What's this all about? Completely terrified, the man didn't dare hide anything and spilled the entire story. It turned out the patient who had taken the wrong medicine was planted by them to cause trouble, forcing Zhang Yaochuan into high interest debt so they could seize the clinic. They went to such lengths because this street was slated for demolition soon. The clinic's location was prime real estate, and Brother Bao wanted to pocket all the demolition compensation. With the truth revealed, Zhang Yaochuan's anger flared. You bastards! I knew there was nothing wrong with my prescription. You were the ones playing dirty tricks. He rushed forward, punching and kicking the young man in the floral shirt, 3 years of self-blame instantly transforming into fury. Ye Chu let him vent for a moment before pulling him back, then said coolly to the battered young man, call your Brother Bao here. Yes, yes, yes. The young man nodded frantically, pulling out his phone to make the call on the spot. After hanging up, Zhang Yaochuan still felt uneasy and whispered, Ye Chu, I heard that Brother Bao has considerable influence and even some connections with the Yun family. Should we call the city guard? No need. Ye Chu shook his head, his eyes gleaming with amusement. If the city guard comes, it won't be any fun. Before long, Brother Bao arrived at the clinic with a gang of his underlings. The clinic entrance, usually quiet, was now completely blocked by over a dozen tattooed young men. Leading them was Brother Bao, whose real name was Wang Tianbo, walking with heavy steps that seemed to pound on everyone's hearts. His rough face was full of menacing flesh, and his dark skin gleamed under the lights, making it clear at first glance that he was not someone to mess with. The young man in the floral shirt, covering his swollen face, hurried forward with tears in his voice. Brother Bao, you're finally here. That Zhang guy not only refuses to pay back the money, but he even got someone to beat us up. Wang Tianbao glanced at him and snorted coldly. Bunch of useless trash, can't even handle a young punk. What good are you? He stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze sweeping over Ye Chu and Zhang Yaochuan, cold as a blade. Little bastard, you dare touch my men? You've got some nerve. With those words, the air in the clinic instantly froze. Zhang Yaochuan forced a smile, trying to ease the tension. Brother Bao, about today's incident. Cut the crap. Wang Tianbao interrupted directly, his voice like a hammer hitting the ground. Hand over the clinic and pay medical expenses for my brothers, 100,000 each. And that punk who threw the punches needs to kowtow and apologize to each of them. Otherwise, don't think about leaving here today. His aggressive tone made it seem as if Ye Chu and Zhang Yaochuan were just ants he could crush at will. Zhang Yaochuan's face alternated between pale and flushed. Ye Chu patted his shoulder. Don't panic, let me handle this. Hearing this, Zhang Yaochuan felt warmth in his heart and wanted to say something, but after a long pause, only managed 2 words, thank you. Ye Chu looked up at Wang Tianbao, his tone calm. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Got a problem with that? Wang Tianbao raised an eyebrow, his lips curling mockingly. Little bastard, don't think knowing a few moves gives you the right to act tough. In front of me, you're nothing. Ye Chu's eyes narrowed slightly as he repeated calmly. Indeed, very arrogant. I like arrogant people. Slap. Before he finished speaking, his arms suddenly moved, and a crisp slap rang out. Wang Tianbao spun around several times with his chair, covering half his face, still not understanding what had happened. Brother Bao. His underlings roared and charged at Ye Chu. Ye Chu didn't retreat but advanced, his figure flashing continuously. As fists and feet clashed, there was only a series of crashes and bangs. The dozen or so thugs either hit walls or flipped tables, and in moments they were all on the ground groaning. Only then did Wang Tianbao react, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a fist. After gasping for breath several times, he finally found his voice. Kid. You. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you know who's behind me? Ye Chu feigned curiosity. Who? Listen well. I'm backed by Third Master Yun. Wang Tianbao straightened his neck proudly. The Yun family, one of Jiangdu's 4 great wealthy clans. Crushing you would be like crushing an ant. If you're smart, hand over the clinic and kneel down to apologize. Then I'll let bygones be bygones. He looked down at Ye Chu, expecting to see fear, but only saw the other's calm composure, as if the name, Yun family, carried no weight at all. Wang Tianbao changed his approach, continuing to threaten. Kid, you better think carefully. If Third Master finds out about today's incident. Before he could finish, Ye Chu raised his palm. Wang Tianbao immediately shrank his neck, his expression changing as he smiled more pitifully than if he were crying. Little brother, let's talk this out peacefully. No need to hurt our harmony. He smiled obsequiously, making a complete 180-degree turn, just hoping to avoid a second slap. Ye Chu asked calmly, how much does my brother owe you? Wang Tianbao hurriedly replied. The principal is 500,000, plus interest it's about 1 million. For your sake, little brother, I'll forget the interest, just pay back the principal. What kind of talk is that? Ye Chu glared. Is my brother someone who doesn't keep his word? Since he borrowed from a loan shark, he should pay the interest. At these words, Wang Tianbao was stunned, and Zhang Miaochuan looked completely bewildered. What kind of help was this? Wang Tianbao nodded repeatedly. Fine, 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 whatever you say, little brother. Wang Tianbao nodded repeatedly. Though he didn't know what Ye Chu was up to, nobody would complain about having more money. The hall fell silent, with all eyes fixed on the two men. Ye Chu leisurely sipped his tea, then looked up and asked, I heard you're in the loan shark business? I'm a bit tight on cash lately, and want to borrow some money from you. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Wang Tianbao was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile. Of course not. How much would you like to borrow, young man? Not much. Ye Chu raised 2 fingers. 20 million. 20 million. Wang Tianbao's expression froze momentarily, his atoms apple bobbing. His subordinates couldn't help but gasp. Ye Chu stared at him with a half smile. What, too little? No, no, no. Wang Tianbao waved his hands frantically. I'm just surprised by the large amount. It's no problem. Ye Chu casually pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, wrote down an account number, and pushed it over. Now, transfer the money immediately. Wang Tianbao hesitated. Young man, according to the rules, we need to sign a contract first. Fine. Ye Chu nodded. Wang Tianbao quickly had someone bring over a prepared contract, spreading the folder on the coffee table. Ye Chu picked up the pen and signed his name with swift, decisive strokes. Done. Transfer the money. Wang Tianbao didn't dare delay any longer and took out his phone to instruct the finance department to make the transfer. In less than a minute, Ye Chu's phone chimed with a text notification. He glanced at the balance and smiled faintly. It's arrived. He looked up at Wang Tianbao. My brother owes you 1 million, right? I'll pay it back for him now. He then asked for Wang Tianbao's account number and made the transfer on the spot. 1 million. After confirming the successful transaction, he tore the contract he had just signed into pieces, the fragments scattering to the floor. Wang Tianbao watched in stunned disbelief. Borrowing his money to pay him back? What kind of operation was this? Ye Chu slipped his phone back into his pocket, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. The debt is cleared. Don't bother my brother again. Otherwise, the consequences you should know. As his words settled, Wang Tianbao felt a chill run down his spine and nodded repeatedly. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Ye Chu gestured toward the door. Get out. Wang Tianbao felt as if he'd been granted amnesty, calling his men to scramble toward the exit. Just as they reached the door, Ye Chu's calm voice came from behind. By the way, my name is Ye Chu, from the Ye family of Jiangdu. If you really want to collect debts in the future, go to the Ye family. If you can't collect there, you can always take me to court. Uft. Wang Tianbao stumbled and nearly fell flat on his face. Taking loan sharks to court? What a joke. And the Ye family was hardly someone he could afford to provoke. He fled even faster, looking thoroughly disheveled. Only then did the atmosphere in the room ease. Zhang Miaochuan still looked incredulous. The domineering brother Bao had actually left with his tail between his legs. Coming to his senses, he bowed deeply to Ye Chu. Ye Chu, thank you so much. Without you, my clinic would have been finished. It was nothing, don't worry about it. Ye Chu waved his hand, took out his phone to add Zhang Yaochuan on WeChat, and transferred 100,000 yuan. You're tight on money lately. Use this for now, and pay me back when you can. This. Zhang Yaochuan's hand trembled, nearly bringing him to tears. Ye Chu pushed him away with disgust. What's a grown man crying for? Come on, let's go eat. Zhang Yaochuan smiled through his tears and turned to instruct the young nurse. Sister Zhou, take the afternoon off. The two men walked out of the clinic shoulder to shoulder, casually picked a small street-side restaurant, ate while chatting about old times, and didn't part ways until after 3 in the afternoon. When Ye Chu returned to the Jiang family home, the courtyard was bathed in pleasant sunlight. In the living room, the Jiang Haiyun couple was entertaining an unfamiliar young man. The young man wore a sharp suit, sported a Rolex on his wrist, and polished leather shoes that gleamed. His every gesture exuded an elite air. His gaze swept over Ye Chu's casual clothing, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Ye Chu frowned slightly, displeased by the man's scrutinizing look. Mom, who is this? Han Mingwan smiled as she introduced him. This is Juanyao's classmate, Qian Xin. Oh, Ye Chu responded indifferently. Only then did Qian Xin stand up, wearing a polite smile that couldn't hide his arrogance. So this gentleman is Juanyao's husband? For Juanyao to take a liking to you. You must be quite remarkable. May I ask where you're currently employed, brother? Seeing the mockery in Qian Xion's eyes, Ye Chu narrowed his gaze slightly and said indifferently, I don't have a job at the moment. Qian Xian raised his eyebrows dramatically, feigning shock. No way. Jun Yao is the famous princess of Jiangdu. As her husband, you don't even have a job? Don't tell me Jun Yao has to support you? Brother, I'm not trying to be harsh, but a man needs to take responsibility. How can you let a woman support you? The sarcastic tone irritated Ye Chu, and he shot back without any courtesy. Mind your own damn business. The smile on Qian Xion's face instantly froze. Jiang Haiyun slammed the table and shouted angrily. You bastard! Is that how you talk to people? Han Mingwan just smiled and watched without intervening. She had long grown tired of seeing her son-in-law being bullied, and if not for Jiang Junyao's sake, she would have exploded already. Ye Chu shrugged. I'm not wrong. He's an outsider, what right does he have to meddle in my affairs? Jiang Haiyun pointed at his forehead. Young Master Qian is telling the truth. You're a grown man letting Jun Yao support you, aren't you ashamed? You can't even handle a few words of criticism. Qian Xian regained his smile, putting on the air of a caring mentor. Uncle Jiang, I apologize. I just wanted to motivate this brother. After all, as Jun Yao's husband, he can't bring shame to Jun Yao and the Jiang family. I didn't expect him to. He sighed softly at the end, as if deeply disappointed. Thinking of his excellent daughter being stuck with such a pathetic loser, Jiang Haiyun's expression grew increasingly embarrassed. Dear nephew, this good-for-nothing is just mud that can't stick to the wall. How could he compare to you? He sighed, and before he could finish speaking, the front door opened, and Jiang Jun Yao walked in from outside the villa. Qian Xion's eyes lit up as he immediately approached her. Jun Yao, long time no see. Jiang Jun Yao nodded with slight surprise. It has been quite a while. I heard you went abroad to study. When did you get back? Just returned. Qian Xion smiled elegantly. When I heard you had awakened, I rushed over this afternoon. He gestured politely. I've made reservations at Jianghuai Pavilion. Come on, we haven't seen each other in so long, let's catch up properly. Just as Jiang Jun Yao was about to politely decline, frowning slightly, Jiang Haiyun spoke first. Jun Yao, young Master Qian just arrived in Jiangdu this morning and came to see you this afternoon. He really cares about you, don't reject his kind intentions. Seeing Jiang Jun Yao still hesitating, Qian Xian added. Jun Yao, I heard from uncle that you've been busy negotiating cooperation with the Huangfu family recently? Let's talk about it later, maybe I can help. Jiang Haiyun's eyes brightened, and he immediately urged. Jun Yao, young Master Qian has such good intentions, don't refuse. Unable to decline further, Jiang Jun Yao nodded and went upstairs to change clothes. Jiang Haiyun turned to Ye Chu with a cold tone. You don't need to go. Stay home. He understood clearly that Qian Xion's feelings for his daughter were obvious, so naturally he didn't want Ye Chu tagging along to interfere. Why can't Xiao Chu go? Han Mingwan glared at him disapprovingly, then waved at Ye Chu. Xiao Chu, ignore him. Go change your clothes. Jiang Haiyun's face darkened. We're discussing serious business. This kid doesn't understand anything, he'll just get in the way. Just as Han Mingwan was about to retort, Qian Xion suddenly smiled and spoke. Uncle, it's fine. Let this brother come along. A cold gleam of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. If Ye Chu didn't come, how could he show off and humiliate him later? All right, we'll listen to our dear nephew. Jiang Haiyun's attitude changed immediately as he barked at Ye Chu. What are you standing there for? Go change your clothes. Ye Chu strode upstairs and soon came down in different clothes. However, upon seeing what he was wearing, Jiang Haiyun's expression immediately turned ugly. Ye Chu was dressed in a casual t-shirt and shorts, wearing flip-flops, his entire appearance radiating pure casualness from head to toe. You worthless fool, you're going out dressed like that? If you have no shame, at least think about the Jiang family's reputation. Jiang Haiyun lashed out furiously, his eyes filled with disgust. Ye Chu shrugged. It's hot tonight, so I'm dressing for comfort. Besides, it's not like I'm going on a blind date, so why dress so formally? Why should I show respect to those men who are eyeing my wife? Jiang Haiyun's face turned ashen, and he was about to continue his tirade when Han Mingwan interjected. Xiao Chu has a point. It's not a matchmaking dinner, so dressing casually is fine. You. Jiang Haiyun glared at Han Mingwan in fury, but since he couldn't do anything about her, he redirected his anger back to Ye Chu with a vicious stare. Soon after, Jiang Junyao came downstairs after changing clothes. A crimson-red dress perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, while her slightly wavy long hair cascaded to her waist, making her both beautiful and sensual, with an innate queenly aura. Qian Exine stared with wide eyes, secretly vowing on the spot that he would possess this woman no matter what. As for Ye Chu, he didn't even consider him worth worrying about. Ye Chu saw right through Qian Exine's scheming, but couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. Was nothing more than a jumping clown who could be crushed with a flick of the hand, not worth acknowledging. Everyone headed out and got into Qian Exine's stretch Lincoln. The vehicle left the Villa District and soon arrived at the flagship Jianghuai Pavilion restaurant in the city center. Compared to the branch in the Southern District, this location was twice as large, with a magnificently decorated entrance where crystal chandeliers illuminated the marble floors as bright as daylight. As soon as they entered the lobby, a hostess in a qipao dress approached them. Distinguished guests, do you have a reservation? Qian Exine nodded slightly and showed his phone. The royal chamber, please show us the way. The hostess confirmed the information and made a respectful gesture. Please follow me. The elevator went straight to the top floor. When the ornately carved doors of the royal chamber opened, luxury hit them immediately. A golden namu wood table, Persian handwoven carpets, and floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides offering a panoramic view of the entire city of Jiangdu. It was near dusk, and the setting sun bathed the city and river in golden red, creating a magnificent and spectacular scene. Jiang Haiyun was deeply moved. Even as a member of the Jiang family, he had only dined here a few times, with the last occasion being over a year ago to celebrate Jiang Juanyao's successful partnership with the Huangfu family. Though Han Mingwan wasn't as excited as he was, her face still showed undisguised joy. Jiang Junyao remained composed, quietly admiring the scenery outside after taking her seat. Uncle, Auntie, please sit here. Qian Exine warmly gestured, then looked at Ye Chu with a meaningful smile. Brother, I'll give you the best seat by the window with an excellent view. Since this is probably your first time here, you should take a good look. Miss this chance, and it'll be hard to get a reservation again. His tone was mocking, clearly intending to embarrass Ye Chu. No need, it's just buildings down there, nothing worth seeing. Ye Chu waved dismissively and said casually. Besides, I can come to this dump anytime I want. Nonsense. Jiang Haiyun slammed the table in anger. What do you know? This is the royal chamber. The room fee alone is 100,000 yuan, and you have to wait in line to book it. A single meal costs at least 1 million, and only influential people dine here. You don't even have a proper job, yet you dare to boast? Aren't you ashamed? Han Mingwan frowned slightly upon hearing this, feeling that Ye Chu was indeed being too arrogant. Jiang Junyao also cast him a cold glance. Being useless was one thing, but being both useless and pretentious was the most disgusting combination. Ye Chu spread his hands. I'm telling the truth, so what's there to be ashamed of? Forget the royal chamber, even the imperial chamber is nothing special. As soon as Ye Chu spoke these words, the expressions on everyone's faces varied dramatically. Jiang Haiyun's face darkened, the disgust in his eyes barely concealed, as if he was ready to throw Ye Chu out of the house the next second. In his view, bragging was even more shameful than incompetence. Jiang Junyao frowned slightly, her eyes cold as ice, clearly dismissive of Ye Chu's boasting. Even Han Mingwan, who had always supported Ye Chu, lowered her eyes in disappointment. Qian Exen leaned back against the sofa with great interest, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if waiting to watch a good show unfold. Oh, so you're saying you've been to the emperor's private room, brother? I was just there a few days ago. It's nothing special, Ye Chu replied in a flat tone. Qian Xin feigned curiosity and pressed further. I've heard that room is incredibly luxurious. What does it actually look like? Could you enlighten me, brother? It's just a private room. Nothing worth talking about. Ye Chu directly refused. The amusement in Qian Xion's eyes deepened as he nodded in agreement. Right, brother. You have such high standards that even the emperor's private room doesn't impress you. You truly live up to your reputation as the famous son-in-law of the Jiang family in Jiangdu. I'm truly humbled. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, about to retort, when a furious shout suddenly exploded. Enough! Don't you know what kind of person you are? How dare you spout such nonsense in front of nephew Qian? Jiang Haiyun's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could kick Ye Chu out on the spot. You've completely disgraced the Jiang family. Ye Chu helplessly spread his hands. Dad, everything I said is true. He wanted to explain further, But Jiang Junyao coldly interrupted. If you haven't been there, just admit it. There's nothing shameful about that. Forcing yourself to compete only makes you a laughingstock. Her calm voice carried a sharp edge. When Ye Chu met her cold gaze, his heart sank with disappointment. Did she really distrust him that much? He simply couldn't be bothered to speak anymore. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Qian Xian quickly stepped in to smooth things over, though his words carried hidden sarcasm. Junyao, this brother is visiting this kind of place for the first time. It's natural for him to feel unbalanced and say some nonsense. Son-in-laws can be sensitive, you know. We should be understanding. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Mingwan frowned but couldn't find a suitable rebuttal. After all, Ye Chu had indeed been disappointing today. Qian Xian smiled and handed the ordering tablet to Jiang Haiyun. Uncle, Auntie, please order. Then he turned to Jiang Junyao. Junyao, would you prefer red wine or white wine? Red wine. Jiang Junyao replied indifferently. Qian Xian gestured to the server. Bring 2 bottles of Romanée-Conti. Certainly, sir. The server smiled and noted it down. Qian Xian then considerately asked Jiang Haiyun. Uncle, if you're not comfortable with red wine, would you like something else? I really can't get used to red wine. Let's have a bottle of Matai. Jiang Haiyun beamed, his attitude so warm it was as if Qian Xian were his own son-in-law. No problem. Server, add a bottle of Flying Apsara's Matai. Qian Xian responded, then turned to Zhang's mother. What about you, Auntie? Anything is fine. Zhang's mother modestly waved her hand. Finally, Qian Xian's gaze fell on Ye Chu, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. Feel free to order whatever you'd like to drink. Opportunities like this don't come often, so don't be shy. Really? Ye Chu's eyes lit up slightly. Of course, Qian Xian smiled with amusement, enjoying Ye Chu's unsophisticated appearance. Jiang Junyao and the others frowned quietly, but didn't say much. Han Mingwan secretly gave Ye Chu a meaningful look, signaling him not to embarrass himself further. Ye Chu pretended not to notice and said to the server, What expensive wines do you have here? The waiter smiled and responded, Sir, we have Romanée-Conti, 1982 Lafite, 50-year Wuliangya, 30-year Fétian Matai, and Jianjinggong liquor. In the spacious private room with soft lighting, the wine cabinet reflected a warm golden glow. Ye Chu looked like a country boy entering a high-end establishment for the first time, his eyes wide with curiosity as he asked, Wine can be stored for that long? Doesn't it expire? Sir, both baijiu and red wine become more mellow with agave. There's no such thing as expiration for them. The waiter maintained her professional smile, speaking in a gentle voice. Qian Xian sat in the host's seat, chin resting on his hand, barely suppressing his laughter as mockery overflowed from his eyes. However, the Jiang Haiyun couple's faces darkened. I see. Ye Chu nodded with sudden understanding, then pressed further. Do you have any 80-year Matai? The waiter hesitated for a moment before nodding. We do, but the price is somewhat. Ye Chu waved dismissively, his tone casual. Don't worry about that. This brother Qian here is a genuine rich, second generation. A mere bottle of wine is nothing to him. Qian Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to speak up when Ye Chu cut him off, placing the order first. I've never tried 80-year Matai. Bring us 2 bottles. Certainly, sir. The waiter acknowledged and withdrew, the door slowly closing behind her. Gore, a subtle sound of grinding teeth echoed at the table. Ye Chu looked up to meet Qian Xian's gaze, which seemed ready to breathe fire. Brother Qian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ye Chu feigned concern. You seemed fine just moments ago. 80-year Matai cost 10 million yuan per bottle. When Qian Xian had last heard of someone opening a bottle in the emperor's private room, the price had nearly made him flip the table on the spot. Now this bastard had ordered 2 bottles at once 20 million yuan in total. Though his family was wealthy, they were nowhere near rich enough to throw away 20 million on a single meal. Even 2 million would be considered expensive. If not for wanting to impress Jiang Junyao, he never would have chosen this place. Jiang Junyao and her mother exchanged glances, not expecting Ye Chu to pull such a stunt. The atmosphere became tense, and Jiang Haiyun quickly tried to smooth things over, scolding sternly. You reckless fool. 80-year Mao, how dare you order such a thing? Is that something you're worthy of drinking? I'm not particularly eager to drink it myself. Ye Chu quickly waved his hands, looking filial. I mainly wanted Dad to have a taste. Besides, didn't Brother Qian say to order whatever we wanted? I know it might be a bit expensive, so I only ordered 2 bottles. Jiang Haiyun opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Could he really admit that he wasn't worthy of drinking it either? Han Mingwan and Jiang Junyao felt even more awkward, only able to fidget with their utensils. Qian Xian's mouth twitched. Only 2 bottles? How many did you want to order? 1 per person? He wished he could swallow back his words about ordering whatever you want. Seeing Qian Xian's face turn pale, Ye Chu smiled and delivered the final blow. Brother Qian, you're not unable to afford it, are you? It's fine if you really can't afford it. Just say so, and I'll have the waiter cancel the order. That naked mockery made Qian Xian grit his teeth, admitting he couldn't afford it would be utterly humiliating, but going through with it meant paying 20 million. He'd either have to max out his credit cards or beg his family for help, both equally embarrassing options. In a flash of inspiration, his eyes darted around as he sneered inwardly. You bastard, dare to set me up? Just wait and see. But his face broke into a spring-like smile. Brother, you're joking. It's just 2 bottles of wine, I can still afford that. Brother Qian truly lives up to his reputation. Impressive, most impressive. Ye Chu raised his glass with a smile, though his tone carried a hint of mockery. Haha, it's nothing really. Qian Xian put on a nonchalant expression, but sneered inwardly. You bastard, just wait until you make a fool of yourself. Steam rose with the aroma of dishes as waiters continuously brought out over a dozen exquisite delicacies, then solemnly presented 2 bottles of vintage 80-year Matai with retro packaging. As soon as the bottles touched the table, the pale amber liquid glimmered faintly under the lights. Ye Chu twisted open the cap, and the rich fragrance instantly filled the air, drawing glances even from neighboring tables. Dad, here, let me pour for you first. He filled Jiang Haiyun's glass to the brim. Jiang Haiyun received it with both hands, as if holding some priceless treasure. 80-year Matai was something he had never tasted in his entire life. Mom, would you like some too? Han Mingwan usually never touched alcohol, but now the aroma piqued her curiosity. Just pour me a little. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Chu casually filled her glass to the brim. Next, he glanced at the silent Jiang Junyao and simply picked up her glass, filling it completely. The first bottle was quickly emptied. He opened the second bottle, refilling his own large white porcelain bowl to the brim, then offered the remaining drops to Qian Xian. Brother Qian, there's just a bit left. You should try it too. Qian Xian's mouth twitched as he cursed silently, but could only pour the less than 2 ounces of liquor into his glass. Looking at the pitiful amount, his resentment toward Ye Chu surged. Who picks such expensive alcohol when treating guests? Only to give me this measly amount? Dad, Mom, let's toast. Ye Chu raised his glass. Jiang Haiyun couldn't wait any longer and took a small sip. The rich wine fragrance instantly filled his mouth, flowed down his throat, and a warm sensation spread through his belly. When he exhaled, there was still a sweet aftertaste. Excellent wine. Truly worthy of 80-year Matai, with such a distinctive flavor and lingering taste. To drink such wine, I have no regrets in this life. He spoke with beaming joy. Han Mingwan and Jiang Junyao also took small sips, closing their eyes to savor the taste. Qian Xian was equally unrestrained after all. He had never tasted Matai of this vintage either. Only Ye Chu remained composed, tilting his head back for a large gulp, wiping his mouth and smacking his lips lightly. The taste is decent. Qian Xian scoffed inwardly. What a pretentious act. Jiang Haiyun, still wanting more, raised his glass again. Dear nephew, let's drink more. He and Qian Xian exchanged toasts enthusiastically, the atmosphere so lively it seemed they had forgotten Ye Chu's existence. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Haiyun finally couldn't contain himself and asked in a lowered voice. Dear nephew, what you said earlier about helping Jinyawai true? Qian Xian puffed out his chest. Of course. My father was just promoted to director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, overseeing Jiangdu affairs. Uncle Jiang should know that the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce has always collaborated with the Huangfu family. With my father's intervention, it wouldn't be difficult for the Huangfu family to establish cooperation with Junyao. This statement was quite exaggerated. A mere director could hardly influence the Huangfu family's decisions, but Jiang Haiyun was unaware of this. The 4 words, Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce Director, were enough to make his eyes burn with excitement. Dear nephew, you must help. Once this is accomplished, the Jiang family will surely reward you handsomely. Uncle Jiang, you're too kind. Qian Xian put on a magnanimous appearance. Junyao and I are old classmates. Her affairs are my affairs. Uncle, rest assured, I'll ask my father to help as soon as I return. As he spoke, he gazed at Jiang Junyao with tender affection, his eyes gleaming with hopeful anticipation, eager to see if she might be moved. However, Jiang Junyao remained indifferent, not even lifting her eyelashes, leaving Qian Xian secretly disappointed. Then I must thank you, dear nephew. Jiang Haiyun raised his glass and sighed deeply. Such an outstanding young man, how wonderful it would be if you were my son-in-law. Han Mingwan shot her husband a disapproving glare. Qian Xian put on a regretful expression and sighed softly. Perhaps it's just not meant to be. If I had returned earlier, maybe Junyao wouldn't have. He left the sentence hanging, tilting his head back to drain a large gulp of wine while displaying a touch of melancholy. Though he didn't finish his words, everyone understood what he was implying. Jiang Haiyun's heart stirred, and he immediately encouraged him. Don't lose heart, dear nephew. Life is unpredictable, there might still be opportunities ahead. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt Han Mingjuan's gaze piercing him like needles from beside him, but he pretended not to notice and continued drinking. Jiang Junyao maintained her calm composure throughout, as if everything happening in the room had nothing to do with her. Qian Xian's gaze grew more determined. Uncle, you're absolutely right. Life is unpredictable, and who can say what the future holds? After speaking, He cast a provocative glance at Ye Chu. Ye Chu didn't even lift an eyelid. A mere clown thinks he can steal my wife? Dream on, he sneered inwardly. After several more rounds of drinking, Qian Xin began pretending to be drunk, swaying unsteadily before finally collapsing toward the table with a loud thud. Nephew? Nephew! Jiang Haiyun pounded the table and called out repeatedly, but no matter how much he shouted, Qian Xin showed no response. Young people just can't handle their liquor. Look how drunk he got after so little. Jiang Haiyun shook his head with a rueful smile. Ye Chu saw right through the act. The guy wasn't drunk at all, just trying to avoid paying the bill. Jiang Junyao frowned slightly and reminded her father in a low voice. Dad, stop drinking and think about how we're going to pay the bill. Jiang Haiyun didn't catch on immediately and looked puzzled. Han Mingwan, however, understood right away and stared at Qian Xin suspiciously. Is this kid pretending to be drunk? Qian Xin sneered inwardly. So what if I'm faking it? What can you do about it? He and Jiang Haiyun had indeed drunk quite a bit earlier, and no one here knew his actual tolerance who could determine whether he was truly drunk or faking. Only then did Jiang Haiyun realize what was happening. His intoxication cleared considerably as he pounded the table again, shouting, Nephew! Nephew! Wake up! But the other man remained motionless. What else can we do? We'll have to pay ourselves, Jiang Junyao said flatly. Han Mingwan looked displeased. Inviting someone to dinner only to have them get drunk, I think this kid did it on purpose. Qian Xin cursed silently. Blame that bastard for ordering such expensive wine. Thinking he could make me the sucker? No way. The method was underhanded, but saving money was what mattered most. Jiang Haiyun directed his anger at Ye Chu, glaring furiously. It's all your fault. You useless waste. You had to order such expensive wine. Now look, our family is out 20 million for nothing. Dad, weren't you enjoying it quite a bit when you were drinking? Ye Chu shot back, making Jiang Haiyun's face flush red and purple with rage. Seeing his father-in-law about to explode, Ye Chu quickly said, Don't worry, it's just a small problem. I have a way to handle it. Still bragging at a time like this? Jiang Haiyun scolded angrily. You useless waste. What can you do besides talk tough? Han Mengzhuan's eyes lit up with interest. Xiao Chu, do you really have a solution? Ye Chu grinned. I learned a method in prison for sobering people up. Let me help young Master Qian sober up right now. Seeing Ye Chu walking toward Qian Xin, Han Mingwan frowned slightly. Wouldn't this be somewhat inappropriate? It felt like forcing the other party to pay. She wasn't really considering Qian Xion's feelings, but rather thinking that since he still needed to help Jiang Junyao, offending him over 20 million might not be worth it. Mom, there's nothing wrong with it. Ye Chu's tone was relaxed as he gestured casually. Young Master Qian won't be able to go home in this state anyway. I'm helping him. Ye Chu walked toward him with a smile. The private room was softly lit, with priceless Shifeng liquor and Lafite wine displayed on the table, while the rich aroma of alcohol lingered in the air. Qian Xian was half slumped in his chair, eyes narrowed to slits, but inwardly fuming. Ye Chu was clearly trying to force him to pay the bill. Unfortunately for Ye Chu, he wasn't actually drunk, just pretending. As long as he didn't give in, no one could make him sober up. Humph, you bastard want me to pay? Dream on, he sneered inwardly. Ye Chu approached his side and casually placed his palm on Qian Xion's shoulder, quietly channeling a wisp of true qi into him. The next second, Qian Xion felt as if millions of tiny needles were piercing through his body, excruciating pain spreading through his limbs as his muscles convulsed uncontrollably. His body trembled slightly, but he forced himself to bury his face on the table, preventing Jiang Junyao and the others from seeing. Han Mingwan frowned and asked in a low voice, Xiao Chu, will your method work? Like hell it will work. I think this useless fool is just playing us again. Jiang Haiyun snorted coldly. Before he finished speaking, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the private room. The pretending tobe drunk, Qian Xin shot up abruptly, his face deathly pale and his back drenched in sweat. Jiang Haiyun's expression froze. The slap in the face came too quickly. You bastard, what did you do to me? Qian Xin glared viciously at Ye Chu, wishing he could devour him alive. That needle-like pain was worse than death. Don't panic, young Master Qian. Ye Chu smiled as he withdrew his hand. I was just helping you sober up. As soon as he finished speaking, the pain vanished instantly. Qian Xin became even more certain that Ye Chu was up to something, yet felt helpless about it. Young Master Qian, since you're sober now, please go settle the bill. We've pretty much finished eating. Ye Chu patted his shoulder and leisurely returned to his seat. Qian Xin gritted his teeth, rage nearly burning through his chest. Tonight was supposed to be about impressing Jiang Junyao while stepping on Ye Chu, making him realize he wasn't worthy of her. Instead, he'd been outmaneuvered. The 20 million felt like a knife slowly cutting his flesh, and what made it worse was that he'd only taken a few sips of that 20 million worth wine. Seeing him remain silent, Ye Chu taunted with a half smile. Young Master Qian, you can't actually afford it, can you? If you really can't, we could split the bill. But if word gets out, it might not look good for your reputation. The mighty young Master Qian invites people to dinner, but can't pay the bill in the end, and has to split it. TSK, tisk. The sarcastic words echoed in the private room, making Qian Xian's face alternate between green and white. Finally, he gritted his teeth hard and said coldly, "Nonsense. A mere 20 million, how could I not afford it?" Ye Chu gave him a thumbs up. Young Master Qian is truly generous. His eyes, however, gleamed with amusement. When settling the bill, Qian Xian nearly maxed out all his credit cards to barely scrape together the 20 million. After signing the receipt, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his heart ached so much that his internal organs seemed to be twitching. Everyone left Jianghuai Pavilion. The night breeze swept by, and neon lights reflected on the roadside glass. Qian Xian forced himself to stay alert and looked attentively at Jiang Junyao. "Junyao, let me call a designated driver to take you home." Ye Chu stepped forward to block his view, feigning concern. "Young Master Qian, that's not necessary. You drank quite a bit today, so you should head home quickly. Junyao has me to take care of her, so you needn't worry." Without waiting for Qian Xian's response, he raised his hand to hail a taxi, and the car door clicked open. "Mom, Dad, get in the car." Han Mingwan quickly got into the car. Jiang Haiyun had originally wanted Qian Xian to give them a ride, hoping to create an opportunity for Qian Xian and Jiang Junyao to spend time together. But seeing that Han Mingwan had already gotten into the taxi, he had no choice but to give up on the idea. He waved at Qian Xian and followed them into the car. "Thank you for your hospitality." "Thank you for your hospitality." Jiang Junyao nodded slightly at Qian Xian and also got into the car. Ye Chu was the last to get in. He flashed Qian Xian a smile, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. "Young Master Qian, thank you for your hospitality. That 1980 Matai really tasted excellent." The taxi drove away, its taillights drawing a red line through the night. As soon as the car disappeared from sight, Qian Xian's expression darkened so much it seemed water could drip from his face. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "You little bastard, just you wait." From childhood to now, he had never suffered such humiliation. If he didn't get his revenge, he wouldn't deserve the name Qian. More than half an hour later, the taxi pulled into the Jiang family's villa district. As soon as the car door closed and the living room lights illuminated everyone's faces, Jiang Haiyun exploded. "You worthless piece of trash, get over here." Ye Chu sat steadily on the sofa, arms draped over the backrest, slowly raising his eyes. "Dad, what's wrong? Didn't enjoy the drinks enough? What's wrong? Don't you know what you did?" Jiang Haiyun's face was livid. "What did I do? I just had dinner." Ye Chu feigned confusion. "Who told you to order such expensive wine?" Jiang Haiyun slammed his hand on the sofa armrest in fury. "Don't you know this will offend people? Qian Xian's father is a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Is he someone we can afford to provoke? You useless waste. Instead of helping to share the burden, you just caused trouble." Thinking about possibly offending Qian Xian made his heart sink. Although he had also enjoyed that bottle of 1980 Matai, he couldn't feel happy about it at all. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, raising his hand to slap Ye Chu. "I'll beat you to death, you worthless waste." With a sharp whoosh, Ye Chu dodged to the side. Jiang Haiyun's fury intensified. "You bastard, how dare you dodge? Stand still." Han Mingwan quickly stepped forward, blocking Ye Chu. "Jiang Haiyun, what are you doing? Move aside." Jiang Haiyun pushed her. "I must teach him a lesson today, or he'll really become lawless." "What are you yelling about? Why didn't you say anything at the dinner table? Now you come home and turn on us." Han Mingwan stood her ground. The two were locked in a standoff, the air almost combustible. Jiang Junyao frowned, her voice calm but carrying undeniable authority. "Enough. Junyao, this waste." Jiang Haiyun was cut off mid-sentence. "Dad, it's getting late, and you've had quite a bit to drink. You should rest early." Jiang Junyao interrupted him. "Also, don't worry about the cooperation with the Huangfu family. I have my own ways to handle it." With that, she turned and went upstairs, her figure tall and straight. In the lamplight at the foot of the stairs, Jiang Haiyun sighed deeply, then turned his anger toward Han Mingwan. "Look at this. This is the good son-in-law you found. Impulsive and brainless. If this continues, he'll cause real trouble sooner or later." Han Mingwan snorted coldly. That Qian fellow had improper intentions toward Junyao. As her husband, isn't Xiao Chu right to teach him a small lesson? When Junyao had her accident, he immediately went abroad. As soon as she woke up, he immediately came back. I have no good feelings toward that kind of person. You call that a small lesson? Jiang Haiyun shook his head in exasperation. Qian Xian probably hates this waste to the core now. What if he gets so angry that he refuses to help Junyao? If the cooperation falls through and Junyao can't establish herself in the group, getting suppressed by the main branch, would you be willing to accept that? Han Mingwan was speechless. After a moment, she said quietly, "If worst comes to worst, we'll have Junyao come back to run Yunmeng Pharmaceuticals. The old master is biased anyway, never passed the group to her." Jiang Haiyun opened his mouth, but couldn't find words to refute her. Finally, he glared viciously at Ye Chu and stormed upstairs. Only mother and son remained in the living room. Ye Chu felt warmth in his heart and said softly, Mom, thank you. Don't mention thanks, weary family. Han Mingwan patted the back of his hand, then earnestly advised, Xiao Chu, I know you can't stand that Qian XN, but don't be so impulsive in the future. It's easy to offend people. The main branch is already watching us, we don't need to make new enemies. I understand, Mom. Ye Chu nodded obediently. Go rest, you're tired too. You should rest early too, Mom. Ye Chu responded and headed upstairs. Arriving at the bedroom door, he tried the handle locked. He knocked for a long time, but there was no response from inside. Ye Chu raised his eyebrows helplessly. No need to guess. Jiang Junyao was definitely displeased with his actions tonight, and locking the door was her way of giving him a warning. He muttered under his breath, someone else is making moves on my wife, and I'm supposed to smile and welcome it? Do they really think I'm a worthless waste? After knocking for a while longer with no response, Ye Chu grew tired of waiting and leaped out through a nearby window, leaving the villa. Taking the stairs would likely mean running into Han Mingwan, and how could he possibly explain the embarrassing excuse of being locked out by his wife? Ye Chu still cared about his dignity, so jumping through the window was the quickest solution. Inside the room, Jiang Junyao frowned slightly when she heard no more sounds. She pushed open the door to find no one there, and a trace of anger immediately crossed her lips. Ye Chu's audacity tonight was truly remarkable, daring to publicly swindle Qian Xin. She wondered if this would bring even more trouble tomorrow. If he really provoked the wrong people, she wouldn't have time to clean up his mess. She had originally planned to give him a stern talking to face, but the moment she opened the door, he had vanished, leaving her without even a chance to scold him. After leaving the villa, Ye Chu settled in a secluded small park, sitting cross-legged in meditation. With so many matters occupying him lately, he'd barely had time to cultivate. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed into his body, the resentful dragon chi deep within his dantian was immediately triggered. A black phantom dragon suddenly awakened, rampaging wildly within his dantian. The intense tearing sensation turned his face pale. The more his cultivation advanced, the stronger the resentful dragon chi grew, nourished by spiritual energy. Yet since it shared the same origin as himself, he could neither drive it away nor suppress it for now. To solve this completely, he would need to dissolve its resentment and gain its recognition. His master had said that when that time came, his combat power would increase dramatically. Thinking of this, Ye Chu calculated silently. I need to deal with Huangfu Shuriwe quickly. If I keep experiencing this pain every time I cultivate, I won't be able to endure it much longer. As for Jiang Junyao, that woman was as proud as a queen. She could wait. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as a murderous intent struck him heated. Without hesitation, Ye Chu rolled away in an ungainly tumble. Whoosh! A bamboo arrow whistled through the air and embedded itself in a tree ahead, its shaft gleaming black with sinister poison the attacker clearly intended to kill. Who's there? Show yourself, he demanded in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on a towering ancient tree several dozen meters away. Haha, your reflexes aren't bad, you actually managed to dodge my poisoned arrow. A sinister laugh echoed from the tree canopy as a black-robed old man floated down. With withered hair, deeply lined wrinkles, rotting yellow teeth reeking of decay, and that eerie black robe, his mere presence was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Who are you? Ye Chu pressed in a low voice, certain he didn't recognize this strange figure. Boy, you dared to kill my heart-devouring goo. Have you decided how you want to die? The old man said coldly. He was indeed the one who had placed the curse on Li Jingxian. When his heart-devouring goo was destroyed, he was both shocked and furious. He had spent these past days tracking the remaining traces of its aura, and tonight, he had finally pinpointed Ye Chu's location. So you're the one who cast that curse. Ye Chu's gaze turned cold. Haha, you dared to ruin my plans, now die. Before the black-robed old man's sinister laughter faded, several bamboo arrows were already flying toward Ye Chu in rapid succession, all aimed at his vital points. Petty tricks, how dare you show off before an expert? Ye Chu snorted coldly, his footwork shifting as his form weaved through the arrow storm like a swimming fish, causing every arrow to miss its mark. He suddenly closed in, his fist striking directly at the black-robed old man. Arrogant brat. The black-robed elder snorted coldly, his withered hand reaching into his robes before flinging out a large cloud of green powder that enveloped the charging Ye Chu. At the same time, he shot several bamboo arrows. Boy, you've been hit by my 10,000 ants heart-devouring poison. Prepare to die in agony. He cackled with glee, tapping his toes to try and create distance. Before the poisonous mist had even settled, a figure burst through it. Ye Chu moved like lightning across the sky, appearing before the elder in the blink of an eye. The elder's pupils contracted as he tried to dodge, but a heavy punch slammed into his chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones rang out clearly. The black-robed elder was sent flying several yards, crashing to the ground with a thud and rolling while coughing up dark red blood. Ye Chu approached step by step, his voice calm, yet carrying a chilling undertone. Who are you? Why did you place a curse on the mayor's wife? The excruciating pain from his shattered ribcage left the elder gasping for breath. He struggled several times to get up, but failed, only aggravating his injuries and causing him to vomit more blood as his breathing grew increasingly weak. Terror and disbelief mingled on his face. Meridian opening Grandmaster. Impossible. You're barely in your 20s. To severely injure him with one punch required opening at least 3 meridians, yet this young man had somehow achieved it. Ye Chu gazed at him indifferently. That punch had been restrained, otherwise the man would already be a corpse. Speak. His tone was quiet, but carried undeniable pressure. Otherwise, you'll find death difficult to achieve. The elder's lips curved into a sinister smile. Don't get cocky. The 10,000 ants heart-devouring poison has already entered your body. You'll soon join me in hell. A mocking glint flashed in Ye Chu's eyes. A mere 10,000 ants heart-devouring poison dares to act so arrogantly? The elder's expression shifted slightly. Considerable time had passed, yet Ye Chu showed no signs of poisoning. But this deadly toxin should have no antidote except within the sacred sect. He screamed hoarsely. Impossible. Ye Chu smiled disdainfully. As the personal disciple of the medicine emperor, he had spent years testing poisons and had long since developed immunity to 100 toxins. Most poisons in the world were neutralized upon contact with his body. What sacred sect? His spiritual consciousness stirred, and an invisible mental force crashed down. The elder felt his mind roaring as his consciousness instantly became hazy, but through sheer willpower, he forcibly broke free. His face showed madness as he suddenly pulled out a black pill and shoved it into his mouth. His black blood trickled down the corner of his mouth as the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. He stared at Ye Chu, his voice hoarse and venomous. Dare to interfere with the sacred sect's plans? Prepare to die? I'll be waiting for you below. With those words, he fell backward and died. Ye Chu frowned slightly and stepped forward to search the body. Apart from several packets of poison powder and a few bamboo arrows, there were no other clues. He condensed a wisp of blue-white flame at his fingertip and flicked it toward the corpse. Fierce flames erupted instantly, and after more than 10 minutes, only ash remained. I've inadvertently gotten involved in trouble. Ye Chu mused silently. The southern frontier had always been dominated by 2 major forces, the Five Poisons sect and the Witchcraft sect. But which faction was this sacred sect? After pondering fruitlessly for a while, he simply pushed the thoughts aside, disappeared in a flash, and found a secluded mountain valley to continue his cultivation. In Jinling City, at a quiet villa, a middle-aged man who had been meditating with closed eyes suddenly opened them, reaching into a leather pouch at his waist to retrieve a glass bottle. Inside, a black venomous insect lay curled and motionless, clearly dead. Someone actually managed to kill the ninth elder? He muttered to himself. After a moment of confusion, his eyes suddenly blazed with murderous intent. No matter who it is, anyone who dares touch our sacred sect's people must die. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Soon, a respectful voice came through. Sect leader, what are your orders? Go to Jiangdu and investigate the cause of the ninth elder's death. His voice was low and menacing. Also, it's time to close the net on the Li family. That item must be obtained. As dawn broke, the morning sun rose from the horizon. Ye Chu finished his early morning cultivation, his figure gliding through the mist as he returned to the Jiang family villa. In the living room, Jiang Junyao was nowhere to be seen, while Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun sat drinking porridge and whispering to each other. Where did he run off to so early again? He's so unreliable day after day. Jiang Haiyun knocked his spoon against the bowl with a clang. His face full of displeasure. He had always found fault with Ye Chu in every way. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered to respond. As he took his seat, Han Mingwan still greeted him. Xiao Chu, come eat. The atmosphere at the table was oppressive. Sensing something was wrong, Ye Chu picked up some vegetables and asked quietly, Mom, what happened? Han Mingwan sighed. Jiang Juanlong's presidential inauguration ceremony has been moved up. He'll officially take office in 3 days. Originally scheduled for a month later, the news stunned Ye Chu momentarily. Then everything became crystal clear. It was most likely because of Jiang Juanyao's awakening that the main branch feared complications and was rushing to seize power. Jiang Haiyun's expression was equally grim. Once he secures the presidency, inheriting the Jiang group will be a done deal. Even if Junyao cooperates with the Huangfu family, she might end up making wedding clothes for others. Life for our second branch will only get harder. Mom, don't worry too much. Ye Chu picked up his bowl, his tone gentle. There are still 3 days left. Things could still change. What changes? Jiang Haiyun slammed down his chopsticks heavily. Unless Junyao can finalize cooperation with the Huangfu family within 3 days. Is that possible? You ruined our only hope last night. He was still bitter about the previous evening's events. Ye Chu secretly rolled his eyes. Could a mere director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce really influence the Huangfu family's decisions? Seeing the tension between the 2 men, Han Mingwan tried to smooth things over. Forget it. This might be for the best. After the main branch finishes their scheming, Junyao can still come back to manage Yunmeng Pharmaceuticals. With the old master around, We can't compete anyway. Ye Chu wanted to explain about Huangfu Shiyue's background, but figured they might not believe him and would only invite Jiang Haiyun's sarcasm. So he let it go with Huangfu Shiyue's help anyway. The main branch wouldn't find it so easy to claim their prize. After finishing breakfast, he quickly got ready and took his leave. Outside the villa, the morning sun was blazing. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the herbal medicine wholesale market in the Eastern District. Having offended that so-called sacred sect last night, and knowing they were skilled with poisons, he wasn't afraid for himself. But the people around him couldn't take such risks. She needed to refine some pills for protection. The market entrance bustled with activity, filled with the mixed fragrance of medicinal herbs. As Ye Chu examined the stalls carefully, he discovered that most were artificially cultivated, with truly wild specimens being rare, understandable, since the wild mountains had been mostly stripped bare by now. After asking around, he learned that Wanyao Zhai had the best quality goods, with the highest proportion of wild medicinal materials. Soon, a three-story ancient pavilion came into view, with wooden eaves and upturned corners that formed a striking contrast with the surrounding modern glass buildings. Pushing through the door, the subtle medicinal fragrance grew stronger. A shop assistant immediately approached. "Sir, what can I help you with?" Ye Chu pulled out a neatly folded list from his pocket and handed it over. "Everything's on here." The assistant took it, scanning from top to bottom. The medicinal materials on the list were mostly extremely rare, with a cumulative value of at least several million. After a brief moment of surprise, joy appeared in his eyes. "Encountered a big customer today. Sir, please wait a moment. I need to check with the manager." After speaking, the clerk hurried upstairs on the creaking wooden stairs, while Ye Chu waited quietly in a nearby wicker chair. Within 2 minutes, the clerk returned with an elderly man who had graying temples but sharp, alert eyes. "Manager, this is the gentleman," the clerk said, pointing to Ye Chu. Seeing Ye Chu's young age, the old man looked slightly surprised but still approached with a smile. "Sir, are you certain you want these herbs?" Ye Chu nodded slightly. "Give me 5 sets." 5 sets. The old man's eyelids twitched. This order was worth over 10 million. However, seeing Ye Chu's confident expression, he didn't dare delay. "Very well, sir. Please wait a moment." The old man immediately called his assistants and personally verified the list, weighing and packaging everything. Soon, 5 large packages of herbs were neatly arranged on the counter. "Sir, all the herbs are here. Please inspect them." Ye Chu examined each package and, after confirming everything was correct, took out his phone. The moment the payment notification sounded, the old man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this wasn't a prank. He thought to himself that appearances could indeed be deceiving. "Take care, sir. Please come again," the old man said with a beaming smile, his wrinkles bunching up like chrysanthemum petals. Ye Chu carried the herbs out of the shop, and just as he stepped onto the street, he encountered 2 elegant women walking toward him. One of them was all too familiar. "Mrs. Huang, what a coincidence." Li Jingxian was clearly startled, then smiled and nodded. "Dr. Yi, you're buying some herbs," Ye Chu replied casually, but his gaze fell on the purple-haired woman beside her. The woman was about 30 years old, with rare purple hair that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Her figure was voluptuous yet graceful, exuding mature charm. What was even more striking was her gentle, intellectual demeanor, like a caring older sister who naturally drew people close. Ye Chu stared at her not because of her beauty. He knew who she was. The illegitimate daughter of the Yun family, and a somewhat famous widow in Jiangdu City, Yun Bingwan. Ye Chu's imprisonment years ago was connected to her. Yi Chen, a member of the Yi family, had pursued Yun Bingwan relentlessly but was repeatedly rejected. Eventually, in his rage and humiliation, he drugged her at a banquet, attempting to force a marriage proposal afterward. Yi Chen dared to be so bold because he thought that as an illegitimate daughter and widow, the Yun family wouldn't make a big fuss over her. However, the drugging attempt failed and instead enraged the Yun family. The Yi family paid a hefty price and pushed the young Ye Chu forward as a scapegoat to settle the matter. Though Ye Chu was young then, he remembered the woman who had driven Yi Chen to commit such crimes. Since ancient times, beautiful women have brought trouble. He sighed inwardly, then looked away. "Mrs. Huang, how is your health?" "Thanks to Dr. Ye's blessing, I'm much better. I should be fully recovered soon," Li Jingxian said radiantly. "That's excellent," Ye Chu nodded. After chatting briefly, he left with his herbs. After he departed, Yin Bingwan turned her head curiously. "Jingxian, is he the miracle doctor you mentioned?" Li Jingxian nodded enthusiastically. "Bingwan, let me tell you, Dr. Yi is amazing." She vividly recounted the entire story. Yun Bingwan listened with raised eyebrows, a playful glint in her eyes. Hee hee, what an interesting young man. Just as Yi Chu left, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Zhang Miaochuan. Yi Chu immediately answered. A sobbing voice suddenly came through the phone. "Brother Yi, please come save Dr. Zhang quickly. He's about to be beaten to death, woo woo." The voice was soft and delicate but choked with tears. It was Zhou Xiaoyun, the young nurse from the clinic. Yi Chu's expression changed drastically as he lowered his voice and pressed for details. "Where are you?" The tearful answer from the other end came almost without pause. We're at Baiyao Pavilion in the Nanjing Medicinal Materials Market. Nanjing Medicinal Materials Market? Ye Chu's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. He hung up decisively, grabbed a nearby shop owner to ask for directions to Baiyao Pavilion, then sprinted off. At that very moment, inside Baiyao Pavilion on the west side of the Medicinal Materials Market, the situation had spiraled out of control. Zhang Miaochuan was surrounded by three burly men who pummeled him with fists and knees, forcing him to curl up on the ground with his arms protecting his head. Each blow was accompanied by muffled groans and the sound of cracking bones. Zhou Xiaoyan cried out as she rushed forward to intervene, but another thug shoved her aside. Her petite frame lost balance, and she fell hard, gasping from the pain. "All right, don't kill him." A deep voice interrupted the beating. From behind the crowd, a middle-aged man in a dark blue traditional Chinese jacket slowly rose from his ornate chair. His thick leather shoes clicked against the floor as he walked over, rotating two dark, glossy walnuts between his fingers. He approached Zhang Miaochuan with measured steps and looked down at him from above. "Kid, 20 million, not a penny less. Otherwise, you're not leaving here today." His tone was gentle, yet carried an unquestionable coldness. Zhang Miaochuan's face was bruised and swollen, and several broken ribs sent searing pain through him with every breath. He struggled to his feet using the counter for support, spat out a mouthful of blood, and met the man's gaze. "That ginseng was fake to begin with. You're clearly trying to extort me." He spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. An hour earlier, he and Zhou Xiaoyan had come to purchase medicinal materials. Thanks to a mutual acquaintance's introduction, Baiyao Pavilion had been quite welcoming, bringing out various ginseng specimens for his selection. Among them was a particularly eye-catching wild ginseng root allegedly 100 years old. Though he couldn't afford it, curiosity led him to examine it closely. His family's generations of medical practice had given him the expertise to spot the deception immediately. The century-old ginseng was actually assembled from fragments of several wild ginseng roots of different ages. Just as he was about to point this out, someone bumped into him from behind. The ginseng fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The shop staff immediately demanded an outrageous compensation, 20 million. When he questioned the ginseng's authenticity, they produced complete authentication certificates and purchase invoices also totaling 20 million. With all the evidence in place, it was clearly a premeditated scam. The moment he protested, he received this vicious beating. In the chaos, the panicked Zhou Xiaoyan had picked up her drop phone and called Ye Chu for help. "Fake." The middle-aged man in the traditional jacket smiled slightly, the walnuts clicking as they rotated between his fingers, his voice full of mockery. "Who can prove that? If I say it's real, then it's real. You're extorting me." Zhang Miaochuan glared furiously at the middle-aged man before him, his voice trembling. "I'm calling the police." "The police?" The middle-aged man sneered, slapping a stack of so-called authentication certificates onto the counter. "I have all the proper documentation here. Even if the police come, you'll still have to pay." "That's impossible." Zhang Miaochuan shook his head desperately. "Those certificates are fake. The police won't believe them. Don't be naive." The middle-aged man flicked his suit cuff with a mocking tone. "Ever heard the story of calling a deer a horse? If I say that ginseng is real, then at Isevan when the police arrive, you think they'll bother examining the certificates closely?" Zhang Miaochuan's face turned deathly pale. At that moment, he finally realized that in the face of power, justice and fairness were sometimes nothing but empty words. This man clearly had significant backing. His very presence was suffocating. What arrogance! Despair filled his heart as he was about to argue further when familiar footsteps approached from outside. Ye Chu pushed through the door. Seeing who had arrived, Zhang Miaochuan felt both moved and worried. This opponent was clearly trouble. Could Ye Chu really handle him? The middle-aged man turned to size up Ye Chu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ye Chu steadied Zhang Miaochuan and asked quietly, "What's going on?" Zhang Miaochuan didn't dare hide anything and quickly explained the situation. After listening, Ye Chu's eyes darkened, already forming a plan. "And who might you be?" the middle-aged man asked coolly. "This kid damaged a century-old ginseng in my shop. He must pay 20 million in compensation." Ye Chu looked up with undisguised mockery. "The mighty third master of the Yun family playing such petty tricks? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock?" Surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Zhang Miaochuan suddenly understood this was none other than the third master of the Yun family, Yun Zhonghe. No wonder he demanded 20 million without hesitation. One of Jiangdu's four great wealthy clans, truly not someone to provoke. Quick on the uptake. Yun Zhonghe chuckled lightly. "Ye Chu, since you know my identity, hand over that 20 million obediently. My money isn't something just anyone can touch." Last night, Wang Tianbao had reported the loan incident to Yun Zhonghe in detail. Though furious, Yun Zhonghe hadn't acted rashly. First investigating Ye Chu's background. How dare a mere son-in-law be so arrogant? However, since he was the Jiang family's son-in-law, Yun Zhonghe preferred not to confront them directly, so he orchestrated today's scheme. Even if things escalated and the Jiang family intervened, he would be in the right. I borrowed that money fair and square. Why should I return it? Ye Chu's tone remained calm. Non-negotiable. Yun Zhanghe snorted coldly. Make this kid pay up, then get lost. The ginseng is fake. Why should he compensate? Ye Chu shook his head. If anyone should pay, it's you compensating my brother. He was beaten up by your people. This can't just be overlooked. Yun Zhanghe laughed in fury. Huh? What an arrogant brat. Do you really think the Jiang family's backing means I won't dare touch you? Then try it. Ye Chu's expression remained indifferent. Fine, fine, fine. Since you're seeking death, I'll oblige you. Yun Zhanghe suddenly turned toward a thin, elderly man nearby and spoke respectfully. Master Feng, please take action. The old man nodded slightly and stepped forward, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on Ye Chu. Boy, think carefully. Once I make my move, blood will definitely be spilled. Ye Chu crooked his finger. Enough talk. Make your move. Insolent brat. Feng Hansen roared, his withered palm shooting out like an eagle's talon tearing through air. His fingertips cut through the wind, compressing the air until it hummed, followed by a series of sharp sonic booms that revealed the ferocity of his technique, the eagle claw kung fu. Ye Chu was mildly surprised but didn't retreat, shifting his stance to engage Feng Hansen in combat. Though it appeared to be a fight, it was really just Ye Chu toying with his opponent. He merely dodged casually while Feng Hansen was already panting like an ox. An 8th-stage body tempering practitioner might be considered a master in others' eyes, but before Ye Chu, he was nothing. Having been confined in prison for years, Ye Chu knew little about the outside world's martial arts. Seeing the eagle claw technique for the first time sparked his interest, so he decided to learn while fighting. Curving his 5 fingers into hooks, gathering strength in his wrists, then striking like an eagle soaring through the sky. Feng Hansen's heart filled with terror as he hastily crossed his arms to protect his chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was sharp and piercing. The tremendous force sent him staggering back 7 or 8 steps before he could steady himself. Looking down, he saw several deep gashes on his left arm that reached the bone, blood flowing freely. You! How do you know eagle claw kung fu? His voice trembled. I just learned it from you. Ye Chu replied indifferently. Feng Hansen's pupils contracted sharply in disbelief. He had practiced for decades without mastering it. Yet this man had achieved perfection with just a casual attempt? Suppressing his shock, he demanded in a deep voice, who exactly are you? Nearby, Yun Zhanghe was already stunned. Feng Hansen was the second-ranked expert in the Yun family, never having lost a battle, yet now he was being pushed to such a state by a young man. He simply couldn't process what he was witnessing. Zhang Miaochuan was equally shaken. After 3 years, her once silent and dull former classmate had become so powerful. Ye Chu's gaze swept over Yun Zhanghe with mockery. My identity. Don't you already know it? Feng Hansen looked suspiciously at Yun Zhanghe. Such a master, and Yun Zhanghe had called him a worthless son-in-law. Yun Zhanghe was also troubled. With such abilities, why would he willingly become a son-in-law to the Jiang family? Taking a deep breath, he said coldly, Ye Chu, I never expected Jiangdu's famous worthless son-in-law to hide so deeply. However, no matter how skilled you are, you must cough up that 20 million. The Yun family is not to be trifled with. Ye Chu shook his head with a light laugh. As I said, money borrowed with skill, why should I return it? Yun Zhanghe's expression darkened as he raised his hand in signal. Attack together. Help Master Feng take him down. Several bodyguards rushed forward, surrounding Ye Chu with Feng Hansen. Zhang Miaochuan's heart tightened with worry. But Ye Chu remained calm, continuing to use the eagle claw technique he had just comprehended. His movements were ghostly, and with each strike, someone would be sent flying with either a broken arm or shattered shoulder. In less than a minute, all the bodyguards lay on the ground wailing in pain. Ye Chu flexed his fingers and turned his gaze back to Feng Hansen. Old man, your turn. Curving his 5 fingers, wind sharp as blades, he struck directly at Feng Hansen's chest. Feng Hansen dodged frantically but was still a beat too slow, only managing to twist his body to avoid vital points. The sound of tearing filled the air as his shoulder clothing was shredded by the claws, leaving 5 deep grooves that reached bone. His right arm immediately went limp, nearly useless. The pain was excruciating. Abandoning all dignity, he pleaded repeatedly, Young master, I surrender. Only then did Ye Chu withdraw his hand, turning his gaze to the still shocked Yun Zhanghe with an indifferent voice. I don't know if the Yun family is hard to deal with, but I certainly am. Yun Zhanghe came to his senses, his face looking rather grim. Despite his meticulous preparations, he had been defeated unexpectedly. He could only force a strained smile. Young friend, you truly are full of surprises. Yun, accept defeat today. You may leave. Ye Chu dusted off his sleeves, his tone indifferent. We can leave, but I'd like third master to apologize to my brother first, along with medical expenses. Zhang Miaochuan wanted to protest, but Ye Chu silenced him with a wave. Yun Zhanghe was stunned, had already let them go. Yet this young man was pushing his luck? He suppressed his surging anger. Young friend, don't go too far. Yes, I injured this fellow, But you opened by extorting 20 million from me and injured my men as well. That's exactly the point. Ye Chu shook his head gently. But third master, don't misunderstand, I never said I was here to reason with you. Fury nearly burst from Yun Zhangyi's eyes. Boy, you can certainly fight, but my Yun family isn't to be trifled with. Do you really want to escalate this? Ye Chu's gaze remained calm. I was holding back. If not for the Yun family's reputation, they would have suffered more than minor injuries. Yun Zhangyi's momentum faltered. Feng Hansen quickly leaned in and whispered, Third master, discretion is the better part of valor. Let's agree for now. After taking 2 deep breaths, Yun Zhangyi forced himself to calm down and asked coldly, Speak. What do you want? Now third master is being reasonable. A wise man knows when to yield. Ye Chu smiled leisurely. It's simple 1 million for medical expenses, plus my service fee. What service fee? Yun Zhangyi frowned deeply. I've been fighting you all this time. It's quite tiring. Ye Chu grinned. I happen to need some medicinal herbs. Let's settle with those. Yun Zhangyi's mouth twitched, nearly speechless with rage. The audacity beating his men, and then demanding payment for the effort. Third master, please have someone prepare them. I'm not greedy, just 5 sets will do. Ye Chu pulled out a neatly folded paper and handed it over. Yun Zhangyi glanced at it. His face instantly darkening. Every herb on the list was precious, each set worth over 2 million. 5 sets meant over 10 million. He swallowed his rage and said grimly, These herbs are all rare. Some need to be sourced from elsewhere. It will take time. No problem. Ye Chu waved dismissively, then turned to crouch beside Zhang Miaochuan, examining his wounds. His fingertips pressed lightly, channeling internal energy to stop the bleeding and promote circulation. Zhang Miaochuan whispered, Ye Chu, maybe we should let it go. The Yun family is powerful. Let's not push them too far. Ye Chu chuckled softly, Don't worry. A mere Yun family doesn't scare me. Zhang Miaochuan opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't know how to continue persuading him. About 10 minutes later, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the 100 Herbs Pavilion. A group of security guards and black-clad bodyguards rushed into the hall, weapons at the ready, looking menacing. Behind the crowd, 2 graceful figures entered, Li Jingxian and Yun Bingwan. Ye Chu's eyes sharpened as he looked up at Yun Zhangyi. Third master, are you going back on your word? Yun Zhangyi snorted coldly. I told you before, the Yun family isn't to be messed with. He strode toward the entrance. Little sister, what brings you here? I heard someone was causing trouble at the 100 Herbs Pavilion, so I came to see. Yun Bingwan surveyed the scene. Li Jingxian looked around curiously. Who is it? Who dares cause trouble on Yun family territory? The 2 women had been shopping at the market when they encountered the mass of security guards. Upon inquiring about the disturbance, they had followed along. With Ye Chu inside and surrounded by the crowd, neither woman had noticed him yet. Yun Zhangyi pointed inside and said, Just a young punk in there. He strode forward, leading 2 women through the crowd. The bustling corridor instantly parted under the intimidating presence of the 3. Li Jingxian and Yun Bingwan looked up to see Ye Chu surrounded by the crowd. Dr. Yi. Li Jingxian was startled at first. Then her brow furrowed and her expression darkened. Ye Chu was also taken aback. What a small world indeed. Yun Zhangyi hadn't expected Ye Chu to know the mayor's wife, and his expression shifted slightly. Li Jingxian stepped forward, her tone concerned. Dr. Yi, what happened? Ye Chu briefly explained the entire incident. How Yun Zhangyi had brought people to cause trouble, how Feng Hansen had attacked, and how he had subdued them, leaving out no details. After hearing this, Li Jingxuan's expression turned grim. Dr. Yi, rest assured, I will see that justice is done for you. She turned to Yun Bingwan. Yun Bingwan nodded slightly and said softly, Leave it to me. Then she looked coldly at Yun Zhangyi. Third brother, apologize to this young man. Yun Zhangyi's face turned ashen. Little sister, this kid he. Apologize. Yun Bingwan's tone grew more forceful. Yun Zhangyi clearly feared Yun Bingwan. After standing frozen for a moment, he lowered his head and stepped forward, his mouth twitching. Young friend, I'm sorry. Ye Chu was secretly amazed. Despite being illegitimate, Yun Bingwan could actually make the 3rd master of the Yun family bow his head. He waved his hand, not pressing the advantage. Since 3rd master has apologized, let's call it even. But I still need the medicinal herbs, and my friend's compensation can't be overlooked. Yun Zhangyi's eyelid twitched, but he could only suppress his anger. Naturally, he instructed a clerk to fetch the herbs and took out his phone, transferring 1 million yuan to Zhang Miaochuan as compensation on the spot. Soon after, the clerk brought 5 sets of medicinal herbs. Yun Zhangyi personally handed them to Ye Chu. Thank you, 3rd master. Ye Chu accepted them with a smile, then nodded to Li Jingxian. Mrs. Huang, I'm grateful for today. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Li Jingxian smiled warmly. Take care, Dr. Yi. Ye Chu left Baiyao Pavilion with the bewildered Zhang Miaochuan. After the crowd dispersed, Yun Bingwan said to Li Jingxian, Jingxian, go wait for me at Wanyao Studio. I'll join you shortly. Li Jingxian nodded and left. As soon as she was gone, Yun Zhangyi lowered his voice and complained, Little sister, That kid was too arrogant. Why did you? Yin Bingwan raised her hand to interrupt. He defeated Old Feng? Tell me the details. Yin Zhonghe didn't dare delay and recounted the entire conflict. Yun Bingwan then looked at Feng Hansen. Old Feng, how did the fight go? Feng Hansen smiled bitterly and described in detail how his eagle claw technique had been mirrored and how he had been defeated. That kid also knows eagle claw technique. Or did he learn it on the spot? Yin Bingwan couldn't hide her surprise. Feng Hansen nodded solemnly. Not just knows it's mastered it. Even I'm no match. It definitely wasn't learned on the spot. He must have practiced for years. Yun Bingwan looked thoughtful, her beautiful eyes narrowing as her interest in Ye Chu grew stronger. Third brother, he saved Jingshuan's life. Let this matter end here and provoke him again. After giving these instructions, she too left Baiyao Pavilion. Ye Chu escorted Zhang Yaochuan and Zhou Xiaoyan back to the clinic. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Yaochuan grabbed Ye Chu's hand, his eyes reddening. Ye Chu, thank you. If it weren't for you today, I really don't know what would have happened. Ye Chu smiled and pulled his hand back. Don't be dramatist, it was nothing. Call me if you have trouble in the future, don't try to tough it out. He looked down to check the injuries while casually reminding him. If Zhou Xiaoyan hadn't called for help, given Zhang Yaochuan's stubborn nature, he probably would have been beaten to a pulp before asking for help. Zhang Yaochuan nodded repeatedly. Ye Chu turned to Zhou Xiaoyan. Sister Zhou, please take care of Miaochuan. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded eagerly, her gaze gentle. Don't worry, I will. Her affection for Zhang Yaochuan was obvious, though the blockhead remained completely oblivious. After giving some simple instructions, Ye Chu chatted with them for a few more minutes before leaving the clinic. Ye Chu left the clinic, planning to find a place to refine medicine. After taking just 2 steps, his phone suddenly vibrated. The message alert sound particularly clear in the quiet alley. He pulled out his phone, his eyes instantly darkening. Ye Chu, I suddenly remembered there's still some information about your background I haven't told you. If you want to know, come back to the Yi family. The number was unfamiliar, but the content let him immediately guess the sender. Just then, the ringtone sounded odd and it was the same number from the text message. Ye Chu answered. Ye Chu, I'm waiting for you at the Yi family home. On the other end, Yi Tianqing dropped just this one sentence before ruthlessly hanging up. The Yi family, haunting me like ghosts. Ye Chu pocketed his phone, but quickened his pace. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to confirm it himself. Without any hesitation, he headed straight for the Yi family residence. Meanwhile, in the Yi family villa's living room, Yi Tianqing put down his phone and turned to face the middle-aged man sitting opposite him. Master Su, if there's any trouble later, please intervene. The man was named Su Wanshan, the Yi family's retained expert, a body-tempering stage 6 master. He lifted his chin slightly, glancing at the 4 bodyguards beside him, his tone arrogant. Don't worry, family head. What waves could a greenhorn make? I'm afraid there'll be enough before I even need to act. The bodyguards hearing this all puffed out their chests, confident smiles playing on their lips. About half an hour later, Ye Chu arrived at the Yi family home. The butler came forward and led him into the villa. Ye Chu's gaze swept the surroundings, pausing for a moment on Su Wanshan, before he swaggered over to the sofa and sat down, his cold gaze locking onto Yi Tianqing. Speak. What else haven't you told me? Xie Yushan and Yi Chen exchanged glances, confusion in their eyes. Yi Tianqing had previously said he had a way to trick Ye Chu into coming back, and they had been skeptical. They hadn't expected him to actually show up, and to ask such a bewildering question right off the bat. Yi Tianqing's face darkened. Ye Chu, such audacity. Is this how you speak to your elders? Xie Yushan added sarcastically. He's the Jiang family's Livian son-in-law now. Naturally, he doesn't take us seriously anymore. Elders. Ye Chu coldly swept his gaze over Yi Tianqing, mockery at the corner of his mouth. Is he even worthy? Ungrateful son. Yi Tianqing could no longer contain his rage. You really think joining the Jiang family means you can run wild? Ye Chu's expression remained indifferent as he stood up, making to leave. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm leaving. Yi Tianqing gritted his teeth and waved his hand sharply. You lot, teach him a lesson. Show him what respect for his elders means. From among the 4 bodyguards, a burly man stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a menacing grin fixed on Ye Chu. Boy, if you don't want to suffer, better apologize to the family head right now. Ye Chu's voice was ice cold. I told you, he's not worthy. Looking for death. The burly man roared, stomping forward, his fist shooting toward Ye Chu's face like a sledgehammer. Xie Yushan and Yi Chen sneered from the side, waiting for the scene of Ye Chu getting beaten senseless. However, Ye Chu didn't retreat a single step. He raised his hand, precisely catching that iron fist, twisted his wrist slightly, and casually tossed. Bang! The burly man flew sideways like an emptied sack, traveling several meters before crashing heavily into the wall. Debris scattered everywhere as the wall was smashed open with a gaping hole. The man hit the ground, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Then his head lolled to the side as he passed out cold. You could hear a pin drop in the room. Everyone turned their heads almost simultaneously, staring at Ye Chu in disbelief. Yi Tianqing instinctively gasped, his face turning pale. You? How is this possible? Xie Yushan and Yi Qin also widened their eyes. That explosive burst of power was beyond what an ordinary person could achieve, leaving only one explanation. Ye Chu was also a martial artist. A mocking smile played at the corners of Ye Chu's mouth. What? Surprised? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Yi Tianqing took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and said coldly, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Turns out you've become a martial artist. His tone shifted as his face took on a sneering expression. But you're still too young. Thinking that becoming a martial artist means you can contend with the Yi family? A mere martial artist is still nothing but a paper tiger in the eyes of our Yi family. His confidence stemmed from his certainty that Ye Chu, being so young, must have limited abilities. Oh, is that so? Ye Chu smiled ambiguously. Then why don't you let me witness the Yi family's strength? As you wish. Yi Tianqing snorted coldly, then looked respectfully at the gray-robed elder beside him. Master Su, please take action. Su Wanshan nodded slightly, his sharp gaze locking onto Ye Chu, his voice arrogant. Boy, when I strike, blood must be drawn. If you don't want to get hurt, obediently admit your mistake and apologize. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. The last person who said that to me was begging for mercy after just a few moves. I wonder how long you can last. Arrogant. A cold light flashed in Su Wanshan's eyes as he turned toward the door. This place is too cramped. Let's go to the courtyard. Ye Chu followed without hesitation, with Yi Tianqing and the others hurrying behind. In the courtyard, the night breeze was cool, and moonlight spilled across the stone pavement. Su Wanshan placed one hand behind his back and beckoned Ye Chu with the other. I disdain bullying the young. You strike first. Ye Chu seemed surprised as he raised an eyebrow and shook his head in refusal. You go first. Otherwise, once I make my move, you probably won't get another chance. What an arrogant brat. Su Wanshan laughed in anger, his body crouching and swaying, hands coming together and extending downward, his entire form like a mantis preparing to strike. Take this. Before his words finished, he pushed off with his foot, his figure shooting forward like lightning, reaching Ye Chu's chest in the blink of an eye, his hands striking repeatedly at vital points around Ye Chu's body. Ye Chu sidestepped and slid, avoiding the attack while his eyes quickly captured his opponent's movements. Mantis fist interesting. The corner of his mouth curved up as he casually mimicked Su Wanshan's posture, his form also swaying like a mantis, effortlessly dodging each attack. In the moment he found an opening, his right fist struck like a hammer, hitting Su Wanshan's side. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Wanshan was sent flying several meters, crashing horizontally onto the grass with scattered debris flying everywhere. How is this possible? Yi Tianqing and the others stared in unison. Su Wanshan's face was deathly pale as he struggled to his feet, asking in shock, how could you possibly know Mantis Fist? Ye Chu stood with his hands behind his back, chuckling lightly. Didn't I just learn it from you? Impossible. Su Wanshan's pupils contracted sharply. Had practiced Mantis Fist for decades, yet it couldn't match the purity of Ye Chu's first attempt. Regardless, he now understood the gap between them and gritted his teeth as he cupped his hands. I concede defeat. Yi Tianqing and the others looked grim. The Yi family's prized retainer had been completely defeated. What was even more shocking was that they had been completely unaware of Ye Chu's rise. Yi Tianqing even felt regret stirring in his heart. If he had known Ye Chu was this formidable, how could he have let him marry into the family? If you have any other tricks, feel free to use them. Ye Chu's voice was cold, cutting off Yi Tianqing's attempt to ease the atmosphere. Yi Tianqing opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. The Yi family did indeed have stronger experts, but without the old master's permission, he couldn't possibly summon them. Looks like there aren't any. Ye Chu smiled mockingly. The Yi family is nothing more than this. Yi Tianqing's face turned iron gray, as if he had swallowed a fly. Yi Yichen shouted angrily. Ye Chu, don't get too cocky. Our Yi family has more than just Master Su as a martial artist. If we bring in other experts, dealing with you would be child's play. Changing his tone, he adopted the air of an elder. But considering our blood ties, we can refrain from attacking you. However, you must also repay the Yi family. Hearing this righteous demand, Ye Chu sneered inwardly. Oh, and how exactly do you want me to repay you? Yi Yichen's eyes flickered as he immediately said, it's simple. You just need to help arrange a meeting with Miss Jiang. Dad wants to see her. If you make this happen, the Yi family will reward you handsomely. His tone was confident, as if the matter was already settled. Ye Chu had originally intended to mock him with a few sarcastic remarks, but when the words reached his lips, he suddenly changed his mind. Since they were coming to him for help, he might as well squeeze some profit out of it. Don't just talk. If there are benefits, show them now. Yi Yichen was caught off guard and momentarily speechless, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural as he struggled to maintain his composure. What do you want? Ye Chu tilted his head and thought for a few seconds, then casually raised his hand and held up one finger. Just give me cash. 100 million should do as a gesture. After all, there's nothing else in the Yi family that catches my eye. What arrogance! Yi Chen sneered inwardly, but outwardly asked in a deep voice, how much? The mighty Yi family can't even come up with 100 million? Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of contempt. Yi Chen was left speechless. The Yi family could indeed produce that amount, but giving it to Ye Chu for nothing seemed like a losing proposition no matter how he calculated it. At this moment, Yi Tianqing frowned and interjected, 100 million is too much. The Yi family's business hasn't been doing well lately, and our liquid assets are tight. 5 million at most. 5 million. Ye Chu glanced over disdainfully. Are you trying to send away a beggar? Yi Tianqing's mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth. 8 million. 80 million. Not a penny less. 10 million. Not a penny more. 40 million. 15 million. 30 million. Veins bulged on Yi Tianqing's forehead as he suppressed his anger. 20 million at most. Don't be too greedy. Yi Chen also quickly tried to mediate. Ye Chu, we're family after all. That should be enough. Ye Chu weighed his options and felt the price was reasonable, so he nodded. For the sake of family, 20 million it is. He then gave them his account number. Fearing complications, Yi Tianqing immediately had the finance department transfer the money, and 20 million was quickly deposited. When his phone chimed with the notification, Ye Chu's eyes flashed with delight. Another 20 million in the account. How refreshing. The money has been transferred. Go handle this when you get back. I need to meet Miss Jiang as soon as possible, Yi Tianqing instructed sternly. Don't worry, just wait. Ye Chu smiled nonchalantly, though he thought to himself, you'll be waiting until the end of time. Suddenly remembering something important, he asked, by the way, is there any other information you haven't told me? Yi Tianqing's expression froze, and he shook his head. I don't think so. I must have remembered wrong. Damn, I knew it. Ye Chu cursed silently and left the Yi family estate. Watching him leave so decisively, Xie Yushan frowned. Tianqing, what if this kid takes the money and doesn't do the job? He wouldn't dare. Yi Tianqing's brow furrowed, but thinking about Ye Chu's recent behavior, he felt uncertain and instinctively looked towards Su Wanshan. Mr. Su, I heard you have a senior brother? Su Wanshan nodded. That's right. My senior brother works for the Yun family. At the mention of Yun family, all three people in the room changed their expressions. Yi Tianqing pressed further. What's your senior brother's strength level? Su Wanshan immediately understood his meaning and patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, family head. My senior brother Feng Hansan is an 8th-stage body tempering expert. His eagle claw technique is masterful, and his strength surpasses mine. Dealing with that kid would be more than easy for him. Yi Tianqing's eyes lit up with joy. Then I'll trouble Mr. Su to make the introduction. If that kid tries any tricks, we'll need Mr. Feng to step in. Leave it to me, family head. Su Wanshan agreed. I'll contact my senior brother right away and notify you as soon as I have news. After leaving the Yi family, Ye Chu prepared to find a place to refine medicine. Alchemy required peace and quiet, with absolutely no interruptions. Ye Chu knew perfectly well that returning to the Jiang family was out of the question. If Jiang Haiyun caught him again, there would be complete chaos. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his phone and called Huangfu Shiyue. Little brother, what made you think of calling your sister? Came Huangfu Shiyue's sultry voice through the phone, soft and sweet with a hint of playful teasing that made Ye Chu's heart flutter. This woman was truly captivating. Sister Shiyue, is your place spacious? I'd like to borrow a room. Ye Chu got straight to the point, briefly explaining his plan to refine pills. My place is quite spacious, you can do whatever you want there. Her voice seemed to whisper directly into his ear, and Ye Chu nearly blurted out, really, anything, but managed to swallow the words. After hanging up, he hailed a taxi following the GPS directions. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at a quiet villa district. Through the window, Ye Chu could see a tall figure standing at the entrance. Dongmei was waiting with her arms crossed. He got out and waved. Dongmei rolled her eyes and said flatly, follow me. The villa district's landscaping was immaculately maintained, with fountains and walkways arranged in perfect harmony. Following a winding path, they arrived at a 2-story standalone house. The entire building occupied a generous plot, surrounded by garden courtyards with marble flooring that reflected the warm sunlight, clearly decorated with the utmost luxury. Pushing through the door, the living room was spacious enough to host a small dance party. Huangfu Shiyue sat on a leather sofa, organizing documents. Today she wore a black camisole loungewear that half-covered her snow-white shoulders, with a tantalizing glimpse of cleavage catching the light. Her long, elegant legs were crossed, her skin glowing softly in the sunlight, impossible to look away from. Compared to her usual sharp professionalism, she now radiated lazy charm. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, her eyes instantly curving into crescents. Little brother, you're here. She rose to greet him, bringing with her a wave of rich feminine fragrance, her ample chest swaying gently with each step. Ye Chu's ears burned as he pretended nonchalance and looked away. This scorching scene was more than he could handle at the moment. Huangfu Shiyue caught his embarrassment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Little brother, what kind of pills are you planning to refine? She was genuinely curious. After all, the alchemy from television shows and ancient texts was now appearing before her very eyes, performed by this young man she knew so well. Some detoxification pills, and a few pills to enhance strength, Ye Chu replied. Pills can enhance strength? Huangfu Shiyue's eyes brightened considerably. Of course, especially for those on the verge of breakthrough, it can speed things up significantly. Ye Chu's tone was meaningful. Huangfu Shiyue's heart leaped with joy at these words. Ever since using the medicinal bath formula Ye Chu had given her, the chronic condition that had plagued her for years was nearly cured, and her cultivation had directly reached the peak of body-tempering realm. She was just one step away from entering the meridian opening realm. She had thought it would take more time, but the opportunity was now within reach. Her voice softened immediately, with a hint of coyness. Little brother, could you give your sister a pill? Ye Chu nodded readily. No problem. I came here intending to help you break through anyway. He owed her so much help, and it was only right to return the favor. Of course, he also harbored some other thoughts deep down. Huangfu Shiyue hadn't expected him to agree so readily. Warmth flooded her heart, and her gaze toward Ye Chu became so tender it could melt. Dongmei watched anxiously from the side, worried that her mistress would fall too deep if this continued. Little brother, thank you, Huangfu Shiyue said sincerely. Ye Chu put on a stern face, feigning displeasure. Sister Shiyue, what's our relationship? Saying thanks makes it too formal. Huangfu Shiyue laughed softly, her eyebrows curved like crescents. All right, then your sister won't be polite. Come on, I'll show you to a room. But Ye Chu raised his hand to signal wait, his gaze sweeping toward the kitchen. Do you have a rice cooker here? Both women froze. Ye Chu had already stepped into the kitchen, rummaged around for a moment, then quickly emerged carrying a brand new rice cooker. Huangfu Shiyue blinked, asking curiously, Little brother, what do you need that for? Ye Chu rubbed his nose and smiled helplessly. I don't have an alchemy cauldron right now, so I'll have to make do with this. Dongmei and Huangfu Shiyue's expressions froze simultaneously. A rice cooker could be used for alchemy? Huangfu Shiyue led Ye Chu down to the basement. At the end of the dim staircase lay a room spanning dozens of square meters, with thick walls and silence so profound that only breathing could be heard, perfect for alchemy. Sister Shiyue, you can go upstairs and wait for me. Ye Chu closed the door and pulled out a gleaming black rice cooker from his storage pouch, efficiently sorting the freshly purchased medicinal herbs into neat piles on the floor. He fed the various herbs into the pot in sequence, and a wisp of pale blue-white true fire emerged from his fingertips, wrapping around the rice cooker's exterior like silk threads. Under the intense heat, the herbs quickly melted while impurities separated away. Before long, rich medicinal fragrance filled the basement, drifting through the ventilation system straight up to the second floor. What a wonderful herbal aroma. Huangfu Shiyue took a gentle sniff, her eyes full of anticipation. Time passed quietly. The sun set completely, darkness fell outside the windows, and only then did Ye Chu emerge from the room. Weariness showed in his brow as he carried the black rice cooker in his arms, his steps noticeably heavy. In the living room, Huangfu Shiyue had already set dinner on the dining table. Seeing him emerge, she immediately approached. Little brother, you've worked so hard. Come eat. The moment Ye Chu sat down, he began devouring the food, shoveling rice into his mouth like a whirlwind. After refining pills all afternoon, he was starving. Not only did Huangfu Shiyue not mind his crude eating manner, she thoughtfully kept serving him dishes. Little brother, no rush, eat slowly. Sister Shiyue, I can manage myself. Ye Chu wiped the corner of his mouth, somewhat embarrassed, then pushed the rice cooker toward her. The yellow ones are minor true essence pills for breakthrough, about 10 of them. The green ones are detox pills, making up 2/3 of the batch. Help yourself. As soon as she lifted the lid, an even more intense medicinal fragrance hit her face. Huangfu Shiyue looked down to see dozens of pills lying quietly inside. She eagerly grabbed a yellow pill and swallowed it, immediately feeling pure medicinal power surge through her meridians like a flood. She quickly sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and began circulating her cultivation to refine the energy. Boom. In just moments, a powerful aura erupted from within her body as the barrier of the meridian opening realm shattered completely. Miss, congratulations! Dongmei exclaimed with delight. Huangfu Shiyue rose to her feet, feeling the surging new power within her, her excitement evident. Little brother, thank you. It was nothing. Ye Chu waved dismissively, then suddenly changed his tone. But sister, rather than thanking me, you should probably take a bath first. Looking down, she saw her sleeves covered in black grime and sticky sweat stains, accompanied by the foul stench of expelled impurities. Huangfu Shiyue's face instantly turned crimson as she bolted toward the bathroom, her retreating figure both flustered and adorable. Ye Chu couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Dongmei nearby spoke up quietly. Could I perhaps have a pill too? Ye Chu looked at her with mock seriousness. No way. Minor true essence pills are extremely precious, giving you one would be wasteful. Yu Dongmei's face flushed with anger. You're bullying me. I'm telling miss. Seeing this usually proud female bodyguard now acting like a wronged little wife, Ye Chu found it even more amusing. Suddenly he changed his approach. If you want one, you'll have to beg me for it. Dongmei's eyes widened. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth. I want to become stronger too. Please give me a pill. Ye Chu paused, then burst into hearty laughter. One isn't enough, at least two. Dongmei's eyes immediately lit up, her anger vanishing without a trace as she quickly snatched 2 pills from the pot, afraid he might change his mind. After obtaining the pills, she didn't hesitate and swallowed one directly, beginning her breakthrough. Soon after, another powerful aura erupted from the villa. Dongmei had taken a small true essence pill, and the true essence surged through her body as she broke through to the peak of body tempering on the spot. Haha, I've broken through, she exclaimed excitedly, throwing punches that made her knuckles crack. She didn't rush to take the remaining pill, planning to wait until her realm stabilized before attempting to break into the meridian opening stage. Impurities from the pill were expelled through her pores, filling the air with a foul, sour stench. Ye Chu covered his nose in disgust. That reeks. Go take a shower right now. Dongmei looked down to see black grime clinging to her clothes. Though not as dramatic as what Huangfu Shiriwa had experienced earlier, it was equally pungent. Embarrassed and flustered, she rushed into the bathroom. More than half an hour later, both women emerged from the bathroom side by side. Huangfu Shiriwa was squeaky clean, but still couldn't bring herself to look directly at Ye Chu. Remembering her earlier disheveled state made her cheeks burn. Ye Chu coughed and broke the silence. Sister Shiriwa, if there's nothing else, I'll head out now. He wanted to leave early to spare everyone the awkwardness. Huangfu Shiriwa quickly grabbed his arm. Little brother, don't rush off. I want to take you somewhere. Where to? You'll know when we get there. Another half hour later, the three arrived at a private estate. Artificial mountains and flowing water, pavilions and towers, carved beams and painted rafters lights outlined luxurious curves all along the path. Passing through corridors, they entered the estate's central reception and exhibition hall. The spacious, brightly lit hall featured a circular platform in the center surrounded by tiered seating. It was clearly an auction venue. Ye Chu looked around and asked quietly, Sister Shiriwa, what is this place? Jiangdu's largest underground auction house, Huangfu Shiriwa explained with a smile. It's held every 6 months and often features excellent items. Since you need an alchemy cauldron, I brought you here to try your luck. Ye Chu's eyes lit up with interest. Huangfu Shiriwa added, you can not only buy here, but sell as well. Ye Chu had a sudden inspiration and pulled out the pills he'd refined that afternoon. Sister Shiriwa, could you help me sell these pills? Huangfu Shiriwa frowned. Little brother, isn't it a shame to sell such precious pills? Not at all. If they're gone, I'll just refine more. Besides, I kept some for myself. Ye Chu waved dismissively with a smile. Huangfu Shiriwa nodded and took the jade bottle. All right, I'll go find the organizers. Wait here for me. She left with Dongmei in tow. Ye Chu wandered alone through the reception hall. Guests had already gathered in small clusters, dressed luxuriously, their laughter and conversation mingling with the scent of wine, subtly revealing an aura of wealth and power. He noticed that many attendees were martial artists, their bodies steady and their steps swift. As time passed, the crowd grew denser. Just as he was strolling and observing, a sharp female voice came from his side. Well, how did a waste like you end up here? Ye Chu turned, his brow furrowing slightly. The speaker was Jiang Junlan, the youngest daughter of the Jiang family's main branch, tall, cold, and beautiful, her eyes full of contempt. Beside her stood a tall young man in fine clothing with an upright bearing. The young man raised an eyebrow. Junlan, is this kid perhaps? Jiang Junlan pointed at Ye Chu. Brother Zaheo, that's right. He's the Yi family bastard who married into second uncle's household. Her voice wasn't quiet, immediately drawing glances from those around them. The Jiang family's Livian son-in-law. Many people whispered among themselves, their gazes roaming over Ye Chu with curiosity, jealousy, and mostly disdain. The young man smiled down at him. So you're that lucky little punk. His name was Wang Zaheo, and his eyes were full of mockery. Ye Chu rolled his eyes. None of your damn business. Jiang Junlan shouted angrily. You worthless waste. How dare you speak to Brother Zaheo like that? Ye Chu glanced at her coldly. I just did. What are you going to do about it? You? Wang Zaheo raised his hand to stop Jiang Junlan and looked down at Ye Chu arrogantly. Waste, you're not worthy of Miss Jiang. If you know what's good for you, you'll divorce her obediently. Otherwise, once my brother returns, it'll be too late for regrets. As soon as Wang Zaheo spoke these words, everyone around nodded in agreement. In their eyes, the Wang family's eldest son, Wang Ziting, was practically a born leader, sharp-eyed in business and equally brilliant in martial arts, hailed as one of the most outstanding figures among Jiangdu's younger generation. Among Jiang Juanyao's many suitors, when it came to family background and capabilities, he was undoubtedly the most suitable match. Back then, Countless people were certain this marriage would happen, and even the higher-ups of both the Jiang and Wang families shared the same sentiment. However, Jiang Junyao had an accident and fell into a coma, while Wang Ziting went abroad for advanced studies. Now that Jiang Junyao had awakened, Wang Ziting would surely return. If he truly intended to deal with Ye Chu, given Wang Ziting's methods, the latter would have virtually no chance to fight back. This was something everyone present understood perfectly well. With this thought, pairs of eyes turned toward Ye Chu in unison, curious to see how he would react. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. Are you trying to tell me what to do? This single sentence brought sudden silence to the crowd, with several gazes flashing with surprise. Wang Zihao was momentarily stunned, then his expression turned cold. Not telling, commanding. Divorce Miss Jiang immediately, and you might keep your life. Otherwise, not only you, but the entire Yi family will be uprooted. His eyes carried undisguised contempt. In the Wang family's view, Ye Chu was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed with a mere gesture. Jiang Junlan sneered from the side. Waste of space, you'd better know your place. Anger brother Zihao, and you'll regret it. Ye Chu didn't speak, merely raised his hand and held up his middle finger, his eyes full of provocation, silently asking, what exactly can you do to me? This scene drew many sideways glances. Some wondered if Ye Chu had some backing. Others thought he was just a hot-headed fool. After all, even the Jiang family itself had to show deference to the Wang family, with their profound martial arts heritage. Among Jiangdu's three great ancient clans, the Wang family was the strongest, with a meridian opening grandmaster presiding over their clan. Looking across all of Jiangdu, only the one sect, two societies, plus the Wang family possessed such formidable foundations with meridian opening grandmasters. Courting death, Jiang Junlan said coldly, her gaze as if looking at a corpse about to meet its end. Wang Zihao grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth. I haven't encountered someone as arrogant as you in a long time. Come on, let me see where your confidence comes from. With that, he beckoned to the security captain responsible for maintaining order nearby. The captain immediately hurried over and asked politely, young Master Wang, what are your orders? I suspect this kid snuck in here. Check him out thoroughly. Wang Zihao pointed at Ye Chu. The security captain's expression darkened, understanding that Ye Chu had offended the young master, but still asked cautiously, young Master Wang, this person is? His name is Ye Chu, Jiangdu's famous Livian son-in-law, of the Jiang family. Wang Zihao's lips curved in a smile, though his tone was full of mockery. The security captain had long heard rumors about the Jiang family's Livian son-in-law, and knew Ye Chu had no powerful backing. So he immediately relaxed and stepped forward with a stern face. Show me your invitation. I need to inspect it. Though this underground trading venue was secretive, it had strict entry requirements, one invitation per person, without exception. Ye Chu shrugged and spread his hands. Don't have one. I came with someone else. The security captain was momentarily stunned, having intended to find an excuse to teach the other party a lesson. But unexpectedly, Ye Chu truly couldn't produce an invitation. Nonsense. Everyone who comes here must have their own invitation. The head of security shouted angrily. Tell the truth. How did you sneak in here? The banquet hall was brilliantly lit, yet the atmosphere instantly froze with his harsh rebuke. The captain's face darkened as he knew that only martial arts masters or people with extraordinary backgrounds could bring outsiders to such events. But Ye Chu standing before him clearly didn't belong to either category. Even Wang Zihao, a wealthy young heir, wasn't qualified to bring guests along. Ye Chu remained expressionless, his voice calm. I told you, someone brought me in. Still dare to lie. The captain snorted coldly, his heavy footsteps approaching menacingly. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place. The surrounding guests wore mocking expressions, waiting to see if the previously arrogant Ye Chu could still act tough. Ye Chu's eyes turned cold. I advise you not to make a move, or the consequences will be severe. Oh, let me see just how severe. The captain's face was full of contempt as his large hand shot toward Ye Chu's shoulder. Crack. Ye Chu raised his hand and grabbed back. With just a gentle twist, the crisp sound of breaking bones pierced the air. The security captain's face contorted in pain, and before he could scream, he was already hurled by tremendous force, flying over 10 meters and crashing heavily onto the marble floor. The hall fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Ye Chu stepped forward, looking down at the captain struggling to get up, and spoke indifferently. Do you understand now? The captain endured the pain, his eyes full of venom. You little bastard, daring to fight Harry dead. Before he finished speaking, a large group of security guards had already swarmed from all directions. From the corner, Wang Zihao laughed loudly. Trash. Only you would dare cause trouble here. Jiang Junlan covered her lips and sneered coldly. Brother Zihao, this idiot has no brains at all. The security guards closed their formation, about to strike, when suddenly a stern shout came from the distance. I'd like to see who dares touch him. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw two graceful figures approaching side by side. The leading woman had delicate features and a voluptuous figure, Naturally radiating an imposing aura with every gesture right was Huangfu Shiyue, with the cold-faced Dongmei beside her. As the two women approached, Huangfu Shiyue's gaze swept across. Move aside. An invisible pressure hit them, and the guards' hearts trembled, involuntarily parting to both sides. Huangfu Shiyue came to Ye Chu's side, her expression instantly softening, her tone concerned. Little brother, what happened? The onlookers exchanged glances. A rumored useless son-in-law was actually acquainted with such an outstanding beauty? Ye Chu briefly recounted what had occurred. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Shiyue's pretty face turned frosty. The security captain clutched his broken wrist and forced himself to speak. Miss, this guy injured someone here. I advise you not to meddle in this affair. I insist on meddling. Huangfu Shiyue replied coolly. The captain's face turned ashen, but he didn't dare approach again. Wang Zihao feigned concern. Beautiful lady, offending the host of this place for a useless son-in-law isn't worth it. Are you trying to tell me what to do? Huangfu Shiyue turned her head, her tone icy. Wang Zihao's voice caught, his face instantly darkening. Jiang Junlan jumped out and cursed. Bitch, how dare you be rude to brother Zihao? I think you're looking for death. Swish. Dongmei flashed in front of Jiang Junlan and delivered a resounding slap. Jiang Junlan's mouth and nose bled as she screamed in shock. You dare hit me? Slap. The second slap came without pause. Dongmei said coldly. Daring to disrespect the young lady, you deserve to be hit. Jiang Junlan flew into a rage and lunged at Dongmei, but was easily deflected and received several more slaps. Dongmei's eyes were ice cold. If you dare make noise again, I'll kill you. Jiang Junlan was so frightened she shrank back, tearfully grabbing Wang Zihao's sleeve. Brother Zihao, you must stand up for me. Woo woo woo. Wang Zihao's face had long since darkened, his cold gaze locking onto Dongmei. Miss, Junlan is the young lady of the Jiang family. Aren't you afraid of the Jiang family's wrath for laying hands on her? Dongmei's face remained impassive, her eyes filled with contempt. The Jiang family? Never heard of them. What arrogance. Wang Zihao was so choked up he laughed, fury burning in his eyes. The Jiang family is one of the three ancient clans of Jiangdu, and we recently formed a comprehensive partnership with the Huangfu family of Jinling. You claim you've never heard of us? Your arrogance knows no bounds. A hint of amusement flickered in Dongmei's eyes as she nodded with feigned seriousness. The Huangfu family, now that I have heard of, they're said to be a renowned wealthy family in Jinling with formidable power, especially their eldest daughter, Huangfu. She universally acknowledged as Jinling's premier prodigy. Standing nearby, Ye Chu covered her forehead and silently complained to herself. That flattery was delivered with masterful finesse. Wang Zihao's expression shifted slightly as he snorted coldly. Good that you know. The Jiang family has partnered with the Huangfu family, so offending us is tantamount to offending them. Be smart and apologize to Junlan, or face the consequences. Had it not been for the extraordinary bearing of these two women and their mysterious origins, he wouldn't have bothered with such lengthy explanations. Jiang Junlan chimed in shrilly. Exactly. My brother is the CEO of Jiang Corporation, fully responsible for our cooperation with the Huangfu family, and he even knows their eldest daughter. You'd better apologize immediately and slap yourself 10 times, or you'll never leave Jiangdu alive. She glared viciously, her eyes brimming with malice. Ye Chu's expression grew peculiar. If these two knew that the very Huangfu eldest daughter they spoke of was standing right before them, what would their faces look like? Nonsense. Dongmei's face turned ice cold. How noble is Miss Huangfu? How could she possibly associate with trash like you? Before her words had fully faded, she moved like lightning, delivering 2 more crisp slaps. You? Jiang Junlan clutched her face, trembling like a leaf pampered since childhood. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Wang Zihao's face turned ashen as he shouted toward the security captain in the distance. Captain Zhao, this woman is assaulting people in broad daylight. Aren't you going to do something? The security captain finally snapped to attention and declared grimly. Don't worry, young Master Wang. Anyone who dares cause trouble here, regardless of who they are, will pay the price. He raised his hand, preparing to order his men into action. Just then, a low shout rang out from the distance. Stop. Everyone turned toward the voice, their expressions growing tense. A distinguished middle-aged man approached with measured steps, his purple robe swaying gently in the breeze. His light purple hair gave him the appearance of a refined scholar, yet his every gesture concealed a sharp, cold edge. This was the legendary Master Long Jiao of Jiangdu's underworld. Even the leaders of Jiangdu's 2 major gangs treated him with utmost respect, which explained everyone's earlier shock at seeing Ye Chu and her companion dare to act so boldly here. The security captain hurried forward. Master Jiao, someone's causing trouble here. Shut up. The low rebuke thundered like lightning. Master Long Jiao strode directly to Huangfu Shiyue, his scholarly smile tinged with remorse. Sister Shiyue, my subordinates were poorly disciplined and have offended you. My apologies. Huang Fu Shiyue's expression remained calm as she raised her delicate hand dismissively. No matter. There are always a few bad apples everywhere. It's perfectly normal. This exchange instantly stunned everyone present, so their arrogance stemmed from their close relationship with Master Jiao. The security captain's face turned deathly pale. Wang Zihao and Jiang Junlin's lips trembled as they finally realized the magnitude of their mistake. Master Long Jiao turned back to the security captain, his previously gentle face instantly freezing over, his aura pressing down like a tangible force. Rest assured, Sister Shiriyue, I will give you a satisfactory resolution. His gaze sharp as a blade, his voice low and commanding, he declared, I want to know exactly what happened here. The captain of the security team dared not conceal anything and recounted the entire incident in detail. Abusing power for personal gain, go receive your punishment, then get out of here. Master Long Jiao gave the order casually, his voice calm as if deciding a trivial matter. As soon as the words fell, the captain's face turned deathly pale. His knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground with a thud, his voice trembling. Master Jiao, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Master Long Jiao's eyes darkened. I don't want to repeat myself. The thunderous pressure sent chills down the captain's spine. He dared not plead further, and, clutching his chest, struggled to his feet before retreating in disgrace. Silence returned to the hall. Master Long Jiao turned his gaze to Wang Zihao and Jiang Junlan, his eyes as cold as ice. Wang Zihao forced a smile and had barely uttered, Master Jiao, when he was coldly cut off. I won't pursue today's matter. Go back and tell Elder Wang that the favor he owes me is now settled. That single sentence hit harder than a slap. Wang Zihao's face stiffened instantly. His mouth moved, but meeting Master Long Jiao's icy stare, he fell silent like a cicada in winter, quietly retreating to a corner with Jiang Junlan. The surrounding crowd secretly gasped. The eldest son of the Wang family didn't even dare to argue before Master Long Jiao. All eyes inevitably turned to Huang Fu Shiyu. What was her identity that Master Long Jiao would treat her with such courtesy? And how did Ye Chu, who had always been regarded as a worthless Livian son-in-law, come to know them? Master Long Jiao shifted his gaze to Ye Chu, inquiring, Sister Shiriyue, could this be? Huang Fu Shiriyue nodded. That's right, he is Master Yi. Master Yi. Master Long Jiao's eyes lit up as he eagerly extended both hands with unprecedented enthusiasm. I am Long Jiao, pleased to meet you. Ye Chu gave him a brief handshake. Ye Chu. The onlookers were once again struck speechless. Wang Zihao's eyes nearly bulged from their Seketsa Livian son-in-law. He had trampled underfoot was being addressed as Master by Master Long Jiao. At that moment, a resonant bell chimed from the center of the venue. Everyone immediately realized the auction was about to begin and converged toward the central platform. Master Long Jiao led Huang Fu Shiriyue, Ye Chu, and the others to the best viewing seats. After settling in, he said, Sister Shiriyue, Master Yi, I have some matters to attend to. We'll chat later. With that, he rose and departed. Ye Chu turned to Huang Fu Shiriyue, scratching his head, and whispered, Sister Shiriyue, how did I become Master Yi? Huang Fu Shiriyue chuckled softly. You can refine medicine and understand medical arts. If you're not a master, then what are you? Ye Chu supposed that made sense, though being called master when he wasn't even 20 made him feel prematurely aged. Well, if it isn't Huang Fu Shiriyue. A woman's voice, tinged with mockery, suddenly came from behind. They turned to see three graceful figures approaching. All three women were quite beautiful, with two of them rivaling Huang Fu Shiriyue's looks. With a quick glance, Ye Chu recognized them. Zhuge Jia, her secretary, and Yin Bingwan, though he hadn't expected the three to be together. Huang Fu Shiyue's expression darkened. Zhuge Jia, you really are like a lingering ghost. Zhuge Jia sat down gracefully beside them, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Miss Huang Fu, you're quite mistaken. I came to Jiangdu on family business, which has nothing to do with you. Huang Fu Shiyue snorted coldly, shot her a sideways glance, then turned her head away dismissively. Not far away, the lake's surface shimmered with rippling light, and a gentle breeze swept across the pavilion. Yin Bingwan nodded slightly, meeting Ye Chu's gaze. Young Master Yi, we meet again. Ye Chu returned the greeting politely, his expression calm and composed. Bingwan, you know this young man too? Zhuge Jia raised an eyebrow, remembering that Yin Bingwan was usually aloof and rarely spoke to others. I wouldn't say I know him, we merely crossed paths a few times, Yin Bingwan replied indifferently. Oh, Zhuge Jia responded, her gaze openly appraising Ye Chu from head to toe. Their unexpected encounter last time had left a deep impression on her, and now seeing him again, with even Huang Fu Shiriyue treating him with such regard, it was clear that Ye Chu was more than just a simple healer. Ye Chu smiled cheerfully, tapping the long table. Beautiful lady, are you here to see a doctor? If so, I can write you a prescription right now. For Mrs. Huang's sake, I'll give you a 20% discount. At the mention of Mrs. Huang, Zhuge Jia's cheeks involuntarily flushed crimson. Recalling the previous incident, She glared at Ye Chu in embarrassed fury before quickly averting her gaze. Yun Bingwan observed this with quiet amazement. The usually composed and steady Zhuge Jia was actually showing such an expression. Huangfu Shiriwa lowered her voice and asked her brother curiously, "You know Zhuge Jia?" Ye Chu nodded and briefly recounted their previous encounter. Huangfu Shiriwa suddenly understood, then warned him with a stern expression, "That woman is no good. Stay away from her." Hearing this, Zhuge Jia looked over provocatively, her tone icy. "Huangfu Shiriwa, make yourself clear. How exactly am I no good? Don't you know what kind of person you are? Do I really need to spell it out?" Huangfu Shiriwa replied with a contemptuous glance. Zhuge Jia's expression darkened as if she might explode with anger at any moment, but suddenly she tilted her head back and laughed lightly. "You're afraid I'll get close to him, aren't you? I was merely curious before, but now I've changed my mind." She stood up, her skirt swaying slightly, and extended her delicate hand toward Ye Chu with an enchanting smile. "Divine Dr. Yi, I am Zhuge Jia, and I'd like to be your friend." The people at nearby tables heard every word clearly and exchanged bewildered glances. How could such a beautiful woman with both grace and stunning looks take the initiative to befriend someone others saw as merely a Livian son-in-law? Across the pavilion, Wang Zihao watched the scene unfold, fury boiling in his heart. Damn it! What does that waste have that I don't? His knuckles turned white as he gripped his cup, jealousy nearly distorting his features. Ye Chu was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, extending his hand to clasp hers warmly. Of course, the soft, boneless sensation transmitted through his palm as he discreetly released a thread of true qi to examine her. Moments later, his eyes flashed with barely contained Delita light constitution, a special physique no less remarkable than the moonlight constitution. In just a few short days, he had encountered 3 different special constitutions. That proud woman Zhang Junyao was temporarily out of reach, but Huangfu Shiriwa and the Zhuge Jia before him were definitely worth pursuing. If successful, the resentful dragon qi in his body could be suppressed, and he'd never again have to endure that heart-wrenching agony during cultivation. At this thought, his gaze grew burning hot. Zhuge Jia inexplicably shivered, feeling unsettled under that intense stare. She tried to withdraw her hand, but found that Ye Chu was gripping it quite firmly. Maintaining her composure, she smiled with a hint of suggestion. "Divine Dr. Yi, could you perhaps let go of my hand first?" Only then did Ye Chu snap back to reality and quickly released her hand. "Sorry, I was thinking about something pleasant and got distracted." He quickly apologized, not wanting to leave a bad impression. Zhuge Zia's eyelid twitched violently as her intuition told her that whatever happy occasion he mentioned was probably nothing good. She took a deep breath, pulled out her phone to exchange contact information with Ye Chu, and added with a sweet smile, "Divine Dr. Yi, I still have some influence in Jiangdu. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything." As she spoke, she couldn't help but cast a provocative glance at Huangfu Shiriwa. Of course, of course." Ye Chu nodded with a beaming smile. Just as he sat down, a resentful gaze immediately locked onto him. Looking back, he saw Huangfu Shiriwa staring at him without blinking, while Dongmei glared with fury. Ye Chu cleared his throat softly, about to explain, when suddenly bells chimed from the stage and the auction officially began. A graceful woman in high heels walked onto the stage, holding a microphone with a crisp voice. "Welcome everyone to tonight's auction. I'm your host, Dandan, and the auction begins now." Ye Chu seized the opportunity to change the subject. "Sister Shiriwa, the auction has started. We need to pay close attention so we don't miss anything good." With that, he fixed his gaze intently on the stage. Huangfu Shiriwa gave him a resentful look before turning her attention to the platform. The first auction item was brought out by staff members on a tray, covered with red cloth. Dandan introduced it. Tonight's first Itima luminous pearl. As her words fell, the red cloth was removed, revealing a pale green pearl the size of an adult's fist. The lights immediately dimmed, and the pearl glowed with a soft green light in the darkness, its internal patterns clearly visible like flowing galaxies, drawing gasps of amazement from the audience. When the lights came back on, Dandan continued. "This pearl comes from the deep mountains of the West. According to expert appraisal, it's a rare mineral with remarkable effects for calming the mind and nourishing the body." The audience immediately erupted in excitement, with many collectors' eyes blazing with fervor for jade enthusiasts. This was truly a treasure. After the commotion subsided, Dandan announced, "Starting bid is 10 million, with minimum increments of 1 million, 11 million, 12 million, 15 million, 20 million, 30 million. Bidding voices rose one after another, quickly surpassing 30 million. The big shots in the front rows remained calm, seemingly having no intention of making a move. Eventually, this luminous pearl was sold to a jade merchant for the high price of 100 million yuan. The second item was a Han Dynasty antique, finally hammering down at 150 million yuan. 8 or 9 more items were subsequently sold, each worth a fortune, with the most expensive being a string of imperial green Buddhist beads from the Tang Dynasty that fetched 400 million yuan. The 10th item was wheeled onto the stage. Dandan lifted the red cloth to reveal a small bronze tripod with 3 legs and 2 handles. The tripod was about the size of a wash basin, covered in rust and ancient patterns, but its surface was crisscrossed with cracks, missing 1 handle and 1 leg. Looking as if it might crumble at any moment, its appearance was quite poor. This bronze tripod has been authenticated by experts as genuinely from the pre-Qin period, though the specific era cannot be determined, and it is not a complete piece, Dandan explained truthfully. Starting bid is 10 million, with minimum increments of 1 million. The term pre-Qin antique should have been exciting, but this damaged tripod failed to catch anyone's eye, and the vast auction hall fell silent. Dandan understood the real showstoppers were still to come, and no one wanted to waste their ammunition on this broken tripod. Just as she was feeling disappointed, a voice suddenly emerged from deep within the crowd. 11 million. Everyone turned their heads, curious to see who had more money than sense. When they realized the bidder was Ye Chu, the entire venue paused for a moment. So, it was the Jiang family's son-in-law. Ah, the Jiang family's Livian son-in-law, truly someone with more money than brains. Mockery and disdain festered in the shadows, but Ye Chu paid no mind. He simply stared casually at the small bronze tripod on the auction stage. With his powerful spiritual perception, he could vaguely sense something extraordinary about the tripod, and since he happened to need an alchemy cauldron, he raised his paddle to bid. Brother, isn't this little tripod a bit too worn out? Huangfu Shuriwe frowned slightly, lowering her voice to ask. It's fine, as long as it works. Ye Chu shook his head gently. The earlier scene was still fresh in everyone's memory, so no one dared compete with Ye Chu again. The small tripod was finally sold for 11 million. If not for the tripod's limited inherent value, it would have been fought over frantically. Even so, the host Dandan was beaming with joy. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the 11th auction item. As she spoke, 2 staff members carried an antique wooden box onto the stage. The pale purple box was covered with intricate patterns, and the box itself was worth a considerable sum. After building suspense, Dandan slowly lifted the lid, and a crisp medicinal fragrance instantly wafted out. Inside the box lay a herb of the same pale purple color. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Though they knew it was rare, no one could identify it. Ye Chu's eyes sharpened. Could this be youth-preserving grass? Such a rare treasury had only seen records of it in ancient texts. Dandan introduced it gracefully. This is youth-preserving grass. Consuming it can preserve one's appearance for 10 years without aging. If refined into pills, the effect is even better. As her words fell, the venue erupted in excitement. Many women's eyes suddenly blazed with desire. 10 years of youth was enough to drive them mad. Ye Chu could clearly hear several women around him breathing heavily. Huangfu Shuriwe leaned close to Ye Chu's ear. Brother, if this grass were given to you, could you refine it into pills? Yes, but it would need other supplementary herbs. Ye Chu nodded confidently. Huangfu Shuriwe's eyes immediately lit up. Dandan added some background. It said this grass comes from the 100 Herbs Valley in Shenangjia. The herb gatherer paid an enormous price to bring it out, making it extremely rare and precious. Then she announced the starting price. Youth-preserving grass, starting bid 100 million, with minimum increments of 10 million. 110 million, 120 million, 150 million, 170 million, 200 million. The price rapidly climbed to 200 million, with bidding still fierce, mostly from wealthy ladies and socialites desperate for youth. Soon, the figure broke through 400 million, already exceeding the previous Buddhist bead's final price. By this point, only a handful could still raise their paddles. 500 million. A calm yet clear voice cut through the silence, and the entire venue fell so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Raising the bid by 100 million in a single move could no longer be described as merely wealthy, but absolutely domineering. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice, and the bidder was none other than Huangfu Shuriwe. All eyes turned to discover it was Huangfu Shuriwe making the bid. Hearts couldn't help but tremble. Truly worthy of someone acquainted with Master Long the Ninth, stunning the entire venue with a single move. Ye Chu was secretly amazed his sister was truly loaded. When Huangfu Shuriwe casually threw out 500 million, the bidding hall fell dead silent. People either feared offending this mysterious woman or simply knew they couldn't outbid her. Just as the atmosphere was settling, a lazy voice suddenly drifted from the other side of the VIP section. 600 million. Everyone turned in unison, only to discover the bidder was yet another stunningly beautiful woman sitting right next to Huangfu Shuriwe. Beyond their surprise, people couldn't help wondering, when did Jiangdu produce 2 such wealthy women? Huangfu Shuriwe shot Zhuge Jiao a cold glance, her voice icy. 700 million. Zhuge Jiao remained composed, as if 800 million was mere pocket change. 800 million. 900 million. 1 billion. The escalating numbers made everyone's scalp tingle, leaving many stunned. Such extravagant spending. Huangfu Shuriwe's brows furrowed tightly, her eyes turning glacial. Zhuge Jiao, must you compete with me? Zhuge Jiao smiled faintly in response. What competition? Auctions naturally go to the highest bidder. The tension was palpable. Behind the curtain backstage, Master Long could only smile bitterly. Why did these two girls both show up here to cause trouble? Seeing sparks about to fly, Ye Chu stepped in to mediate, lowering his voice. Sisters, please don't fight over this. Let me bid for the youth-preserving grass. Once I refine it into pills, I'll give each of you one. How about that? Huangfu Shiyue's expression softened slightly. After a moment's consideration, she nodded. Fine, I'll listen to you. Zhuge Jiao, however, studied Ye Chu with narrowed eyes. This young man not only had a close relationship with Huangfu Shiyue, but also claimed to be an alchemist. Hard to tell if it was true. Sensing her doubt, Ye Chu smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, even if I did deceive you, you could always come to the Jiang family to settle accounts with me. After a moment's thought, Zhuge Jiao nodded lightly. Very well, I'll trust divine physician Yi. Both sides called a truce, and the youth-preserving grass ultimately went to Zhuge Jiao for the astronomical price of 1 billion. The onlookers were completely bewildered. They were at each other's throats just moments ago, so why did they suddenly stop competing? However, they had only heard the surface bidding and knew nothing of the three's whispered negotiations, soon becoming distracted by the next auction item. The auctioneer presented a martial arts manual. Though it could only be cultivated to the peak of body tempering realm, it still triggered fierce competition in Jiangdu. Having even one peak body tempering expert in the family meant few would dare provoke them. After intense bidding, the manual sold for 1.2 billion. Next, Dandan announced, now for tonight's grand finale. As her words fell, the red cloth was pulled away, revealing 8 small jade bottles arranged neatly, blue on one side, white on the other, each bearing tiny labels too small to read from a distance. Everyone's curiosity was instantly ignited. This time Dandan didn't keep them in suspense, first pointing to the white bottles. These contain detoxification pills that can neutralize 100 poisons. The announcement caused an uproar. Even if the effects were slightly exaggerated, pills that could neutralize 100 poisons were still priceless. Once the commotion died down, she pointed to the blue bottles. These contain minor true essence pills. For those in body tempering realm, they can break through 1 to 2 minor stages. If consumed by peak body tempering experts, there's even a chance of advancing to Grandmaster level. Boom. This revelation instantly exploded throughout the venue. The hall fell silent at first, then erupted into a cacophony of voices. Is this real? A pill that can actually help someone break through to the Grandmaster level. Master Long Jiao has always kept his word and never makes empty boasts. Incredible. How can such a pill exist in this world? Discussions rippled through the hall in waves, mixing curiosity, shock, and skepticism. When the crowd settled down slightly, the hostess Dandan raised her voice. If you don't believe it, you can witness the proof first. Before she finished speaking, a lean middle-aged man stepped onto the platform. His black martial outfit clung to his muscles, and his gaze was sharp. This was Zhao Hu, one of Master Long Jiao's 2 trusted lieutenants, and a powerful warrior at the 8th stage of body tempering. The martial artists below fell silent simultaneously, their eyes burning with anticipation. Dandan took out a blue jade bottle, uncorked it, and poured out a pill the size of a thumb, smooth and lustrous throughout. Zhao Hu took it without hesitation, tilted his head back and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged with his palms on his knees, closing his eyes to circulate his energy. In less than 10 breaths, blood chi surged across his body surface, his robes billowed, and his mighty aura climbed at a visibly rapid pace. Boom. An invisible shockwave spread out as he successfully broke through the 8th stage barrier and stepped into the 9th stage of body tempering. Sensing that sharp, new realm of power, some martial artists below immediately breathed heavily, their eyes blazing with intensity. It's real? The pill is real, someone shouted excitedly. Zhao Hu opened his eyes, nodded slightly to the crowd, then stepped down from the platform. Dandan smiled warmly. Everyone has seen the effects, so I won't say more. She raised her voice as the auction officially began. 4 detox pills, starting price of 100 million each, minimum bid increment of 10 million. 3 lesser true essence pills, starting price of 500 million, minimum bid increment of 20 million. As her words landed, bidding voices exploded. 520 million, 550 million, 600 million. High prices crashed like waves against the shore, with almost everyone targeting the lesser true essence pills, creating an intensely heated atmosphere. For them, if they could use this to create a grandmaster, any amount of money would be worthwhile. In the VIP section, Wang Zihao turned urgently. Junlan, please bid for me. I'll call home immediately. We must secure a lesser true essence pill. He then pulled out his phone and hurriedly dialed. Jiang Junlan nodded in agreement. On the other side, Zhuge Jia had been eager to participate, but noticed that Huangfu Shiyue remained completely calm throughout, showing no intention of bidding. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Such a treasure, yet she remained unmoved? Could there be some deception? But on second thought, Master Long Jiao valued his reputation highly and wouldn't dare fool people with fake goods. Her confusion deepened, so she simply restrained her impulse and decided to observe further. Yun Bingwan asked in surprise. Zia, such a treasure doesn't move your heart. Zhuge Zia forced a bitter smile. I spent 10 billion on the youth-preserving grass earlier, so I don't have much money left. Besides, I'm not a cultivator, so the cost-effectiveness isn't high. After some consideration, Yun Bingwan didn't press further and raised her paddle to join the bidding. The price had now soared to 800 million. After a brief pause in the hall, a clear voice suddenly rang out. 1 billion. Her single bid increase of 200 million shocked the entire venue into momentary silence, then quickly triggered a new wave of amazement. Everyone followed the sound and saw that the bidder was Yun Bingwan, secretly startled. The Yun family widow was quite renowned in Jiangdu. Despite being an illegitimate daughter, she possessed remarkable cunning and not only took control of the Yun family at a young age, but also elevated them from the bottom of the four great clans to the top within just a few years. Facing the attention of the entire crowd, Yun Bingwan remained completely composed, rising to her feet and smiling as she addressed everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, my Yun family desperately needs this pill. I humbly ask for your consideration and request that you refrain from competing with this humble woman. The crowd's reactions varied. Some backed down while others showed displeasure, but no one dared to openly oppose her. The reason was simple. The Yun family was not to be trifled with. Though the Yun family was merely one of the four great clans, rumors suggested they had deep connections with the Long family. The Yi family had once been the leader of the four great clans, but after offending the Yun family, they plummeted to last place. It was said that the Long family had intervened in that matter. Seeing that no one spoke up, Yun Bingwan clasped her hands together. Thank you all for your gracious accommodation. In the end, the first small true essence pill was won by Yun Bingwan. Next came the second pill, and the competition remained fierce, quickly reaching 1 billion. As the price climbed higher, Wang Zihao grew anxious and, following Yun Bingwan's example, stood up and declared, Everyone, my Wang family desperately needs this small true essence pill. I hope you'll show us some respect, and the Wang family will be eternally grateful. His words immediately drew scornful laughter. What a joke. Your Wang family needs the small true essence pill and the rest of us need it too. Wang Zihao's expression darkened as he looked toward the voice, discovering it came from a dark-skinned, burly man with a knife scar across his left cheek, making him look particularly menacing. So you're saying you won't give my Wang family any face? His tone carried a hint of threat. So what if I don't? The scarred man sneered coldly. I'm Scar Chen from the White Wolf Society. If you're not satisfied, come find me at the White Wolf Society afterward. The crowd was secretly shocked. Scar Chen, the leader of the White Wolf Society's four Hall Masters, known for his ruthless and brutal nature. No wonder he dared to disrespect the Wang family. Wang Zihao's expression stiffened. He had naturally heard of Scar Chen, not only ruthless, but also extremely powerful, reportedly a peak body tempering expert. Such a figure would naturally not fear his Wang family. So it's Hall Master Chen. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. He forced a smile and clasped his hands. Scar Chen snorted coldly, not even glancing at him, and continued bidding. 1 billion, 100 million. Adding 100 million in a single bid, the crowd felt a chill, recognizing his determination to win. For a moment, no one else raised their bid. Clearly, no one wanted to offend the White Wolf Society. In the end, the second small true essence pill was won by Scar Chen for 1 billion, 100 million. Next came the final pill. The competition was even more intense than for the previous two. The most aggressive bidder was Wang Zihao, his eyes bloodshot with a crazed expression of absolute determination. The price quickly surpassed 1 billion, 100 million, reaching the astronomical sum of 1 billion, 200 million. At this price point, very few people continued bidding. First, few could produce such a large amount of cash at once. Second, the effectiveness of the small true essence pill remained unverified. The host had only said it might help someone break through to grandmaster level. If it didn't work, such a price would be far too expensive. Seeing no one else bidding, Wang Zihao felt slightly relieved. The hostess smiled sweetly. This gentleman has bid 1 billion, 200 million. Are there any other bids? The venue fell silent. This gentleman has bid 1 billion, 200 million. Are there any other bids? Wang Zihao felt more at ease, thinking he had it secured. But at that moment, an untimely voice rang out. 1 billion, 220 million. All eyes turned toward the bidder, and when they saw who it was, they couldn't help but freeze in surprise. In the well-lit front row, Ye Chu leaned casually against his chair back, raising his paddle with unhurried movements. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. This name was completely unfamiliar. The only thing they could connect it to was the rumored good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Jiang family. But how could a mere son-in-law have such substantial funds? Voices of doubt began rising one after another. Bullshit, he has money. He's clearly just causing trouble on purpose, someone muttered under their breath. Others frowned in contemplation, seemingly sensing something fishy beneath the surface. Wang Zihao was the first to lose his composure, shooting to his feet and pointing toward the auction stage. Host, this kid is just a worthless son-in-law. There's no way he can come up with that much money. I demand the organizers verify his funds first. The host Dandan, dressed in a bright silver gown, let her gaze drift between Ye Chu and Wang Zihao. Ye Chu sat in the premium section, a seat that outsiders typically couldn't obtain, which made her suspicious as well. Just then, a low command came through her earpiece from Master Long. Don't worry about him. Continue the auction. Dandan immediately smiled. Sir, there are no pre-verification requirements for this event. Please don't cause a disturbance. Wang Zihao ground his teeth in frustration, but could only suppress his anger and raise his paddle again. 1,250,000,000. 1,270,000,000. Ye Chu's voice remained steady, as if he were simply reciting ordinary numbers. Zhuge Jiao observed quietly, a flash of surprise crossing her usually indifferent eyes. Huangfu Shuriwa hadn't participated in the bidding from start to finish, and combined with Ye Chu's composed demeanor, a suspicion formed in her mind. Could the small true essence pills have been refined by Ye Chu himself? If not, Huangfu Shuriwa would never stand by and watch. But if that were the case, everything would make sense. Wang Zihao's bidding voice grew increasingly loud. 1,300,000,000. 1,320,000,000. Ye Chu still only added 20 million. 1,380,000,000. 1,400,000,000. No matter how high Wang Zihao raised the bid, Ye Chu steadily followed. 20 million, 20 million, his rhythm never faltering. Many in the audience suddenly understood Ye Chu didn't actually want the pills. He just wanted to force Wang Zihao to keep spending money. Ye, don't go too far. Wang Zihao growled. Ye Chu looked back calmly. At an auction, if you can bid, why can't others? Sparks flew between their gazes, and if looks could kill, Ye Chu would have been riddled with holes. Finally, Wang Zihao slammed his armrest. 1,500,000,000. If you bid again, I'm out. This time, he had raised the bid by a full 100 million. Seeing that his opponent had reached his limit, Ye Chu shrugged and smiled. Truly worthy of the Wang family, so wealthy and generous. I can't compete, Sai. His words were full of resignation, but the smile at the corners of his eyes couldn't be hidden. The gavel struck crisply, and the small true essence pill sold for 1,500,000,000. Wang Zihao's face turned purple with rage. How could he feel any satisfaction? The extra 300 million he'd unnecessarily spent stuck in his throat like a bone, and he had no idea this money would ultimately flow into Ye Chu's pocket, or he might have coughed up blood on the spot. 3 small true essence pills, total price 37 billion, demonstrating the terrifying speed at which alchemists could rake in money. Next came the detoxification pills. Unlike the previous heated scene, no one bid aggressively for the detoxification pills. Modern food safety standards were advanced, and poisoning incidents were rare as phoenix feathers. In the end, for detoxification pills sold for only 450 million. With the final strike of the gavel, the lights dimmed and the auction was declared over. The crowd dispersed in small groups, their footsteps rustling softly on the carpet. In the backstage corridor, Zhuge Jiao brought over an ornately carved wooden box and handed it to Ye Chu, her tone serious. Divine Dr. Yi, this is the youth-preserving grass. Please don't let me down. Don't worry. Ye Chu took the box in hand, his fingertips pausing slightly as a smile curved his lips. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yun Bingwan approached from the side, her smile like a spring breeze through willows, saying warmly, Divine Dr. Yi, I wonder if you might also provide me with a pill when the time comes. Ye Chu didn't immediately agree, instead turning his gaze toward Zhuge Zia. After all, she was the one who had paid for the youth-preserving grass. Zhuge Zia pondered for a moment before asking, how many pills can be refined from one youth-preserving grass? With good luck, 6 or 7 shouldn't be a problem, Ye Chu replied. A gleam flashed in Zhuge Zia's eyes as she said, then give one to Bingwan. All right. Since she had spoken, Ye Chu had no objections. Yun Bingwan smiled slightly and extended her delicate jade-like hand. Thank you, divine physician Yi. If you ever need our help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Ye Chu quickly grasped her hand, but also took the opportunity to channel a wisp of true qi to examine her constitution. Yun Bingwan seemed to sense this immediately, gently pulling her wrist free and withdrawing her hand first. Master Yi, farewell. With that, she left alongside Zhuge Zia. Watching that graceful retreating figure, Ye Chu couldn't hide his disappointment. Her purple hair was rare and her temperament extraordinary. He had a feeling her constitution was far from ordinary. Stop staring, they're already gone, Huangfu Shuriwa said with a hint of melancholy. Ahem, Sister Shuriwa, let's hurry and collect our items. Ye Chu quickly changed the subject. Huangfu Shuriwa nodded and led him toward where Master Long Jiao was located. At the other end of the crowd, Wang Zihao stared coldly at Ye Chu, gritting his teeth as he muttered, You bastard, just wait. Today's matter isn't over. He had already made up his mind that once the Wang family produced another grandmaster, he would definitely settle this humiliation. Jiang Junlan was equally venomous. Watching the group depart, her eyes rolled as she quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a photo. In the picture, Ye Chu was flanked by two women, turning his head to chat with Huangfu Shiriwe, his smile particularly grating. She posted the photo to the family group chat with the caption, "Shocking. The Livian son-in-law is actually keeping mistresses on the side two of them." The message instantly caused an uproar in the Jiang family group. Completely unaware of all this, Ye Chu had already arrived before Master Longjio with Huangfu Shiriwe. "Master Yi, here's the bronze tripod you purchased." Master Longjio first had his subordinates bring over the bronze tripod, then signaled for the finance department to transfer the money. His phone vibrated, and seeing 7.1 billion credited to his account, Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. "Master Gio, isn't there a mistake in the calculation?" "No mistake." Master Longjio smiled with his eyes crinkling. "You're a friend of little sister Shiriwe, so I waived the handling fee." Ye Chu understood but felt somewhat embarrassed. "Master Gio, that doesn't seem right. You can't work for nothing. It's just a small matter, nothing worth mentioning." Master Longjio waved his hand. "Consider it making a friend. Don't forget about me when you have good items in the future." Ye Chu stopped declining and nodded with a smile. "Certainly, certainly." After chatting for a few more minutes and exchanging contact information, they parted ways. Leaving the estate, Ye Chu had originally planned to follow Huangfu Shiriwe back to study the bronze tripod, but received a call from Han Mingwan. Her tone was urgent, telling him to come home immediately. Sensing something was wrong, Ye Chu quickly said to Huangfu Shiriwe, "Sister Shiriwe, please keep the small bronze tripod for now. I need to go back. Do you want me to drive you?" "No need, it's getting late. You should head back early too." Ye Chu waved his hand, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the Jiang family home. After more than half an hour, they returned to the Jiang family villa. As soon as Ye Chu stepped through the door, he sensed the atmosphere was as taut as a drawn bowstring. Looking up, he saw Jiang Haiyun and Han Mingwan sitting side by side on the leather sofa in the center of the living room, their backs ramrod straight and faces expressionless. The tea on the coffee table remained untouched, clearly indicating they had been waiting for quite some time. "Dad, Mom, has something happened?" he asked tentatively. Jiang Haiyun's face was dark as he threw his phone onto the coffee table and said coldly, "Explain this. What's going on here?" Ye Chu's heart sank as he picked up the phone, his expression instantly changing. On the screen was a clear photograph showing him walking alongside two women. Only the women's backs were visible, but his profile was completely exposed. It was from when he had walked with Huangfu Shiriwe and the other woman earlier. Since only Jiang Junlan had been present at the time, she was obviously responsible. Ye Chu cursed silently. "Damn that bitch." Sensing this would be difficult to explain away. "Mom and Dad, please don't misunderstand. They're just friends," he said, trying to keep his voice low. "Friends?" Jiang Haiyun scoffed. "You've only been out of prison for a few days, and you've already made two female friends. Your social skills are quite impressive. Dad, don't overthink this. They really are friends." Before he could finish, Jiang Haiyun raised his hand sharply to cut him off. "Enough. The evidence is right here, and you're still making excuses? Just days after getting married, you're already keeping mistresses on the side two at once. Well done." His voice dripped with disgust, and if Han Mingwan hadn't been present, he might have resorted to violence. Ye Chu's mouth twitched as he thought, keeping mistresses? With Huangfu Shiyue's status, as if it would be my turn to support her. He turned to his mother again. "Mom, please let me explain. It's really not what you think." Just as Han Mingwan showed signs of hesitation, Jiang Haiyun jumped in. "Cut the crap. Mingwan gave you 1 million yuan a few days ago. Where's the money? Show us. If every penny is still there, we might consider believing you." Han Mingwan nodded in agreement. "That's right, Xiao Chu, bring out the card." Though she didn't want to believe Ye Chu would do such a thing, the photograph was undeniable evidence, and her faith was shaken. If the 1 million yuan remained intact, it would prove Ye Chu didn't have the money to keep any mistresses. Ye Chu's eyes lit up hadn't touched that card at all. He immediately went upstairs and retrieved the bank card from the drawer. "Mom, here's the card. Check it, I haven't touched a single penny." Since the account was opened under Han Mingjuan's name, she immediately linked it to her mobile banking app with practiced ease. Within seconds, the balance page appeared. Ye Chu waited for her nod of approval, but instead saw Han Mingjuan's face instantly darken like frost. He glanced over, balance 0. "I definitely didn't touch it." Ye Chu's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Haiyun slammed the table and roared like thunder. "You worthless piece of trash. Your words sound so nice, but where's the money?" Faced with the facts, Ye Chu was momentarily speechless. "Still dare to argue? You spend 1 million yuan in just a few days if you're not keeping mistresses. Where did it all go? Divorce. We must get a divorce. Keeping a scumbag like you in the Jiang family will only bring shame." Jiang Haiyun pressed his advantage relentlessly. Ye Chu's eyes flashed as his mind raced. The money had most likely been moved by Jiang Haiyun himself. With his status and connections to the Jiang family, a single phone call would be enough to transfer the funds. Noticing Ye Chu staring directly at him, Zhang Haiyun felt a moment of panic but quickly adopted an aggressive stance, shouting, "What? You dare glare at me after doing wrong? If it weren't for Junyao sake, I'd beat you right now." Heh, whoever did wrong knows it in their heart. Ye Chu sneered coldly, about to share his suspicions with Han Mingwan. Enough! Han Mingwan suddenly interrupted sharply, her gaze complex. "Ye Chu, you've truly disappointed me." Han Mingwan felt both disappointed and furious. She had never looked down on Ye Chu and had always treated her son-in-law as family, but the current situation cut her deeply. Ye Chu could see his mother-in-law's emotions had reached a breaking point, and any further explanation would only add fuel to the fire. So he had a sudden inspiration. "Mom, I just remembered I had transferred that million to my own account at the time. Let me transfer it to you right now." Han Mengjuan's eyes sharpened. "Really? Mengwan, you actually believe that?" Zhang Haiyun sneered with disdain. "Haven't you figured out what kind of person this kid is yet?" Ye Chu couldn't be bothered with his father-in-law and directly reached for the bank card Han Mengwan had placed on the coffee table. "Mom, I might lie to anyone else, but I'd never lie to you." He pulled out his phone, looked down at the screen, and his fingers moved swiftly across it. In less than 10 seconds, he tapped transfer. Zhang Haiyun crossed his arms mockingly. "Huh, quite the performance. Next he'll probably say there's a bank delay, right? Where would he get a million? That money was already taken by me." The thought had barely crossed his mind when Han Mengjuan's phone chimed. She looked up sharply, opened the text message, and her tense expression instantly relaxed into a beaming smile. Zhang Haiyun's face changed dramatically. He leaned over to peek at the message and looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. How is this possible? Where did you get so much money?" The message clearly showed deposit received, 1.1 million. Ye Chu feigned surprise. "Dad, that's a strange thing to say. Didn't Mom give me this money?" That counter-question left Zhang Haiyun speechless. He had clearly transferred away that million beforehand. Where did Ye Chu get the funds? Not to mention the extra 100,000. What's really going on? Han Mingwan also stared at Ye Chu curiously. "And why didn't you explain clearly earlier? You made me misunderstand you." Ye Chu smiled bitterly. "Mom, here's what happened. A few days ago, a friend wanted me to invest with him's running a casino." Before he could finish, Han Mingjuan's face immediately tensed. "Xiao Chu, don't do anything foolish. You can't get involved with casinos." "Don't worry, Mom. I don't want to touch that stuff either." Ye Chu quickly reassured her, then explained everything in detail. His friend had invited him to the casino to discuss a partnership, which he declined. But he got curious and tried a few rounds, luckily winning 100,000. Those two women were just casino employees responsible for escorting him inside. Beyond that, he had no money to keep any mistress. I bet that woman Jiang Junlan was also at the casino and saw this scene, leading to the misunderstanding. Ye Chu shrugged. "Humph, misunderstanding? I think she did it on purpose." Han Mingwan snorted coldly, then spoke earnestly. "Xiao Chu, if your friend runs a casino, he's probably not a good person. Stay away from him in the future. And no more gambling to think there's easy money just because you won this time." Ye Chu nodded solemnly. "Mom, I'll remember that." Seeing the crisis temporarily resolved, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Deep resentment flashed in Zhang Haiyun's eyes. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. The million was clearly in his own account. So how could Ye Chu produce 1.1 million? If he had known, he wouldn't have brought up that money at all, letting this kid off the hook so easily. He was completely puzzled, but could only keep his doubts to himself. Just as the atmosphere was settling down somewhat, the door was pushed open and Jiang Junyao walked in. She wore a grim expression and appeared to be in a bad mood. Han Mingwan sensed something was amiss and quickly stood up to explain. "Junyao, don't overthink this. Those photos in the group chat are all lies spread by that wretched girl Jiang Junlan. Here's what really happened." She rattled off the entire story at breakneck speed, explaining every detail from beginning to end. Jiang Junyao nodded slightly and looked up at Ye Chu. "Come upstairs. I need to talk to you." Ye Chu obediently followed her upstairs. Once the bedroom door closed, Jiang Junyao turned around, her gaze ice-cold. "I'll let this incident slide. But remember what I'm telling you, you can fool around with women, but don't bring them home, and definitely don't let Mom and Dad find out." Ye Chu was stunned, feeling a tightness in his chest. "I already explained everything. You still don't believe me? Huh? The lingering perfume on you is royal #1, 2 million per bottle. Would casino staff wear that kind of fragrance?" Jiang Junyao sneered mockingly. Ye Chu froze, cursing his bad luck internally. She could even identify perfumes by scent. What was she, a bloodhound? But he was also shocked to learn that Huangfu Shiyue's casual perfume was so expensive. She truly was a wealthy woman. Well, I never would have guessed you could get acquainted with women who use such things," Jiang Junyao said with self-deprecating laughter. "Marrying into the Jiang family must be quite beneath you." Ye Chu was too tired to argue and kicked off his shoes, wanting to sleep. Seeing his complete lack of intention to explain, Jiang Junyao's expression turned frigid. "Get out." Ye Chu's temper flared. "Fine, I'll get out. Who's afraid of who?" With those words, he turned and left, slamming the door with a loud bang. The door frame vibrated, and a flash of anger crossed Jiang Juanyao's eyes. She took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable irritation in her heart, locked the door, and retrieved a pearly white pill from her drawer, swallowing it in one gulp. The medicinal power surged through her, and her internal energy climbed steadily. Boom. Her cultivation broke through the peak constraints of body tempering, stepping directly into the meridian opening realm. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Jiang Juanyao's eyes sparkled with delight. According to my senior sister, this minor true essence pill came from the hands of a master Yi. What kind of person could he be to refine such a divine pill? Meanwhile, Ye Chu left the Jiang residence and called Huangfu Shiriyue, planning to stay the night and study that bronze tripod. 20 minutes later, he arrived at Huangfu Shiriyue's villa. Little brother, running over here in the middle of the night didn't tell me you got kicked out. Huangfu Shiriyue laughed mischievously. Ye Chu's expression stiffened slightly as he quickly changed the subject. Sister Shiriyue, where's that bronze tripod? Though his expression changed rapidly, Huangfu Shiriyue still caught it. She covered her red lips in mock surprise. No way. You really did get kicked out. Ye Chu's face darkened. Can we not talk about this? All right, whatever little brother wants. Huangfu Shiriyue giggled, her eyes full of playful teasing. She instructed her maid Dongmei to fetch the tripod, then led Ye Chu upstairs. You'll stay in this room tonight. The room was simple and bright, with bedding that smelled of sunshine. Ye Chu nodded, then suddenly remembered something important. Oh right, Sister Shiriyue, I'll send you a list of the other auxiliary herbs needed for refining the beauty preservation pills. Have your people collect them. Huangfu Shiriyue nodded eagerly, unable to contain her curiosity. Little brother, just how effective are these beauty preservation pills? Don't worry, they're far superior to beauty-preserving grass. They can keep someone's appearance unchanged for 30 years, Ye Chu explained patiently. If we could use beauty-preserving fruit as the main ingredient, the effect would be even better eternal youth. Unfortunately, beauty-preserving fruit is extremely rare. He continued his detailed explanation, not noticing Huangfu Shiriyue's increasingly shocked expression. Little brother, is everything you're saying true? Ye Chu met her expectant gaze and nodded solemnly. Naturally. Huangfu Shiriyue was beside herself with joy. Meeting you in this lifetime is incredibly fortunate. Thinking about 30 years of frozen youth, she was practically bouncing with excitement. Ye Chu was infected by her enthusiasm and smiled. Same here. At that moment, Dongmei approached carrying the bronze tripod. Hearing their conversation, she sighed inwardly. It was over. Her mistress had completely fallen. Ye Chu took the tripod and waved his hand. Sister Shiriyue, you should all get some rest. Once the door closed, he sat cross-legged on the bed, his spiritual power flowing out like a tide as he carefully examined the tripod. After studying it for a long time without discovering anything unusual, his brow furrowed. Could I have been mistaken? Suddenly remembering his master's words about blood recognition, he bit his fingertip and let a drop of fresh blood fall onto the tripod's mouth. It can't be this simple, right? He muttered to himself. Before he finished speaking, a sudden phenomenon occurred. The bronze tripod emitted a gentle blue light, and the copper rust on its surface began falling away rapidly. Mysterious and profound patterns emerged from the tripod's walls. A few minutes later, all the green patina on the small cauldron flaked away, revealing its true appearance. It was a palm-sized black cauldron covered with mysterious patterns, with an azure dragon winding across its surface. The dragon's scales were so vivid and clear that it seemed ready to raise its head and roar at any moment. An ancient and mystical aura washed over him, sending a shock through Ye Chu's heart. Whoosh! The small cauldron transformed into a streak of azure light and shot into Ye Chu's energy sea. At the same time, information was branded into his consciousness. This cauldron was called the Dragon's Soul Void Cauldron, forged from void divine metal and containing the soul of a true dragon within. It was truly a supreme treasure. Ye Chu had been able to easily claim it with his blood because true dragon bloodline flowed through his veins, directly awakening the dragon's soul within the cauldron. Had it been anyone else, success would have been impossible. Ye Chu looked inward at his energy sea. The small cauldron hung suspended there, its azure dragon patterns glowing with ethereal light, vivid and lifelike. Ancient characters were carved on the inner walls of the cauldron, emanating primordial vibrations that struck directly at the soul, though unfortunately, he couldn't read them and had no way to decipher their meaning for now. Roar the resentful dragon Chi, which had been coiled to one side, suddenly let out a hiss. With a flick of its tail, it darted toward the small cauldron, the entire dragon shadow wrapping around it and overlapping with the azure dragon patterns, as if absorbing the true dragon essence within. Ye Chu was momentarily stunned, then sat cross-legged to meditate, and indeed found that the resentful dragon Chi was no longer as violent as before. However, his joy was short-lived. The azure dragon patterns on the cauldron's surface suddenly blazed with brilliant light, and a faint dragon's roar shook through his energy sea. Buzz! The small cauldron trembled lightly, instantly repelling the resentful dragon Chi, which then rampaged wildly. Ye Chu's face contorted as he gritted his teeth and circulated his true chi to suppress it, taking quite some time to calm the resentful dragon chi again. The chi shrank into a corner like a pitiful child abandoned by its mother, no longer daring to approach the small cauldron. Ye Chu couldn't hide his disappointment. He had thought that with the small cauldron, he could escape the torment of the resentful dragon chi, but unexpectedly the cauldron spirit had proudly refused. However, he quickly rallied his spirits overall. His gains were still enormous. The small cauldron forged from void divine metal was not only ancient and mysterious, but also came with storage capabilities. He took out the remaining pills, and with a thought, they were absorbed into the cauldron. Ye Chu smiled with satisfaction, remembering how he had envied and marveled when he saw his master use a storage ring years ago, never expecting that he too would obtain such a treasure today. Suppressing his excitement, he continued cultivating until dawn broke. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Huangfu Shuriwa personally prepared breakfast. After Ye Chu finished eating, he rose to take his leave. As he was departing, Huangfu Shuriwa teased him with a smile. "Little brother, if you get kicked out again, feel free to come to your sister's place anytime." Ye Chu's face darkened, and he couldn't be bothered to respond, turning to stride away quickly, which made Huangfu Shuriwa giggle in the courtyard. Halfway through his journey, he received a call from an unknown number. When he answered, it was Yun Bingwan's voice. "Divine Dr. Yi, I apologize for the presumptuous call. Please don't take offense." Though puzzled, Ye Chu remained calm on the surface. "What can I do for you, Miss Yin?" Yin Bingwan got straight to the point. "Jingxian told me your medical skills are miraculous. I have a friend whose mother is unwell, and I was hoping you could take a look. Would that be convenient?" Ye Chu pondered briefly. "No problem. Where are you?" "I'm at the Yun family residence." "Where are you, Divine Dr. Yi?" "I'll come pick you up right away," Yin Bingwan said. Ye Chu gave his location over the phone. Yun Bingwan hung up and tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, murmuring to herself, "Let me see if you're really as capable as they say." Within 10 minutes, a deep purple sports car pulled out from the Yun family estate. The sleek vehicle gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Yun Bingwan wore a purple qipao that hugged every curve of her waist and hips perfectly. The side slit reached her upper thigh, revealing glimpses of her fair, slender legs. Combined with her shoulder-length purple hair, she embodied both nobility and sensuality. At the agreed meeting spot, the car came to a smooth stop. Ye Chu opened the passenger door and immediately caught a subtle, elegant fragrance as he settled in. His gaze fell on the intricate patterns of her qipao and the hint of pale skin beneath, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Noticing his momentary distraction, Yun Bingwan didn't shy away. Instead, she curved her lips into a smile. "Divine Dr. Yi, I thought you might refuse to help me." Her voice was gentle, like an afternoon breeze. Ye Chu snapped back to attention and countered. "Oh? What made you think that, Miss Yun?" She sighed softly, her eyes filled with regret. "To be honest, if my family hadn't pursued the matter back then, you wouldn't have spent those years in prison for no reason. Anyone else would harbor resentment. Your magnanimity is truly admirable. Bingwan respects that." Ye Chu was taken aback that she would bring up the past so directly. In truth, even if the Yun family hadn't pursued charges, he might not have escaped the Yi family's ruthlessness anyway. With this thought, he smiled with understanding. "Miss Yun, you're mistaken. Given what Yi Chin did, behavior worse than an animal, your family's pursuit of justice was completely reasonable." His tone was relaxed, without a trace of resentment. Hearing this, Yin Bingwan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, her smile growing brighter. With those words from Divine Dr. Yi, Bingwan can finally be at ease. As the car merged onto the main road, they continued their conversation. Yun Bingwan acted like a caring older sister, asking about his experiences in prison and his current situation with the Jiang family. Ye Chu was secretly puzzled. They weren't particularly close, so why was she so concerned? As the Yun family's eldest daughter, she could have anything she wanted. What could she possibly want from him? Surely not his looks. Besides, he was already married, so that was clearly impossible. What he didn't know was that Yin Bingwan indeed had ulterior motives. After a moment of silence, Yin Bingwan suddenly asked with curiosity, "Divine Dr. Yi, with your abilities, why would you willingly marry into the Jiang family?" Ye Chu smiled bitterly, a flash of helplessness in his eyes. "Circumstances forced my hand. The real reason investigating his origins wasn't something he would elaborate on now." Yin Bingwan nodded tactfully, without pressing further, then changed the subject. "If Divine Dr. Yi ever becomes unhappy with the Jiang family, you can tell me. I know many excellent young ladies I could introduce to you." Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. "Such a good offer? Why wait for the future? Could you introduce me to someone now?" She was momentarily stunned, then covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Of course, but what type does Divine Dr. Yi prefer?" Ye Chu's gaze swept over her again, and he answered with a grin. "Someone like Miss Yun would be perfect. I quite like your type." Yun Bingwan froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "Dr. Yi, please don't joke around. How could a widow like me catch your eye?" Ye Chu waved his hand gently with a smile. "Miss Yun, you're being too modest, and I'm not joking. His serious expression made Yun Bingwan slightly annoyed. How dare this young man flirt with her so brazenly? What an honor. She raised her eyebrows, pretending to be serious. If Dr. Yi doesn't mind, we could start dating right now. Then she changed her tone, smiled mischievously, and sighed softly. I just worry that Dr. Yi can't bear to part with Miss Jiang. Ye Chu was stunned. Miss Yun, are you serious? Yun Bingwan giggled, her laughter crisp and clear. Hee hee, seems like Dr. Yi doesn't dare after all. Ye Chu laughed heartily, but didn't take the bait further. The two drove side by side into a quiet villa district on the outskirts of the city. Vines climbed the gray-white stone walls, and the lawns were neatly trimmed. As soon as they reached the main gate, a well-dressed housekeeper approached them. Miss Yun, the lady is waiting for you inside. Yun Bingwan nodded and led Ye Chu through the winding path to the three-story villa in the center of the complex. The living room was brightly lit, with leather sofas complementing the crystal chandelier. A middle-aged couple was already waiting. Bingwan, come sit down. The hostess, Zhang Ying, rose to greet them. Her elegant dress made her jewelry sparkle brilliantly, and her every gesture exuded extraordinary grace. Yun Bingwan walked forward with a radiant smile. Sister Ying, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Yi. Zhang Ying scrutinized Ye Chu carefully. A young face with a composed expression, though her brow furrowed slightly. Could someone so young really cure diseases? Considering her friend's feelings, she still greeted him politely. Young man, please have a seat. After the three sat down, the middle-aged man Li Guangling frowned deeply. Miss Yun, my mother's condition is serious. This young brother is so young, I'm afraid. Though he didn't finish his sentence, his meaning was clear. Yun Bingwan smiled faintly and asked in return, Mr. Li, have you heard about the mayor's wife's strange illness some time ago? Li Guangling paused, but still nodded. I know something about it. I heard the mayor searched everywhere for famous doctors, but couldn't cure her. Hee hee. Mrs. Huang's illness has been completely cured. Yun Bingwan's tone was calm, but she looked meaningfully at Ye Chu. And the one who treated her was none other than Dr. Yi. The couple was shocked, their gazes simultaneously falling on Ye Chu. Bingwan, are you telling the truth? Zhang Ying asked in disbelief. Sister Ying, of course it's true. I'd gain nothing from lying to you. Yun Bingwan nodded affirmatively. A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhang Ying's eyes. Then my mother might be saved. Though Li Guangling remained somewhat skeptical, he clasped his hands and bowed. Dr. Yi, please help save my mother. Ye Chu nodded. Where's the patient? Take me to see her. Everyone walked through the corridor and pushed open the nearby bedroom door. The curtains were half drawn inside, and the air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. A frail old woman lay quietly on the hospital bed, with machines beeping as they monitored her vital signs in real time. Several private doctors stood guard nearby. Seeing strangers enter, they looked up curiously. Li Guangling lowered his voice to explain to Ye Chu. Dr. Yi, my mother had a kidney transplant several years ago. The recovery went well, but recently her condition suddenly deteriorated. The doctors suspect rejection is occurring. The best solution would be another kidney transplant, but she's too old and the surgical risks are extremely high. I don't dare take that chance. At this point, he sighed deeply, his eyes filled with worry and filial devotion. Let me take a look first. Ye Chu walked to the bedside and placed his hand on the old woman's pulse. Li Guangling and the other two watched nervously from the side. Several doctors in the distance looked puzzled, and one of them immediately pulled out his phone to quietly send a message. In the hospital room, Ye Chu released the elderly woman's wrist, his brow furrowing slightly. Had actually discovered parasitic worms in the old woman's kidneys, and the image of that mysterious, sacred sect instantly flashed through his mind. Li Guangling nervously stepped forward. Dr. Yi, how is the situation? Ye Chu didn't answer directly, but instead asked, Mr. Li, have you offended anyone recently? Huh? Li Guangling looked bewildered. Dr. Yi, why do you ask that? To be honest, Ye Chu decided to be straightforward. The elderly lady's kidney failure isn't due to rejection, but poisoning. At these words, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Yun Bingwan couldn't help but press further. Divine Dr. Yi, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? I'm not wrong. Ye Chu nodded. Moreover, it's parasitic poison, not ordinary toxins. Everyone was even more shocked and about to ask more questions when a cold shout suddenly came from the doorway. Complete nonsense. All eyes turned to see two men and one woman pushing through the door. The leading middle-aged woman was elegantly dressed, her every gesture radiating the aura of someone in power, her features bearing considerable resemblance to Li Guangling. Big sister, why are you here? Li Guangling asked in surprise. Li Guanghan's tone was icy. If I hadn't come, you would have turned everything upside down. She gave her brother no chance to explain, pointing at Ye Chu. How dare you bring such a fraud into our home? And let him treat mother? Are you trying to kill her? The accompanying young man chimed in. Exactly, big brother. How can you trust just anyone? This kid is still wet behind the ears. She can treat diseases? Parasitic worms? What does he think this is, a movie? He glanced at Ye Chu with pure contempt. This was Li Guangling's younger brother, Li Guangjiang. Li Guangling was left speechless by their attacks. Just as he was about to speak, Li Guanghan interrupted again. Get this fraud out of here immediately, or I'll make him regret it. Her words were forceful and brooked no argument. Li Guangling couldn't help but retort. Sister, you haven't even given him a chance. What makes you so certain Dr. Yi is a fraud? I won't repeat myself. Li Guanghan coldly brushed him aside and turned to face the elderly man in traditional robes beside Li Guangjiang. Master Go, please trouble yourself to treat mother. Her tone suddenly became respectful, completely different from her earlier arrogance. Master Go looked proud. Rest assured, with me here, the elderly lady will be fine. He strode to the bedside, casually patting Ye Chu's shoulder and saying indifferently, Young man, fortunately I arrived in time, otherwise you would have caused great trouble. Why don't you leave quickly? Ye Chu raised his hand and brushed away the old man's hand. No rush, I'd also like to see how you treat patients, sir. A flash of light appeared in Master Ji's eyes, but he said no more, stroking his beard as he sat down to take the pulse. By the window, Yin Bingwan quietly apologized to Ye Chu. Dr. Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. It's fine, Ye Chu waved his hand. It's a small matter. Zhang Ying leaned close to whisper in their ears. Bingwan, Dr. Yi, perhaps we should leave first. Big sister has a bad temper. Ye Chu shook his head. No rush, let's watch first. Li Guanghan suddenly turned around, looking at Ye Chu with disgust. What's there to watch? The Li family doesn't welcome frauds. Get out now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Yun Bingwan finally showed anger. Miss Li, Ing and I are friends after all. Isn't what you're saying a bit too much? Li Guanghan couldn't be bothered to respond, her gaze falling on Zhang Ying as she scolded harshly. Be more careful about who you befriend in the future. Not everyone is worthy of entering the Li household, especially, she paused, then delivered a cold blow. Particularly certain husband-cursing widows. Yun Bingwan's face turned extremely ugly, as those words were truly hurtful. The atmosphere in the living room instantly froze. Li Guangling frowned and tried to mediate. Big sister, Miss Yun had good intentions. How could you speak like that? Good intentions? Li Guanghan sneered coldly, her gaze icy. Don't think I don't know she borrowed a large sum of money from our family's bank. That was just normal business dealings. Li Guangling tried to explain, but Yin Bingwan raised her hand to stop him. Mr. Li, don't bother. Since Miss Li doesn't welcome us, we'll leave. Dr. Yi, let's go. With that, Yin Bingwan took the lead, her heels clicking crisply on the floor tiles. Ye Chu quickly followed, and as he passed by Li Guanghan, he said casually, Madam, we're leaving now. Don't regret this. I, Li Guanghan, have never regretted anything I've done in my life. Li Guanghan lifted her chin proudly. Remember what you said. Ye Chu chuckled softly and walked out the door alongside Yin Bingwan. Zhang Ying hurried to the doorway, offering in a low voice to see the two guests off. Inside the house, Li Guangjiang snorted coldly, watching their figures disappear. What trash! They should look at themselves in the mirror before making such arrogant claims. Bah, he added. How dare he say big sister would regret it? Woe, does he think he is? Li Guangling's face alternated between pale and flushed, but he remained silent in the end. In the center of the living room, the elderly man in traditional robes, Master Gu, released the wrist he had been examining. Li Guanghan immediately approached him, her voice trembling. Master Gu, how is the situation? Master Gu stroked his graying beard, his expression grave. The old lady's kidney failure is severe. A complete cure is no longer possible. Those words hit like a thunderbolt. Li Guanghan staggered, gripping the table edge for support, her face instantly turning deathly pale. How could this be? How could this be? Li Guangling also lowered his eyes, his expression dejected. Master Gu, is there really no way at all? Li Guangjiang asked urgently, his voice hoarse with anxiety. Master Gu coughed lightly and said slowly, I do have an ancient formula that could extend the old lady's life, but it would only give her 6 more months. The air seemed to ignite as all 3 pairs of eyes lit up simultaneously. Li Guanghan hurriedly bowed. Master Gu, please help her. Even 6 months would be good. We can search for other solutions during that time. Li Guangjiang quickly chimed in. Whatever the cost, the Li family is willing to pay. Li Guangling felt uneasy deep down, but couldn't voice his doubts publicly, only frowning. Master Gu waved his hand, his attitude gentle but firm. Young friend, you speak incorrectly. Saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. How could I take advantage of this situation for personal gain? Li Guanghan looked at him with respect, praising in a low voice. This is what a true master is like, unlike that fraud from earlier. Master Gu reached into the cloth bag on his shoulder and pulled out a black pill the size of a thumb, its medicinal fragrance faintly emanating. This is a white herb pill, made from a family recipe using 100 precious medicinal herbs. It can extend the life of someone near death. Bring me some water. Li Guangjiang immediately ran to the tea table and poured a cup of warm water. Li Guanghan held the water with both hands, her face full of gratitude. Master Gu, please rest assured. Your willingness to use such a precious item to save my mother. Our Li family will forever remember this great kindness. You're too kind. Master Gu nodded slightly, then dropped the white herb pill into the water. The pill instantly dissolved, creating a layer of black luminescence. He lifted the old lady's chin and carefully fed her the medicinal liquid. The medicine's effects appeared remarkably quickly. In less than a moment, the previously unconscious old lady slowly opened her eyes, her gaze refocusing. All three siblings cried out in joy simultaneously, gathering around the bed with undisguised excitement. Meanwhile, Ye Chu and his companion drove away from the villa district. Dr. Yi, I'm so sorry. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have asked you to come. Inside the car, Yin Bingwan wrung her hands together, her face full of apology. It's fine. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Yin. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm, yet comforting. Seeing that he didn't take it to heart, Yin Bingwan nodded gently. It's getting late. Shall we grab some dinner? Ye Chu didn't decline. The two found a clean little restaurant in the city center, ordering only simple home-style dishes. Yet they enjoyed a pleasant meal together. After dinner, Yin Bingwan offered to give him a ride, but Ye Chu politely refused, saying he could easily catch a taxi. They parted ways at the street corner. After separating from Yin Bingwan, Ye Chu immediately hailed a cab and directed the driver toward the Li family's villa district. As lights flickered past the car window, his mind kept replaying the details of that afternoon encounter with the elderly man in the long robe. The subtle mark left by the man's gentle finger press still lingered on his body. Old fool, let me see exactly what kind of scoundrel you really are. Ye Chu sneered inwardly, fairly certain this person was connected to that so-called sacred sect. But why had he placed a curse on old Lady Li? The car stopped outside the villa district. After paying the fare, Ye Chu first walked slowly around the perimeter, found a blind spot, and scaled the wall. With his skills, several patrolling security guards remained completely unaware. Soon, he spotted a large osmanthus tree leaning against the outer wall of the Li family villa. The trunk was sturdy and the branches dense, perfect for his purposes. He leaped lightly into the thick canopy, concealed his presence, and looked down at the villa while listening intently. At that moment, the villa's dining room was brightly lit, with Li Guanghan and her brother hosting a banquet for Master Go. Master Go, thanks to your intervention today, our mother was able to wake up. Li Guangjiang raised his glass, his face full of gratitude. It was nothing. Young Master Li needn't be so polite. Master Gu lightly clinked glasses. Li Guanghan quickly followed with a toast. What might seem trivial to you is like giving us a second life. They continued drinking and chatting, the lively atmosphere lasting for hours. Only when night fell deeply did Master Gu finally stumble out of the villa's front door, supported by Li Guangjiang's arm. The moment they stepped outside, the drunken expressions vanished from both their faces. Master Gu asked in a low voice, "Everything's been placed? Don't worry, Master. It's all taken care of." Li Guangjiang answered crisply, then called for bodyguards to drive them away. As the black sedan's taillights disappeared into the distance, Ye Chu in the osmanthus tree raised an eyebrow just as he suspected they were in cahoots. During the day, he had sensed the same aura from both Li Guangjiang and the elderly man in the long robe. Now it was confirmed. After Master Ge left, Ye Chu released his spiritual power to investigate. The villa's interior became instantly visible. In the living room, Li Guanghan lay sprawled drunkenly on the sofa, while Zhang Ying wiped her face. In the bedroom, Li Guangling sat beside the sickbed, tucking in the old lady's blanket. Listening devices? And there were two of them. His spiritual scan revealed tiny devices hidden in both the bedside table and floor lamp base. Ye Chu's brow furrowed slightly. Someone else was keeping tabs on this room. Inside the bedroom, the old lady suddenly looked up. Has everyone else left? Sister's drunk. Ying is taking care of her, and Guangjiang went to see Master Gu off. Li Guangling replied quietly. The old lady nodded, signaling him to lock the door, then removed an iron ring from her finger and placed it in his palm. Take this. Mom, this was Dad's engagement gift to you. Why are you suddenly giving it to me? Li Guangling asked, puzzled. The old lady shook her head, her expression grave. No, this ring is a Li family heirloom, supposedly connected to some enormous secret. What exactly? No one knows anymore. My time is running short, so I'm passing it to you today. Remember this, well, never let a second person know about it, or disaster will follow. Up in the tree, Ye Chu suddenly understood. So the sacred sect had targeted the Li family for this object. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a black shadow on a distant wall, silently infiltrating the grounds. Crash! The sound of breaking glass shattered the night silence. Li Guangling's angry shout immediately came from the bedroom. Who are you? Help! Within seconds, the black shadow leaped from the window ledge, seemingly clutching something, and fled rapidly toward the dark alley. Just as Ye Chu was about to give chase, another furious shout rang in his ears. Old thief! How dare you steal what the sacred sect has claimed? Don't run. He looked up to see Master Gu had appeared nearby, his long robe billowing as he chased the black shadow at full speed. Clearly, he had never left but had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for exactly this moment. The osmanthus branches swayed gently, as Ye Chu's lips curved into an amused smile. Heh, this is getting more and more interesting. Ye Chu was about to give chase when a figure swiftly rushed into the villa from the distance, followed immediately by sounds of arguing and screaming from inside. He swept out his psychic power and instantly took in the scene. Within the figure was none other than Li Guangjiang, who was now cornering Li Guangling against the wall, demanding the position of family head in a cold tone. Third brother, what have you done to mother? Li Guangling's eyes blazed with fury. On the bed, the elderly woman's face was deathly pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her chest rising and falling slightly as she clearly endured the excruciating pain of parasitic insects gnawing at her. Li Guangjiang smiled contemptuously. Li Guangling, as long as you obediently hand over the position of family head, Mom won't have to suffer the parasite's bite anymore. Hearing these words, Li Guangling's pupils contracted sharply as he roared in rage. You bastard, it really was you. At this moment, he had no more doubts every word of Ye Chu's earlier warning had been true, and he only regretted not believing it at the time. How vicious you are, he said through gritted teeth. Mom raised you with such hardship, and you dare to curse her with parasites. Humph, can you blame me for this? Li Guangjiang sneered coldly, his gaze twisted. Since childhood, all the good things have been yours. The family head position, bank shares, even the ancestral heirlooms are to be left to you. I'm also her son. Why does she favor you in everything? Faced with his brother's hysterical questioning, Li Guangling opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily speechless. Even so, you can't harm Mom. I gave her a chance, Li Guangjiang snorted coldly. A few days ago, he had subtly inquired about the ancestral heirlooms, only to be severely scolded by the old woman with no results. Even before her kidney transplant, he had secretly planted the parasite and consulted Master Gu, who gave the conclusion of 6 months to live, hoping to force his mother to reveal her secrets before death. To be safe, he had placed listening devices in the room. Things went exactly as he had predicted. The old woman mentioned the inheritance, but once again entrusted everything to Li Guangling. After the old man in the long robe left chasing the black-clad figure, he immediately returned and laid his cards on the table, demanding control of the Li family. Just then, the drunk Li Guanghan was awakened by the commotion. She staggered into the bedroom and delivered a vicious slap. Beast! How dare you harm Mom? I'll beat you to death. Beat me to death. Li Guangjiang backhanded her with a slap. Li Guanghan was caught off guard, staggering backward from the blow and falling to the ground, looking up in shock. You dare hit me? So what if I hit you? Li Guangjiang's eyes were ice cold. Li Guanghan, don't think so highly of yourself. Since childhood, everyone has had to listen to you. You're already married out, yet you still meddle in Li family affairs. What gives you the right? Li Guanghan was stunned. The young man before her, with his venomous expression, was completely different from the obedient brother who had once adored her in her memories. She braced herself against the floor to stand up and warned in a deep voice. Li Guangjiang, it's still not too late to stop now. Otherwise no one can save you. You overestimate yourself. Li Guangjiang sneered coldly, taking out a white bone flute from his chest and placing it to his lips for a gentle blow. The sharp and eerie sound waves seemed to drill into their very bones. Li Guanghan and Li Guangling simultaneously turned deathly pale, clutching their abdomens as they collapsed to the ground, letting out heart-wrenching screams. You could it be that you? Li Guangling struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ha! How does it feel to be devoured by the venomous insects? Li Guangjiang laughed maniacally. Step down from the family head position and hand over all your shares, or you won't see tomorrow's sunrise. Agonizing screams echoed through the luxurious, yet dimly lit bedroom. The venom felt like countless needles churning through flesh and blood. Li Guanghan's face was deathly pale, sweat pouring from his forehead, yet he still gritted his teeth and roared in fury. Never. The Li family will never fall into the hands of someone like you. Beside him, Li Guangling, bound hand and foot, struggled to maintain a persuasive tone. Third brother, it's not too late to turn back now. Stop this madness. Humph, still lecturing me at a time like this? Li Guangjiang's eyes turned cold as he brought the bone flute back to his lips. If I don't give you a taste of suffering, you'll never know how powerful I am. The flute sound was sharp and piercing. Several dark, green venomous insects writhed on the floor before viciously burrowing into the sleeves of the siblings Li Guanghan and Li Guangling. Both immediately doubled over in convulsions, their faces contorted in agony. You monster! They're your own brother and sister. Zhang Ying shouted angrily as she lunged forward, only to be slapped away by Li Guangjiang and sent crashing heavily into the wall. Aing! Li Guangling cried out in alarm. On the bed, the old matriarch struggled to prop herself up with trembling hands, her voice broken. Third son. Please, stop. Mother, don't blame me. Li Guangjiang sneered coldly, madness gleaming in his eyes. All of this is your doing. The excruciating pain left the old woman unable to make another sound, though tears streamed down her temples into her hair. Just as everyone fell into despair, A faint chuckle drifted through the air. Hee hee, what an entertaining show. Who's there? Li Guangjiang spun around sharply to see Ye Chu entering through the doorway, his expression instantly darkening. Kid, it's you. Li Guangling and Li Guanghan exchanged glances, hope igniting in their eyes. Li Guangling pleaded urgently. Divine Dr. Yi, please save our mother. Don't worry. With me here, the old matriarch will be fine, Ye Chu replied calmly. Arrogant fool. Li Guangjiang snorted coldly. With a shake of his bone flute, several foul-smelling black shadows burst from his collar, lunging toward Ye Chu. Mere parlor tricks. Ye Chu raised his palm, and with a sweep of his palm wind, the venomous insects instantly exploded into black mist. How is this possible? Li Guangjiang was horrified. In the next moment, Ye Chu's figure flashed as he precisely struck Li Guangjiang's limb joints. With several cracked sounds, Li Guangjiang screamed and collapsed to the ground. Ye Chu took out 3 antidote pills, first lifting the old matriarch to feed her one. Within just a few breaths, the old woman's pain completely faded and her complexion gradually returned to a healthy color. Then he turned to Li Guangling, placing the second antidote pill in his mouth. Li Guangling's convulsions gradually subsided. Finally, Ye Chu stood before Li Guanghan, looking down at her with a reminder. Miss Li, do you remember what I told you? Li Guanghan, tormented by the venomous insects until she was barely breathing, struggled to speak. Save me. Ye Chu had originally intended to mock her, but ultimately had no interest in prolonging the confrontation and casually tossed down the last pill. Li Guanghan crawled on the ground to grab the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The venom in her body quickly dissolved and the pain vanished. After taking several deep breaths to steady herself, she immediately stumbled toward the fallen Li Guangjiang, her face full of concern. Guangjiang, are you all right? Does it hurt? This scene left Ye Chu stunned. This woman must be seriously ill. He shook his head and turned to pursue the 2 escaped men in long robes. Stop! You hurt my brother and think you can just leave? Li Guanghan shrieked. Ye Chu paused mid-step and turned back coldly. What do you want? Apologize and wait for the police. Li Guanghan's tone was aggressive. Hurting a member of the Li family, this isn't over. Li Guangling roared angrily. Li Guanghan, have you lost your mind? Divine Dr. Yi saved you, and you're biting the hand that feeds you. What do you mean save me? Li Guanghan retorted unreasonably. I think this whole thing was an act between him and that so-called Master Go. Little brother must have been deceived by them. Li Guangling was completely stunned and roared in fury. Li Guanghan, that's absolutely not how it happened. Stop making trouble here. Li Guangling, have you lost your mind? How dare you yell at me? Li Guanghan put her hands on her hips and pointed at her brother, scolding loudly. I'm making trouble? Then tell me, why did this guy show up at our house in the middle of the night? As her words fell, the entire room went dead silent, leaving Li Guangling speechless. Ye Chu didn't want to waste any more time. If not for Yin Bingwan's sake, he would have left long ago. Mr. Li, I mean no harm to the Li family. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. He stepped forward to leave, but Li Guanghan blocked his path at the door. You're not going anywhere. Ye Chu's eyes turned ice cold. Do you want to die? Li Guanghan showed no sign of backing down, lifting her chin defiantly. Go ahead and try something. My husband is the deputy chief of the police bureau. If you lay a finger on me, you'll rot in prison. Ye Chu had no patience left for this nonsense, and raised his palm to teach her a lesson. Just then, Guanghan stepped back. An aged but commanding voice came from the direction of the sickbed. Everyone turned to look and saw the elderly woman on the bed with sharp, piercing eyes. Mom, Li Guanghan tried to argue. I said step back, the old woman emphasized sternly. Even the fierce Li Guanghan didn't dare disobey and reluctantly retreated to the side, gritting her teeth. Guangling, help me get out of bed. Li Guangling hurried forward to assist. The elderly woman trembled as she approached Ye Chu and bowed respectfully. Young man, our Li family will forever remember today's kindness. Ye Chu reached out to help her up. You're too kind, grandmother. Without your intervention, our Li family would have suffered greatly. This courtesy is well deserved. The old woman shook her head, then continued. Young man, I still have family matters to handle. I will personally host a banquet to express our gratitude another day. Ye Chu nodded and turned to leave the villa. Following the hidden mark he had left on the old man in the long robe during the day, he traced the aura through streets and over tall buildings. His movements were as agile as a monkey's, incredibly swift. After about half an hour, he arrived at a secluded park. Deep in the park, 2 figures were locked in fierce Komata black-clad person fighting against the old man in the long robe. Judging by their auras, both were at the 4th or 5th level of the meridian opening realm, but the old man, being a poison master, employed sinister methods. I don't care who you are, hand over the item immediately, or you'll die here today, the old man in the long robe shouted coldly. With that, he pulled out a bone flute and played it rapidly. Several black venomous insects took flight, buzzing as they swarmed toward the black-clad figure. The black-clad person struck out with palm strikes while dodging the insects. but the old man seized the opportunity to grab a handful of pale red powder from his pouch and scatter it. As the powder dispersed, the black-clad figure retreated quickly but still inhaled some. A scorching heat suddenly surged through their body, and an irrepressible desire welled up in their heart. Their expression changed drastically, and they immediately turned to flee. Hee hee, where do you think you're going? The old man in the long robe cackled wickedly and gave chase. Ye Chu remained hidden in the tree shadows, silently following. Moments later, the black-clad figure was cornered again. After exchanging a few moves, they fell into a disadvantage. Their black robe tore, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Ye Chu's pupils contracted sharply. It's actually her. The black-clad person was Yunbingwan. Yeah, so it's you, woman. The elderly man in the long robe also showed surprise. Then his eyes gleamed with lustful malice. How dare you steal what our sacred sect has set its sights on? Today I'll make you understand the power of our sacred sect. Feeling her body growing increasingly feverish, Yun Bingwan became anxious but was helpless, only able to fight while retreating. Hee hee, woman, surrender obediently and stop struggling. I'll take good care of you later. The elderly man wore a lecherous grin, refusing to engage Yun Bingwan in direct combat, instead attacking from a distance to stall her while waiting for the drug to take full effect. After a while longer, Yun Bingwan could no longer hold on. Her beautiful face flushed red as her will could no longer suppress the burning desire within her body. Seizing this opportunity, the old man quickly moved forward and struck with his palm. Yun Bingwan was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the distant grass. Hee hee, little beauty, you can't escape now. The elderly man slowly approached, his eyes full of mockery. Yun Bingwan struggled to maintain her last thread of consciousness, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes as she reached for a dagger in her chest, preparing for a final desperate fight. Witnessing this scene, Ye Chu emerged from the shadows. Old bastard, what do you think you're doing? The old man spun around abruptly, instinctively stepping backward. Boy, it's you. His face showed surprise. Ye Chu wore a mocking expression. Surprised? Unexpected. Hee hee, you've come to deliver yourself to death. Good. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. The old man sneered coldly, quickly throwing out a large handful of poisonous powder. The colorful powder obscured Ye Chu's form. Ha ha ha, boy, go die. The old man laughed maniacally. When the powder cleared, he discovered Ye Chu's figure had long since vanished. His expression changed. Just as he was about to search, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Old bastard, are you looking for me? The old man's face turned pale with shock. Before he could react, he felt a tremendous force from behind. His body instantly flew out like a broken sack, crashing in the distance. With just one strike, half his life was taken. Ye Chu strode forward menacingly. Old bastard, confess honestly. What exactly is this bullshit sacred sect behind you? What's your purpose in coming to Jiangdu? The old man forcefully crushed the bone whistle in his hand, his face showing a maniacal smile. Little bastard, just wait. The sacred sect will avenge me. As his words fell, the old man's eyes suddenly bulged wide, his face showing unprecedented agony. At the same time, the life force within his body rapidly dissipated. Ye Chu quickly stepped forward and found the old man had already died. Extending his spiritual power, he discovered the man's heart was being devoured by parasitic insects. Actually killed by his own parasitic insects. A bunch of lunatics. Ye Chu frowned darkly. None of the people from that sacred sect were normal. He conjured a ball of true fire to incinerate the corpse, then quickly walked toward Yun Bingwan. Save me. Yun Bingwan struggled to utter these 3 words before her consciousness was completely consumed by desire. Her hands continuously tore at her clothes, exposing large areas of snow-white skin. The sight before him made Ye Chu's lustful fire surge. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the evil fire in his heart, and crouched down to prepare to detoxify her. Yun Bingwan, like a mermaid, immediately clung to him, her alluring fragrance filling his nostrils. Ye Chu felt he was facing the greatest test of his life. He bit his tongue tip to barely suppress his desire. Just as he was about to detoxify Yun Bingwan, the resentful dragon energy within his body suddenly became agitated. Ye Chu's face showed pain, and something within his body seemed to be stirred, making it impossible to suppress the evil fire any longer. While he still retained his last thread of rationality, he carried Yun Bingwan and quickly left the area, finding a nearby hotel. Entering the room, Ye Chu could no longer endure it. Along the way, the resentful dragon energy in his body had been constantly agitated, as if something about Yun Bingwan was attracting it. Miss Yun, forgive me. That night was the happiest evening in Ye Chu's nearly 20 years of life. The feeling was incomparable, utterly intoxicating. He had lost count of how many times they had been intimate, only knowing that by the end, even with his robust constitution, he was too exhausted to move. As dawn broke, he finally fell into a deep sleep, holding the beauty in his arms. The next afternoon, Ye Chu slowly awakened from his slumber. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt a wave of murderous intent washing over him. Looking closely, he saw Yun Bingwan staring at him with icy cold eyes. Her purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, her face absolutely stunning, with her jade-white skin bearing traces that told the story of last night's passion. But gone was her usual gentle demeanor, replaced only by coldness. Miss Yun, let me explain. Ye Chu felt somewhat embarrassed. Though he had saved her, he had also compromised her virtue, which made him feel rather guilty. He wanted to offer an explanation, but Yun Bingwan coldly interrupted him. What happened last night never occurred. If you dare speak of it to anyone, I will kill you. Yun Bingwan's voice was ice cold as she quickly dressed and got out of bed. The pain in her lower body made her stumble slightly, prompting Ye Chu to ask with concern, Miss Yun, are you all right? Mind your own business. Yun Bingwan turned back fiercely, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She took a long, deep look at Ye Chu before quickly leaving the room. Is this really necessary? I clearly saved you, and I don't even get a thank you. Ye Chu pouted. While he admitted he was somewhat at fault, he had ultimately saved her. It wasn't as if he had intentionally taken advantage of her. Pulling back the covers to leave as well, his eyes suddenly focused intently. On the pristine white sheets, several crimson spots stood out prominently. Could this be? Ye Chu looked stunned, realization dawning in his eyes as he finally understood why Yun Bingwan had been so furious. He had taken her virginity last night. What's going on? Wasn't she supposed to be a widow? Ye Chu looked completely puzzled as he got dressed and stored the sheets in his small cauldron. She was, after all, his first woman, and some things were worth keeping as mementos. After finishing everything, Ye Chu began examining the changes within his body. He was surprised to discover that the resentful energy around the grudge dragon chi had diminished somewhat. It really works. Ye Chu's face lit up with joy. During last night's intimate union with Yun Bingwan, he had discovered that she possessed a special constitution, the 9-in malevolent body. Not only was her constitution unique, but her bloodline was also extraordinary, seemingly connected to the dragon clan, which had an attractive pull on his grudge dragon chi. This was why the grudge dragon chi had gone berserk at that time. If not for that outburst, last night's events might never have happened. He attempted to cultivate and was delighted to find that the grudge dragon chi was indeed no longer as volatile as before. Miss Yin, don't worry, I will take responsibility for you. Ye Chu made up his mind had to find a way to win over Yun Bingwan. Not only did she possess a special constitution, but she also seemed to have dragon clan bloodline, which would be tremendously helpful to him. Picking up his phone, he noticed several missed calls, all from Han Mingwan. Ye Chu quickly called back, and the phone was answered promptly. Xiao Chu, where did you go last night? Why didn't you come home all night? Han Mingwan's concerned voice came through the phone. Ye Chu naturally couldn't tell the truth, so he lied. Mom, I ran into an old classmate last night, drank too much, and forgot to let you know. Drink less next time. Han Mingwan didn't scold him, but reminded him. Come back early today, we're attending a family banquet tonight. All right, I'll be back soon. Ye Chu agreed and hung up the phone. After tidying up, they returned to the Jiang family home. By the time they arrived, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and the second branch of the Jiang family was ready to go, just waiting for Jiang Junyao to show up. Han Mingwan paced back and forth in the living room, organizing her handbag while muttering under her breath. Gone all day, without coming home. Who knows where she went? Hearing the sound of a car, Jiang Haiyun looked up toward the entrance and shot Ye Chu an extremely impatient glance. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered to respond and turned to his mother-in-law instead. Mom, what's this family dinner about? Did something happen? Huh? Han Mingwan let out a cold laugh. Tomorrow Jiang Junlong will take the CEO position, and the old man probably wants to give us a warning in advance. I see. Ye Chu nodded. Shortly after, Jiang Junyao pushed through the door. Junyao, Han Mingwan approached her. How's the situation with the Huangfu family? Tomorrow is the day that boy Jiang Junlong takes the stage. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Jiang Junyao remained composed and went straight upstairs to change clothes. Han Mingwan hesitated to speak further, worry flashing in her eyes. Ye Chu offered reassurance. Mom, if Junyao says it's fine, then there's no problem. Jiang Haiyun snorted coldly. Easy to say? Once Junlong secures the CEO position, our second branch will be in trouble. Ye Chu thought to himself. Arguing with this father-in-law would only drive me crazy, so he simply stayed quiet. A few minutes later, Jiang Junyao came downstairs in a changed outfit, a stunning dark green dress that made her look radiant. Everyone left the house and headed straight to the family dinner venue Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Jiangnan Grand Hotel was the only 5-star hotel in Jiangdu, located in the city center. Its glass exterior reflected the setting sun, and luxury cars lined up at the entrance. After parking, as soon as the group stepped into the lobby, Jiang Haiyun lowered his voice to remind Ye Chu. Remember, with the old man present, speak less and don't embarrass us like last time. Ye Chu nodded casually in response. As they were talking, a stocky young man approached quickly from a distance. Second uncle. His gaze swept toward Ye Chu with a smile. This must be brother-in-law, right? So young, yet already been to jail, truly remarkable. Han Mingjuan's face darkened. Juanhu, how my son-in-law is doing is none of your business. Second aunt, don't mind me. I was just making conversation. Jiang Juanhu laughed it off. Grandpa and the others are in the top floor private room. You go up first, I need to wait for Big Aunt and her family. Han Mingwan snorted and was about to step forward when Jiang Juanhu suddenly added, Second uncle, let brother-in-law stay. I'm bored and want someone to chat with. Jiang Haiyun nodded. You heard him. Keep Juanhu company. Han Mingwan wanted to speak up for her son-in-law, but was pulled away by her husband, and Jiang Junyao silently followed them upstairs. After the crowd dispersed, Jiang Juanhu smiled at Ye Chu. Brother-in-law, wait here for me. I need to use the restroom. Before Ye Chu could respond, he walked away. However, he didn't actually enter the restroom, but instead went around to the other side of the lobby and pulled out his phone. Big Aunt, where are you now? Learning they had already reached the parking garage, he immediately jogged out to greet them. Juanhu, over here. At the parking garage exit, the Jiang family's eldest daughter, Jiang Haiyun, waved to signal him. Standing beside her were her daughter Jiang Biyue and Biyue's boyfriend Sun Tao. Jiang Juanhu hurried over, his gaze sizing up Sun Tao from head to toe as he asked with a smile. Big Aunt, is this the boyfriend who works at Jiangnan Bank that Sister Biyue mentioned? Jiang Haiyun nodded proudly. Jiang Juanhu eagerly extended his hand with a fawning smile. Brother-in-law, what a pleasure to meet you. Sun Tao merely gave a flat and kept his hands at his sides, showing no intention of reciprocating the gesture. Jiang Juanhu's smile instantly froze on his face. During this awkward moment, an extended Rolls-Royce slowly approached and came to a stop with a low rumble. Everyone instinctively looked in that direction as the car door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in a perfectly tailored suit stepping out, flanked by two black-clad bodyguards on either side. Sun Tao's expression changed, and he almost jogged over to greet the man. Before he could get close, the bodyguards sternly called out, Who are you? Stop right there. He quickly raised both hands in explanation. Gentlemen, I mean no harm. I just wanted to say hello to Chairman Lee. The middle-aged man turned at the sound, his brow slightly furrowed. Are you manager Sun from the East District branch? Sun Tao nodded eagerly. Chairman, I'm surprised you remember me. It's truly an honor. His voice trembled with excitement. This man was his boss's boss, and he actually remembered a small fry like him. I have a vague recollection. The middle-aged man's tone was calm as he casually asked, Do you need something? No, nothing at all. I just saw you and wanted to come over and say hello. Sun Tao quickly shook his head. That's thoughtful of you. The middle-aged man nodded. I have business to attend to, so I'll be going now. With that, he walked into the hotel entrance escorted by his two bodyguards. Take care, Chairman. Sun Tao bowed as he saw him off, only straightening up after the man's figure disappeared. Jiang Juanhu and the others approached, and Zhang Biyue curiously lowered her voice. Brother Tao, was that Li Guangling, the branch president of Jiangnan Bank's Jiangdu branch? That's right, it was him. Sun Tao nodded. Everyone was shocked at this revelation. Jiangnan Bank was the largest private bank in Jiangnan province, with substantial financial resources and the backing of the Murong family from Gusu, making it comparable in power to the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Biyue looked at Sun Tao with admiration. You're amazing, Brother Tao, knowing such an important figure. Sun Tao lifted his chin with a hint of pride. Of course. At this moment, Jiang Juanhu called out, Cousin, Aunt, let's go inside too. The three nodded, but he deliberately led everyone around to a side entrance. Zhang Biyue frowned. Cousin, why are we going this way? This way is shorter. Jiang Juanhu casually deflected. Zhang Biyue didn't ask further questions, and they soon entered the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, Jiang Juanhu sneered inwardly. Ha! Kid, you can just keep waiting downstairs. The elevator went straight to the top floor private room. Upon entering, there were already 8 people seated besides the 3 from Jiang Haiyun's family. There were 4 members from the main branch and grandfather Jiang. Aunt, come sit over here. A tall man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up proactively. He was impeccably dressed and carried himself with an air of nobility. This was the eldest son of the main branch, Jiang Junlong. Jiang Haiyun smiled and responded, taking a seat next to her elder brother Jiang Haifeng. Han Mingwan looked around and, not seeing Ye Chu, couldn't help but speak up. Juanhu, where's Xiao Chu? That guy said he had something to take care of and left for a while. He hasn't come back for ages, so I brought Aunt and the others up first. Jiang Juanhu explained with a dismissive expression. Shun Meijing chimed in with a cold sneer. What important business could he possibly have? That ex-con is probably off doing something shady again. Mom, that's not necessarily true. Jiang Juanhu shrugged and scoffed. He's probably never been to such a high-class place before and got intimidated, so he made up an excuse and slunk away. Jiang Haiyun's face turned extremely grim, his disgust for Ye Chu growing stronger by the minute. Under the bright restaurant lights, he sat in a side seat holding his teacup, hoping to use Ye Chu's appearance to boost his own presence, but the man was nowhere to be seen. The forced smile he'd been maintaining finally cracked. Han Mingwan set down her chopsticks, her tone cold yet sharp. sister-in-law. As an elder, you should watch your tongue. Chen Meijing leaned back in her chair, eyebrows raised. Am I not speaking the truth? Humph. Whether my son-in-law has been to prison or not is none of your business. The tension in the air thickened instantly. Han Mingwan snorted coldly, her gaze darkening. But Chen Meijing refused to back down. That boy married into the Jiang family, making him one of us. As the matriarch of the main branch, can I even speak a few honest words? Seeing the two women's argument escalating, the patriarch Jiang Fengyan at the head of the table let out a heavy, cold snort. Enough. His authoritative voice cut through the air like a falling tree across a stream, instantly silencing both women. Jiang Fengyan's hawk-like gaze fell upon Jiang Haiyun. Second son, having an ex-convict does indeed disgrace the Jiang family name. Find a time to have Junyao divorce him. The undeniable pressure made Jiang Haiyun nod quickly. Father, don't worry, I'll handle it right away. Han Mingwan glared at her husband, but with the patriarch present, she could only swallow her emotions. Jiang Juanyao's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly, yet she remained silent. Seeing everyone quiet down, Jiang Fengyan nodded slightly, his voice returning to a calmer tone. Today's family dinner serves to announce two matters. Everyone's expressions grew serious. First, starting tomorrow, Junlong will assume the position of group president, taking full responsibility for our cooperation with the Huangfu family. I hope everyone will support him moving forward. As he said this, he deliberately scanned the room, his gaze lingering on Jiang Junyao for half a second, carrying an implicit warning. Han Mingjuan's face stiffened slightly, as she couldn't help but look worriedly at her daughter. Others also quickly tried to gauge Jiang Junyao's reaction, only to be disappointed by her continued calm demeanor. The patriarch paused briefly before continuing. Second, Biwa has found herself a boyfriend who currently works at Jiangnan Bank. Let's all get acquainted. As soon as he finished speaking, whispers of surprise and curiosity rippled around the table. Jiang Haiyun spoke up proudly, gesturing to the young man beside her. Little son, introduce yourself so everyone can get to know you. Sun Tao stood up, chest slightly puffed out, his tone confident. Hello everyone, I'm Sun Tao. I currently serve as a department manager at Jiangnan Bank's Jiangdu North District branch. If you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Young man, that's impressive. To be a department manager at such a young age, you have a bright future ahead. Mr. Sun, if our Jiang family ever needs help, we'll have to count on your support. A chorus of compliments followed one after another, making Sun Tao's smile even brighter. Only Han Mingwan kept her head down, frantically sending messages on her phone, urging Ye Chu to hurry up and appear. Meanwhile, Jiang Junyao remained indifferent, not even bothering to offer praise. Very few people could move her, and this man before her was far from qualified. Noticing the mother and daughter's indifference, Jiang Haiyun felt displeased and raised her voice. Everyone, my son-in-law isn't just a department manager, also well acquainted with Director Li of Jiangnan Bank's Jiangdu branch. We ran into him downstairs just now, and he couldn't stop praising little Tao. I bet it won't be long before little Tao gets promoted. Everyone looked shocked. The Jiangdu branch director controlled enormous liquid assets, and many prominent families in Jiangdu sought his favor. Moreover, Director Li Guangling was also the head of the Li family, one of the three ancient clans. Among the three ancient clans, the Wang family was strongest overall, but when it came to financial power, none could match the Li family. Besides Jiangnan Bank, the most profitable hotel in Jiangdu Jiangnan Grand Hotel was also backed by the Li family. At such a young age, this young man has already caught President Li's attention. His future prospects are truly limitless. Sister, with such a wonderful son-in-law, you're set for the good life. Someone else in the crowd chimed in, their voice dripping with envy. The relatives sitting around held their wine glasses, their gazes shifting back and forth between the Jiang family's main branch and second branch. As everyone showered praise, Chen Meijing deliberately lowered her voice, yet made sure everyone could still hear her. She pursed her lips and shot a sideways glance at Han Mingwan, adding with thinly veiled sarcasm, unlike some people who bring just anyone into the family, ruining their own daughter's life and bringing shame to the entire Jiang family name. As soon as the mocking words left her lips, several pairs of eyes turned toward Han Mingwan in unison, their gazes filled with undisguised ridicule. In the past, Jiang Junyao had overshadowed all the younger generation of the Jiang family, earning both admiration and jealousy from everyone. Now the tables had turned. She had not only lost her position as CEO, but also married a husband who was beneath their standards. In their eyes, the second branch had completely fallen from grace, making this the perfect opportunity to kick them while they were down. In the corner of the banquet hall, Han Mingwan found herself trapped by the crowd with nowhere to retreat, forced to maintain a strained smile. Amidst all this noisy mockery and sarcasm, the real protagonist, Ye Chu, was being led away from the scene by Li Guangling, their hurried footsteps heading toward a private room on the second floor. It turned out that just minutes earlier, the moment Li Guangling stepped into the hotel lobby, he spotted Ye Chu immediately. He rushed over, his voice barely containing his excitement. Divine Dr. Yi, what brings you here? Ye Chu was equally surprised and nodded slightly in response. I'm here for a family banquet, waiting for someone. Li Guangling suddenly understood, his expression becoming even more respectful. Divine Dr. Yi, I owe you so much for your help last night. I was planning to host a proper dinner to thank you another day, but since we've met here today, please allow me to show you some hospitality. I'd also like to introduce you to a few friends. Faced with such enthusiasm, Ye Chu naturally couldn't refuse. Moreover, he had already noticed that Jiang Juanhu had left the table under the pretense of using the restroom, most likely deliberately leaving him to wait. Once he returned to the main hall, he would undoubtedly face more ridicule. Weighing his options, he readily agreed. All right then, I'll impose on your kindness. What imposition? Li Guangling laughed heartily, gesturing for him to follow. Divine Dr. Yi, your presence honors me. Li Guangling laughed heartily as he led the way, his attitude extremely warm and welcoming. Li Guangling led Ye Chu to a luxurious private dining room on the top floor. The room was 3 times larger than an ordinary private dining area, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the entire nightscape of Jinling. Crystal chandeliers cast soft light over the round table, which was already set with expensive blue and white porcelain dinnerware. 7 or 8 distinguished-looking big shots sat around the table, with one familiar face particularly conspicuous. Zhuge Xiao. Oldly, hurry up. We've been waiting for you. A slightly plump, bald middle-aged man waved first, his gaze curiously sizing up Ye Chu. Another man with dark skin and broad shoulders immediately followed up with a question. Oldly, who is this young man? All eyes focused on them, filled with curiosity. Li Guangling smiled as he introduced. This is Divine Dr. Yi. I happened to run into him and brought him along so everyone could meet. So young, yet called a divine doctor? Everyone's eyes clearly showed doubt, but out of respect for Li Guangling, they didn't question it openly. Zhuge Xiao smiled warmly and gestured. Divine Dr. Yi, please sit here. Her tone was as friendly as if greeting an old friend, as though they were truly meeting for the first time. Ye Chu walked over and sat beside her with composed confidence. Everyone was secretly surprised tonight's dinner gathering was arranged by Zhuge Xiao herself, and here was the eldest daughter of Jinling's Zhuge family, showing rare enthusiasm toward a young stranger. Li Guangling was also slightly surprised, but didn't dwell on it, raising his hand to signal the waiters to serve the dishes. The dark-skinned man leaned in and lowered his voice. Oldly, is this young man's medical skill really that impressive? Old Zhou, Li Guangling nodded solemnly. Divine Dr. Ye's medical skills are the finest I've ever witnessed. If you ever need his help, don't miss the opportunity. Zhou Bingtian remained skeptical, his gaze lingering on Ye Chu's youthful face. He looked barely 20. Could he really be a divine doctor? Soon, aromatic dishes were served one after another. Steamed mandarin fish, Matsutake Buddha jumps over the wall, red wine foie gras, making everyone's mouth water. Everyone, let's eat and chat, Li Guangling said cordially, then formally introduced to Ye Chu. This is City Guard Commander Zhou Bingtian. This is Finance Minister Sun Weiming. And this is Deputy Mayor Chang Guangyu. Ye Chu was initially surprised, then understood that Li Guangling was helping him build connections. Though he wasn't in urgent need, he naturally wouldn't refuse such goodwill. He stood and nodded slightly. Greetings, leaders. I'm Ye Chu, a doctor. Please feel free to contact me if you ever need assistance. Several people were surprised this young man showed no change in expression upon hearing their titles. This composure alone set him apart from ordinary people. Zhou Bingtian couldn't help asking. Young man, to be called a divine doctor by Oldly at such a young age, are you perhaps from a family of physicians? Hearing the doubt in his voice, Ye Chu wasn't offended and calmly shook his head. Not at all. I only began studying medicine 3 years ago. 3 years ago? Zhou Bingtian was immediately disappointed, and the others quietly shook their heads, their interest rapidly declining. Li Guangling frowned inwardly had brought Ye Chu not only to help him make connections, but also to introduce this divine doctor to his friends, since who could guarantee they'd never fall ill? Zhuge Xiao was secretly shocked. She had already investigated Ye Chu and knew that 3 years ago he was just an illegitimate son of the Yi family who knew nothing about medicine. She suspected he might have learned it in prison, but hearing Ye Chu openly admit to only 3 years of study still left her stunned. Learning such extraordinary medical skills in just 3 years, she could only think of 2-word genius. With this thought, she smiled warmly and raised her glass to everyone. Gentlemen, you can't judge a book by its cover. Don't underestimate Dr. Yi just because he's young. I have a relative who, despite his youth, is remarkably talented, not only a grandmaster warrior, but also well-versed in mystical arts like the 8 trigrams. The guests exchanged glances and secretly scoffed. Of course your Zhuge family relative is exceptional, born into a prominent family with resources poured into him from childhood. How could he not be brilliant? Ye Chu listened with great interest, sipping his tea lightly before casually interjecting. Mystical arts? I know a thing or two about that as well. Zhuge Jiao raised an eyebrow, studying Ye Chu's expression. Dr. Yi, you're also proficient in mystical arts? I have some basic knowledge, Ye Chu replied calmly. The guests in the private room exchanged looks, all thinking the same thing. She only mentioned it in passing, yet this young man dares to claim credit for himself. Zhou Bingtian, known for his straightforward nature, couldn't stand Ye Chu's nonchalant attitude and deliberately pressed. Really? Then which area of mystical arts are you proficient in, young man? Ye Chu replied unhurriedly. The 8 trigrams, yin yang and 5 elements, physiognomy, medicine, fortune-telling. I have some basic knowledge in all of them. Upon hearing this, contempt flashed in everyone's eyes, such arrogance and insufferable conceit. If not for Li Guangling's sake, they would have asked him to leave the room long ago. What they didn't know was that these words were already extremely modest coming from Ye Chu. During the 3 years with his master, he had learned not only medicine and martial arts, but also delved deeply into the 8 trigrams, yin yang and 5 elements, physiognomy, fortune-telling, and even formation arrays and artifact refinement. While his medical skills were most remarkable, he was truly proficient in the others as well. Zhou Bingtian suppressed his anger and changed the subject. If that's the case, could Dr. Yi perhaps do a reading for me? Certainly, Ye Chu nodded. What would you like me to read, Mr. Zhou? My romantic prospects, I suppose, Zhou Bingtian said flatly, though his tone carried a hint of testing. As soon as he said this, the other's eyes lit up. The all-new Zhou Bingtian deeply loved his deceased wife and had sworn never to remarry, rejecting all matchmaking attempts. Asking Ye Chu to read his romantic fortune was clearly setting a trap. Very well, Ye Chu nodded, his gaze slowly sweeping across Zhou Bingtian's face. After a moment, he spoke. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zhou lost his wife in middle age. Zhou Bingtian's eyes dimmed slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. That's correct. My wife passed away from illness some years ago. His tone then turned cold. But anyone could learn this with a little inquiry. It's hardly a skill. Unless you can tell me when my next romance will appear. The guests couldn't help but smirk. Zhou Bingtian was determined never to remarry. This question was simply unsolvable. Ye Chu remained calm. That's quite simple. I observe that Mr. Zhou's forehead is clear and bright, and your marriage palace is luminous. Your fortune is excellent this year, so your next romance should appear very soon. Everyone burst into laughter. Clearly nonsense. Zhou Bingtian's face darkened. Young man, it seems your skills are lacking. Let me be frank, you don't plan to find anyone for the rest of my life. Haha, perhaps so. Ye Chu didn't argue and stood up, bowing slightly to Li Guangling. Mr. Li, thank you for your hospitality. I need to attend a family banquet, so I'll take my leave now. His phone screen kept flashing as Han Mengwan sent several urgent messages. She really couldn't delay any longer. Li Guangling looked somewhat apologetic and asked for Ye Chu's room number. Dr. Yi, old Zhou is just straightforward by nature. Please don't mind him. I'll have someone send over some fine wine later. No worries. Ye Chu waved his hand and turned to Zhuge Jiao, gesturing politely. Miss Zhuge, I must excuse myself. Zhuge Jiao nodded lightly and watched him leave. As the door closed, the atmosphere in the room relaxed, and several people couldn't help but mock him. Young people these days really dare to boast about anything. The private room was thick with steam and heat. Wine glasses scattered haphazardly across the table. Zhou Bingtian rolled his eyes and sneered coldly. The world is going to hell, and people have no shame anymore. Oldly, don't tell me you actually fell for that kid's nonsense. I bet he's all talk and knows nothing about medicine. Li Guangling gripped the rim of his glass, forcing a bitter smile. He wanted to explain but found himself at a loss for words, only managing a helpless shake of his head. You don't appreciate the opportunity when it's given to you, you'll regret it later, someone muttered under their breath nearby. The others all curled their lips dismissively, convinced that Li Guangling had been deceived. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, so Deputy Mayor Chang Guanyuan quickly steered the conversation back on track. Miss Zhuge, are you really planning to build a commercial complex in the East District? Everyone turned to look at Zhuge Jiao in unison. Of course it's true, how could I joke about something like this? Zhuge Jiao raised her glass with unwavering confidence. All my future work will be based in Jiangdu, so I hope you'll all look after me. The group of officials and businessmen immediately stood up, clinking glasses in response. Amid the crisp chiming sounds, both parties sat down to discuss the details. Creaked door to the private room was pushed open, and a graceful, beautiful woman stumbled in, her cheeks flushed red with intoxication. Haidang, Zhou Bingtian shot to his feet, his gaze locked intensely on the woman's face. That face was almost identical to his late wife's, as if they were twin sisters. The woman was startled by his reaction. After taking a closer look at the people in the room, she quickly smiled apologetically. Sorry, I've had too much to drink and entered the wrong room. With that, she turned and left. The door closed, and the air instantly froze. How can she look so much like her? Zhou Bingtian collapsed back into his chair, his lips trembling as he mumbled to himself like a man who had lost his soul. Everyone exchanged glances, seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. This woman had affected Zhou Bingtian too profoundly there was no need to think further. The romantic fate that young man had predicted seemed to have truly come to pass. Chang Guangyuan smiled bitterly. It appeared that young man hadn't been bragging after all, we were the ones being narrow-minded. Ye Chu had no idea what happened afterward, as he had already arrived at the Jiang family's private dining room. As he pushed the door open, the air seemed thick with tension. Around the round table, Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun sat with ashen faces, anger smoldering in their eyes. Xiao Chu, Juanhu said you had something to attend to and left. Why didn't you tell Mom beforehand if something came up? Han Mingwan suppressed her displeasure, though her tone still carried the resentment from being mocked by a group of relatives. Ye Chu glanced at Jiang Juanhu beside him, who was raising his eyebrows with a barbed smile. I ran into a friend and chatted for a bit. Ye Chu explained casually. Oomph, what kind of friend is so important that they'd make our whole family wait? Jiang Haifeng snorted coldly, his dissatisfaction evident. Jiang Juanhu added mockingly. Dad, what decent friends could this guy possibly have? Probably just like him, completely worthless. Chen Meijing nodded in agreement. Exactly, a convict's friends are probably convicts too. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered to respond, and walked over to sit beside Jiang Junyao. Jiang Haiyun slammed the table, his voice rising. You insolent fool. Don't you have a mouth? With so many elders present, you don't even greet anyone? Have you no manners? I don't know who's who, so how am I supposed to greet them? Ye Chu leaned back in his chair, his tone lazy. Jiang Haiyun was left speechless, unable to find words to counter. Jiang Juanhu continued his sarcastic remarks. Second uncle, don't get angry. He's just a bastard child, what would he know about manners? Jiang Haifeng shook his head and sighed. Second brother, I really don't know what you were thinking, bringing such a disrespectful good for nothing as a son-in-law. Compared to young son, it's like heaven and earth. Father is right. Jiang Juanhu immediately chimed in. We should find time to have Junyao divorce him. Everyone's attention focused on Jiang Haiyun again. He had been criticized countless times today, veins bulging on his forehead, wishing he could throw Ye Chu out on the spot. Big brother is right. This kid is not only worthless, but according to Junlan, he's also fooling around outside. How can the Jiang family tolerate him? Jiang Fengyan sat in the main seat, his voice deep and authoritative. The Jiang family's son-in-law must be outstanding like young Sunday. The other family members echoed in agreement. Grandfather is right. The Jiang family is one of the three great ancient clans. To enter our family, one must be a talented young man like brother Sun, absolutely not a waste like him. Praise for Sun Tao filled the table, while Ye Chu was thoroughly trampled upon. Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun's faces grew increasingly grim. The latter couldn't help but whisper his complaints. This is all your fault. Insisting on bringing this waste into the family, and now look what's happened. Han Mingjuan's chest heaved, never expecting the family dinner to turn into such a farce. Just as everyone was getting carried away with their criticism. Enough. Jiang Junyao, who had been silent all along, put down her chopsticks. Her voice wasn't loud, but was crystal clear, forcing everyone to stop talking. Ye Chu is my man. Whether he's good or not, what business is it of yours? Her calm tone carried an underlying firmness. Ye Chu was slightly surprised that she would speak up to defend him. Jiang Junyao, how dare you speak to your elders like that? Jiang Junlong scolded harshly. Jiang Junyao looked up, her gaze cold. No matter how bold I am, I'm not as bold as you. Disowning family, capable of doing anything. Jiang Junlong's heart skipped a beat, his face stiffening. What nonsense are you spouting? Though he appeared composed on the surface, his fingertips trembled slightly. Jiang Junyao sneered, mockery in her eyes. If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Don't you know what you've done? Chen Meijing looked displeased. Jiang Junyao, watch your words. Junlong is about to become president, so you'd better show some respect, or else. Or else what? Han Mingwan coldly interjected. Jiang Junlong isn't president yet, so don't speak too soon. No one can say for certain what hasn't happened yet. Chen Meijing let out a scornful laugh, her finger lightly tapping the rim of her teacup. Han Mingwan, are you still clinging to those unrealistic fantasies? Fine then, after tomorrow passes, let's see what you have to say. All right, I'll be watching. Han Mingwan shut down the conversation, her gaze unwavering. Everyone turned a deaf ear to her words, dismissing them as stubborn defiance in their view. Jiang Junlong's ascension to the presidency was already set in stone. Only Jiang Junlong felt a nagging unease in her heart. She recalled Ye Chu's strange behavior downstairs that day, and her intuition told her things weren't so simple, but the humiliating memory left her unable to speak up. Junyao, as a member of the Jiang family, I hope you can see the bigger picture. Jiang Fengyan suddenly spoke up, casting a warning glance at Ye Chu. And this boy truly isn't worthy of you, you'd better think it over carefully. Don't worry, grandfather. I won't forget that I'm a member of the Jiang family, and I'll consider the family's interests in everything I do. Jiang Junyao's voice was calm, but distant. As for my personal matters, you needn't worry, I know what I'm doing. That's for the best. Jiang Fengyan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if weighing something. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the door was pushed open and two uniformed hotel staff members filed in. The middle-aged woman in the lead introduced herself graciously. "Hello everyone. I'm the hotel general manager. I'm here on our boss's orders to deliver some wine." With that, the young employee behind her placed the bottles from his arms onto the table, 2 bottles of 30-year Fatian Matai and 2 bottles of Romanicani, their surfaces gleaming with a refined luster under the lights. "These are modest gifts from our boss to all of you. Please enjoy." The middle-aged woman bowed slightly and left hastily with her staff. Everyone's eyes fell on those 4 bottles, though only 4 in number. They were worth at least several 100,000 yuan. "Why would the hotel owner send us such expensive items?" Jiang Junlan asked hesitantly. "I remember the Li family is behind Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Could this wine be meant for brother Sun?" Among those present, only Sun Tao had any connection to the Li family. Jiang Haiyun quickly nodded. Yes, yes, it must be Director Li being thoughtful toward Xiao Dao. Zhang Bu's eyes were full of admiration. "Brother Tao, you're amazing." The others also chimed in with praise, their tone much more sincere than before. After all, didn't Li Guangling's willingness to spend hundreds of thousands on wine prove Sun Tao's importance to him? Sun Tao felt puzzled inside. Was he really held in such high regard? But he maintained a modest smile on his face. "Haha, you're all too kind. I've only had dinner with Director Li a few times. We're not that close." His tone, however, was anything but humble. A flicker of suspicion crossed Jiang Juan, whose eye. She remembered that when they met downstairs, Li Guangling hadn't shown much enthusiasm towards Sun Tao. But then he thought that many things couldn't be judged by appearances alone, so he didn't pursue it further. Seeing this, Jiang Fengyan laughed heartily. "Haha, young friend Sun, don't be so modest. Our Jiang family is about to collaborate with the Huangfu family on developing the South City district, and will likely need to move quite a bit of capital. We'll be counting on your help when the time comes. Don't worry, leave it to me." Sun Tao patted his chest in assurance, looking completely confident. The atmosphere in the room immediately became lively, with everyone raising their glasses and laughing continuously. Chun Meijing seized the opportunity to turn her attention back to the second branch of the family, speaking sarcastically. "Look, this is what a proper son-in-law for our Jiang family should be like, unlike some people who bring home just any riffraff." Everyone turned their attention back to Han Mengjuan's family, their eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Jiang Haiyun quickly waved her hands, feigning concern as she addressed Chun Meijing. "Meijing, please don't say such things, or Mengwan will be heartbroken." Then she shifted the conversation to Jiang Junyao. "Think about that girl Junya, how outstanding she used to be. So many young talents lined up to court her, but now sigh? Her life is ruined. What a pity." She sighed dramatically before looking up with a sneer. "People really do depend on fate. My Bue could never compare to Junyao before, but fortunately, she found an excellent boyfriend. No matter how capable a woman is, it's useless. The key is marrying the right man." Her words both trampled on Jiang Junyao and subtly mocked Han Mengwan for marrying the wrong person. If Jiang Haiyun had any ability, the second branch wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Han Mengjuan's face turned ashen. If not for the old master's presence, she would have erupted in fury. She took a deep breath to suppress her anger, forcing herself to remain silent, knowing that any retort would only invite fiercer ridicule. Jiang Haiyun's face twitched uncontrollably. Today was the most humiliating day of his life. His gaze swept toward Ye Chu with even greater disgust, believing all this shame was brought by Ye Chu. He had already made up his mind. He would force Jiang Junyao to divorce as soon as they returned home. Seeing no one from the second branch responding, Chun Meijing found it boring and simply shut up. The others resumed their drinking and toasting, showering Sun Tao with praise amid bursts of laughter. Only Ye Chu knew that those cases of fine wine were actually meant for him. But he couldn't be bothered to explain. If he told them the truth, they would only mock him more. Should he call Li Guangling over as a witness, just to show off? When the banquet ended, everyone was pleased except Han Mengjuan's family, who were seething with anger. As soon as the gathering dispersed, Jiang Haiyun urged his family to leave quickly. "Haha, second uncle, what's the rush? No one's going to eat you alive." Jiang Juanhu laughed as he followed behind. The elevator was slow to arrive, so they had to squeeze into the same one with everyone else. After exiting the elevator, Chun Meijing deliberately approached them with mocking eyes. "Second brother, Mengwan, tomorrow when Junlong takes office as president, you must come to show your support." The couple remained silent with dark expressions. Jiang Haiyun twisted the knife further. "Mengwan, I heard your son-in-law is still unemployed? Should I ask Xiao Hao to let him work as a security guard at the bank?" Zhang Buf feigned displeasure. "Mom, Brother Tao's bank has high standards for employees. That guy has been in prison. Who would hire him?" Jiang Haiyun sighed theatrically. "Ah, Mengwan, it's not that your big sister won't help you. It's just that." Han Mengwan was so angry she laughed. "Thank you for your kind offer, big sister. Even if my son-in-law never works for the rest of his life, our family can still support him. No need for your concern." Ye Chu was moved by his mother-in-law's protection, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Perhaps it was time to teach these people a lesson. Just then, The middle-aged female manager who had delivered the wine earlier approached quickly from nearby, immediately drawing the attention of all the Jiang family members. The female manager stopped in front of Ye Chu, speaking respectfully. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ye Chu?" Ye Chu nodded. "Yes, I am. Is there something you need?" The middle-aged female manager pulled out a black card from her pocket and respectfully handed it over. "Mr. Yi, this is the VIP membership card our boss asked me to give you. From now on, you'll receive a 90% discount on all purchases here. Please accept it." As soon as she finished speaking, the Jiang family members froze in place, their eyes widening in unison. Jiang Haiyun was the first to snap back to reality, her voice trembling. "Manager, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Shouldn't this membership card be for our Xiaodao?" The female manager smiled and shook her head. "Ma'am, our boss personally instructed that this card is exclusively for Mr. Ye Chu. There's absolutely no mistake." "How? How is that possible?" The Jiang family members looked at each other in disbelief. Jiang Haiyun wanted to ask more questions when she suddenly remembered the 2 bottles of wine from earlier. And those wines just now, weren't they all given to her? Words came to an abrupt halt, her face instantly turning ashen. The female manager delivered the final blow. "Ma'am, those 2 bottles of wine were also specially offered by our boss out of respect for Mr. Yi, for everyone to enjoy." She then turned to Ye Chu and asked gently, "Mr. Yi, was the taste to your satisfaction?" Ye Chu gently swirled his glass, looked at the Jiang family members, and smiled slightly. "Everyone, how did it taste?" Their expressions shifted between light and dark, especially Sun Tao, who wished he could disappear on the spot. Jiang Haiyun's legs went weak and she nearly fell, but fortunately Zhang Biyue quickly caught her. The greater their earlier pride, the more their faces stung now. The female manager maintained her professional smile. "Mr. Yi, if there are no other instructions, I'll take my leave. Please give my thanks to Mr. Li." Ye Chu nodded. The female manager bowed in acknowledgement and left the private room. The card gleamed darkly under the lights. Ye Chu casually handed it to Han Mingwan. "Mom, this card is for you." Han Mingwan was stunned at first, then broke into a smile. "How thoughtful of you, Xiao Chu. I'll gladly accept it." She deliberately waved the black card, glancing sideways at Jiang Haiyun. "Big sister, your son-in-law may be a young talent and heaven's chosen one, but his behavior seems rather questionable, daring to claim credit for someone else's hard-earned connections. Tisk. She heavily emphasized the words young talent and heaven's chosen one. You. Jiang Haiyun trembled with rage, her finger pointing, but unable to form a complete sentence. Han Mingwan smiled sweetly. "Big sister, don't be angry. I'm just giving you friendly advice. When choosing a son-in-law, you need to keep your eyes wide open." This advice swept away all the frustration she had endured earlier. Jiang Haiyun's chest heaved violently as she glared hatefully at Han Mingwan, but couldn't come up with a single rebuttal. "Let's go, Xiao Chu." Han Mingwan stood up to leave, too lazy to continue the entanglement. Ye Chu, Jiang Junyao, and Jiang Haiyun followed closely behind, leaving the Jiang family members looking at each other in bewilderment. The car doors closed, shutting out the awkwardness outside. Han Mengzhuan's curiosity exploded. "Xiao Chu, what's really going on? How do you know Director Li?" Jiang Junyao and Jiang Haiyun also turned to look at him. Ye Chu answered honestly. "I saved Mr. Li's life a while ago." The three suddenly understood it was a life-saving debt. No wonder he sent wine and cards. Han Mingwan pressed for details. "How exactly did you save him?" Just as Ye Chu was about to speak, Jiang Junyao's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and her expression turned cold. "Mom, there's an issue at the company. I need to handle it. You go back first." She pushed open the door and got out. Ye Chu called out with concern. "Honey, do you need my help?" Jiang Junyao turned back and glared at him coldly. "No need." With that, she turned and walked away quickly. The atmosphere in the car immediately became quiet. Jiang Haiyun started the engine with a stern face. Han Mingwan didn't forget the main topic. Xiao Chu, continue. "It's really nothing complicated. Mr. Li was poisoned, and I happened to know some detoxification methods, so I helped him." Ye Chu downplayed it, deliberately omitting the part about the venomous insects to avoid frightening them. "As expected of my son-in-law, amazing." Han Mingwan clapped in admiration, her face full of pride. Jiang Haiyun, however, snorted coldly. "Amazing what? Director Li sent cards and wine just to settle the debt. Seeing this guy has no future, he doesn't want to maintain deep ties. If it were a real young talent, would Director Li dismiss him so easily?" He grew angrier as he spoke, glancing sideways at Ye Chu. "A waste is a waste. Such a great opportunity handed to you on a silver platter, and you can't even grasp it. Shut up. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all." Han Mingwan glared fiercely at Jiang Haiyun, then turned to Ye Chu with a forced smile. "Xiao Chu, don't mind him." Ye Chu nodded slightly as the car started up. The taillights traced a red line through the night as they left the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, after getting out of the car, Jiang Junyao didn't hail a taxi, but instead walked along the small path beside the hotel. The streetlights grew sparse, and the air carried a faint dampness. Turning into a secluded alley, she suddenly stopped and said calmly, "Come out." A man in black emerged from the darkness, chuckling softly. "Haha, to be able to detect metrically worthy of Miss Jiang." Jiang Junyao's gaze was indifferent as she glanced at him, body tempering sixth stage. It seems Jiang Junlong has indeed recruited some decent lackeys using the family's influence. The man was indeed one of Jiang Junlong's trusted subordinates. The scene at the hotel entrance had caused Jiang Junlong to misunderstand, thinking that Jiang Junyao had already connected with the Li family. To ensure tomorrow's succession ceremony went smoothly, he had simply sent someone to kidnap her. However, Jiang Junyao had been keeping close tabs on his movements and had deliberately separated from Ye Chu and the others, planning to handle this matter alone. The man's pupils contracted slightly. "How do you know my strength level? Take a guess." Jiang Junyao smiled lightly. Her pale red hair lifted by the night breeze as moonlight cast a cold gleam on her jade-like skin. "Humph, stop playing mysterious." The man snorted coldly, reaching out to grab her shoulder. "Miss Jiang, my apologies. Don't worry, we'll release you after tomorrow." The next moment, a dull impact exploded. Bang! The man was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall before falling to the ground. Clutching his twisted arm, he hissed in disbelief. "How? How is this possible? You're a martial artist." "What? I can't be one." Jiang Junyao's tone remained calm. The man suppressed his shock and tried to flee. Jiang Junyao touched her toes to the ground, her figure flashing like lightning as she delivered a sweeping kick. Thud! The man was sent flying again, spitting blood as he hit the ground, his face filled with terror. "You, why are you so strong?" Jiang Junyao approached and tossed her phone in front of him, her voice ice cold. "Call Jiang Junlong and tell him the kidnapping was successful. Don't try any tricks, or else death." The final word thundered like lightning. The man felt countless needles piercing his mind, his scalp tingling. He didn't dare hesitate and quickly dialed the number, repeating her instructions word for word. After hanging up, he bowed his head pleadingly. "Miss Jiang, I've done as you asked. Please spare my life." "Fine, but you'll have to wait until after tomorrow." "Thank you, Miss Jiang." The man thanked her repeatedly, no longer daring to harbor any false hopes. Jiang Junlong put down his phone, unable to hide his cold smile. "Jiang Junyao, you're still too naive to fight against me. After tomorrow, you won't be able to cause any more trouble." At the Jiang family villa, after Han Mingwan, Jiang Haiyun, and Ye Chu returned, they waited for a long time, but still didn't see Jiang Junyao. When they called, they only got a brief, "I'm not coming back." "Is this child under too much pressure?" Han Mingwan frowned, unable to hide her worry. "Sigh, we can't help her either." Jiang Haiyun also sighed. "Once Jiang Junlong becomes president, our second branch will have no chance at all." Ye Chu consoled them. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. Junyao has a resilient character, this won't break her. Besides, nothing is set in stone yet. That Jiang Junlong might not necessarily become president." Jiang Haiyun snorted coldly. "What the hell do you know? At this point, the situation is basically set in stone, unless Junyao works through the night to strike a separate deal with the Huangfu family. But is that even possible?" By the end of his words, he was nearly roaring, his chest heaving violently, as if he wanted to pour all his resentment onto Ye Chu. "Why are you yelling?" Han Mingwan frowned with displeasure. "This has nothing to do with Xiao Chu anyway. Xiao Chu, don't mind him, go upstairs and rest." Ye Chu nodded, composed himself, and went upstairs to his bedroom. As soon as the door closed, he pulled out his phone and called Huangfu Shuriwei, his voice low and urgent. "Any movement from Jiang Junlong's side?" Huangfu Shuriwei assured him decisively from the other end. "Don't worry, there's no way Jiang Junlong can become president of Jiang Corporation unless they don't want to cooperate with our Huangfu family anymore." With this promise, Ye Chu felt relieved. After chatting for a few more minutes, he hung up. The night was deep, and he lay down on the bed fully clothed until the morning light streamed through the window at dawn. The next day, Ye Chu got up early. Downstairs in the living room, Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun were already dressed and ready. As core members of the Jiang family, they had to attend in person, especially after the invitation the main branch had specifically sent last night. They still harbored a glimmer of hope. What if some unexpected variable emerged midway? The three drove straight to Jiang Corporation's headquarters in the city center. It was a 100-meter glass skyscraper, with the morning rush hour sunlight reflecting off its curtain walls, dazzling like blade light. The elevator went straight to the top floor. As the doors opened, a spacious yet cold executive office came into view. At the head sat Jiang Fengyin in the CEO chair, his expression iron hard. Beside him, Jiang Junlong stood in a sharp suit, smugness hidden in his eyes. Below were rows of directors and executives, with core family members like Jiang Haifeng and Jiang Haiyun standing side by side behind the table. As the three entered, all eyes immediately turned to them. Jiang Haifeng and others looked on with mockery. Several opportunistic directors smirked coldly. The truly strategic veterans wore grave expressions. They knew clearly that without Jiang Junyao, Jiang Corporation had almost no chance of securing cooperation with the Huangfu family. Mengwan, Jiang Haiyun spoke first, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Today is an internal company meeting. Perhaps we shouldn't bring in certain unsavory characters? If confidential information gets leaked, can you take responsibility? The shame and resentment from last night's humiliation churned in her chest, and now she seized the chance to attack Ye Chu viciously. Han Mengwan didn't back down. Xiao Chu is my son-in-law, and half a member of the Jiang family. How is he unsavory? Half a member of the Jiang family? This kid thinks he's worthy. Jiang Haiyun raised her chin, her face full of disdain. Why isn't he worthy? Han Mengwan raised her voice, refusing to yield. Jiang Haiyun, what do you mean by that? The two women were at daggers drawn, about to explode into argument. Suddenly, Jiang Fengyan at the head let out a thunderous roar. Enough! The deep, drum-like shout echoed through the spacious office. His gaze swept over both women with authority. This is a company, not a marketplace. If you want to fight, go outside. Han Mengwan and Jiang Haiyun glared at each other fiercely, but finally fell silent. After a brief silence, Jiang Fengyan surveyed the room, his tone casual, yet brooking no argument. I said a year ago that whoever could secure cooperation with the Huangfu family would become president. Junlong has now achieved comprehensive cooperation with the Huangfu family and performed excellently. I believe he's fully capable. What do you all think? I have no objections. Jiang Haifeng was first to raise his hand. Neither do I. Jiang Haiyun quickly followed. With these leaders setting the tone, directors and executives chimed in one after another. In moments, aside from a few silent company veterans, only Han Mengwan, Jiang Haiyun, and Ye Chu remained quiet. Jiang Fengyan's brow furrowed slightly. His gaze swept past the veterans' faces and landed on Jiang Haiyun, his tone suddenly dropping. Second brother, do you have objections? Jiang Haiyun clenched his back teeth, veins bulging at his temples, but said nothing. Cat got your tongue? Jiang Fengyan's voice rose. Jiang Haiyun startled and was about to speak when Han Mengwan jumped in first. Yes, we have objections. The cooperation with the Huangfu family was clearly negotiated by Junyao. Why should Jiang Junlong get to be president? As her words landed, many in the room were secretly excited, as if watching a show. Everyone knew who really deserved credit for the cooperation, but no one dared invite trouble by publicly challenging Jiang Fengyan. Jiang Fengyan's face instantly darkened, radiating cold menace. Just as he was about to explode, a clear voice suddenly came from outside the door. I have objections too. Everyone turned to look as two figures walked into the room. One was Jiang Junyao, and the other was an elegant, mature woman with an outstanding demeanor. Instantly, the air in the conference room seemed to tighten. Jiang Juanlong's pupils contracted, nearly losing his composure, while the other directors wore various expressions. Jiang Fengyan's brows furrowed deeply as he spoke sternly. Junyao, what are you trying to do? Don't forget your place. Yesterday, Jiang Junyao had agreed so readily that he thought today would pass without incident. Jiang Junyao walked at a measured pace, her high heels clicking crisply against the floor tiles. She swept her gaze across everyone present before finally settling on Jiang Fengyan. Grandfather, I certainly know my place, and it's precisely because of that I'm here today. Her peripheral vision caught Jiang Juanlong's ashen face as her tone turned sharp. Forgive my bluntness, but grandfather's judgment regarding successors is far from ideal. With Jiang Juanlong's capabilities, he'll only lead the company into decline. As a member of the Jiang family, I cannot stand by and watch. Veins bulged at Jiang Fengyan's temples. With his shrewdness, he knew well the gap in ability between his grandson and granddaughter, yet he couldn't cross the line of the Jiang family shall never be led by a woman. Being questioned so publicly today, his fury nearly erupted. Before he could speak, Jiang Haifeng beside him slammed the table and stood up. Jiang Junyao, have you lost your mind? You, a junior, dare speak to your father this way? Absolutely outrageous. Besides, my son Junlong is exceptionally gifted. His performance at the company this past year has been outstanding, and his negotiations with the Huangfu family have gone smoothly. How could he possibly lead the company into decline? Jiang Haiyun quickly followed suit. Big brother is absolutely right. Junlong is excellent with him as president. The company will only flourish. Moreover, we all agree, so it's only natural. What right do you have to object? Who do you think you are? With these two leading the charge, the relatives supporting Jiang Junlong immediately chimed in, their questions and rebukes interweaving in waves that grew louder and louder. Han Mengwan felt her temples throb as anger rose in her chest, yet she couldn't find an opening to speak. Jiang Junyao remained composed. After everyone had vented their emotions, she turned her gaze to several company veterans. Uncles, do you also agree to let Jiang Junlong serve as president? All eyes converged. The previously silent veterans now became the center of attention. Old Wang, with his graying hair, glanced at the mature woman beside Jiang Junyao, then smiled slightly at Jiang Fengyan. Chairman, Junyao's capabilities are evident to all. She was also the one who secured the original cooperation with the Huangfu family. I believe she might be more suitable for the president's position. As his words fell, the conference room seemed split by thunder. Jiang Fengyan's brow furrowed tightly, undisguised shock flashing in his eyes. Another veteran immediately agreed. Chairman, I also support old Wang's view. Junyao is more suitable. Yes, yes, Junyao is more suitable. The remaining veterans nodded in succession. The situation had completely reversed. Amid everyone's shock, they finally realized Jiang Junyao had already secretly won over the veterans to her camp. In just moments, she had once again demonstrated the prowess of the Jiang family's pride and joy. Even the Han Mingwan couple were too stunned to speak. These past days, they had only known that Jiang Junyao was busy with external affairs, but they hadn't realized she wasn't negotiating new Huangfu cooperation. Her senior sister had already resolved that matter but was quietly lobbying the company veterans. At this moment, she wanted Jiang Fengyan's complete recognition. The members of the first branch turned livid with rage, and Shun Meijing nearly lost control as she slammed the table and shrieked, Jiang Junyao, you're so devious, secretly colluding with the company's veterans. Jiang Junyao couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her. Her gaze swept past everyone and landed directly on Jiang Fengyan. Her voice as calm as still, cold water. Grandfather, what do you think? The old man's temples throbbed with visible veins. She had not only publicly defied his decision, but brazenly challenged his absolute authority within the Jiang Corporation. Good, very good. Jiang Fengyan first laughed bitterly in his fury. Truly worthy of being my granddaughter, you certainly have some skills. His tone shifted as he warned sternly. But don't forget, I am the chairman of this group. Junlong is my chosen heir, and no one can stop that. Though you're quite capable, your character is stubborn and domineering, with no respect for hierarchy. You dare question my decisions even before becoming president. What would happen if you actually got that position? His rage was undisguised. The directors supporting Jiang Junlong instantly felt reassured, as if they'd taken a shot of adrenaline. The first branch members looked at Jiang Junyao with even more provocation, their eyes seeming to say, the old man isn't on your side, so all your abilities are worthless. In the corner, Han Mingwan trembled with anger, her heart crying out for the injustice against the second branch. Jiang Haiyun clenched his fists, but childhood fears kept him from daring to utter a word of protest. Ye Chu simply observed quietly, his expression completely unmoved. Haha, grandfather is right. You are the chairman, and no one can question your decisions. Jiang Junyao's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. Then she turned and gestured with her hand. By the way, let me introduce everyone to Miss Yushan, Miss Huangfu's personal secretary. As her words fell, the conference room felt as if all the air had been instantly sucked out. Jiang Juanlong's face turned pale immediately, an ominous premonition gripping his heart despite days of contact with the Huangfu family. The highest level person he could meet was merely a department manager from their Jiangdu branch office. He had no qualifications to access Miss Huangfu's inner circle. Jiang Fengyan's brow furrowed sharply. Then he quickly put on a warm smile and rose to greet the visitor. I didn't know Secretary Yu was gracing us with her presence. Please forgive this old fool's oversight and poor reception. Yushan gestured that such formalities weren't necessary. Chairman Jiang is too kind. I'm here on behalf of my young lady to discuss a matter with you. The old man nodded eagerly. Please, Secretary Yu, go ahead. My young lady believes that since the initial cooperation was negotiated by Miss Jiang, it would be more appropriate for Miss Jiang to continue overseeing the subsequent projects. What does Chairman Jiang think? Yushan's tone was gentle but brooked no argument. Jiang Fengyan opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Around the conference table, everyone turned to look at Jiang Junyor. Methods were now crystal clear, having secured the Huangfu family's active support. No one explicitly said she should be president, but whoever controlled this prize from the Huangfu family would wield real power within the Jiang Corporation. Even if Jiang Junlong truly obtained the president's title, it would be nothing but an empty shell. Yushan added with a smile. Of course, if Chairman Jiang finds this difficult, you're free to refuse. I'll report back to my young lady truthfully. This seemingly casual remark struck Jiang Fengyan's ears like thunder. If he disagreed, the cooperation would likely fall through. The old man's smile grew increasingly stiff, and he finally capitulated. Not difficult at all. Since Miss Huangfu has spoken, I naturally have no objections. The first branch members turned ashen. Jiang Junlong blurted out in desperation, Grandfather. Shut up. Jiang Fengyan roared, his anger still burning. Then he turned to Jiang Junyao, forcing out a strained smile. Junyao, the cooperation with the Huangfu family will be entirely under your responsibility from now on. Don't let your grandfather down. Don't worry, grandfather. Jiang Junyao's eyes gleamed with confidence. I will definitely use this opportunity to take the group to new heights. She shifted her tone and looked directly into Jiang Fengyan's eyes. Grandfather, I still believe I'm more capable of serving as the group's president. What do you think? Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly, as Jiang Junyao's words carried a hint of forcing their hand. At the conference table, Jiang Fengyan's brow immediately furrowed. a flash of annoyance flickering in his eyes before he forcibly suppressed his emotions and gave Jiang Junyao a penetrating look. Taking a breath, he put on a smile. Junyao, grandfather naturally believes in your abilities, but you are still young after all. How about this? You'll serve as acting president for now, and if you perform well, we'll make it official. His tone was gentle, as if considering his granddaughter's best interests. Jiang Junyao knew she couldn't push the old man too hard. She adjusted her sleeves and nodded with a smile. All right, I'll follow grandfather's arrangement. Only then did the old man relax his shoulders slightly, sighing inwardly. His gaze swept across the shareholders as he spoke in a steady, powerful voice. From now on, Junyao will serve as acting president, with full authority over the cooperation with the Huangfu family. I hope everyone will give her your support. The meeting room fell silent instantly. Everyone nodded, and no one dared voice opposition again. Even the first branch could only remain silent. Circumstances were stronger than people, so they had to bow their heads for now. Besides, the old man hadn't completely closed that door, clearly leaving room for Jiang Junlong to maneuver, so they could still make other plans. After a brief pause, Jiang Fengyan turned to Yushan and extended his hand. Secretary Yu, since this is your first visit, why don't I show you around? He wanted to take the opportunity to build rapport. Chairman Jiang, there's no need to trouble yourself, Yushan politely declined. I need to return and report to my young lady, so I won't impose any further. Jiang Fengyan had to withdraw his hand. Then let me see you out. Yushan didn't refuse again, nodding lightly as her gaze fell on Jiang Junyao. Miss Jiang, farewell. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Yu. Let me see you out, Jiang Junyao replied with a smile. The three left the office, one in front and two behind, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. As their figures disappeared, the meeting came to an end. On the first branch's side, Han Mengwan immediately sidled up to Chun Meijing, sighing with a smile. Oh my, sister-in-law, how unpredictable life is. The presidency that was within reach just flew away like that. What a pity. Chun Meijing's face alternated between pale and flushed, her whole body trembling slightly. If looks could kill, Han Mengwan would have been cut to pieces 1,000 times over. Jiang Haiyun, standing nearby, couldn't stand Han Mengjuan's mockery and said coldly, Jiang Junyao is only acting president, not the real president. Who knows, she might be removed any day. Hee, an acting president is still a president, and she can still boss you around, big sister. Han Mengwan raised her eyebrows, her smugness evident. You? Jiang Haiyun was so angry her chest heaved. She glared at Han Mengwan fiercely before storming out. Chun Meijing left with a dark expression, dropping a line. Han Mengwan, this isn't over. We'll see about this. With that, she hurried away. Han Mengwan called out, Sister-in-law, I'll be waiting. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang Haifeng looked at his younger brother with a dark expression. Second brother, you've really raised a fine daughter. He left with a flick of his sleeve, followed by Jiang Juanhu and his sister. Let's go too. Han Mengwan called to Ye Chu and Jiang Haiyun. Everyone looked at each other, finding it hard to believe the situation had ended this way. Outside the building, under the blazing sun, Han Mengwan was in high spirits, linking arms with Ye Chu. Xiao Chu, mom's happy today. Come on, let's go have a feast. Ye Chu naturally nodded in agreement. However, Jiang Haiyun frowned, muttering under his breath. Strange, why would the Huangfu family help Junyao? He pondered for a moment, then a glimmer of understanding lit up in his eyes. Could it be that nephew Qian helped out? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He immediately looked at Han Mengwan and shared his speculation. Mengwan, this whole thing was most likely thanks to nephew Qian's help. We need to show our gratitude properly. What do you think would be the best way to thank him? Jiang Haiyun held his teacup with complete confidence. Beside him, Ye Chu rubbed his forehead. His father-in-law truly had no sense at all, which explained why he was the least accomplished among the second generation of the Jiang family. Ye Chu had wanted to reveal that he was the one who had secretly helped, but on second thought, knowing Jiang Haiyun's nature, he would only respond with cold sarcasm, so he kept quiet. Han Mengwan frowned. That can't be right. Xiao Chu offended him so badly last time, why would he still help us? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Haiyun slammed down his teacup and snorted coldly. Do you think everyone is as petty as this good-for-nothing? Nephew Qian is an educated man who studied abroad, a person of quality. Why would he hold grudges over such trivial matters? Han Mengwan rolled her eyes, unwilling to continue the argument, and said flatly, perhaps. We'll ask Junyao tonight and see what she thinks. After this commotion, none of the three had any appetite for a fancy meal. They grabbed a quick lunch at a roadside diner before heading straight to Yunming Pharmaceuticals. With the Jiang group facing constant turmoil lately, Han Mengwan had devoted most of her energy to it, leaving company affairs piled up like mountains. Ye Chu had wanted to leave first, but his mother-in-law grabbed him and dragged him into the company, saying she wanted to see if she could arrange a position for him. Meanwhile, the members of the main branch returned to the mansion and immediately gathered in the study, where the atmosphere was ice cold and tense. Damn it, that bitch Jiang Junyao is so cunning. Not only did she collude with those old fools, but she also secretly got the Huangfu family involved. Jiang Haifeng cursed furiously, his eyes bloodshot. Chen Meijing and the others were equally seething with hatred. Only Jiang Juanlong's brow was deeply furrowed, had arranged for someone to kidnap Jiang Junyao last night. Yet today she appeared at the company, as if nothing had happened. After leaving the office, he immediately contacted his subordinates, but no one answered the phone. What the hell went wrong? He cursed silently, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. Seeing this, Jiang Juanhu asked quietly, "Big brother, are you alright?" Jiang Junlong took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Don't worry, I won't lose my composure over something like this." Despite his words, his tone still carried barely contained rage. Chen Meijing paced anxiously. "Junlong, what do we do next?" A vicious glint flashed in Jiang Junlong's eyes. "If we're pushed to the limit, we'll have someone kill Jiang Junyao." Chen Meijing gasped. "That's too risky. What if someone actually dies?" Jiang Haifeng also shook his head. "She's still family. If the old master finds out, we're all finished. So we just watch her gain power?" Chen Meijing's voice rose. Jiang Haifeng frowned, unable to think of a suitable solution. In the silence, Jiang Junlong spoke softly. "I have an idea that might work." Everyone turned to look at her. Jiang Juanhu urged, "Little sister, speak up. I heard from Brother Zaheo that Wang Ziding is returning to the country soon. We could arrange a marriage alliance with the Wang family and have Jiang Junyao marry him." Jiang Juanhu frowned. "She's already married. What are you talking about?" A cold smile curved Jiang Junlin's lips. "Simple, we just need to get rid of that waste of space first." Everyone's eyes lit up. Jiang Junlong pondered for a moment. "But Jiang Junyao is extremely strong-willed. Even if that boy dies, she might not agree to marry." Jiang Haifeng agreed. "The Wang family may be powerful, but making her submit would still be difficult." Jiang Junlong chuckled softly. "What if the Wang family gained another martial arts grandmaster?" The expressions of several people changed dramatically, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. Jiang Junlong stared at his sister and asked in a low voice, "Little sister, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Junlong didn't hide anything and recounted the recent auction events. She only omitted the awkward details of encountering Ye Chu, but shared everything else without reservation. After hearing this, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the living room instantly froze. "There's actually a pill that can help someone break through to grandmaster level." Jiang Juanhu's eyes widened as he clenched his fists and stood up. "If we had been there, we would have definitely bid for one. What a missed opportunity." Jiang Haifeng slammed his fist on the sofa armrest, his face full of regret. Jiang Junlong frowned deeply. "This means the Wang family might very well gain another grandmaster." The Wang family was already firmly established as the leader among the three ancient clans, and with one more grandmaster, their position would be virtually unshakable. The group exchanged glances, their expressions growing heavy simultaneously. Jiang Junlong swept her gaze across everyone, her tone light, yet concealing a sharp edge. Brother Zaheo revealed that Wang Ziding still can't forget Junyao, and his cultivation has already reached the peak of body tempering. If the Wang family really gives him that pill, once he becomes a grandmaster and personally comes to propose marriage, Jiang Junyao probably won't be able to refuse. Jiang Juanhu's eyes lit up. Who would dare interfere with a young grandmaster's marriage? Everyone nodded with tacit understanding. As long as Jiang Junyao married out, the family's internal troubles would naturally be resolved. Jiang Juanhu sneered coldly, raising his hand to make a throat-slitting gesture. "In that case, only that useless son-in-law remains an eyesore. I'll handle it and make sure he doesn't see tomorrow's sunrise." "Second brother, don't be impulsive." Jiang Junlong immediately stopped him. "That waste has unclear connections with the Li family. To be safe, we should first send someone to investigate." What she truly feared were Master Long and that mysterious woman. The specific relationship between Ye Chu and those two hadn't been clarified yet, and if the Jiang family acted directly and angered them, the consequences would be unthinkable. Jiang Junlong grew impatient. Dealing with a waste, does it really need to be this complicated? Junlong is right. We must be cautious in our actions. Jiang Haifeng waved his hand to signal them to calm down. "Junlong, you handle the specific arrangements. We'll secretly find someone to test the waters and observe the Li family's reaction." Jiang Junlong suggested. Everyone felt this plan was feasible. "I know people from the Black Tiger Society. I'll have them take action." Jiang Juanhu immediately volunteered. "Good. This matter is yours to handle." Jiang Haifeng nodded, then turned to Jiang Junlong. "Junlong, you investigate why the Huangfu family is interfering. Logically speaking, this is our Jiang family's private matter. They shouldn't be getting involved." "Understood, Dad." Jiang Junlong accepted the task. At Jiang Corporation, in the CEO's office, night fell against the glass curtain wall, with city lights reflecting in Jiang Junyao's eyes. She gazed down at the entire city, a barely perceptible smile curving her lips late. But she had finally reclaimed what belonged to her. She took out her phone and dialed an encrypted number. After 2 rings, the call connected, and a cold female voice came through. Junior sister, congratulations. Senior sister, thank you for your help. I'll remember this favor. Jiang Juanyao's tone was solemn. When master emerges from seclusion, I'll ask her to grant you a few more evil-dispelling pills. The other end fell silent for several seconds. Then the voice grew even colder. Don't trouble yourself with my affairs, junior sister. Since your situation is resolved, quickly find that location. If master becomes angry, neither of us will have an easy time. Jiang Junyao frowned slightly, sensing something off about the other person's tone. I understand. Also, be careful of that young lady from the Huangfu family. She's no ordinary person. I'll keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Han Mingwan had originally planned to arrange a cushy position for Ye Chu at Yunming Pharmaceuticals, but Jiang Haiyun repeatedly interfered, clearly unwilling to let Ye Chu have an easy time. However, Ye Chu couldn't have been happier about this after being locked up for 3 years. He had finally gotten out and couldn't be bothered with daily office routines. So he casually made up an excuse and simply resigned from Yunming Pharmaceuticals. Walking out of the company, he planned to first mend his relationship with Yun Bingwan. That young lady from the Yun family was suspected of having dragon bloodline and might provide clues about the dragon clan. The Yi family was currently unreliable, so if he wanted to investigate his origins, he needed to find another way. However, showing up at her door unannounced would likely result in being turned away. He needed to prepare a proper gift to even have a chance to speak with her. After thinking it over, he decided to go to Jiangnan Jewelry Store, the largest and most prominent jewelry shop in Jiangdu, to pick out some expensive jewelry. Someone of Yun Bingwan's status wouldn't be impressed by ordinary trinkets. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Jewelry Street in the city center, where shops lined both sides of the street, with Jiangnan Jewelry Store occupying the most prominent position in the center. Ye Chu paid the fare and got out, quickly walking through the bustling crowd toward the store. After walking just a few dozen meters, he noticed a crowd of people gathered in front of a shop ahead. He initially wanted to go around them, but suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd, so he had to approach. In the center of the crowd, a middle-aged fat man with a brutal face, Luo Sampang, stood with his hands on his hips, arrogantly glaring at a young couple. The girl was Sun Yuro, while her male companion was a stranger. You must compensate 1 million today, or no one's leaving, Luo Sampang said coldly, his tone brooking no argument. 1 million? Wasn't that bracelet priced at 10,000? How did it jump to 1 million? The man's face turned pale as a sheet, his voice trembling. 10,000 was the price before it broke. Once it's shattered, it's 1 million. Don't like it? Find me an identical replacement. Luo Sampang snorted coldly. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Everyone knew Luo Sampang was the most shameless thug on Jewelry Street, blackheart and ruthless, but backed by powerful people, so no one dared to cross him. Seeing no one stepping forward to help, the man steeled himself and shouted, "This is robbery. I'm calling the city guards." "Go ahead, try it." Luo Sampang waved his hand, and several burly men immediately closed in. The man instantly cowered and quickly threw his companion under the bus. "Boss, this really isn't my fault. The bracelet was dropped by this woman. You should make her pay." Sun Yuro stared at him in shock. The man guiltily averted his gaze, but thinking of the 1 million yuan debt, he gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? If you hadn't overreacted like that, would the bracelet have broken?" Sun Yuro was so angry her chest heaved violently. You're shameless." Tears welled up in her eyes. The man was called Wen Xiaoshan, a blind date arranged by relatives. A few days ago, when Sun Yuro came home carrying the expensive clothes Ye Chu had given her, her mother Sun Xiaoying wasn't pleased at all. Instead, she gave her daughter a thorough scolding, convinced that since Ye Chu was married yet showing such attention to her daughter, he must have ulterior motives. She repeatedly urged and pressured her daughter to go on blind dates, hoping to make Ye Chu back off. Unable to refuse any longer, Sun Yuro had to agree to meet someone just to appease her mother. During their first meeting, Wen Xiaoshan was polite and courteous, winning Sun Xiaoying's favor. After dinner, he suggested they take a walk alone, and Sun Xiaoying readily agreed, even forcefully demanding that her daughter accompany him to get better acquainted. The two ended up strolling to Jewelry Street. To show off his wealth and please Sun Yuro, Wen Xiaoshan insisted on buying her a jade bracelet. Sun Yuro repeatedly declined, but couldn't withstand his persistent coaxing, so she thought she'd go in to take a look and then find an excuse to say she didn't like it. However, when Xiaoshan picked out a bracelet on his own and caught her off guard by grabbing her wrist to force it on her, Sun Yuro reflexively jerked her hand away, and the jade bracelet flew out and shattered on the ground with a crack, leading to the current scene. And so the current situation unfolded. Luo Sampang looked Sun Yuro up and down, liking what he saw more and more. What a fine-looking girl, exactly his type. "Little lady, if you keep me company for a month, you won't need to pay for this jade bracelet." He squinted his beady eyes with a greasy smile. This had been his real intention from the very beginning. "In your dreams." Sun Yuro's face flushed red as anger and humiliation surged through her. Luo Sampang snorted disdainfully. "Not willing? Then pay you every last penny." Hearing this, When Xiaoshan immediately panicked and hissed at Sun Yuro in a low voice. Are you crazy? Just agree already. This guy's obviously bad news. If we really anger him, we'll be in deep trouble. Besides, it's just keeping him company for a month, no big deal. Don't worry, I won't think less of you afterward. Sun Yuro stood frozen in shock. How could such a shameless person exist in this world? The onlookers who heard this exchange all showed expressions of disgust. A grown man who wouldn't step up when trouble came, instead pushing the girl beside him into harm's way while making it sound no bleat, was truly despicable. Everyone assumed they were a couple, and their sympathy for the situation only made when Xiaoshan seemed more unworthy of being called human. Under all the pointing and staring, when Xiaoshan felt embarrassed, but thinking of that 1 million yuan, he gritted his teeth. What was face worth? Even if he sold everything he owned, he couldn't come up with that money unless he borrowed from loan sharks. He wouldn't ruin his future for some woman. Anyway, just agree quickly, or prepare to pay up. The bracelet was broken by you, so I won't pay a single cent. His attitude was resolute. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have. Sun Yuro's eyes reddened with urgency, nearly in tears. If she had known it would come to this, she never would have agreed to this blind date. Luo Sanpang impatiently tapped the counter. Enough chatter. Pay up now, or nobody's leaving. Both their faces went pale. When Xiaoshan was calculating how to escape, while Sun Yuro hesitated about calling Ye Chu, feeling bad about troubling him again. Seeing their reaction, Luo Sanpang snorted coldly. Looks like you don't want to pay. You guys, invite them inside the shop to sit for a while. He waved his hand, and several burly men immediately surrounded them. When Xiaoshan immediately caved. Boss, I really can't come up with 1 million. How about 100,000? You can do whatever you want with this woman. Luo Sanpang raised an eyebrow, pretending to consider. Since your attitude's decent, 100,000 it is. When Xiaoshan felt relieved and immediately pulled out his phone to transfer the money, then asked cautiously, Boss, may I leave now? Get lost. Luo Sanpang waved dismissively. Just as when Xiaoshan was about to slink away, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a tall young man emerge from the crowd. Ye Chu. Sun Yuro cried out in delighted surprise once again. He had appeared when she needed help most. Luo Sanpang squinted. Who are you? Ye Chu ignored him, his gaze locking onto Wen Xiaoshan, who was trying to escape. Stop right there. When Xiaoshan just wanted to get away quickly and pretended not to hear. Ye Chu snorted coldly, and with a flash of silver light from his fingertip, a silver needle shot out. When Xiaoshan's left calf suddenly stung with pain, his leg gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror. You! What did you do to me? Ye Chu didn't even glance at him and walked straight to Sun Yuro, asking gently, what happened? Sun Yuro held nothing back, telling the truth about the entire situation. She even confessed how her mother, Sun Xiaoying, had forced her to come on this blind date, fearing that Ye Chu might harbor resentment. Ye Chu, my mom is suspicious by nature, but she's not a bad person. Please don't be angry with her. She explained cautiously, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Ye Chu smiled, but casually glanced over at Wen Xiaoshan. Though your mother's taste is questionable, she actually took a liking to this piece of trash. The word, trash, made Wen Xiaoshan's face flush red with embarrassment. Ye Chu despised this type of spineless man most of all. Tell me about it. Sun Yuro nodded repeatedly, thinking that if Ye Chu hadn't appeared in time, she wouldn't have known how to handle today's situation. However, their quiet conversation sounded like a massive provocation to Fatty Luo. His face instantly darkened. Kid, who the hell are you to meddle in my business? Ye Chu turned around, his eyes cold as ice, though his tone carried a casual mockery. A jade bracelet originally worth 10,000, and you're demanding 1 million? That's blatant extortion. What's this? Don't businesses follow rules anymore? Rules? Fatty Luo sneered, his fat face creasing with malice. On this street, my rules are the only rules. That arrogant. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. What's it to you, kid? Got a problem with that? Fatty Luo squinted, his voice carrying vicious mockery. Even if you do, you'd better keep it to yourself. On this street, tigers must lie down. Dragons must stay low, otherwise, you won't make it out alive. His words were arrogant to the extreme, yet none of the onlookers dared to speak up. Everyone knew about the Black Tiger gang backing Fatty Luo except for Jiangnan Jewelry Store, who would dare provoke him. Ye Chu smiled faintly. I don't believe in superstitions. I'd like to see what you can do to me. Fine. You're asking for death. Fatty Luo's face turned completely dark as he raised his hand and waved. Get him. Break this punk's limbs first. Then we'll take our time with him. Several burly men immediately surrounded them. Having experienced this before, Sun Yuro remained calm and immediately stepped aside, careful not to interfere with Ye Chu's movements. The onlookers shook their heads, certain that Ye Chu was doomed this time. But the next second, everyone was stunned. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Chu's figure flashed, and with 3 punches and 2 kicks, those burly men fell to the ground like broken sacks, struggling briefly before going silent. It was as clean and efficient as crushing a few ants. He dusted off his hands as if merely brushing away some dirt, squinting at Fatty Luo with a smile. That's all you've got. So you do have some skills, no wonder you're so arrogant. Fatty Luo forced himself to stay composed, speaking coldly. But you've made a huge mistake. My brother-in-law is a hall master of the Black Tiger Gang. These men are all Black Tiger Gang members. By attacking them, you're challenging the Black Tiger Gang. At this point, his voice turned icy. The consequences of challenging the Black Tiger Gang are severe. If you don't want to drag your family into this, you'd better behave. Ye Chu feigned curiosity. Oh, what do you want? Fatty Luo licked his molars, his eyes full of mockery. Simple Kaudo and apologize to me. Let that woman keep me company for a few months. Also, I see you've got decent fighting skills, so you'll be my dog from now on. Do all this, and today's incident can be forgotten. Luo Sampang stood with an imperious air, looking down at Ye Chu with eyes full of contempt, clearly not taking him seriously at all. The crowd held their breath, eager to see how Ye Chu would respond. Ye Chu narrowed his eyes with a cold smile. Huh? What are you supposed to be? How dare you threaten me? Before his words had even finished, he lunged forward and kicked Luo Sampang square in the chest. Bang! The dull thud echoed as Luo Sanpang's hefty body flew backward, crashing through the shop's glass door with shards scattering everywhere. The street fell dead silent. Someone gasped in disbelief. How dare anyone lay a hand on Luo Sampang? This meant crossing the Black Tiger Gang. Wen Xiaoshan's face went pale as he trembled and shrank back into the crowd, terrified that Ye Chu might notice him. Ye Chu stepped over the broken glass, walking toward the bloodied Luo Sampang with ice-cold eyes. Luo Sampang wiped the blood from his face, his eyes bloodshot. You bastard, just wait. If I don't kill you today, I'm not worthy of the name Luo. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he pulled out his phone and frantically dialed for help. As soon as the call connected, he screamed, Brother-in-law, someone's causing trouble and beat me up. They're showing no respect for the Black Tiger Gang. You have to do something. Whatever response came from the other end made him nod excitedly. After hanging up, he roared at Ye Chu. Kid, if you've got guts, don't run. My brother-in-law will be here soon. Tell him to hurry up. I'll be waiting at Jiangnan Jewelry Store. Ye Chu dropped this line and walked away, pulling Sun Yuro along. The onlookers followed, curious to see whether Ye Chu was truly reckless or had real backing. When Xiaoshan glared venomously at Ye Chu, limping along behind them. His left foot was disabled, and he harbored deep hatred for Ye Chu. Unaware that Ye Chu had merely temporarily sealed his pressure points, removing the silver needle would restore it completely. On the way, Sun Yuro said gratefully, Ye Chu, thank you. Her eyes were full of admiration. Ye Chu waved dismissively. It's nothing. Next time you encounter something like this, call me first and try to handle it alone. Sun Yuro softly agreed. Soon, the two entered Jiangnan Jewelry Store. As the revolving door closed, a young female sales associate approached with a bright smile. Welcome. What would you like to look at? Just browsing for now, Ye Chu replied calmly. The sales associate led them through the display cases, patiently introducing various diamond rings and necklaces. An older sales associate watched coldly from the side, sneering inwardly. How stupid to go shopping after offending Luo Sampang. Cursing their lack of sense, she quietly went upstairs to report the situation to the manager. In the main hall, the young sales associate remained enthusiastic. After looking around, Ye Chu couldn't decide what to buy, so he simply asked, What's the most expensive item you have here? The sales associate was momentarily stunned, secretly sizing up Ye Chu. Ordinary appearance, yet asking for the most expensive piece? She knew they had jewelry worth hundreds of millions. Here even rich kids wouldn't necessarily dare to buy such items. Ye Chu caught her hesitation and chuckled. What? Think I can't afford it? The female sales assistant quickly shook her head. No, no, sir. Please come upstairs. Ye Chu nodded slightly and followed her with Sun Yuro. Along the way, all the onlookers who had crowded into the store looked puzzled. Ye Chu dared to confront the Black Tiger Gang heathen. Could he really be some young master from a prominent family? Driven by curiosity, they all followed upstairs. The jewelry displayed on the second floor was obviously of a higher grade, with any random piece starting at 8 figures. Sir, our store has a treasure called Heart of the Forest, carved from the finest part of an entire imperial green jade by the nation's top craftsmen. The female sales assistant lowered her voice, as if afraid of disturbing something sacred. Where is it? Let me take a look. Ye Chu became interested. This way, please. She quickened her pace and led them to the center of the second floor. There stood an independent glass display case, with cold lights shining down from above, outlining every edge of the exhibit. A jade necklace hung quietly. The chain was strung with diamonds of various sizes and shapes, ending with a heart-shaped imperial green stone surrounded by a circle of small diamonds. Under the light, it refracted dazzling rays that were almost impossible to look away from. At the base of the display case, a small line of text accompanied the price tag. Heart of the Forest, 220 million. When the number appeared, all the followers gasped in unison. The female sales assistant smiled and asked, Sir, are you satisfied with this Heart of the Forest? Not bad. Ye Chu nodded. Can you take it out for me to examine closely? Her expression froze. With such an astronomical price, if it were damaged, she couldn't afford to compensate for it in her lifetime. Ye Chu casually pulled out a black gold card. Jiangnan Dragon card. Do you recognize it? The female sales assistant stared at the card, her pupils contracting sharply, almost exclaiming. During job training, the company had specifically instructed, when seeing this card, never show negligence, because it was the highest tier of Jiangnan commerce. She had never imagined she would personally serve a card holder. I see you recognize it, Ye Chu smiled faintly. May I look at it now? Yes, yes you may. She nodded repeatedly and was about to open the display case. Stop, a shrill female voice interrupted. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw three people approaching side by side. The previous female sales assistant cowering behind, with a man and woman in front. The man's suit strained against his protruding belly, his sparse hair gleaming with oil clearly management material. The woman wore heavy makeup and was covered in gold and silver jewelry, with seductive charm in her eyes. Compared to Sun Euro, she ultimately lacked that natural, cool beauty. Manager, the female sales assistant hurriedly greeted. The glamorous woman scolded harshly. Who gave you permission to touch the heart of the forest? Don't you know how much it's worth? Could you afford to pay if you broke it? Manager I. The female sales assistant tried to explain about the Jiangnan Dragon card, but was cut off before she could finish. Shut up, stand aside and wait. I'll deal with you later. After the scolding, her gaze fell on Ye Chu and his companion, lingering especially on Sun Euro for a moment before sneering. Well, if it isn't our school's great campus belle, Sun Euro. Then her eyes moved to Ye Chu, probing. I've long heard that campus belle Sun has high standards and disdains those rich second-generation kids. The male companion you've chosen today must be some young master from a prestigious family? Won't you introduce him? Since Ye Chu dared to beat up Luo Sampang and wanted to buy the heart of the forest, perhaps he really had connections. The woman decided to test the waters first. Disgust flashed in Sun Euro's eyes as she replied coldly. No comment, and I'm not familiar with you. The glamorous woman was named Xiao Mei, a student from several years ahead at Jiangdu University. Back then, she had harbored resentment after losing the campus belle title to Sun Euro and had been looking for opportunities to cause trouble ever since. Sun Euro came from an ordinary family and never used her beauty to seek help, so she was often secretly bullied by Xiao Mei. Hearing the rejection, Xiao Mei's eyes narrowed with a flash of coldness. Sun Euro, just because I call you campus belle, you really think you're somebody? Don't forget, you're just a little girl with no background. This isn't school, and you don't have those brain-dead admirers to back you up. She snorted coldly and turned her attention to Ye Chu. Sir, the heart of the forest is extremely valuable. If you want to see it, you must first verify your assets. Ye Chu turned his head slightly and asked the young female sales assistant. Is this a rule? The sales assistant hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. She didn't dare lie in front of a Jiangnan Dragon card customer. Ye Chu's expression became playful. You see, she says there's no such rule. Xiao Mei glared angrily at the female sales associate, furious that a mere employee would dare speak up for an outsider. She sneered inwardly. Who runs this store? Don't you know your place? What's wrong? Afraid to verify your assets? Don't tell me you're just some broke loser. She lifted her chin, her eyes full of mockery. Originally, Xiao Mei had wanted to test the waters first, but on second thought, this kid had already offended the Black Tiger Society. Whether he could even walk out that door safely was questionable. Besides, she had a big shot backing her up, so even if this guy had real connections, he couldn't make any waves. Ye Chu lazily brushed his sleeve and sneered coldly. Jiangnan Jewelry is supposedly a famous enterprise in Jiangnan province. Yet their store manager is someone who judges people so superficially. I'd say the owner of Jiangnan Jewelry must be blind. Xiao Mei's face instantly darkened, but instead of exploding on the spot, she turned sweetly to the bald middle-aged man beside her. Manager Qian, this punk is bullying me. You have to stand up for me. The bald middle-aged man could tell Xiao Mei was deliberately acting coquettish, and he was completely taken in by it. His face hardened as he glared fiercely at Ye Chu. Kid, you've got some nerve, daring to speak so rudely to my Jiangnan Jewelry staff. And who the hell are you? Ye Chu's voice was low and cold. You're not qualified to know my identity. The bald middle-aged man waved his hand arrogantly. Guards, take this troublemaker down. Several security guards immediately surrounded Ye Chu, trapping him in the center. The customers around exchanged glances. This bald middle-aged man was even more arrogant than Luo Sampang, throwing around accusations at will. But those in the know understood this man was not only the general manager of Jiangnan Jewelry, but also a board member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, so he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. A gleam flashed in Xiao Mei's eyes as she instantly understood. Manager Qian was planning to do a favor, intending to curry favor with the Black Tiger Society later. With his status, he naturally wouldn't miss an opportunity to build connections. Ye Chu narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing. Just then, the main door burst open with a crash as a group of people stormed in aggressively. Leading them was a short, fierce-looking middle-aged man, followed by a crowd of menacing thugs, with Luo Sampang prominently among them. Luo Sampang pointed at Ye Chu and shouted, "Brother-in-law, that's the punk." The fierce middle-aged man nodded slightly and strode forward as the crowd automatically parted to make way. He stared coldly at Ye Chu. "Kid, so you're the one who dared provoke my Black Tiger Society?" "That's me," Ye Chu replied flatly. "What do you want to do about it? You've got guts." The fierce middle-aged man grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth. "I'm Ye Chu from the Black Tiger Society. If you've got balls, come outside with me." He refrained from making a move inside the store, clearly wary of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce backing Jiangnan jewelry. Ye Chu sneered. "Earlier, that fat guy bragged about your Black Tiger Society like it was something special, but what shows up is a coward. Go outside for what? If you've got the guts, make your move right here." Everyone was shocked. This kid was way too arrogant. Some secretly thought that perhaps Ye Chu was scared and deliberately hiding inside the jewelry store, since even the Black Tiger Society wouldn't dare easily offend the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Wei Xiong squinted at Ye Chu, a cold smile playing at his lips. "Kid, so this is what you're counting on?" A fierce glint flashed in Wei Xiong's eyes. "You think hiding here will save you from me?" His tone shifted as he turned to the bald, middle-aged man beside him who wore an expensive watch. "Boss Qian, may I handle some personal business here? I'll compensate for any damages." The bald man was none other than Qian Senheo, a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. His face creased into a smile. "Hallmaster Wei Qi, you're too polite. I was planning to capture this kid and hand him over to you anyway. Since you're here, please handle it yourself." "Thank you, Boss Qian." Wei Xiong clasped his fists in gratitude, then fixed his cold gaze on Ye Chu, gesturing to several Black Tiger Society thugs behind him. "Go. Cripple his limbs, then bring him back for proper treatment. Be careful not to damage the merchandise too badly." At his command, several burly men immediately lunged forward, their fists the size of sandbags aimed at Ye Chu's face. Seeking death, Ye Chu sneered and struck back. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the dull thuds of fists and feet colliding, the thugs flew backward like broken sacks, smashing 3 crystal display cases. Jade worth millions and diamond rings scattered across the floor, glittering brilliantly under the cold white lights, making the onlookers gasp in shock. Wei Xiong's eyelid twitched. "So you're a martial artist? No wonder you dared provoke the Black Tiger Society. But even if you're just at the body-tempering realm, or even a meridian opening master, crossing the Black Tiger Society comes with a price." With that, he suddenly stepped forward, muscles tensing, his iron fist shooting out like a cannonball straight for Ye Chu's forehead. The explosive power of the Black Tiger Society's Hall Master was too fast for most to follow. "Brother-in-law, kill this punk!" Luo Sampang shouted excitedly, his face flushed red. But the next second, his smile froze. Ye Chu simply raised his arm casually and threw a punch in return. Boom. Wei Xiong flew backwards several meters like a black tiger hit by artillery, crashing heavily against the edge of a display platform. The entire venue fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Ye Chu withdrew his fist and glanced indifferently at Luo Sampang. "Fatty, this is the backup you found." Luo Sanpang's legs went weak, his head shaking like a rattle drum. His brother-in-law was an 8th-stage body tempering expert who ranked highly within the Black Tiger Society, yet he had been defeated so decisively in a single move. Only terror remained in his heart as he wondered, just what level was this young man? Ye Chu looked at Wei Xiong struggling to get up, his tone flat. "Too weak. I didn't even use 10% of my strength. Have the Black Tiger Society send someone stronger." Wei Xiong's eyes turned blood red, sweetness rising in his throat. Unable to suppress his rage and shock any longer, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed straight backward. "Brother-in-law." Luo Sampang frantically rushed over to help him up. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause suddenly rang out. Everyone looked toward the sound to see Qian Senheo leisurely clapping, squinting as he studied Ye Chu. "Impressive. To defeat a Black Tiger Society Hall Master with one punch with your talent. Young friend, you're destined for greatness." He first praised, then shook his head with a sigh. "It's just a pity that the Black Tiger Society probably won't give you the chance to grow." As a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Qian Senheo knew the Black Tiger Society's background. They were backed by a major power in Jinling. That force had secretly supported the Black Tiger Society to counter the White Wolf Society. The White Wolf Society had once dominated Jiangdu alone, with their leader calling himself the White Wolf King and plotting to advance into the provincial capital of Jinling. It was then that the Black Tiger Society emerged from nowhere, quickly establishing itself and competing with the White Wolf Society on equal terms, even gaining a slight advantage. To this day, only the Long family could reliably suppress the Black Tiger Society in Jiangdu. But Ye Chu merely glanced at him indifferently. "A mere Black Tiger Society, I could destroy them with a flip of my hand." Though his voice was calm, the content was earth-shattering. Qian Housen froze for a moment, then his face twisted into a sneer. "Kid, you're arrogant enough." His voice turned ice cold. But arrogance comes with a price, and sooner or later you'll pay for those words. Inside the jewelry store, the onlookers shook their heads and sighed, thinking Ye Chu was young and reckless, completely unaware of how terrifying the Black Tiger Gang's methods could be. Luo Sampang shot Ye Chu a vicious glare, then called for several wounded thugs to help carry the severely injured Weiqi Xiong as they prepared to leave, silently reminding himself that a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Stop right there. A cold shout exploded at the doorway. Luo Sampang trembled violently and turned to see Ye Chu's gaze sharp as a blade, locked firmly on him. What else do you want? His voice quavered, genuinely afraid Ye Chu might strike again. Ye Chu stepped closer, speaking casually. You just frightened my friend. Shouldn't there be some compensation for emotional distress? Luo Sampang just wanted to escape, forcing a smile. How much do you want? 5 fingers spread open in the air. 500,000? I'll transfer it right away. Luo Sampang breathed a sigh of relief, pulling out his phone to make the transaction. Ye Chu's expression darkened suddenly. 500,000? What am I, a beggar? I said 5 million. Hiss. A chorus of sharp intakes echoed around them. Not only had he beaten them up, but now he wanted 5 million, ruthless enough to make everyone's scalp tingle. Luo Sanpong's mouth twitched as he suppressed his rage. Don't push it too far. Those who bully others will be bullied in return, Ye Chu said indifferently. I am bullying you, what are you going to do about it? Luo Sampang was speechless, knowing full well he lacked even the means to fight back. He could only grit his teeth. Fine, I'll transfer it. Ye Chu beckoned to Sun Euro. Euro, give him your account number. Brother Yi, just transfer it to yourself. Sun Euro waved her hands repeatedly. How could I do that? This money should be compensated to you, not a penny less. Ye Chu's attitude was firm. Left with no choice, Sun Euro quietly recited her account number. The text message notification chimed, and she stared blankly at her phone. 1 second, she was a cash-strapped college student. The next, she possessed $1 million in savings. The whole thing felt surreal. Get lost. Ye Chu flicked his wrist, waving them away like shooing flies. As if granted amnesty, Luo Sampang and his crew fled in disgrace. The spectators marveled. The Black Tiger Gang had arrived with such momentum, only to be forced into a humiliating retreat. Courting death? Qianhaosen snorted softly, his eyes full of mockery. He glanced at the shattered jade jewelry scattered across the floor, his tone indifferent. Kid, I couldn't care less about your feud with the Black Tiger Gang, but you'll compensate for every piece of merchandise damaged in my store. Ye Chu surveyed the jewelry fragments, his voice calm. The Black Tiger Gang's people smashed those things. It has nothing to do with me. Arms crossed, Qianhaosen looked down condescendingly. If I say it was you, then it was you. Add in the disruption to my store's normal business operations, and the total compensation comes to 5 million. In his words, he relied on the backing of the Jiangnan Commerce Association. Even though Ye Chu had defeated Weiqi Xiong, he still didn't regard his opponent with any respect. So now I'm being robbed. Ye Chu chuckled coldly to himself, his gaze growing deep and dangerous. What if I refuse to pay? What would you do then? Qianhaosen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Kid, think carefully. Jiangnan Jewelry Store is not the Black Tiger Gang. Don't think knowing a few fighting moves makes you invincible. There are plenty of people in this world stronger than you. Before Jiangnan Jewelry Store, you're nothing but. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Jiangnan Jewelry Store was backed by the Jiangnan Commerce Association, a true behemoth that even the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't dare provoke lightly. Everyone secretly pitied Ye Chu, feeling he was too impulsive and would surely face disaster today. An ant. Ye Chu smiled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. You're absolutely right. In front of me, you're nothing but an ant. The crowd shuddered collectively as if pricked by needles, shock and horror written across their faces. This young man was incredibly bold. Qianhaosen's already grim expression turned completely cold, his eyes flashing with knife-like menace. But before he could speak, Xiaomei stepped forward, pointing at Ye Chu with a ringing voice. You insolent fool! How dare you disrespect Mr. Qian? Do you know who he is? She answered her own question, lifting her chin as if delivering a verdict. Mr. Qian is a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. By disrespecting him, you're disrespecting the entire chamber. Your pathetic abilities mean nothing before the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Any one of our influential members could crush you like a bug. She tapped the ground lightly with her high heel, her posture radiating confidence, as if she truly held the power of life and death. Qianhaosen glanced at her approvingly and nodded with satisfaction. This woman understood the game, and his efforts to promote her had been worthwhile. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered to respond. With a flick of his wrist, a black card with golden patterns slapped against Xiao Mei's face with a sharp smack. The solid impact sent rage surging to her head. You despicable brat! How dare you! Her words died mid-sentence as she caught sight of the golden dragon embossed on the card. She froze instantly, her fingers trembling as she stammered. You. What's wrong with you? Qianhaosen frowned and snapped. Xiao Mei swallowed hard and held the card up to Qianhaosen like a sacred decree, lowering her voice. Mr. Qianyi. He has a Jiangnan dragon card. The words dragon card struck like thunder. Qianhaosen's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly took the card, carefully examining the security patterns and serial number. After confirming its authenticity, his heart pounded. This was a genuine Jiangnan dragon card. Who exactly are you? How do you have this? He looked up, his voice unconsciously softening. Ye Chu remained expressionless. You're not qualified to know. The words hit Qianhaosen like a sledgehammer to the chest. Since taking his director position, no one had dared speak to him in such a tone. But the dragon card before him made it clear this young man was not to be trifled with. He forcibly suppressed his anger, his mind racing. He knew almost every young master in Jiangdu, and this wasn't one of them. Could this be some important figure from the provincial capital here for training? I spoke out of turn. Qianhaosen nodded repeatedly, sweat beading on his forehead as he smiled apologetically. Sir, I was blind earlier and offended you. Please don't hold it against this humble person. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. How had the previously arrogant Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce director suddenly become so submissive? What was this young man's background? Ye Chu snorted coldly. What happened to making me pay compensation? No, you jest, sir. Qianhaosen waved his hands frantically, speaking so quickly his words nearly tangled. Those things were destroyed when the Black Tiger Gang caused trouble. They have absolutely nothing to do with you. The crowd's mouths twitched in unison. Truly worthy of a Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce director, the speed of changing tune and thickness of skin was beyond ordinary people. Ye Chu clicked his tongue twice, his gaze mocking. What an eye-opener. So the mighty Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is filled with nothing but fickle, despicable characters. First there was Zhao Daji, now Qianhaosen. I'm beginning to question your boss's judgment, or perhaps the boss is cut from the same cloth. As his words settled, the awkwardness in the air became almost tangible. Despite being publicly humiliated, Qianhaosen didn't dare utter a word of protest, maintaining his obsequious smile. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered with him and said to the young sales associate, Bring out the heart of the forest for me to see. The young associate straightened his spine immediately under Ye Chu's gaze, not daring to delay for a moment as he hurried toward the safe. The metal door opened, and cold light illuminated the gold-plated tray, where the emerald necklace adorned with flame patterns lay like a jeweled fish resting at the bottom of water, reflecting soft, yet brilliant light. The associate carefully carried the tray back, and the surrounding crowd automatically parted to make way. The store fell silent, with no one daring to speak another word. Taking advantage of this moment, Qianhaosen slightly turned his body, his phone screen lighting up as he quickly entered the Jiangnan Dragon card number into the back-end system. Cold sweat trickled down from behind his ears as his mind raced. If the cardholder was just an ordinary wealthy person, an apology would suffice at most. But if they were connected to the top figures of the business association, the consequences couldn't be smoothed over with a simple apology. He had to prepare damage control in advance. The search results appeared quickly. Jingxian. Seeing this name, Qianhaosen's fingers trembled, nearly dropping his phone to the floor. The mayor's wife, the eldest daughter of the Li family of Jinlingthus, was a figure standing at the very pinnacle of Jinling's pyramid. Could this young man before him have deep connections with the mayor's wife? Or perhaps the dragon card was stolen? Doubts churned in his mind, but remembering his earlier humiliation, he no longer dared to speak rashly. He could only suppress all his shock, force a professional smile, and stand respectfully to the side waiting. The heart of the forest was handed to Ye Chu. The smooth ice-type jade felt cool to the touch, with emerald threads swirling within like mountain mist, truly worthy of being the store's treasure. Ye Chu examined it carefully, but his mind was weighing whether it would suit Yun Bingwan with her purple hair cascading over her shoulders and her noble, cold temperament. Perhaps a piece of purple jade would better complement her elegance. With this thought, he suddenly turned to son Yuro with a gentle smile. Yuro, come here and try it on for me to see. Brother Yi, I couldn't possibly, this is far too precious. The young woman, suddenly called upon, stepped back like a startled deer, waving her hands repeatedly. As she spoke, her heart pounded wildly, her mind in complete chaos. Was Ye Chu being overly attentive to her? Could it be, as her mother said, that he had ulterior motives? But thinking again, it seemed impossible with a price tag of 200 million. If he truly wanted to please a woman, what kind couldn't he find in this world? What's this about precious or not? Put it on, and let me have a look. Ye Chu's tone brooked no refusal as he reached out to gently place the necklace around her neck. The jade touched her skin, delicate and cool, making the young woman's fair neck even more captivating. The emerald green against her snow-white skin was like a touch of spring color falling upon fresh snow, causing everyone around to brighten with admiration. Ye Chu nodded slightly, a vision forming in his mind. If she were to change into an evening gown, she would absolutely steal the show. Not bad, truly beautiful. Ye Chu praised sincerely. The brilliant heart of the forest refracted dazzling light under the illumination, with circles of green seeming to transform into flowing lake water, matching Sun Yuro's elegant and gentle temperament almost perfectly. The onlooking crowd couldn't help but nod in approval, amazement written in everyone's eyes. This priceless jewelry worth over 200 million, hanging around the neck of such a stunningly beautiful young woman, was virtually flawless. Surrounded by everyone's admiration, Sun Yuro's ears turned slightly red as she lowered her head to hide her shyness. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei's eyes flashed with intense jealousy, wishing she could immediately switch places with Sun Yuro even if it cost her life. Dad, what are you all doing? An abrupt voice broke the brief tranquility in the hall. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a well-dressed young man striding over quickly. Qian Haosen was stunned. Ah, Xian, how did you get here? Didn't you say the store got an exquisite violet piece? I came to take a look. Before the young man could finish speaking, his gaze was firmly captured by Sun Yuro in the center of the crowd. Such a beautiful woman. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he almost stepped forward. However, just as he was about to move, Ye Chu beside Sun Yuro turned around, and the familiar face made the young man's expression freeze in place. Well, if it isn't young Master Qian. Long time no see. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. The young man was indeed Qian Xian. Meeting those mocking eyes, his mind instantly recalled the embarrassment from last time, and his expression darkened. Damn bastard. What a narrow road for enemies. Having been borrowing money everywhere recently to pay off credit cards, he hated Ye Chu to the bone. Seeing something was wrong between the two, Qian Haosen asked in confusion. Ah, Xian, do you know this distinguished gentleman? What distinguished gentleman? Qian Xian sneered. Dad, you've definitely been deceived. He's just a worthless son-in-law. What's going on? Explain clearly. Qian Xian simply spilled all of Ye Chu's background. Illegitimate son, Livian son-in-law. Illegitimate son, Livian son-in-law. These two terms were like stones thrown into a lake, immediately causing an uproar. Everyone looked at the previously arrogant and unrestrained young man with expressions full of disbelief. Sun Yuro's palms tightened slightly. Hearing about Ye Chu's background for the first time, her heart was equally shaken. Such a capable person actually carried such labels? Qian Haosen's reaction was more direct. Having previously been cautious and fawning like a lapdog, now discovering his target was nothing special, his fury erupted. So you're just a worthless son-in-law who dared to deceive me. Confess honestly, where did you get this Jiangnan dragon card? Ye Chu chuckled lightly, his gaze ice-cold. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? Humph, clearly guilty. Qian Haosen snorted coldly. Jiangnan dragon cards are all registered under real names. I've checked the card isn't yours at all. Using someone else's card is a serious crime, and the Jiangnan Commerce Association will definitely pursue this. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Just you? You think you can represent the Jiangnan Commerce Association? Whether I can or not, you'll find out soon enough. Qian Haosen said ominously, pulling out his phone to call someone. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a clear female voice rang out. What's happening? So lively. Everyone turned their heads to see two graceful figures approaching side by side, their elegant steps accompanied by the light sound of high heels, instantly capturing everyone's attention once again. The newcomers were two exceptionally refined beauties, one of whom was no less stunning than Sun Yuro. Qian Haosen was startled and hurried forward. Miss Zhuge, I was delayed by some matters and failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. The automatic sensor lights at the entrance flickered on, casting white light across the cold marble floor. The newcomer was none other than the elegant Zhuge Zia, accompanied by her capable female secretary. Zhuge Zia's gaze swept the scene and settled on Ye Chu, her eyebrows slightly raised. What happened here? Qian Haosen dared not conceal anything and hastily embellished his account of the recent events. Miss Zhuge, it was that young man who not only caused trouble in the store, but also fraudulently used someone else's Jiangnan dragon card. When I discovered this, he refused to admit it and showed no respect for our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce whatsoever. I was just about to deal with him. Deal with him. Zhuge Zia repeated these words slowly, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. Yes, yes. Qian Haosen felt uneasy, vaguely sensing something was off in her tone, but didn't dare say more. Zhuge Zia ignored him and walked directly toward Ye Chu, her high heels clicking against the floor. Well, Master Yi, seems like I run into you everywhere. She stopped and smiled. Ye Chu grinned. That shows we're destined to meet. Perhaps we should get to know each other better. Hearing this playful remark, Zhuge Zia's expression stiffened slightly, and she cursed inwardly. This brat dares to flirt with me. Outwardly, she maintained her elegance. Haha, Master Yi, you jest. Changing the subject, her gaze fell on the emerald pendant around Sun Yuro's neck, the heart of the forest. Master Yi is quite generous with his little girlfriend, spending hundreds of millions without hesitation. Misunderstood, Sun Yuro's face instantly turned crimson. Her fingers unconsciously clutched the pendant, but unusually, she didn't deny it, feeling a secret thrill in her heart. Ye Chu smiled casually. This is nothing. If Miss Zhuge were willing, I could be just as generous with you. This brat is getting addicted to flirting. Zhuge Zia rolled her eyes internally, but could only shake her head with a smile. Master Yi, please don't joke around, or this young lady might get jealous. The two bantered back and forth with great interest, leaving everyone around them stunned. Especially those oldtimers who knew Zhuge Zia's identity, they stood frozen like statues. Qianhaosen felt his knees go weak, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face pale as paper. Damn it, what have I done? His head buzzed, and he could barely stand. Qian Xian quickly supported his father, whispering with concern. Dad, are you alright? Qianhaosen's eyes were bloodshot. What do you think? He wanted to strangle this son of his on the spove had initially wanted to keep a low profile and avoid trouble, but his son had assured him that Ye Chu was just a worthless son-in-law, nothing to worry about. Now look what happened. Not only did the man know Zhuge Zia, but they were clearly close. He was in deep trouble. Qian Xian trembled so much he didn't dare respond. He never could have imagined that an illegitimate son-in-law would be acquainted with someone as powerful as Zhuge Zia. After the brief pleasantries, Zhuge Zia's smile faded. Master Yi, tell me what happened. Ye Chu didn't hide anything and recounted the events truthfully. After listening, Zhuge Zia's eyes darkened, her gaze locking onto Qianhaosen like an icy blade, her voice drifting out coldly. Truly worthy of being a director of my Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, your skill at twisting the truth is quite admirable. Qianhaosen dropped to his knees with a thud. Miss Zhuge, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. Zhuge Zia's expression remained cold, her voice icy. The Jiangnan Commerce Association has no need for treacherous scoundrels like you. For old time's sake, you only need to compensate for the damaged jade. I won't pursue anything else. Get out immediately. Miss Zhuge. Qianhaosen's face turned deathly pale. He tried to argue further, but was cut off by her raised hand. I don't like repeating myself. He opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't dare argue again. After paying the compensation, he left the store dejectedly. Before leaving, Qian Xian shot Ye Chu a resentful glare, but could only follow his departure. You can leave too. Zhuge Zia turned her gaze to Xiaomei, who quickly nodded and scurried out the door. After handling everything, she softened her cold demeanor and faced Ye Chu. Master Yi, are you satisfied with how I handled this? Thank you, Miss Zhuge. Ye Chu bowed in gratitude, then changed the subject. I heard the store recently acquired a premium violet jadeite. Zhuge Zia glanced at the heart of the forest, around Sun Yuro's neck, and raised an eyebrow. Is Master Yi dissatisfied with the heart of the forest? Miss Zhuge misunderstands. Ye Chu smiled in explanation. I have a friend whose birthday is in a few days, and I want to pick out a gift for her. He didn't reveal his true intentions, simply making up a casual excuse. Zhuge Zia nodded in understanding, chuckling meaningfully. Hee, Master Yi is quite generous with friends, a gift worth hundreds of millions. Ye Chu coughed lightly. Miss Zhuge, could you bring it out for me to see? If Master Yi wants to see it, naturally there's no problem. Zhuge Zia agreed readily, turning to instruct the young female sales associate. Go fetch the purple star from the warehouse. The sales associate was stunned, unable to hide her joy with so many people present. She was the one chosen to retrieve the store's treasure. She quickly responded, yes, yes, and hurried away. Seeing this, the onlookers showed curious expressions and began whispering among themselves. Moments later, the sales associate returned to the counter carrying a black lacquered jewelry box with gold trim. Her hands trembled slightly, but she still carefully placed the box down. Open it, and let Master Yi take a look. Zhuge Zia nodded in indication. The sales associate took a deep breath and slowly lifted the lid. Instantly, a deep purple light leaped out like a shooting star across the night sky, illuminating everyone's faces. Inside the box lay a star-shaped pendant carved entirely from premium violet jadeite, crystal clear throughout, with rippling purple light. On the pendant's surface, a purple dragon coiled upward with clear scales and proud horns, exuding nobility mixed with overwhelming dominance. A pale gold chain wound behind it, adding luxury and mystery. If the heart of the forest followed an exquisite and gorgeous style, this purple star before them pushed nobility and dominance to the extreme. They were in completely different leagues. With just one glance, Ye Chu was certain this purple pendant perfectly matched Yun Bingwan's temperament. Their conversation that night had made him understand that while Yun Bingwan appeared gentle on the surface, she possessed nobility and aloofness in her bones. Combined with her suspected dragon bloodline, the purple star would undoubtedly suit her perfectly. Could this be the premium violet jadeite that appeared at the Jinling auction some time ago? A shocked exclamation suddenly rang out from the crowd, full of amazement. At these words, several industry insiders' expressions changed dramatically. Not long ago, the Jinling auction house had indeed featured a sky-high priced jade pendant that sold for a full billion. Who would have thought that jade pendant would appear in Jiangdu? Listening to the discussions around him, Ye Chu was secretly amazed that a jade pendant could be so expensive. It was worth as much as a pill he could casually refine. The jewelry counter's lights were dazzling, and the purple-tinged jade lay quietly on black velvet. Zhuge Zia turned slightly with a faint smile. What does Master Yi think of this purple star? Ye Chu examined it for a moment and nodded with satisfaction. Very nice. I like it very much. Zhuge Jia suddenly looked up, a slight curve forming at the corner of her lips. Master Yi has misunderstood this. Purple star is not for sale. Cough. Then why show it if you're not selling? Ye Chu complained inwardly while maintaining his smile outwardly. Everything has a price if the offer is attractive enough. Miss Zhuge, please name your price. I've taken a liking to it. Zhuge Jia spread her hands with a helpless expression. Master Yi, please don't make things difficult for me. The family specifically sent this pendant for me to use in building relationships. It's truly not for sale. Ye Chu frowned slightly, suspecting she was deliberately driving up the price, and suddenly asked, I heard Miss Zhuge's family runs a distillery? Zhuge Jia was momentarily stunned, not understanding why he was bringing up brewing. The Zhuge family was a prominent clan in Jinling with business interests spanning multiple sectors, but their foundation remained in brewing. The renowned Jiangnan Dako liquor of the Great Xia dynasty came from their distillery. While brewing was profitable, competition was fierce, and the Zhuge family's recent attempts at transformation had shown little progress. Her trip to Jiangdu served dual purposes, competing with Huangfu Shuriwei while seeking new opportunities for the family. The family had decreed that whoever could successfully lead the transformation would inherit the position of family head. Why does Master Yi ask about this? She inquired curiously. Ye Chu gestured. May we speak privately? Of course, this way please. The group left the exhibition hall and went up to the second-floor office. Closing the door shut out the corridor's noise, and Zhuge Jia got straight to the point. Master Yi, please speak frankly. Ye Chu smiled as he sat down. I have a type of liquor that could make the Zhuge family distillery the #1 in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhuge Jia's eyes sharpened, then she shook her head with a laugh. Master Yi, you jest. Do you know how competitive the Dragon Kingdom's brewing industry is? Even Matai wouldn't dare claim to be #1. If not for Ye Chu's reputation, she would have made a few sarcastic remarks. Unfazed by her skepticism, Ye Chu countered. Do I seem like someone who jokes around, Miss Zhuge? Meeting his calm, confident gaze, Zhuge Jia's heart skipped a beat. Master Yi, are you serious? Absolutely. Ye Chu nodded with certainty. If I can make your distillery the #1 in Great Xia, would you be willing to part with that purple star? Naturally. Zhuge Jia smiled slightly. But only if Master Yi truly has such capability. Ye Chu raised his eyebrows confidently. The liquor I speak of is a medicinal wine, made by soaking 100 different herbs in alcohol according to a special formula, called 100 Herbs Wine. This wine focuses on health preservation. Regular consumption can nourish the body and cure minor ailments. Rheumatism, arthritis, back pain, and such conditions can all be easily healed. As his words settled, the accompanying women in the office all widened their eyes. This wasn't ordinary health wine, it was practically a miracle cure. While rheumatism, back pain, and arthritis weren't fatal, they tormented sufferers and affected countless people. If 100 Herbs wine truly had such effects, it would certainly be a hit upon release, making it impossible not to profit. Zhuge Jia took a breath, her voice becoming serious. Master Yi, if 100 Herbs wine is truly as you describe, my family might indeed become the Dragon Kingdom's #1 distillery. She paused, her tone taking on a note of skepticism. But this matter is significant. How would you prove it? Miss Zhuge, I can even refine minor true essence pills, so this little 100 Herbs wine is nothing to me. Ye Chu smiled casually, his fingertips tapping the table as his voice carried absolute confidence. When he mentioned the minor true essence pills, Zhuge Jia's eyes lit up slightly. Those were pills capable of helping someone break through to the Grandmaster realm, making the 100 Herbs wine pale in comparison. Her heart leaped with excitement, but doubt crept in the next second. Why would he give her such a precious formula? I naturally trust Master Yi, she said with a smile, though her tone carried a hint of probing. It's just that the 100 Herbs wine is quite valuable, far beyond what a piece of jade could match. Wouldn't Master Yi be at a loss giving it to me like this? Ye Chu sensed her wariness and chuckled inwardly. This girl is quite sharp. He had originally planned to simply offer the formula, but now it seemed he needed a different approach. After a moment's consideration, he said, Miss Zhuge, let me be honest with you, I'd like to collaborate with you. Just as I thought. Zhuge Jia's heart skipped a beat, though her expression remained calm. How does Master Yi propose we collaborate? I'll provide the wine formula, and you'll handle the brewing and sales, Ye Chu said straightforwardly. Zhuge Jia immediately followed up. And the profit split? From their brief interaction, he could tell she was naturally suspicious. If he asked for too little, she'd become even more doubtful. After weighing his options, Ye Chu said, 60-40 split. What do you think, Miss Zhuge? Zhuge Jia's nerves instantly tensed. This man never takes a loss. So is he testing me? She frowned slightly, not immediately responding. Seeing this, Ye Chu quickly amended. How about 70-30 then? Her expression immediately relaxed as she extended her hand with a hearty shake. As Master Yi suggests you take 70, I take 30. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Ye Chu's mouth fell open. Had originally meant he would take 30 and she would take 70. As they shook hands, he sighed inwardly. Sometimes being too clever isn't necessarily a good thing. In truth, he had initially planned to give away the formula for free, as making money wasn't his goal. His real target was Zhuge Jia herself. If she knew this, she'd probably cough up blood on the spot. Ye Chu then took paper and brush, quickly writing down the herb list and proportions for the 100 herbs wine before handing it to her. Miss Zhuge, here's the complete formula. Go back and brew a batch first, and if you're satisfied with the results, we can proceed further. Zhuge Jia took the paper, slightly stunned. Was giving her the formula without even signing a contract? This unreserved trust was touching, but then another thought struck her, making her wary again. Something's not right. This is probably a trap, and the formula likely isn't complete. With this realization, she felt both admiration and wariness. Collaborating with someone so deeply scheming required constant vigilance, or she might be played without even knowing it. Don't worry, Master Yi. I'll take care of it right away and notify you immediately once there's news. Zhuge Jiao nodded with a smile and promptly signaled her secretary to bring an exquisite gift box. She carefully wrapped the priceless purple star and handed it to Ye Chu. Pack the heart of the forest as well, Ye Chu suddenly said. The secretary turned around and was about to act when Ye Chu raised his hand to stop her. Wait, let me get it. Sun Yuro wore the emerald green heart of the forest around her neck, its ethereal glow shimmering under the lights. Something worth hundreds of millions is too conspicuous to wear, Ye Chu said, reaching out to help her remove it. Brother Yi, the heart of the forest is too precious. I really can't accept it, Sun Yuro declined once again. Don't worry about it. Just consider it a small gift, Ye Chu gently reassured her. But before he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed as he focused intently on the pendant. Under the bright lights, Ye Chu clearly caught sight of an emerald glow seemed to have dimmed slightly. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Sun Yuro was startled by his tense expression and looked down at the pendant, worried she might have damaged it somehow. Ye Chu didn't respond, his gaze unwavering. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he suddenly grasped Sun Yuro's wrist, quietly channeling his spiritual energy to probe. The sudden action made Sun Yuro's cheeks flush red. She wanted to pull away but didn't dare, so she remained frozen. After a moment, Ye Chu released her hand, but his eyes couldn't hide his joy. The true martial spirit body. This rare constitution was on par with the true phoenix body, naturally attuned to spiritual energy and capable of actively absorbing spiritual essence. The dimming of the heart of the forest was precisely because its inner spiritual energy was being unconsciously absorbed by Sun Yuro. Premium jade naturally contained spiritual energy, which was why it could nourish people. During the rushed rescue at the nightclub last time, Ye Chu hadn't examined her carefully, only now making this delightful discovery. Seeing his complex expression, Sun Yuro grew more nervous. Brother Yi, is something wrong? Nothing's wrong. Ye Chu shook his head, his tone gentle. Yuro, just keep wearing it. Don't take it off. Sun Yuro remained uneasy and simply removed the pendant herself. This thing is worth hundreds of millions. If I damage it, I couldn't afford to compensate. Seeing this, Ye Chu couldn't insist further and turned to Zhuge Jiao. Miss Zhuge, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Zhuge Jiao's mind was entirely focused on the 100 herbs wine at the moment. She nodded politely without trying to detain him. After going downstairs, Ye Chu selected several jade jewelry pieces worth tens of millions and had the staff wrap them, preparing to give them to Sun Xiaoying. Originally, he had only felt fondness for Sun Yuro without actively pursuing her, but with the appearance of the true martial spirit body, he was determined to win her over. Before that, however, he needed to win over his future mother-in-law. Walking out of the jewelry store, night was falling and neon lights painted the streets in brilliant colors. Just as Ye Chu was planning to find a restaurant to fill his stomach, Sun Yuro's phone suddenly rang. After answering, she received a harsh scolding from Sun Xiaoying on the other end. Sun Yuro's face flushed red as she responded in low tones. When she hung up, her expression was full of frustration. Yuro, what's wrong? Ye Chu frowned. It's all because of that bastard surnamed one, Sun Yuro said through gritted teeth. The situation quickly became clear. When Xiaoshan had seen Luo Sampang and his men leave in disgrace and knew he had kicked an iron plate. With his leg crippled and filled with rage, he called the matchmaker and angrily accused Sun Yuro of coming to a blind date despite having a boyfriend. The matchmaker relayed this to Sun Xiaoying, who immediately thought of Ye Chu and called to question her daughter, leading to that phone call. Ye Chu patted her shoulder. It's okay. Come on, I'll go back with you. Sun Yuro hesitated. But my mother. Don't worry. As long as I appeal to her emotions and show proper respect, I believe Auntie will understand. The night breeze brushed against their faces as Ye Chu smiled with complete confidence. Ye Chu had originally planned to have dinner before taking Sun Yuro home, but since Sun Xiaoying had called, it wouldn't be appropriate to delay any longer. The two quickly hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Sun family's noodle shop at the entrance of the old street. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoying hung up the phone and let out a heavy sigh. That troublesome girl never gives me a moment's peace. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Ye Chu was already married, and she absolutely couldn't let her precious daughter become a mistress. This time, she had to make things clear and ensure Euro kept her distance from Ye Chu. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a brand new dark gray BMW screeched to a halt in front of the noodle shop. The car doors opened, and several tattooed thugs filed out, led by a lean man with a buzz cut and gold-rimmed glasses. Sun Xiuying's face instantly turned pale. "Bring the stuff down," the man with glasses ordered casually. Several underlings carried large and small packages into the shop, while he himself approached with a grin. "Boss lady, how have you been considering our last proposal?" "Sir, my daughter already has a boyfriend." Sun Xiuying forced a smile, though her voice trembled. Ever since that brother June had disappeared, this brother Glasses had set his sights on Sun Euro, insisting she become his girlfriend. To deal with him, she had hastily arranged blind dates, hoping both to discourage Ye Chu and to get rid of these people. "Has a boyfriend?" One of the underlings scoffed. "Just make her break up with him. Who could possibly compare to our brother Glasses?" He patted the gifts piled in front of the counter. "This carload of presents is worth at least 100,000. Who else would be so generous? Following brother Glasses is definitely a good deal." Sun Xiuying watched the expensive gift boxes pile higher and higher, her eyelids twitching. She wanted to block them, but didn't dare to actually interfere, only managing a forced laugh. But Euro really does have a boyfriend. Please show mercy and leave us alone." "Boss lady, why are you being so ungrateful?" Another hot-tempered underling cursed. "When have we ever been this gentle in our dealings? And you still dare to make excuses?" "I'll go." "Shut up," the man with glasses said coolly. "This is my future mother-in-law. Show some respect." "I'll go" immediately fell silent. The owners and workers from surrounding shops peeked out curiously. After understanding the situation, they all shook their heads secretly. Having a daughter too beautiful was sometimes a curse rather than a blessing. The man with glasses put his smile back on. "Mother-in-law, I've brought the gifts, so the person should come out too, right? Have Euro come chat with me so we can get acquainted and pick a date to make it official." Sun Xiuying flushed red with shame and anger, steeling herself to shout. "My daughter already has a boyfriend. Leave immediately or I'll call the police." The man's smile instantly vanished, his voice turning low and menacing. "Mother-in-law, we'll all be family soon. Saying such things is rather inappropriate." Before he finished speaking, several underlings had already surrounded her menacingly. "That's right, boss lady." One of them pointed at the gifts with a cold smile. "You've already accepted the things, so saying this now is rather dishonest. People should have a conscience." You. Sun Xiuying's chest heaved violently, anger and fear intertwining. Although these men weren't as crude as the red-haired thugs from last time who had immediately started smashing things, their shameless behavior was equally disgusting. The man with glasses looked impatient. "Lady, hurry up and call your daughter out. I have other business to attend to later and don't have time to waste here." Sun Xiuying's face remained expressionless, her voice slightly cold. "My daughter won't be coming home today." But in her heart, she had only one thought: Euro, please don't come home so early. "Humph, then call her right now." One of the thugs snorted impatiently. "Don't try any tricks." Sun Xiuying pressed her lips tightly together, saying nothing, but her eyes remained defiant. Even if it meant death, she would never push her daughter into a pit of fire. "Glasses, I think we need to teach this woman a lesson." Several thugs were clearly losing patience, rolling up their sleeves to their elbows. Just as the tension was about to explode, a voice came from the doorway. "Who do you want to teach a lesson?" Everyone turned toward the sound and saw two figures approaching side by side: Sun Euro and Ye Chu. "Glasses, it's sister-in-law." The thug's eyes lit up. The man with glasses nodded, his greedy gaze scanning Sun Euro up and down, his eyes burning with desire. Sun Euro rushed to her mother's side. "Mom, are you okay? Who are these people?" "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, we're family." The thugs smiled, but their tone carried a threatening undertone. "Glasses has taken a fancy to you and wants to marry you. We're here to deliver betrothal gifts." He pointed to the pile of appliances, jewelry, and gift boxes in the store. "See that? Glasses sent all of this, quite sincere, right? Worth over 100,000. Stop calling me that." "Was your sister-in-law?" Sun Euro glared at them angrily, grabbing boxes from the shelf and throwing them outside. "Take your stuff and get lost. We don't want it." The boxes crashed to the ground, gifts scattering everywhere, and the thugs' faces instantly turned vicious. "Little girl, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." One man raised his fist menacingly. Before his fist could fall, his collar was grabbed by a large hand. "Kid, who the hell are you? Let go." Ye Chu casually flung him away, and the thug flew into the middle of the road like a broken sack, landing face first. "Kid, you're asking for death." The remaining men roared and charged forward. Ye Chu didn't move his feet, his arms moving swiftly. With several thuds, the thugs were tossed toward the street like scarecrows, leaving only the man with glasses standing alone. Ye Chu strode toward him. The man with glasses looked grim but still tried to act tough. "Kid, whoever you are, if you dare meddle in my business, you'll..." Slap. Before he could finish, a crisp slap sent him spinning, seeing stars. "You little punk." How dare you? He gritted his teeth and swung his fist, but Ye Chu caught his wrist with one hand. Crack! A crisp sound. Before his scream could escape his throat, another slap sent several teeth flying with blood. Ye Chu grabbed his throat and lifted him off the ground with one arm. The man with glasses finally felt fear, his voice trembling. What? What do you want? I'm with the Black Tiger Gang. If you dare touch me, the Black Tiger Gang won't let you go. The Black Tiger Gang again. Ye Chu frowned. Seeing his expression change, the man with glasses thought it was working and immediately became arrogant. Humph, scared now? You'd better. Slap. Another slap swelled half his face like a pig's head. The onlookers instinctively touched their own faces, feeling a burning pain. Ye Chu released his grip, and the man with glasses fell to the ground with a thud. Go back and tell the Black Tiger Gang to behave themselves, or I won't mind destroying them. He looked down at the so-called gifts scattered on the ground with disdain. You have the nerve to bring this junk? Aren't you embarrassed? Then he handed several simple but exquisite shopping bags to Sun Xiaoying. Auntie, these are some small gifts I bought. I hope you like them. Sun Xiaoying saw the brand logos on the bags and waved her hands repeatedly. These are too expensive. I can't accept them. Auntie, they're just small items, not expensive. Ye Chu smiled warmly. The bruised and battered man with glasses couldn't help muttering. You only bought a few things, to what right do you have to criticize me? He could tolerate giving fewer gifts, but being looked down upon was too much to swallow. Sun Yuro rolled her eyes. What do you know? What brother Yi gave are premium jade jewelry pieces worth tens of millions. Sun Xiaoying's hand trembled, nearly dropping what she was holding. On the other side, the man with glasses looked utterly stunned, his mouth opening as if someone had stuffed it shut. He glared venomously at Ye Chu, then staggered to his feet and left in embarrassment and resentment. Brother Yi, please come in and sit down, Sun Yuro called out warmly. Ye Chu smiled and nodded, stepping into the shop. When it finally sank in, Sun Xiaoying felt as if what she held weighed 1,000 pounds. It was a gift worth tens of millions. A series of thoughts flashed through her mind. If Ye Chu only wanted to keep Sun Yuro as a mistress, why spend so much money? But if that wasn't his intention, why be so extravagantly generous? Unable to figure it out, she simply put aside her doubts and went into the shop. The neighbors watching from the street saw Ye Chu enter, their faces full of envy. Raising a beautiful daughter really could land you a wealthy son-in-law. Young man, thank you so much. You've helped us again, Sun Xiaoying said with heartfelt gratitude. After everything that had happened, she realized she had probably misunderstood Ye Chu. While the previous conflict might have seemed staged, this time there was absolutely no need for it. Ye Chu had already won Sun Yuro's heart, so putting on an act would be completely unnecessary. Ye Chu waved his hand with a hearty laugh. You're too kind, auntie. It was nothing. Despite her joy, Sun Xiaoying sighed inwardly. If only Ye Chu weren't married, such a son-in-law would be impossible to find even with a lantern. Have you eaten? If not, I'll cook for you. Not yet, Ye Chu answered honestly. Then wait here, she said, quickly bustling into the kitchen. Meanwhile, the man with glasses and his followers grew angrier the more they thought about it. Glasses, that guy was way too arrogant. We can't let this slide, someone said through gritted teeth. Of course not, the man with glasses said darkly. Let's go find Brother Leopard. Soon, the group arrived at a KTV and went straight to the office on the top floor. Inside stood a group of fierce-looking tough guys, members of the Black Tiger Gang. Among them were familiar faces that Ye Chu had beaten up, including Wei Xiong and several others, all limping around. Glasses, weren't you going to see your girlfriend? What happened to you? Someone asked in surprise. The man with glasses immediately rushed to the tall, fat man at the front. Brother Leopard, you have to stand up for your little brother. The fat man was nearly 2 meters tall, with fierce leopard head tattoos on both arms under his black tank top. Radiating menace was Chun Zibao, known on the streets as Brother Leopard, the strongest hall master of the Black Tiger Gang. Tell me what happened, Brother Leopard said in a low voice. The man with glasses didn't dare hide anything and recounted the events in detail. That guy beat up our brothers again and even threatened to destroy the Black Tiger Gang. Brother Leopard, you have to teach him a lesson and show him we're not to be messed with. Before he finished speaking, Luo Sampang jumped in. Are you talking about a guy in his 20s with a girl wearing gold-rimmed glasses? Yes, that's them. Brother Luo, you know them too? The man with glasses nodded eagerly. Luo Sanpong's breathing immediately became rapid, his fat trembling. Of course I know them. All my injuries came from him. He gritted his teeth, and his agitation aggravated his wounds, making him wince in pain. Wei Xiong turned to Chun Zibao. Brother Bao, the kid that glasses ran into is the same one who injured me not long ago. Chun Zibao had been lounging comfortably on the sofa, but upon hearing this, his eyes suddenly sharpened and his expression turned ice cold. So it's that punk again. He dares to provoke the Black Tiger Society repeatedly. Does he really think we're pushovers? As he spoke, he shot to his feet, his wine glass clanging against the coffee table with a sharp sound that seemed to cast a chill over the entire surface. Not long ago, when Wei Xiong and his crew had returned to the gang wounded, Chun Zibao had already learned the whole story. That very night, he'd been furious enough to lead a revenge squad, and if it hadn't been for their planned confrontation with the White Wolf Society, he would have already gone after the kid. Brother Bao, that punk is way too arrogant. He keeps hurting our Black Tiger Society member Sweat. Can't just let this slide, or people will really think we're easy targets. A lean man leaning against the doorframe spoke up, his voice carrying a metallic coldness. This was Hall Master Meng Xiaodao, skilled with throwing knives, the black cloth wrapped around his wrists seeming ready to unleash deadly gleams at any moment. Brother Dao is right, we have to make that punk pay. Brother Bao, don't hesitate. Let's deal with him first, then take care of the White Wolf Society. Several underlings grew more excited as they spoke, their fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Since the Black Tiger Society's founding, no one had ever provoked them so brazenly. Chen Zibao raised his hand to quiet everyone and said coldly, "Since he's looking for death, we'll grant his wish." Luo Sampang, standing to the side, flashed with excitement and licked his lips. "Finally, we can get our revenge. Let's go." As Chen Zibao's words fell, he waved his hand, and more than a dozen men rushed out of the KTV private room in a flurry, their footsteps echoing through the corridor, radiating murderous intent. At the same time, the White Wolf Society received word immediately. In a second-floor private room of a neon-lit nightclub, the White Wolf Society's 4 hall masters had gathered. Besides Baldy Li and Scarface Chun who had appeared at the previous auction, there was also another man and woman. The man was nearly 40, with dark skin and taut muscles, his features radiating fierce brutality. The woman wore form-fitting leather that accentuated her curves, but her narrow eyes flashed with cold light, as if hiding poisoned blades. "Damn it! Those Black Tiger Society bastards have gone too far, they clearly want to wipe us out." Baldy Li slammed the table hard, sending liquor splashing everywhere. The dark-skinned man's expression was grave. "I heard Chen Zibao is personally leading this time. We probably can't withstand them." The woman, Xiang Wei, snorted coldly, her slender waist twisting as she tapped the table with her finger. "What's there to fear? Worst case, we fight to the death. Even if we die, we'll tear a chunk of flesh from those bastards." Baldy Li sighed. If those bastards hadn't stolen Brother Scarface's opportunity, it wouldn't have come to this. All three turned their gazes to the corner, where Scarface Chen leaned against the sofa, his chest wrapped in bandages. His emotional agitation caused his wounds to pull, making him cough uncontrollably. At that underground auction, he had finally managed to bid on a small true essence pill, planning to return and break through in seclusion, but the information had leaked. Halfway back, he was ambushed by the Black Tiger Society, suffering severe injuries while the pill was stolen. Within just a few days, the Black Tiger Society had gained another Grandmaster, who joined forces with their vice leader to assault the White Wolf Society headquarters. If not for the White Wolf Society's boss fighting both of them to mutual destruction, it would have been the White Wolf Society that perished. After that, the Black Tiger Society's main force had gone to the provincial capital, giving the White Wolf Society a brief reprieve. But now they were back, first swallowing up White Wolf territory, then preparing to crush their headquarters in one decisive blow. In recent days, the White Wolf Society had already lost multiple territories. Today, the Black Tiger Society had assembled several hall masters, ready to deliver the killing blow. All of this filled the private room's air with the scent of blood. Scarface Chen looked up, his eyes gleaming with sinister light. "Sister Qiangwei is right, even if we die, we'll make them pay dearly." His voice was hoarse but carried a vicious edge, and he coughed again until his body trembled. "Brother Scarface, are you all right?" The three moved closer with concern. "I'm not dead yet." Scarface Chen waved them off. "Pass my orders, have all the brothers gear up. Tonight, either those Black Tiger Society bastards die, or we do." The air froze for several seconds, everyone's eyes burning with desperate resolve. Just then, Baldy Lee suddenly raised his hand. "Actually, we don't necessarily have to fight the Black Tiger Society to the death." The three looked at him in unison. He swallowed and lowered his voice to explain. "We might be able to call Miss Yun." The three exchanged sharp glances. Scarred Chen immediately shook his head. "No way. Going to that woman would be like walking straight into a trap." Rose and Baldly nodded simultaneously, their expressions grave. They all remembered what had happened not long ago. Yun Bingwan had personally visited them, handing over her business card and claiming that if the White Wolf Society would submit to her, she could ensure the Black Tiger Society would never dare set foot in Jiangdu again. Initially, the White Wolf Society members had dismissed this young female powerhouse, but after Yun Bingwan casually demonstrated her strength, they realized she truly had the capability to rival the Black Tiger Society. However, submitting to someone else would mean crushing the White Wolf Society's pride. Seeing their reluctance, Yun Bingwan hadn't pressed the matter, leaving only one parting message. "When you've thought it through, call me anytime." Scarred Chin spoke again. "That woman is no simple matter. Going to her really would be walking into a trap." Rose nodded gently and added, "The vice president's heart belongs only to our president. He would never acknowledge anyone else as boss." She sighed. "If our president were still here, we wouldn't have fallen to this state." At the mention of the White Wolf Society's president, the atmosphere grew heavy. That man, known in the underworld as the White Wolf King, had once dominated Jiangdu with nothing but a blade, even preparing to expand his influence to the provincial capital. However, at the most crucial moment, the White Wolf King had suddenly vanished. Soon after, a traitor emerged within the White Wolf Society, establishing the rival Black Tiger Society to compete for territory, forcing the White Wolf Society into its current state of constant retreat. If not for the vice president's desperate efforts to hold things together, the White Wolf Society would have been wiped out long ago. Last time, they had joined forces with the Sima family, hoping for a desperate counterattack, but Ye Chu's intervention had ruined everything. Fortunately, the Huangfu family hadn't settled scores afterward, or the White Wolf Society would have been finished. Enough with the sentimentality. Scarred Chen waved his hand, pulling everyone back to reality. Instead of wallowing, we should prepare. A brutal battle is coming. All three responded in unison. Baldly opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed his words. Just then, a subordinate stumbled into the hall, speaking rapidly. Bosses, it looks like the Black Tiger Society's target isn't us. Scarred Chen frowned. What's going on? The subordinate repeated the intelligence he'd just received. The Black Tiger Society's forces were heading toward a small noodle shop on East Street. A small noodle shop on East Street? Baldly suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Is it that old established place? The subordinate nodded eagerly. Yes, the one at the very end of that street. Bald Lee's eyes instantly lit up as he burst into laughter. We're saved. Scarred Chun and Rose looked puzzled. Rose couldn't help asking, Baldy, what's going on? Come on. I'll explain on the way. Baldly dropped this line and strode toward the exit. Scarred Chun and Rose exchanged glances and hurried to follow. East Street, the small noodle shop. Evening sunlight streamed through the windows into the cramped restaurant as Sun Xiaoying carried out the last plate of braised pork, completing a table full of dishes. During the meal, she kept serving food to Ye Chu, urging him to eat more while lamenting the dangers of Jewelry Street. Learning that Ye Chu had bought Sun Euro a jade necklace worth over 200 million, Sun Xiaoying was both shocked and moved. In decades, no one had ever treated them so well. The more she looked at Ye Chu, the more satisfied she became, even entertaining the absurd thought of having her daughter help Ye Chu get divorced, though reason fortunately prevailed and she suppressed the impulse. As the three were enjoying their lively meal, the roar of car engines suddenly erupted outside. Sun Euro glanced out the window to see several black sedans screeching to a halt at the entrance. The doors opened, and 30 to 40 burly men poured out, each looking menacing and fierce. Sun Xiaoying's chopsticks clattered onto the table as her face turned deathly pale. Though Sun Euro was accustomed to such scenes, she still tensed up, clenching her fists. Ye Chu's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening. Auntie, Euro, keep eating. I'll handle this. With that, he strode outside. Sun Xiaoying looked worried. Euro, Xiao Chu is definitely no match for them alone. We should call the police quickly. She stared at the group of burly men in black at the street corner, unconsciously gripping her phone tighter. Although she knew Ye Chu was skilled in combat, this time the opponents clearly outnumbered any previous encounters, and their intimidating presence alone was enough to make ordinary people weak in the knees. Sun Euro shook her head slightly, keeping her voice extremely low. No rush, let's wait and see. Though her words were soft, her gaze remained fixed on the tall figure outside the door, as if Ye Chu's mere presence there could put her mind at ease. Ye Chu stepped out of the noodle shop, his eyes sweeping the area before instantly locking onto Luo Sampang and the man with glasses among the crowd. His cold, sharp gaze was like two blade edges, causing several men to instinctively step back. Kid, so you're the one who's been repeatedly provoking our Black Tiger gang. The leader, Meng Xiaodao, gripped a gleaming short blade, rotating his wrist as the knife tip hummed menacingly. The murderous intent that could strike at any moment made shop owners and diners from surrounding establishments peek out before quickly retreating. Indeed, when a daughter is too beautiful, it's not a good thing, onlookers whispered, wearing expressions of unsurprised familiarity. Meanwhile, in a black business van not far away, Scarface Chun, Wei, a dark-skinned man, and Baldly were watching through the windows. Wei frowned. Baldy, is that young guy really as formidable as you claim? The dark-skinned man also shook his head in agreement. He looks barely 20. How tough could he be? Baldy, you're not pulling our leg, are you? Baldly glared fiercely at both of them. You two don't know shit. That kid is a genuine grandmaster-level fighter. I only reported what happened last time to the vice leader, so you wouldn't know. Scarface Chin squinted at Ye Chu, feeling like he'd seen that face somewhere before, but couldn't quite remember where. The two were about to argue further when a sudden thud came from outside the car. Ye Chu shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, reaching Meng Xiaodao and delivering a slap. Crack! The crisp sound rang clear. Meng Xiaodao flew several meters horizontally, landing and spitting blood violently before convulsing twice and falling still. The Black Tiger gang members were stunned, the air seeming to freeze instantly. Although Meng Xiaodao ranked last among the Hall Masters, he was still a 7th-stage body tempering expert, yet he couldn't even withstand one move from Ye Chu. Chen Zibao suppressed his shock, forcing a smile across his scarred face. Kid, not bad skills. I'll give you a chance. How about joining the Black Tiger gang? Just nod, and we'll wipe the slate clean of everything that happened before. His eyes gleamed with greedy appreciation. Such talent would surely become a grandmaster in the future. Luo Sanpong's expression changed drastically. He wanted to interject, but feared angering Chen Zibao, so he could only glare helplessly. Ye Chu's cold gaze swept over them. A mere Black Tiger gang thinks it's worthy? After their repeated provocations, his anger had already ignited. Luo Sanpang immediately roared. Insolent fool. Brother Bao is giving you a chance and you don't treasure it? Brothers, attack. Cripple him. The surrounding underlings exchanged glances, and seeing Chen Zibao's dark expression, immediately grabbed clubs and machetes, swarming forward. You really think knowing a few moves means you can turn the world upside down? Luo Sanpang sneered inwardly. In his view, Ye Chu was doomed this time. These men were all Black Tiger gang elites, each wielding deadly weapons. Inside the noodle shop, Sun Xiuying's hands trembled. Euro, are you sure it's really okay? Sun Euro's knuckles were white from gripping so hard, her palms covered in cold sweat. Yet her gaze never left Ye Chu for even a moment. Battle cries erupted. Ye Chu's eyes turned cold as he charged into the crowd. His fists, large as sandbags, struck in rapid succession. With each punch, someone screamed and flew backward. His figure moved like an agile monkey, slipping past blade edges and nimbly dodging all attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Iron rods hit the ground as cries of pain rose one after another. In just a few minutes, dozens of underlings lay scattered across the street, some clutching their arms, others holding their legs, unable to get up again. Looking at him, he didn't even have a scratch. Hiss. All the onlookers gasped in shock, their eyes fixed on the young man in the center with amazement. Brother Yi is so amazing, Sun Euro exclaimed with delight, covering her mouth as her eyes sparkled like stars. Sun Xiuying finally breathed a sigh of relief, the weight on her heart lifting. Inside the business van not far away, Scarface Chun, the dark-skinned man, and Rose were equally stunned, while only Baldy Li remained expressionless. Baldy Li sneered inwardly. What's the big deal? That demon over there can even catch bullets. In the arena, Chen Zibao and his men's expressions grew increasingly grave. Ye Chu's swift series of moves had completely shattered their preconceptions about youth. His strength far exceeded their expectations. The thugs sprawled on the ground, clutched their arms and legs, wailing in pain. Ye Chu glanced at them, his voice calm yet sharp. I told you from the start, you're nothing but a bunch of weaklings. Young upstart, don't be so arrogant. An aged but fierce voice interrupted his contempt as a gaunt old man strode forward. With arms spread and one foot slightly bent, his posture resembled a white crane spreading its wings. The Black Tiger Society members' eyes lit. Yupit was the White Crane Elder, one of their hall masters. Though holding the same rank, his strength far surpassed Meng Xiaodao's. Having reached the 9th stage of body tempering, his White Crane fist was masterfully refined, only slightly inferior to Chen Zibao's skills. Young fool, take this. The White Crane Elder roared, stomping the ground with such force that stones scattered. Like a crane taking flight, he lunged at Ye Chu, his withered hands like iron hooks striking directly at the throwada killing move from the start. Instead of retreating, Ye Chu advanced, his 5 fingers extending like eagle talons. The eagle claw technique he had recently mastered. The 2 claws collided, and blood immediately splattered. The White Crane Elder's palm was torn with several gashes, the tremendous force sending him staggering backward. Ye Chu pressed his advantage, his single claw cutting through the air like a raptor diving from the sky. With a tearing sound, he ripped through his opponent's clothing, leaving 5 terrifying bloody marks across the old man's chest. The White Crane Elder was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as his aura instantly weakened. Such formidable eagle claw technique. Are you from the eagle claw school? The elder asked in horror. Everyone around gasped simultaneously. The White Crane Elder, at the 9th stage of body tempering, couldn't even withstand a single exchange. Half-step grandmaster? Or a true grandmaster? At this thought, Chen Zibao and the others felt a chill, exchanging incredulous glances. Such a young grandmaster was unheard of. Ye Chu didn't bother responding, his gaze falling directly on Chen Zibao, his voice still indifferent. Black Tiger Society, is this all you've got? His contempt was unmistakable. Brother Bao, let's attack together. I refuse to believe we can't take down this kid. Another hall master roared. Wei Chi Xiong hesitated, whispering. This kid seems strange. Maybe we should retreat first. What's there to fear? Chen Zibao shouted fiercely, his fighting spirit blazing. Confident in his peak body tempering cultivation and external martial arts training that made his flesh like iron, he believed he could hold his own against even a true grandmaster for several moves. Moreover, the young man before him was at most a half-step grandmaster, and with 3 of them attacking together, the advantage was obvious. Kill. Chun Zibao charged first, his steps cracking the stone beneath as his massive frame thundered toward Ye Chu like an enraged bull. The other two hall masters flanked him from both sides, their combined force creating howling winds. These guys are shameless, ganging up on one person. Rose clenched her fists inside the car, her face flushed with indignation. The dark-skinned man turned back and asked, "Brother Scarface, should we go help?" He worried Ye Chu might not be a match for them. "We absolutely cannot let Chun Zibao and his men win, or the White Wolf Society will be in grave danger." Before Scarface Chun could speak, Baldly spoke up first. "Old Guan, calm down. You're seriously underestimating that guy. A few nobodies like Chun Zibao are nothing but chickens and clay dogs in his eyes." All three were stunned. Rose frowned and questioned skeptically, "Baldy, aren't you being a bit too confident? You're not seriously telling me that kid is actually a grandmaster, are you?" Baldly rolled his eyes. "Of course he is. You think I'm joking with you?" Just as Rose was about to argue back, screams suddenly erupted from outside. Everyone turned toward the sound to see both sides had already engaged her more accurately. It was a complete one-sided crushing by Ye Chu. Chun Zibao threw a furious punch, but Ye Chu's figure flickered as he dodged and swept his elbow horizontally, catching Wei Chi Xiong who was sneaking up from the side. Wei Chi Xiong grunted and flew backward, spitting blood. Immediately after, Ye Chu kicked backward, sending another sneak attacker flying. His movements were clean and efficient. Chun Zibao charged forward with another punch, but Ye Chu sidestepped and simultaneously drove his fist straight into Chen's lower abdomen. Despite the tremendous force, Chun Zibao only staggered back a few steps before steadying himself, then laughed even more arrogantly. "Haha kid, I practice external martial arts, me body conditioning is invincible. What can you possibly do to me?" His words instantly boosted his gang's morale. "That's right. This punk can't do anything against Brother Bao's conditioned body." Relying on his thick skin and tough flesh, Chun Zibao threw another fist the size of a sandbag at Ye Chu, the wind howling around it. Ye Chu lightly sidestepped, his sleeve brushing past the fist. Seeing this, Chun Zibao became even more smug. "Haha kid, so you do no fear." He laughed wildly as he pressed his attack. Ye Chu paid him no mind, simply standing his ground. He brushed a fallen leaf from his shoulder, took a slight breath, and suddenly clenched his fist tight. Boom. His punch shot out like a cannon, the air exploding with sound. The fist slammed hard into Chun Zibao's abdomen, cutting his laughter short instantly. His 300-pound frame flew 7 or 8 meters through the air, crashing heavily onto the road. After landing, he spewed blood violently. The scene fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Chun Zibao struggled to lift his head, his voice trembling. "How? How is this possible?" Ye Chu said calmly. 2 or 3 years of amateur training, and you dare claim your conditioning is invincible? This punch carries 20 years of skill. Could you possibly block it?" His words cut like a blade, striking at the very soul. Chun Zibao spat out another mouthful of fresh blood with a wah and collapsed unconscious, his head lolling to one side. "Brother Bao!" The Black Tiger gang members cried out in terror, rushing forward. Fatty Luo, who had been trying to sneak away, stumbled. Ye Chu fixed him with a cold stare. "Where do you think you're going?" Fatty Luo shuddered all over, turning around stiffly with a deathly pale face. Big brother, I." Ye Chu cut him off. 100,000 in education fees per person. Pay up and get lost. The man was instantly dumbfounded. They got beaten up and still had to pay money? Unfortunately, he didn't dare show even a hint of resentment. Gritting his teeth, he scraped together over 4 million and retreated with his tail between his legs. Sun Yuro rushed out, her eyes shining like stars. "Brother Yi, you're amazing." Sun Xiaoying was also beaming with satisfaction, handsome, generous, and capable. His only flaw was that he was married. The onlookers were filled with envy, secretly wishing they had a beautiful daughter at home who could catch such a golden son-in-law, wand, a genuine one at that. Ye Chu waved his hand with a smile. "Just a few small-time thugs, nothing worth mentioning." Then his gaze shifted to a business van in the distance, his expression turning cold. "You folks over there, how much longer are you planning to keep watching from inside that car?" Inside the business van, the men exchanged glances before pushing open the doors in unison and hurrying toward Ye Chu. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, the bald-headed Li was already beaming with a forced smile, his voice quick and eager. "Big brother, it's been so long. You look even more impressive than before." Ye Chu had initially thought they were Black Tiger Society pursuers, but was surprised to see familiar faces. His gaze swept over the 4 men, eyebrows raised slightly, his tone cool. "Hiding in the car, were you planning to sit back and reap the benefits?" Baldly frantically waved his hands. "Big brother, please don't misunderstand. We were just coming to take a look." The other 3 men nodded hastily in agreement. Ever since witnessing Ye Chu's terrifying power firsthand, they had lost any desire to act tough. Ye Chu narrowed his eyes. "Really just taking a look?" Seeing his disbelief, Baldly had no choice but to confess the real reason in full detail. After hearing the explanation, A flash of surprise crossed Ye Chu's eyes. The White Wolf Society, which had dared to scheme against Huangfu Shuriwei, had fallen to such a state? He had initially wanted to wave them away, but then reconsidered. If he could bring the White Wolf Society under his control, it would make future endeavors more convenient, and he could arrange protection for Sun Yuro. She was far too beautiful, constantly attracting trouble, and he couldn't be by her side at all times. Having made up his mind, he gave a casual order. Wait for me in the car. I have something to discuss with you. The men's faces changed dramatically, but they didn't dare disobey, slinking back to the business fin dejectedly. Auntie, Yuro, everything's fine now. Let's go inside and eat. Ye Chu called out, taking the lead and pushing open the door, with the mother and daughter following close behind. At the dinner table, the mother and daughter had just been frightened and had no appetite. Ye Chu, on the other hand, wielded his chopsticks like the wind, clearing more than half the dishes on the table. After he set down his chopsticks, Sun Xiaoying said to her daughter, Yuro, go wash the dishes. Mom wants to have a private word with Xiao Yi. Sun Yuro's heart skipped a beat, but under her mother's stern gaze, she could only clear the dishes and head to the kitchen. Ye Chu had already guessed her intentions and smiled encouragingly. Auntie, please speak freely. Sun Xiaoying took a deep breath, her tone serious. Xiao Yi, you're a good young man, and you've been very good to Yuro. She sighed. It's such a pity that Yuro couldn't reunite with you sooner. At the kitchen doorway, Sun Yuro was holding her breath and eavesdropping. She understood her mother's implications all too well, believing that Ye Chu was already engaged and that she had no chance with him. Logic told her this was true, yet she couldn't force herself to stay away. Ever since Ye Chu had saved her in middle school, the image of that young man had been burned into her heart. When Ye Chu suddenly dropped out, she had been heartbroken for a long time. Their recent unexpected reunion, and his repeated heroic rescues during critical moments, had already planted deep roots of love in the young woman's heart. Ye Chu naturally understood Sun Xiaoying's meaning and said with a solemn expression, Auntie, I know what you mean, but my feelings for Yuro are genuine. Although he had initially been drawn to Sun Yuro's constitution, the girl's clear eyes and gentle nature had equally captured his heart. If she was willing to follow him, he would offer his complete sincerity. Behind the kitchen door crack, Sun Yuro covered her slightly warm red lips with both hands, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. Sun Xiaoying opened her mouth, not expecting Ye Chu to be so direct. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. Xiao Yi, I know you're different from other wealthy young men and that your feelings for Yuro are real, but you're already married, and our family isn't wealthy. I don't want to see Yuro become someone's mistress. By the end, her voice was slightly choked, and her eyes quickly reddened. Humiliating memories from her youth surfaced. Years ago, she too had encountered a wealthy young master who surrounded her with sweet words, making her believe she had finally met a good man, only to realize she was just a mistress when the legitimate wife came knocking. After being humiliated, she fled to a distant place and gave birth to Sun Yuro in a strange city. Those painful memories made her absolutely determined not to let her daughter repeat the same mistake. Ye Chu frowned. He had never considered the concept of being a mistress. In his eyes, as long as two people liked each other, it was natural. Having followed the medicine emperor for years and witnessed many things that transcended worldly concerns, his perspective had never been limited by mundane propriety. Only now did he truly realize ordinary people's concerns. Auntie, whether you believe it or not, I never intended for Yuro to be a mistress, he said in a steady and sincere tone. If you cannot accept this, I'll leave right now. Respecting the mother's wishes first was his final bottom line. Before he finished speaking, Sun Yuro had already rushed out of the kitchen. Brother Yi, I believe you. The slender girl's arms wrapped tightly around him, as if loosening her grip would mean losing her support. Sun Xiaoying looked at the young couple and sighed helplessly. Xiao Yi, I hope what you're saying is true. If Yuro isn't happy, I won't forgive you. Don't worry, Auntie. I absolutely won't let Yuro suffer even the slightest grievance. Ye Chu's promise was resolute. Moved, Sun Yuro hugged him even tighter, and the soft sensation made Ye Chu's heart tremble slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing his wandering thoughts. Yuro, give me your bank account number. Huh. Though puzzled, Sun Yuro obediently recited her account number. With a light tap on his phone, the transfer was completed, a full 200 million. When you have time, change your family's house, Ye Chu said casually. The notification message made the phone buzz loudly. Sun Yuro stepped back in fright, waving her hands frantically. Brother Yi, a few million would be enough to buy a house. This is way too much. How could a few million be enough? Auntie has worked hard for most of her life and must live in a villa. Go house hunting tomorrow, and if the money isn't enough, let me know. I have other matters to attend to, so you should rest early. With those words, he strode out of the noodle shop. Sun Xiaoying hurried to see him off. Returning to the shop, she couldn't contain her curiosity. Yuro, how much money did Xiao Yi transfer to you? 200 million. Sun Yuro took a deep breath before managing to say the complete number. Sun Xiaoying's eyes widened. and her trust in Ye Chu's earlier promises grew stronger. Under the night sky, a business car was parked by the roadside. Seeing Ye Chu emerge, Baldy Li quickly opened the car door. "Big brother, please get in." Ye Chu settled into his seat and gave a calm instruction. "Let's go. Back to the White Wolf Society headquarters." As the car started, Baldy Li asked cautiously, "Big brother, may I ask what business you have with our White Wolf Society?" Ye Chu's gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the car, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Nothing major. I just want you all to become my subordinates." Upon hearing this, several people's expressions immediately changed. Baldly forced a strained smile. "Boss, you must be joking." Ye Chu leaned back in his seat, expressionless, his voice low and cold. "Do you think I have time to waste joking with you?" With that single sentence, the car fell silent instantly. Bald Li's face stiffened, and the other three hall masters looked equally uncomfortable. Hall Master Chun, bearing a vicious scar across his face, reluctantly spoke up. "Sir, we're just hall masters of the White Wolf Society. We can't make such decisions. You'll need to speak with our vice president." "I know. Call me when we arrive." Ye Chu nodded curtly, then closed his eyes to rest. The men exchanged glances, silent as cicadas in winter, none daring to utter another word. The car sped through the night, and soon stopped before a 10-story building, the White Wolf Society headquarters. Under the illumination of lights, the black glass curtain wall gleamed with cold menace. Bald Li and the others led the way, escorting Ye Chu up the elevator to the top floor. Pushing open the door, they entered a spacious office whereby Xiao Xiao, vice president of the White Wolf Society, stood waiting. Her skin was a healthy wheat tone, her eyes sharp and fierce, though she carried an air of weakness from unhealed injuries. Ye Chu was mildly surprised. He hadn't expected the White Wolf Society's leader to be a woman. Bai Xiao Xiao had already learned of the recent conflict from her subordinates. Her gaze fell upon Ye Chu as she silently speculated about his intentions. Baldly quickly reported, "Boss, this is Master Yi." "A master? So young?" Bai Xiao Xiao's eyes narrowed with doubt. Ye Chu stepped forward, studying her. "So you're the boss of the White Wolf Society?" Bai Xiao Xiao nodded. "May I ask your honorable name?" "You don't need to know my name." Ye Chu waved dismissively, his tone calm yet sharp. "I'm here because I want to take your White Wolf Society as my subordinates." The air turned frigid. Bai Xiao Xiao's expression darkened. "Please leave, sir. The White Wolf Society will never serve as anyone's slaves." Before she finished speaking, Ye Chu's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next second, he appeared before Bai Xiao Xiao, pressing a finger to her forehead. Bai Xiao Xiao's pupils contracted sharply, her entire body rigid. Her instincts screamed that if she made the slightest movement, this young man could end her life on the spot. Bald Li and the others at the door watched with their scalps tingling. Bai Xiao Xiao was a master-level fighter, yet she didn't even have a chance to strike back against Ye Chu. Just how powerful was this person? Ye Chu smiled as he spoke. "You've misunderstood something. I'm merely informing you, not negotiating with you." With that, he gently withdrew his finger, as if the oppressive pressure had never existed. Bai Xiao Xiao staggered backward, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She bit her red lips, her voice low but defiant. "Your strength is remarkable, sir, but the White Wolf Society was founded by my husband. We will never submit to another's command." The four men tensed, sensing the pressure in the office rising once again. Ye Chu smiled with narrowed eyes. What a righteous woman. His gaze swept toward Bald Li and the others. "What's your choice?" The four men looked hesitant. Finally, Bald Li gritted his teeth and spoke. "Sir, both the vice president and president have shown us great kindness. In this life, I will only follow them." The other three quickly followed suit. "So will we." Bai Xiao Xiao felt warmth in her heart. The care and cultivation she had shown them daily was now being repaid. Ye Chu's expression darkened. "Are you certain of your choice?" The four men broke out in sweat, but still nodded firmly. After a brief silence, Ye Chu suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Excellent, excellent. You have true loyalty." Originally, he had simply wanted to find some random subordinates, but now he had changed his mind. These people lived in the underworld, yet understood righteousness. They were worth supporting. He stood with his hands behind his back before the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city's neon lights in the night. His voice was calm, yet carried undeniable authority. "Rest assured, I have little interest in your White Wolf Society. I simply want some people to help run errands. You can continue operating as you always have." Ye Chu spoke calmly as he produced 2 minor true essence pills. With a flick of his wrist, the pills traced graceful arcs through the air, landing perfectly in the palms of Scarface Chun and Baldy Li. "These are minor true essence pills that can help you achieve breakthroughs." His minor true essence pills. Scarface Chin's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily cupped the pill, bringing it close to examine it carefully. The pill's surface was lustrous with intricate patterns, identical to the one he had once seen at an auction house. "Sir, how do you possess such pills?" he couldn't help but ask. Baldy Li clutched his pill tightly, his face equally filled with astonishment, while several core members nearby turned their heads in amazement. He surprised? Ye Chu smiled faintly, his voice unhurried. To tell you the truth, I refined these pills myself. Everyone gasped in unison, their pupils dilating simultaneously. Ye Chu was satisfied with this reaction and proceeded to drop his bombshell. As long as you follow me, pills will never be in short supply. Breaking through to become meridian opening masters is merely a matter of time. The air suddenly grew heated as several people breathed rapidly. Meridian opening master, that was a height they might never reach in their entire lives. However, the final decision still rested with Bai Xiao, and everyone instinctively focused their gazes on her. Bai Xiao bit her red lips, her brow filled with struggle. Ye Chu struck while the iron was hot. Think carefully. Follow me, and the White Wolf Society will only grow stronger. If you refuse, given your current foundation, annihilation is just a matter of time. Bai Xiao's body trembled slightly as she recalled their recent calamity. If not for the Black Tiger Society's leader happening to be away from Jinling, the White Wolf Society would have been reduced to ashes long ago. With this thought, she finally made her decision and bowed deeply. From now on, the White Wolf Society is willing to serve under your command, sir. Ye Chu nodded with conviction. Excellent. In the future, you'll understand how wise today's choice was. He called for paper and brush, quickly writing down a long list of medicinal herbs. Collect as many as possible. I need to refine pills to elevate all of your strengths to the next level. Bai Xiao solemnly accepted the list, folded it, and tucked it away before kneeling on one knee. Sir, I have a request. Speak. She raised her head, a sharp cold light flashing in her eyes. Please destroy the Black Tiger Society, sir. They've bullied us too much over the years. I suspect they're also involved in the White Wolf King's disappearance. Ye Chu's lips curved upward. Great minds think alike. However, a mere Black Tiger Society isn't worthy of my personal intervention. Handle it yourselves. Bai Xiao hesitated to speak. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. Once I finish refining the pills and your strength increases dramatically, are you still afraid you can't deal with one Black Tiger Society? With that, he put away the herb list. Notify me when the medicinal materials are ready. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Sir, let me escort you out. Bai Xiao led the group in seeing him off respectfully. Near the main gate, Ye Chu suddenly remembered Sun Yuro and instructed Bai Xiao to select 2 reliable subordinates to secretly protect those 2 young ladies. Bai Xiao nodded repeatedly, expressing that she would not fail in this mission. After seeing off Ye Chu, everyone returned to the office. Bai Xiao looked at Scarface Chun. Take the pill and test its effects. She still maintained a trace of caution. Scarface Chun and Baldy Li exchanged glances before immediately tilting their heads back and swallowing the pills. Within mere breaths, 2 powerful auras exploded forth. Haha, I've actually broken through. Baldy Li laughed heartily as elemental force surged within his body, directly stepping into the peak of body tempering realm. Scarface Chin's bones crackled throughout his body as his aura climbed steadily, firmly advancing into Meridian Opening Master. Rose and the dark-skinned man looked on with envy, cupping their fists in congratulation. Congratulations, brother Scarface. Scarface Chin suppressed the surging elemental force, unable to hide his joy. It's all thanks to the Sir's bestowed pill. Then a cold light flickered in his eyes. Those Black Tiger Society scum, just wait, your days are numbered. Meanwhile, after leaving the White Wolf Society, Ye Chu headed straight for the Yun family estate. When he arrived, dusk was falling and security guards were patrolling alertly at the entrance. He glanced at the main gate, knowing that forcing his way in would only create complications, so he found a secluded corner and leaped up, landing silently behind the courtyard wall. Under cover of darkness, he moved through corridors and stealthily explored until he finally detected Yun Bingwan's presence in the deepest part of a side courtyard. Just as he was about to quietly enter, fragmented conversation suddenly drifted from within the room. Miss, the family head sent this old servant to tell you that it's the young master's birthday in a month. The family head hopes you'll return for the occasion and meet that distinguished gentleman. Go back and tell Long Jinshan that I will never let him have his way. Yun Bingwan's voice was ice cold, each word wrapped in frost. Across from her, a white-haired old woman sat upright on the couch, squinting with a smile. Miss, you know the family head's methods well. Stop resisting, lest innocent people get involved. The old woman's tone was gentle, but contempt flickered in her eyes. Yun Bingwan's gaze darkened. Are you threatening me? Hee, this old servant is merely stating facts. The curve of the old woman's lips carried mockery. This time, the family head has chosen quite the distinguished son-in-law for you. Distinguished son-in-law. Yun Bingwan sneered. A decrepit old man, and I'd have to be his concubine at that. How eloquent of you. Given his status, even being a concubine would be Mrs. Honor. The old woman maintained her beaming smile. Yun Bingwan trembled with rage, coldly snapping, Get out. The old woman slowly rose, hands clasped behind her back. Miss, this old servant takes her leave. I hope you won't pull those little tricks from last time, lest everyone becomes unpleasant. With that, Her figure flashed and disappeared through the window into the night. Fury consumed the room. Unable to contain herself any longer, Yun Bingwan overturned tables, chairs, and tea sets, the sound of shattering porcelain echoing continuously. Miss Yun, please calm down. If you truly hurt yourself, I would be heartbroken. A gentle laugh came from outside the window. Who's there? She spun around abruptly. In the moonlight, a figure leaped gracefully inside Ye Chu. Miss Yun, it's been a while. Ye Chu smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Yun Bingwan had just bathed, her purple hair still dripping with water droplets, cascading over her shoulders. Her purple camisole nightgown clung to her curves, her fair shoulders and deep cleavage swaying mesmerizingly in the lamplight, a stark contrast to her usual dignified and noble image, now carrying a lazy, seductive charm. She warned coldly, "Look again, and I'll gouge out your dog eyes. Leave immediately. I don't want to see you." Instead of anger, Ye Chu stepped closer, his expression serious. "I said I would take responsibility for you." Responsibility? Yun Bingwan laughed coldly. "What can you take responsibility with? You're nothing but a son-in-law living off your wife's family, while I'm the eldest daughter of the Yun family. How can your family background and status compare to mine? How exactly will you take responsibility?" Ye Chu remained calm. "Some things can't be judged by appearances alone. As long as you ask, I'll do everything within my power without hesitation." In decades, no one had ever made such a promise to her. Yun Bingwan's heart skipped a beat, yet she still lifted her chin proudly. "I don't need it. Get out and don't appear again." Ye Chu's brow furrowed slightly. This reaction was beyond his expectations. Thinking of that night's circumstances, he could only say quietly, "That night wasn't my intention. I apologize." With that, he took out a palm-sized purple crystal, a purple star, and gently placed it on the table. "A small token of my sincerity. I hope you'll forgive me." Turning to leave, he paused and added, "If anything happens, tell me. Don't bear it alone." Before his words faded, his figure had already melted into the night. The room returned to silence. Yun Bingwan stared blankly toward the window, and only after a long while did she raise her hand to wipe away a few crystal tears from the corner of her eyes. She walked to the table and opened the box. Purple light blazed forth. Could this be a purple star? Her eyes focused sharply, surprise flashing in her gaze. Strange, didn't Zhuge Ye say that the Zhuge family had acquired the purple star at auction to give to Long Jiuyang as a birthday gift? How did it end up in that guy's hands? With this thought, Yun Bingwan immediately pulled out her phone and initiated a video call to Zhuge Jia. The video connected quickly. On the other end, Zhuge Jia was bustling around a long table cluttered with medicinal herbs and glass bottles, steam from the brewing medicines mixing with mist, leaving her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. "Bingwan, make it quick. I'm swamped here and can't step away." Yun Bingwan pointed the camera directly at the purple star in her palm. "Look at this. Is this the purple star you mentioned?" Zhuge Jia leaned closer to the screen, her eyes widening as she stared for several seconds. So shocked, she nearly dropped the medicine spoon in her hand. "How did that thing end up in your hands? Wasn't it with that little?" She caught herself mid-sentence, suddenly realizing. "That guy gave you the purple star?" Yun Bingwan's eyelashes trembled slightly as she confirmed in a low voice. "So it really is the purple star." Well, Bingwan, spill it. When did you and that guy get together?" Zhuge Jia blinked with a mischievous expression. "What do you mean get together? That sounds awful." Yun Bingwan's pretty face flushed red, pouting like a ruffled kitten. "Oh, look who's getting shy now." Zhuge Jia laughed even more delightedly. "For that guy to give away something so expensive, he must really care about you." Yun Bingwan didn't engage with the teasing and asked seriously, "Wasn't the purple star supposed to be your gift? How did it end up in his hands?" Zhuge Jia wiped her herb-stained hands on her apron and replied frankly, "He offered me something I couldn't refuse." "What could possibly tempt you?" Yun Bingwan couldn't hide her curiosity. Facing her best friend, she didn't bother to hide anything and briefly explained the medicinal wine trade. "Bingwan, I was wondering why he'd trade something so valuable for a piece of jade. Turns out he wanted to win a beauty's smile. It looks like that guy has really fallen for you." Her tone carried a hint of teasing. Normally, Yin Bingwan would have caught it, but right now her mind was filled only with the scene of Ye Chu placing the purple star in her palm. That moment replayed over and over, making her heart flutter. If Ye Chu knew about this moment, he'd definitely think Zhuge Ziyash was setting the mood perfectly. Seeing Yun Bingwan's expression soften, Zhuge Jia suddenly felt alarmed and quickly added, "Bingwan, there's one thing you need to remember: that guy is great in every way except he's too much of a playboy. He might not be good marriage material, so think carefully." "I know." Yun Bingwan nodded gently, then ended the video call. The warmth still lingered in her palm, and her heart wavered slightly. But thinking of her own situation, her gaze quickly became resolute again. No, she couldn't drag him into this. At this moment, Ye Chu was completely unaware of her inner turmoil. He was in hot pursuit of the old woman who had left earlier. When the old woman had stepped out of the restaurant, he had secretly marked her with his spiritual energy. He left in such haste for two reasons. First, he worried that Bingwan was still angry and would be difficult to communicate with for now. Second, he wanted to catch up with the old woman and discover the true relationship between Yun Bingwan and the Long family. The night wind howled as Ye Chu moved like lightning, his figure swift as electricity, quickly closing in on his target. The old woman sensed she was being followed and turned into a secluded narrow alley, stopping to demand coldly, "What scoundrel dares to follow me?" Ye Chu emerged from the shadows, approaching step by step, his voice calm but brooking no argument. "Tell me, what's the relationship between Yun Bingwan and the Long family?" "So it's about that little bitch." The old woman sneered, then her expression turned sinister. "Boy, I advise you to mind your own business, or you won't even know how you died." Whoosh. Before she finished speaking, Ye Chu's figure vanished and reappeared right in front of her. The old woman's face changed drastically, and before she could react, a slap thundered down. Smack! She flew like a broken sack, crashing into the alley wall with a bang, sending debris flying and leaving cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. After hitting the ground, she felt sweetness in her throat and spat out blood, struggling to lift her head with venomous eyes. "You little bastard, how dare you?" "Shut up," Ye Chu growled, pressing his foot against her face and looking down like ice. "Talk honestly or die." The old woman's face made intimate contact with the ground as endless agony washed over her. More than the pain, it was the humiliation that cut deep. As a servant of the Long family, when had she ever endured such disgrace? "Sir, I am a member of the Long family. Aren't you afraid of their retaliation for laying hands on me?" She forced down her rage as she spoke, her voice dripping with threats. Ye Chu pressed down harder with his foot. With a sickening crack, the old woman's face became disfigured, and the excruciating pain made her gasp sharply. "I'll give you one last chance, or you can go die." His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Anyone who dared act arrogantly in front of his woman was simply seeking death. Sensing the killing intent, the old woman's heart trembled. She forcibly suppressed her anger. "The young lady is the Long family's illegitimate daughter. Isn't she a daughter of the Yun family?" Ye Chu frowned. "What's really going on? Explain it clearly." The old woman didn't dare hide anything and revealed the whole story. Years ago, Long Zhinshan had gotten drunk and raped a nanny. Fearing his wife would find out, he drove the nanny away. He never expected that the nanny would become pregnant. A few years later, the nanny returned with Yun Bingwan, hoping the Long family would acknowledge their daughter. But she underestimated the Long family's ruthlessness. As Jiangdu's premier family, how could the Long family possibly acknowledge an illegitimate daughter born to a nanny? They had the nanny secretly killed and originally planned to eliminate young Yun Bingwan as well. However, they accidentally discovered her special constitution and thought she might prove useful someday. So Yun Bingwan narrowly escaped with her life. Even so, the Long family still refused to acknowledge Yun Bingwan and secretly arranged for the Yun family to raise her. The Yun family's rapid rise from a minor clan to one of Jiangdu's four great families appeared to be thanks to Yun Bingwan's contributions, but in reality, it was inseparable from the Long family's covert support. Recently, to help their young master Long Zhuyang gain entry to the true martial sect, the Long family arranged for Yun Bingwan to be given to an old man from the sect as a concubine. Though called a concubine, she was actually meant to be a cultivation cauldron. The nine malevolent body was extremely beneficial to those practicing certain special techniques. Ye Chu's expression darkened. He never imagined Yun Bingwan had such a tragic background. The Long family's viciousness also shattered his worldview. He had thought the Ye family was shameless enough, but compared to the Long family, they fell far short. What a heartless and ungrateful Long family. They've certainly opened my eyes. Ye Chu's voice was bone-chilling, and an invisible killing intent swept forth. The old woman's body trembled violently. The young man before her seemed like a primordial beast, making it impossible for her to breathe. "Young sir, I've told you everything. Please let me leave." She spoke cautiously. Ye Chu's cold gaze fell upon her, frightening the old woman until her face turned pale. She felt the terrifying sensation of being marked by death itself. "I can let you leave, but you must become my dog and monitor the Long family's every move for me." The old woman nodded frantically. I'm willing, I'm willing." Though her face showed terror, she sneered inwardly. "Heh, this boy may be strong, but he's still too naive. Once this old woman returns to the Long family, she'll immediately report to the family head and eliminate this arrogant fool." Ye Chu didn't care what she was thinking. He took out silver needles and quickly inserted several into the old woman's body. Ah! The old woman immediately let out a piercing scream, her face contorting as her body rolled continuously on the ground, as if experiencing the torments of hell. After a full quarter hour, she finally stopped screaming and gasped heavily. After quite some time, she looked up in terror. What did you do to me?" Ye Chu's voice was cold and indifferent. "From now on, you'll experience this pain every half month. By the end of each month, I must perform acupuncture on you, or you'll be dead within 3 months without a doubt. If you want to live, behave yourself." A cold wind swept by as the old woman's face turned deathly pale. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud, pressing her forehead heavily against the floor. Master, rest assured, this old servant will obey. Ye Chu merely gave a faint acknowledgement. Go back now. Not a single word about tonight's events must leak out. Also, keep close watch on the Long family's movements and notify me immediately of any developments. This old servant obeys. The old woman bowed deeply and staggered away. Watching her disappear into the distance, Ye Chu's gaze turned ice cold. The Long family dared to humiliate his woman, they would pay. At the young master's birthday banquet in a month, he would personally deliver a special gift. Under the cover of night, the old woman returned to the Long family estate and met with the family head, Long Xinshan, a stern-faced, middle-aged man. Seeing her torn clothes and disheveled state, Long Xinshan frowned. What happened? The old woman recited her prepared story. On my way back to the estate, I encountered a mysterious expert. After exchanging several moves, I was defeated and injured. Long Xinshan narrowed his eyes in thought, then waved dismissively. Be more careful in the future. Jiangdu is likely to become chaotic soon. The old woman nodded repeatedly. What was that wild girl's reaction? After a moment's hesitation, the old woman answered truthfully. The young lady seemed somewhat unwilling. Long Xinshan showed no concern and snorted coldly. She has no choice in the matter. After raising her all these years, it's time she served the family. The old woman lowered her head in silence. Keep a close eye on her. If she tries any tricks, report to me immediately. Yes. At the Jiang residence. When Ye Chu returned home, Han Mingwan turned off the television, her face full of worry. Xiao Chu, why are you so late coming home? Mom, I was delayed by some matters. Ye Chu smiled in response. Nearby, Jiang Haiyun snorted coldly. What legitimate business could a useless waste like you have? You must have been up to no good again. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered to respond. Just then, Jiang Junyao came downstairs. Jiang Haiyun immediately approached her. Junyao, have you thought about what Dad just discussed with you? Jiang Junyao frowned slightly. Dad, I've been very busy lately, and probably can't spare the time. Jiang Haiyun's expression darkened. Young Master Qian helped us tremendously, should at least invite him for dinner to show our gratitude. Jiang Junyao said nothing more, went to the kitchen to get a bottle of milk, and headed upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Haiyun glared angrily. That stubborn girl is still so headstrong. Han Mingwan replied irritably. Junyao already said that matter had nothing to do with young Master Qian, you just refused to believe it. How could it not be related? Jiang Haiyun slammed the table. I already asked young Master Qian, and he said his father personally approached the Huangfu family's young lady about this matter. Ye Chu sneered inwardly. How dare he spout such nonsense? Qian Xin really knew how to take credit for himself. He reminded, Dad, be careful not to be deceived. That Qian fellow is no good. Jiang Haiyun's eyes blazed with anger. Nonsense. Young Master Qian is a highly educated talent who studied abroad far superior to you. You worthless waste are just jealous. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered to argue and said to Han Mingwan, Mom, get some rest early. With that, he went upstairs. That useless waste is becoming more and more outrageous. Jiang Haiyun wanted to continue his tirade, but was silenced by Han Mengjuan's cold stare. Shut up, you talk too much. After showering, Ye Chu went straight to bed, without seeking out Jiang Junyash. Probably wouldn't want to talk to him anyway. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Bai Xiao called. The medicinal materials have been gathered. After finishing breakfast, Ye Chu immediately headed to the White Wolf Society, having them arrange a quiet room where he could begin pill refinement. He summoned the Dragon Soul Void Cauldron, spiritual fire dancing at his fingertips as he added the medicinal materials one by one. The temperature inside the cauldron rose sharply, and soon rich medicinal fragrance began to emanate. Moments later, a batch of pills was completed, their aroma filling the room. Ye Chu extracted one. Its color was rich and full, with mysterious patterns appearing on the pill's surface. Pill markings. He was surprised. Only pills of exceptional quality would display such markings, something he had never achieved before. Clearly, this was thanks to the Dragon Soul Void Cauldron. Master truly didn't deceive me. A good cauldron aids in pill formation. After this reflection, Ye Chu continued his pill refinement. After spending most of the day, Ye Chu finally completed the pill refinement. Pushing open the door, he saw Bai Xiao and the others had been waiting outside the entire time. He casually tossed out a jade bottle. There are 10 lesser true essence pills in here. Take them and distribute to your subordinates to enhance their strength. Bai Xiao hurriedly caught it and bowed respectfully. Thank you, my lord. Scarface Chun, Baldy Li, Rose, and the dark-skinned man also clasped their fists in gratitude. Then, Ye Chu took out 2 pills with even more lustrous appearance and handed them to Bai Xiao. These are meridian opening pills that can help meridian opening masters break through. Bai Xiao's eyes lit up as she immediately stored them safely, passing one to Scarface Chun. Break through right here. I'll protect you during the process, Ye Chu said calmly, yet with unquestionable determination. Everyone nodded and immediately sat cross-legged. swallowing the pills and circulating their cultivation techniques. In the quiet chamber, spiritual energy surged violently. Within moments, several powerful auras erupted one after another. Bai Xiaoxiao successfully opened another meridian, advancing to 4th grade master. Scarface Chen also broke through a meridian, entering the 2nd grade master ranks. Though Baldy Li didn't reach meridian opening, he broke through to half-step master. Rose and the dark-skinned man both stepped into the 9th stage of body tempering. In just a short while, the White Wolf Society's overall strength skyrocketed, forcefully surpassing their old rival, the Black Tiger Society. Everyone stood up and bowed to Ye Chu again. "Thank you, my lord." Ye Chu stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. "Serve me faithfully, and you'll be well rewarded." Everyone nodded repeatedly, their fighting spirit soaring. Before leaving, he only dropped one sentence. "The Black Tiger Society is yours to handle." Bai Xiaoxiao and the others watched him depart. Exchanging glances filled with barely contained excitement after years of suppressed rage, they finally had a chance to settle the score. At the Black Tiger Society's main hall, all high-ranking members had gathered, smoke swirling around the conference table. They were discussing how to deal with Ye Chu and the White Wolf Society. Vice President Xiao Dao looked toward a middle-aged man. "Qianren, have you discovered that young man's background?" Tang Qianren nodded. "That kid is called Ye Chu, and he's a Livian son-in-law of the Jiang family." The meeting room fell silent instantly. Old man White Crane frowned. How could a mere Livian son-in-law possess such abilities? Everyone shared the same confusion. Tang Qianren added, "I had people from household registration check this. The information is accurate." With confirmation, Chen Zibao's expression grew even more unsightly. For a high-ranking member of the Black Tiger Society to fall to a Livian son-in-law was truly humiliating. Someone voiced concern. "Brother Dao, what do we do next? The Jiang family has been getting close to the Huangfu family lately. We might not want to provoke them." Xiao Dao smiled faintly. "No matter. Our leader has already succeeded on his end. Even the Huangfu family can't do anything to the Black Tiger Society. Once our leader returns, we'll personally visit the Jiang family to demand the person." Everyone's spirits lifted. Just then, a subordinate hurried in to report. "Brother Bao, the Jiang family's 2nd young master, Jiang Juanhu, is here to visit. He says he needs your help with something." Chen Zibao narrowed his eyes slightly, looking up at Xiao Dao, who nodded lightly, indicating to let him through. Soon after, the subordinate brought Jiang Juanhu into the hall. Seeing Chen Zibao's unhealed injuries, Jiang Juanhu asked in surprise, "Brother Bao, what happened to you?" Chen Zibao's heart sank as he harbored suspicions, though his voice remained cold. "What do you want?" Jiang Juanhu, oblivious to the strange atmosphere, directly stated his purpose. "Brother Bao, I want you to help me deal with someone." Chen Zibao's gaze darkened slightly. "Who?" "My 2nd uncle's worthless son-in-law." Jiang Juanhu's voice carried a cold edge. Though Chen Zibao was surprised internally, he showed nothing on the surface. "How do you plan to deal with him?" Jiang Juanhu smiled sinisterly. "I want him utterly disgraced and kicked out of the Jiang family." In the dimly lit private room, shadows danced as smoke curled through the air. Chen Zibao leaned back against the sofa, growing more puzzled by these words, yet understanding that his companion likely had no idea of Ye Chu's true capabilities, otherwise he would never dare speak so boldly about targeting a young grandmaster. "Oh, and how exactly do you plan to disgrace him?" He toyed with his lighter, his tone mockingly amused. "Simple." Jiang Juanhu narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. "First, we drug him. Then we get a few guys to gang up on him, take photos, and upload them online. Let's see if he'll have any face left to show in public." As he finished speaking, his expression was filled with sinister satisfaction. Originally, he had considered killing Ye Chu, but upon reflection, that would be too easy on him. As long as he could force Ye Chu to divorce Jiang Junyao, his goal would be achieved. If he could also completely ruin Ye Chu's reputation, it would make Jiang Junyao suffer even more. Chen Zibao's mouth twitched. Even as someone who lived on the streets, he found this plan excessively vicious. He pressed his temples. "That guy is still your brother-in-law. Do you really need to be this ruthless?" "Brother-in-law, my ass." Jiang Juanhu scoffed. "A worthless piece of trash doesn't deserve that title. Let me tell you the truth. Brother Bao, that woman Jiang Junyao stole the CEO position from my brother. We can't go after her directly, so we have to target that waste instead." With that, he stood up and bowed to Chen Zibao, his expression both serious and fawning. "Brother Bao, if you help me with this, the Jiang family will forever be in your debt." Chen Zibao rolled his eyes internally. An ordinary person daring to scheme against a young grandmaster? He initially wanted to refuse outright, but after a moment's consideration while the president was away, setting a trap for Ye Chu could serve as a test. What if it actually worked? "I can help you," he gestured, "but I'll only provide the location, supplies, and manpower. Everything else is on you." "Thank you, Brother Bao. That's more than enough." Jiang Juanhu breathed a sigh of relief. He was confident that finding a few random people would be sufficient to subdue Ye Chu. His reason for involving the Black Tiger Society was to have a scapegoat afterward. If Jiang Junyao ever traced it back to him, he could pin the blame on the Black Tiger Society. Brother Bao, I appreciate this. Once it's done, I'll host a banquet to thank you properly. He bowed again. I'll go back now to trick that kid into coming here tonight. You'd better start preparing on your end. All right. Chen Zibao nodded. After Jiang Juanhu left, he turned to Zhua Xiudao beside him. Brother Dao, what do you think? A young grandmaster isn't someone you can just deal with that well. Zhua Xiudao sneered, tapping his knuckles on the table. But we can give it a try. Let's replace his aphrodisiac with poison and have our men lie in ambush beforehand. See if we can take that kid out directly. Good. I'll handle it right away. A murderous glint flashed in Chen Zibao's eyes. Suddenly, the door to the private room burst open as a subordinate stumbled in, breathing heavily. Bosses, we just received word the White Wolf Society has mobilized in full force and is heading our way. The air instantly grew tense. Tang Qianren shot to his feet, saying coldly, that bitch by Xiao Xiao sure knows how to pick her timing. Looks like she's caught wind that something's happened on our end. Zhua Xiudao showed a mocking expression. Even if Brother Bao and the others are injured, the Black Tiger Society isn't something those White Wolf Society trash can challenge. He grabbed his battle blade from the table, its edge gleaming coldly under the lights. Come on, follow me out to meet the enemy. After leaving the White Wolf Society, Ye Chu grabbed a meal outside and planned to head back to the Zhang family. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw an unfamiliar number. When he answered, Yi Tianqing's voice came through. Ye Chu, what did Miss Jiang say? When can we meet? Ye Chu casually lied. Jun Yao has been busy lately. It might take a while. He'll try to push her later. Make it quick. I heard the Huangfu family has already started collaborating with the Jiangs. Yi Tianqing urged and promised. Don't worry. You'll get your share once this is done. Of course. They'll get it done as soon as possible. Ye Chu replied smoothly, then hung up and immediately blocked the number. On the other end, after ending the call, Yi Tianqing frowned deeply. Xie Yushan asked curiously, what did that kid say? He agreed a little too easily, Yi Tianqing said coldly. But I have a feeling he's just saying what I want to hear. Xie Yushan frowned. What should we do then? Watch him for a few more days. If nothing happens, he'll ask Mr. Su's senior brother for help and teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he might really think marrying into the Zhang family gives him a free pass to do whatever he wants, Yi Tianqing said grimly. Xie Yushan nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's about time that brat learned his place. Not long after Ye Chu hung up, another call came in. It was another unfamiliar number. With a slight frown, he hesitated before answering. Brother-in-law, it's me, Junhu. Ye Chu was surprised that he would call. What's up, brother-in-law? I'm sorry about the other day. I've admired Jun Yao since I was a kid, so seeing her married made me upset. That's why I acted so foolishly. Afterward, Grandpa scolded me and said we're family and should get along. So, I want to invite you to dinner and apologize in person, Jiang Juanhu said sincerely, sounding genuinely remorseful. Ye Chu didn't believe a word of it. If something seems off, there's usually a reason. But he was curious to see what Junhu was really after, so he agreed. All right, where should we meet? Junhu was momentarily stunned that Ye Chu agreed so easily. He had prepared a long speech, but it turned out to be unnecessary. He sneered inwardly, calling Ye Chu a fool, but outwardly kept up his friendly tone. Let's meet at Night Dynasty in the Eastern District. They'll have someone pick you up. No need, I can get there myself. All right, it opens at 5. Just give me a call when you arrive, Junhu replied. After hanging up, Junhu's lips curled into a cold smirk. Pathetic fool, after tonight, you'll be famous all over Jiangdu City. I can't wait to see how Jiang Junyao reacts when she finds out what happened to her husband. And Han Mingwan. She seems to like that loser son-in-law too. Her reaction should be priceless. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Ye Chu hung up, his brows furrowing. Night Dynasty sounded familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered it was the headquarters of the Black Tiger Society, something by Xiao Xiao and the others had mentioned not long ago. This was a good chance to check things out. With that, Ye Chu hailed a cab and headed for Night Dynasty. He arrived soon after. Night Dynasty was the top nightclub in Jiangdu, sprawling over a huge area and rising 9 stories high. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw a group of people standing guard outside. After glancing around, Ye Chu noticed they were White Wolf Gang members and figured by Xiao Xiao and her crew had already taken down the Black Tiger Gang. He casually pulled out his phone, about to inquire about the situation, when the screen lit up. The other party had called first. Sir, we've successfully taken down the Black Tiger Gang. Well done. Ye Chu offered mild praise. I'm downstairs at the entrance. Have someone come get me so I can take a look. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll come down to escort you right away. Shortly after hanging up, the nightclub's main door opened, and Bai Xiao Xiao hurried out to greet him. Under the lights, she had shed her usual arrogance, her tone respectful. Sir, please come in. Ye Chu nodded slightly and stepped inside. The lackeys at the entrance stood frozen. This was their first time seeing someone who commanded such reverence from their boss. The elevator rose straight to the top floor. As the doors opened, An intense smell of blood hit them, like someone had just splashed a bucket of rusty water down the hallway. After a few steps, they entered an office that had been completely trashed. The sofa was torn apart, the coffee table shattered into pieces, and the walls were covered with dents from fists and feet. In the center of the room, over a dozen Black Tiger Gang executives were bound together with coarse rope, all bloodied and battered. Standing nearby were White Wolf Gang core members like Baldy Lee and others, also injured but still imposing. Sir. Upon seeing Ye Chu appear, the White Wolf Gang members greeted him in unison. The Black Tiger Gang members' pupils instantly contracted, especially Chun Zibao, who looked like he'd been punched in the chest. It's actually you. Chun Zibao knew how terrifying Ye Chu was, having witnessed his power firsthand, and had heard that Ye Chu could dramatically boost others' abilities in a very short Tamiya skill more frightening than any weapon. Cough, cough. Leopard, who is this guy? Zhua Xiaodao, beaten until blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, still managed to ask. Chun Zibao smiled bitterly. Brother Dao, he's that young grandmaster. I never expected he'd be the White Wolf Gang's backer. Zhua Xiaodao's heart sank. Steadying his emotions, he looked at Ye Chu and pleaded in a low voice. Senior, we were blind and offended you before. Please show mercy and spare us. When our leader returns, we'll definitely apologize in person. Ye Chu walked up to them, his tone calm, yet undeniable. I can let you go, but from now on, you'll be the White Wolf Gang's dogs. The group of Black Tiger Gang executives' faces alternated between pale and flushed as they struggled internally. Zhua Xiaodao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, put on an expression of painful deliberation, and suddenly gritted his teeth. We're entirely at your disposal, sir. With the deputy leader taking this stance, how could the others dare object? Better to live miserably than die well. This was an iron rule of the underworld, and they all voiced their agreement. However, Bai Xiaoxiao stepped forward to remind him. Sir, these guys aren't good people. Keeping them around might cause trouble. No matter, I know what I'm doing. Ye Chu pulled out a roll of silver needles from his jacket. With a flick of his fingertip, over a dozen cold flashes had already penetrated into everyone's bodies. Sharp pain exploded instantly. The Black Tiger Gang members writhed as if being fried in oil, their screams rising and falling as they curled up on the ground, sweat and blood mixing together. For a full half hour, they lay collapsed on the floor like deflated balloons, their clothes soaked through. The White Wolf Gang members watched with tingling scalps, unable to imagine what pressure points those dozen needles had sealed. Ye Chu put away the needles and smiled faintly. I know what you're thinking. Let me be clear, if you dare betray me, I'll make you die in agony. The Black Tiger Gang members shook their heads frantically, trembling as they promised they wouldn't dare. Don't be afraid. As long as you obey, I won't mistreat you. Everyone nodded eagerly, swearing their loyalty. At this moment, Chun Zibao suddenly spoke up. Sir, I have something to report. He revealed Jiang Juanhu's plan to harm Ye Chu in complete detail. Ye Chu's expression darkened. Though he had long known Jiang Juanhu harbored ill intentions, he hadn't expected the man to be so vicious. Just then, his phone rang abruptly, and the name, Jiang Juanhu, appeared clearly on the screen. A cold smile curved Ye Chu's lips. Since the other party was being underhanded and despicable, he couldn't blame him for being ruthless in return. Brother-in-law, I'm almost there. Have you arrived yet? Jiang Juanhu's enthusiastic voice came through the phone. I'm already here, waiting for you at the entrance. Ye Chu responded briefly, hung up the phone, and pulled out a dark red healing pill, pressing it into Chun Zibao's hand. You know what to do later, right? Chun Zibao nodded frantically, not daring to ask what the pill was, and swallowed it immediately. Within moments, the bleeding on his body stopped rapidly, wounds scabbed over and closed, his face filled with amazement. Don't disappoint me. Ye Chu dropped this line, opened the door, and walked toward the main entrance of Night Dynasty. Under the night sky, neon lights reflected on the glass at the club entrance as Ye Chu waited quietly. About 3 minutes later, a fiery red Porsche roared up and stopped at the entrance. The scissor doors lifted, and Jiang Juanhu, dressed in an elegant suit and polished leather shoes, stepped out briskly. Spotting Ye Chu from afar, he hurried over. Brother-in-law, sorry to keep you waiting. I just got here myself. Ye Chu gestured casually. Come on, come on. Tonight we're drinking until we drop. Jiang Juanhu beamed with enthusiasm and pushed through the door first. The lobby was brilliantly lit with pulsing music. A server immediately approached. What would you gentlemen like to drink? Get us a booth and bring some good liquor. Jiang Juanhu waved grandly. Certainly, sir. This way, please. The two settled into a booth with semicircular leather sofas. Within 2 minutes, red wine and spirits covered the table. Brother-in-law, wait for me a moment. I need to use the restroom. Jiang Juanhu excused himself. Hurry back. Ye Chu waved casually, opened a bottle of red wine, and poured himself a drink. By the wash basin nearby, Jiang Juanhu peered through the glass at Ye Chu drinking alone without a care in the world, sneering inwardly. Huh. What a complete waste. He pulled out his phone and called Chun Zibao. Brother Bao, is everything arranged? Don't worry, it's all set up. Thanks, Brother Bao. Jiang Juanhu said politely, waited another 10 seconds, then returned to the booth. Brother-in-law, come on, let's drink. Jiang Juanhu put on a cheerful face and opened another bottle to fill Ye Chu's glass. I'm really sorry about the other day. I have a hot temper and always do stupid things. Please don't take it to heart. Ye Chu smiled nonchalantly. No worries, we're family. It's all good now that we've talked it out. Seeing Ye Chu's complete lack of suspicion, a flash of disdain crossed Jiang Juanhu's eyes. What a fool, truly brainless. As the two were drinking heartily, a young, beautiful female server in stiletto heels gracefully approached with a tray. Young Master Jiang, this is complimentary wine from our boss. She handed bottles from the tray to both Ye Chu and Jiang Juanhu, deliberately winking at the latter as she served him. Please thank Brother Bao for me. I'll treat him to dinner soon. Jiang Juanhu understood the signal and smiled as he accepted the bottle. The female server smiled sweetly and swayed away with her slender waist. Jiang Juanhu held up the bottle to Ye Chu. Brother-in-law, the boss here, Brother Bao, is a friend of mine from the underworld. He's quite powerful. I'll introduce you sometime. From the underworld? That's impressive. I've always admired underworld bosses since I was young. Juanhu, you must help me meet him. Ye Chu feigned excitement and promptly opened the bottle to fill his own glass. Of course, of course. Jiang Juanhu nodded repeatedly. The two clinked glasses, wine swirling. Seeing Ye Chu drink without hesitation, Jiang Juanhu was overjoyed inside. Brother-in-law, this wine is excellent. Let's have another round. Jiang Juanhu threw his head back and laughed heartily, lifting his hand to refill his own glass as the liquid caught the light with tiny sparkles. Ye Chu showed no weakness, filling his glass to the brim as well and raising it high. The two men drank cup after cup, quickly emptying the bottle. Yet Ye Chu remained composed while Jiang Juanhu began to sense something was wrong. Had expected Brother Bao to have tampered with the wine, but Ye Chu's expression hadn't changed at all. Strange, why isn't this kid reacting? Did Brother Bao mess up? Jiang Juanhu wondered to himself. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a burning heat surged up from his lower abdomen. His scalp instantly went numb, and his vision began to spin. What's happening? My head's so dizzy. He instinctively shook his head, but the dizziness only intensified, forcing him to grip the table to barely remain seated. Juanhu, your alcohol tolerance is terrible. Getting drunk after just this little bit? A mocking voice rang in his ears. Jiang Juanhu looked up. Ye Chu was smiling at him, that smile inexplicably chilling to the bone. He tried to argue, but his tongue felt wrapped in cotton. Before he could speak, he collapsed heavily. The private room door was pushed open, and Chen Zibao entered with several burly men whose expressions were lecherous. Sir, I've brought the men, Chen Zibao said in a low voice. Ye Chu nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Take good care of this boy. The men responded in unison. One of them stared at the unconscious Jiang Juanhu, noticing his fair skin, and couldn't help licking his lips. Don't worry, sir. I love these pampered young masters the most. I guarantee he'll experience heaven and hell. Ye Chu shuddered and gestured to Chen Zibao. I'm leaving first. I'll leave the rest to you. Remember to clean up all traces. Don't leave any evidence. Understood. Chen Zibao nodded vigorously. As soon as Ye Chu left, Chen Zibao called to the burly men. Take him to the hotel next door and serve him well. Don't forget to take photos. The men eagerly agreed, dragging and carrying Jiang Juanhu away. That night, Jiang Juanhu fell into a nightmare. In his dreams, he was cared for by several men in turns, his screams drowned out by heavy panting. To describe it poetically, only this remained: chrysanthemums withered, wounds everywhere, fallen petals breaking hearts. The next morning, the hotel room was dim and chaotic, the air thick with the smell of sweat and wax. Jiang Juanhu opened his eyes, his entire body aching as if it had been torn apart, especially his rear, which burned with tearing pain that shot through him with the slightest movement. He struggled to sit up and looked around. Whips, candles, and recording equipment were scattered on the floor, while the bedsheets bore glaring stains. Last night wasn't a dream? Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Just recalling those scenes made his whole body tremble, his stomach churning violently. His phone suddenly rang, the word "Dad" on the screen particularly jarring. You bastard. You worthless bastard. As soon as he answered, Jiang Haifeng's roar assaulted him. How could you do such disgusting, perverted things? You've completely disgraced the Jiang family. Struck as if by lightning, Jiang Juanhu nearly fainted, hoarsely retorting, Dad, it was Ye Chu. That bastard did all this. His resentment was almost tangible. What exactly happened? Explain clearly. While father and son were still shouting over the phone, the outside world had already exploded. Jiang family's eldest branch second son, Jiang Juanhu, spent a night of debauchery with several men, nearly dying from exhaustion. By morning, this news had spread across the internet. Ordinary netizens sighed. Rich people really know how to have fun. The major families of Jiangdu treated it as gossip, with several families at odds with the Jiangs even calling to offer condolences. At the Jiang family estate, Jiang Fengyan was so furious his face turned ashen. That worthless scoundrel. Doing such immoral things completely disgraced our family. Call immediately and tell Jiang Haifeng to get over here. The butler repeatedly agreed and hurriedly made the call. Soon after, the eldest branch family rushed over. Where's Jiang Juanhu? Tell him to get back here. Jiang Fengyan slammed the table, nearly making the teacup jump. Jiang Haifeng carefully said, Dad, I've already called him. Juanhu will be back shortly. Good. I'll break his legs when he gets here. Jiang Fengyan was furious, pointing at Jiang Haifeng's nose. This is the good son you've raised? Really bringing honor to the Jiang family. Jiang Haifeng kept his head down, not daring to argue. His fists clenched so tightly they creaked. In his heart, he cursed Jiang Juanhu 1,000 times. Yet he could sense something strange about the situation. The phone call had clearly involved Ye Chu, but he couldn't bring himself to speak of such matters. Just then, Jiang Haiyun and his wife entered with Ye Chu. As the door opened, Han Mengjuan's voice came first. Sister-in-law, did you see the news outside? Juanhu actually. She deliberately paused, her face showing a coordinated expression of disgust. Oh my, I can't say it. Our Jiang family is a prestigious clan I really never expected. Chen Meijing glared at her fiercely, her eyes almost murderous. Jiang Junlan and the others also looked grim, especially when they saw Ye Chu. Their expressions grew even darker. Chen Meijing could no longer contain herself and roared. You waste. Did you do this? Chen Meijing charged at Ye Chu in fury as she spoke. Her eyes blazed red, her steps sharp and menacing, as if she would tear him apart the next second. Ye Chu merely lifted his gaze leisurely, completely at ease. In the critical moment, Han Mingwan stepped forward to block her, her voice cold and stern. Sister-in-law, what kind of talk is that? Your son's own misconduct, what does that have to do with my son-in-law? That single sentence left Chen Meijing speechless. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. Ye Chu put on an innocent expression, shrugging with a smile. Aunt, exactly. Brother Juanhu has unique tastes, but what does that have to do with me? You? Chen Meijing trembled with rage, her fists clenched tight. From the crowd, Jiang Juanlong's eyes darted around before he suddenly spoke up. Second aunt, don't speak too soon. This matter might actually be related to Ye Chu. Han Mingjuan's face darkened as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Junlong. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Don't think my son-in-law is easy to bully. Jiang Fengyan also frowned at his eldest grandson. Junlong, what's really going on? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Junlong decided to lay it all out, recounting the scene from the family banquet where Jiang Juanhu had deliberately targeted Ye Chu, embellishing the details as he went. After hearing this, Han Mingwan slammed the table in anger. So that's it. That boy Jiang Juanhu was bullying Xiao Chu. Dad, you must stand up for us in this matter. Jiang Fengyan's frown deepened, his gaze carrying reproach. Such family scandals shouldn't be brought up again. Nearby, Jiang Haifeng and others looked confused, not understanding why Jiang Junlong was suddenly dredging up old grievances. Jiang Junlong continued his performance. Grandfather, Juanhu was indeed wrong at the time. When I found out, I scolded him severely and made him apologize to Ye Chu. Juanhu truly repented, and yesterday afternoon, he personally invited Ye Chu to apologize face-to-face. He even asked me to accompany him, but unfortunately, I had urgent matters and couldn't go. His eyes reddened slightly at this point. If I had been there, perhaps Juanhu wouldn't have gotten into trouble. He bowed in supplication. Grandfather, though Juanhu is a wastrel, he would never do such things. There must be hidden circumstances here. Please seek justice for him. The implication clearly pointed back to Ye Chu. Chen Meijing burst into tears on the spot. Dad, Juanhu had good intentions but was schemed against like this. Woo woo woo. Jiang Haifeng glared fiercely at Ye Chu. I heard this punk drugged the Yun family's young lady 3 years ago and got caught. His mind's been twisted ever since. I'd say this incident is definitely connected to him. Han Mingwan was about to retort when Jiang Fengyan's sharp gaze stopped her. The old man spoke in a deep voice. Second son, have this boy confess honestly about last night's events, and I might consider lenient treatment. He clearly already believed Ye Chu was at fault. Jiang Haiyun also darkened his expression, scolding. Useless fool, what exactly happened? Ye Chu shrugged. How would I know? I never even saw Jiang Juanhu last night. Jiang Haifeng barked. Nonsense. Still dare to argue? Do you need evidence shoved in your face before you'll admit it? Ye Chu replied unhurriedly. Then bring out the evidence before talking. Making wild accusations without proof, what's the point of that? Han Mingwan immediately chimed in. Exactly. Don't make false accusations without evidence. Dad, don't you agree? Jiang Fengyan remained noncommittal, merely keeping a cold expression as he turned to look at Jiang Junlong. Jiang Junlong appeared confident. Grandfather, please wait a moment. Juanhu should be returning soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Juanhu limped into the living room. His hair was disheveled, his face pale as death, and he trembled with each step. Chen Meijing's heart ached as she wanted to rush forward, but thinking of those photos online made her stomach churn, forcing her to stop. Jiang Juanhu had no attention to spare for his mother. Upon entering, he fixed Ye Chu with a gaze that seemed ready to breathe fire. Ye Chu waved cheerfully. Brother Juanhu, what's with that look? As if I stole your wife or something. Bastard, I'll kill you. Jiang Juanhu roared, his eyes bloodshot as he lunged forward, only to be firmly restrained by Jiang Junlong. Juanhu, don't be impulsive. Jiang Junlong whispered a reminder. Explain things clearly, and grandfather will seek justice for you. He simultaneously shot him a meaningful look. Jiang Juanhu suppressed his rage and turned to kneel before Jiang Fengyin with a thud. Grandfather, I invited Ye Chu with good intentions, preparing to apologize to him, but he secretly harmed me instead. I beg grandfather to seek justice for your grandson. Seeing his disheveled state, Jiang Fengyin sighed. Though he could guess that his grandson had probably schemed first only to be outmaneuvered, faced with a blood grandson versus an unwelcome grandson-in-law, the choice was obvious. As long as you produce evidence, grandfather will definitely seek justice for you. His voice was low and authoritative. Jiang Juanhu nodded repeatedly. Grandfather, I'll get the evidence right now. He pulled out his phone to search for his call records with Ye Chu, but after searching for a long time, found nothing. He froze, his expression awkward. Jiang Junlong sensed something was wrong and inquired quietly. Juanhu, what's the matter? It's nothing, brother. Jiang Juanhu gritted his teeth and held on. I'll call Brother Bao has surveillance footage there, and everything from last night is recorded. Jiang Juanhu called Chun Zibao, wanting to find out what really happened last night. In the living room, his phone was answered as soon as he put it to his ear, and a deep, resonant male voice came through. Who's this? Brother Bao, it's me, Jiang Juanhu. He lowered his voice. Oh, what's up? Jiang Juanhu glanced sideways at Ye Chu and the others, forcibly suppressing his burning questions and speaking briefly. Brother Bao, could you send me the surveillance footage from when I was drinking at Night Dynasty last night? No problem, just wait a moment. With that, the call was promptly hung up. Jiang Juanhu put away his phone, his cold gaze sweeping toward Ye Chu as he growled through gritted teeth. Kid, just wait, and see how you'll make excuses in a moment. The corner of Ye Chu's mouth curved slightly as he thought to himself, as if he could actually find any evidence. Han Mingwan lowered her voice to comfort him. Xiao Chu, don't be afraid, Mom's here. She wasn't doubting Ye Chu, but worried that Jiang Juanhu might play dirty. Ye Chu met her gaze calmly. Mom, it's fine. When you're upright, you don't fear your shadow being crooked. Jiang Haiyun warned Ye Chu in a stern voice. This matter better have nothing to do with you, or no one can save you. A few minutes later, Chen Zibao's call came through again. Jiang Juanhu immediately answered, his tone eager. Brother Bao, thank you so much. There was several seconds of silence on the other end. Then came an apologetic voice. Young Master Jiang, sorry about this, but there was an electrical fault last night, and the surveillance records were lost. Like a bolt from the blue, Jiang Juanhu's throat tightened. Brother Bao really lost? Of course, would I lie to you over such a small matter? Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Chen Zibao sounded impatient. Wait. Jiang Juanhu couldn't care about his image, urgently asking. Brother Bao, what exactly happened last night? I was going to ask you the same thing. You said you came to handle business, but ended up getting drunk and being picked up by someone. It's partly my fault too if I'd known you were so unreliable. I should have had someone watch you. Sorry about that. I'll definitely be more careful next time. The ending tone carried mockery, followed immediately by a dial tone. Jiang Juanhu gripped his phone, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He finally understood Chen Zibao had played him. Last night he'd only had a few drinks. How could he possibly have gotten drunk? Obviously, something had been slipped into his alcohol. He suddenly looked up, his sinister gaze locking onto Ye Chu. You bastard, you knew Chen Zibao all along, didn't you? Ye Chu looked completely bewildered. What Chen Zibao? I've never even heard of him. Still dare to lie? You bastard, I'm going to kill you. His rationality instantly collapsed as Jiang Juanhu grabbed a nearby stool and swung it viciously. Jiang Juanhu, what do you think you're doing? Do you really think the second branch is easy to bully? Han Mingwan stepped in front of Ye Chu, shouting angrily. Jiang Juanhu's eyes were bloodshot, the stool swinging in a half circle, clearly not intending to spare Han Mingwan either. Mom, be careful. Ye Chu pulled Han Mingwan behind him, his fingertips quietly shooting out a stream of true qi. The next second, Jiang Juanhu felt his calf go numb, his footing gave way, and he lost his balance completely, crashing heavily to the ground. In everyone's eyes, it looked like he had simply slipped. No one connected this scene to Ye Chu. The stool crashed onto the floor, and his chin followed suit with a crisp crack as several bloody teeth went flying. Ah! A scream pierced through the living room. Juanhu, second brother. The first branch family members cried out as they rushed toward him. Ye Chu turned to support Han Mingwan, asking with concern, Mom, are you all right? Then he glared angrily. Jiang Juanhu, you've really gone too far, actually raising your hand against an elder. Jiang Juanhu's eyes blazed with fury as he glared. You bastard, you. The excruciating pain in his left calf made it impossible for him to stand steady. Though he couldn't figure out exactly how, he was certain Ye Chu was behind this somehow. If looks could kill, Ye Chu would have been torn to pieces by now. Han Mingwan slammed her hand on the table and shot to her feet, pointing accusingly at Ye Chu. Big brother, sister-in-law, what a fine son you've raised. Now he dares to strike me, his second aunt. What's next? Will he dare lay hands on grandfather himself? Chen Meijing's almond-shaped eyes widened as she shot back. Han Mingwan, stop spouting nonsense. It was clearly that good for nothing who harmed Juanhu first. Before she could finish, Han Mingwan cut her off with a cold snort. Sister-in-law, you need evidence to make such claims. He's been to prison, who knows if he's already in cahoots with that brother Bao, deliberately setting Juanhu up. Chen Meijing trembled with rage. You? As the two women faced off like drawn swords, a thunderous roar froze the very air around them. Enough! Jiang Fengyan approached with a dark expression, his eyes burning with suppressed fury. Dad, this waste of space. I told you to shut up. Jiang Fengyan barked sharply, and Chen Meijing dared not utter another word. He glanced at Jiang Juanhu, whose legs were still trembling, and coldly announced, this matter ends here. Han Mingwan opened her mouth indignantly, but Jiang Haiyun's warning look silenced her, leaving her to grind her teeth in frustration. Jiang Fengyan didn't want to waste any more time and issued his orders directly. Eldest son, handle the rumors circulating outside immediately. Cover everything up completely. You cannot let this affect our cooperation with the Huangfu family. Jiang Haifeng nodded repeatedly. Then he turned to Jiang Juanhu with a cold voice. Send this troublemaker abroad to lay low. He can return when things calm down. Jiang Juanhu kept his head down in silence, hatred churning in his eyes. The first branch of the family could only grimly agree. Jiang Fengyan's gaze fell on Ye Chu for just an instant before shifting to Jiang Haiyun. Second son, Junyao is now the acting president of the group. Her reputation is more important than anything else. She cannot have even the slightest stain on her name. Do you understand? The old fox had already seen that Ye Chu was likely involved, but without evidence, he couldn't act directly. Since he couldn't openly deal with Ye Chu, he'd find another way. Once this boy left the Jiang family, all constraints would naturally disappear. Jiang Haiyun understood perfectly and quickly responded, Dad, I know. Jiang Fengyan nodded. In 1 month, it's the Dragon family's young master's 20th birthday celebration. The Dragon family plans to make it a grand affair. Take Junyao along, and let her meet some outstanding young men. Jiang Haiyun's face lit up with joy as he eagerly agreed. The first branch exchanged glances, having already guessed the old man's true intention, which aligned perfectly with their own, to marry off Jiang Junyao. Han Mingjuan's expression grew even uglier, while Ye Chu remained completely indifferent, as if none of this concerned him at all. All right, everyone disperse. Jiang Fengyan waved his hand, and only then did everyone leave. Once outside the estate, Han Mingwan immediately exploded, glaring furiously at her husband. Who gave you permission to agree? The old man clearly wants to marry Junyao off, so the first branch can take over the president's position. Of course I can see that. Jiang Haiyun glanced at Ye Chu, but remained calm. But this divorce has to happen. This boy isn't worthy of Junyao. If we're going to bring in a son-in-law, it should be an outstanding young talent. Never. I absolutely refuse. This time it's the old man's orders. I am afraid it's not up to you. Besides, Junyao will agree too. Though Jiang Haiyun spoke firmly, seeing his wife's icy expression, he still felt somewhat intimidated. I have dinner plans with young Master Qian. I'll go ahead, you two get home on your own. With that, he hurried away. Meanwhile, the first branch returned home with dark expressions. Dad, I'm going to kill that bastard. Jiang Juanhu slammed his fist on the sofa armrest, grinding his teeth. Jiang Haifeng agreed in a sinister tone, don't worry. He harmed you'll have to pay the price. Jiang Haiyun turned to Jiang Junlong. That boy has some tricks up his sleeve. It would be safer to contact people from the dark list. Jiang Junlong had originally been worried about Ye Chu's background, but hearing the words, dark list, she immediately felt relieved. And that bastard Chun Zibao shouldn't expect any peace either. Jiang Juanhu said through clenched teeth. Jiang Junlong frowned in warning. Juanhu, the Black Tiger Society isn't to be trifled with. Jiang Haifeng sneered coldly. No matter. We don't need to act directly. The White Wolf Society has a grudge against the Black Tiger Society. Can find a way to incite conflict between them. Don't worry, Xiao Chu. As long as I'm here, this divorce won't happen. Han Mingwan comforted Ye Chu. Ye Chu nodded, trust shining in her eyes. Yes, Mom, I believe you. After speaking, the two walked side by side along the cobblestone path of the Jiang family estate, quietly discussing family matters before soon disappearing beyond the tall wrought iron gates. Meanwhile, Jiang Haiyun drove away from the estate and headed straight to Jiangnan Grand Hotel. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the marble lobby floor. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, he saw Qian Xian had been waiting for quite some time. Uncle, you're here? Please, have a seat. Qian Xian warmly approached him, leading him to a window-side booth. After taking his seat, Zhang Haiyun turned his gaze to the well-dressed middle-aged man beside him, whose temples were slightly gray, and extended his hand with a smile. You must be Mr. Qian. It's a pleasure to meet you. No need for formalities, Brother Jiang. Qian Haosen replied with a hearty laugh, shaking his hand. The man's enthusiasm left Zhang Haiyun somewhat flattered, and he quickly straightened up in his chair. Soon, waiters began bringing out an array of delicious dishes: freshly steamed mandarin fish, golden crispy crab shell pastries, spicy boiled beef with red oil glistening on top. Steam and aromatic scents filled the air around the table. Uncle Jiang, let's eat and chat, Qian Xian said, lifting the wine pot. Zhang Haiyun quickly waved his hand. My dear nephew, you're too kind. I can do it myself. You're an elder, how could I let you pour your own drink? Qian Xian smiled as he filled Zhang Haiyun's cup. Watching Qian Xian's humble and thoughtful behavior, Zhang Haiyun grew more and more pleased. Now this is what a son-in-law should be like, not like that useless fool who irritates me just by looking at him. He raised his wine cup and turned to Qian Haosen. Mr. Qian, thank you for your help with that previous matter. Here's to you. You're too kind, Brother Jiang. Qian Haosen replied, raising his cup to clink against the others. After the crisp sound of the glasses, the three men drank and chatted, quickly becoming quite jovial. Halfway through the meal, with the wine taking effect, Qian Xian quietly placed his phone under the table and dialed a number. The next second, Qian Haosen's phone vibrated on the table. He answered, his expression suddenly becoming serious, his brow furrowing as he listened to the caller, occasionally responding with him. I understand. After a few minutes, he hung up, frowning. Dad, what's wrong? Qian Xian asked with feigned concern. Qian Haosen set down his phone. The Chamber of Commerce is planning to invest in a major project in the East District. The board is asking if I want to put some money in. The dividends would be substantial. Qian Xian pretended to be delighted. Isn't that great news? Why do you look so worried? It is good, Qian Haosen sighed. But when I went to see Miss Huangfu last time, I invested most of my capital in her project. My cash flow is tight right now. What should we do? Qian Xian frowned, then suggested. How about we take out a loan and borrow some from relatives? We can't miss an opportunity like this. Qian Haosen nodded. That seems to be our only option. I'll contact the banks in Jiangdu later. He gestured dismissively. All right, let's not talk about this now. Brother Jiang is still here, let's eat. Qian Xian quickly turned to Zhang Haiyun with an apologetic smile. Uncle Jiang, I'm sorry. We got so caught up in our discussion that we forgot you were here. No problem at all. Zhang Haiyun waved his hand, then asked curiously. Mr. Qian, is the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce really planning a major investment in the East District? Of course, Qian Haosen smiled slightly. I have no reason to lie to you. Zhang Haiyun thought for a moment, then pressed for more details. Qian Haosen opened up completely, explaining the project location, projected returns, equity distribution, and more with great expertise, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth throughout. The meal stretched from noon into the afternoon. The dishes on the table were finished, and several wine bottles had been emptied. Zhang Haiyun stood up contentedly. Gentlemen, I won't impose any longer. Just as he took a step, Qian Xian called him back. Uncle Jiang, you know that fellow surnamed Yi doesn't like me. He'll probably try to obstruct things in every way possible. Please discuss this with your family when you get home. If it really doesn't work out, then forget it. Don't let an investment cause trouble at home. Zhang Haiyun snorted coldly. Don't worry, my dear nephew. That waste is just a Livian son-in-law has no say in my affairs. With that, he hurriedly bid farewell and left. After his figure disappeared through the lobby entrance, Qian Xian turned to his father and lowered his voice. Dad, do you think that Jiang fellow will take the bait? Qian Haosen smiled confidently. Don't worry, I've already done my homework on this. Zhang Haiyun is nothing but a brainless fool. He leaned back with his legs crossed, gesturing for his cousin Qian Xian to keep listening. If it weren't for his wife and daughter propping him up, the main branch of the Jiang family would have devoured him completely by now. Qian Xian frowned, still harboring concerns. True, but that woman Zhang Junyao is no pushover. What if something goes wrong? Besides, that bastard surnamed Yi knows the truth and will definitely try to interfere. Haha. Qian Haosen leisurely sipped his tea. Look at how devoted Zhang Haiyun is to his family. He won't believe a word Ye Chu says unless we drag Zhuge Zia right in front of him as a witness. He waved dismissively with a casual tone. If we're unlucky enough to get exposed, so be it. It's just worth a shot anyway. If we succeed, we'll take the money and flee the country immediately. If not, we lose nothing. Both men recalled that day when Zhuge Zia had dealt with them and Ye Chu had publicly humiliated them, and hatred still burned in their hearts. Just then, Zhang Haiyun called to thank them for their guidance. The cunning Qian Haosen immediately sensed an opportunity and decided to use him as a weapon, ruthlessly swindling the second branch of the Jiang family while getting their revenge. In the evening, as soon as Zhang Haiyun returned home, he eagerly recounted his investment plan to his wife Han Mingwan. Mingwan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We absolutely cannot miss it. Han Mingwan furrowed her brow. What opportunity? Those two surnamed Qian look completely unreliable. You haven't been deceived by them, have you? Ye Chu, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Dad, something feels off about this whole thing. Please don't trust them so easily. Shut up. Jiang Haiyun glared at his son-in-law. What would a dropout who didn't even finish middle school know about anything? He didn't bother looking at Ye Chu again and turned to his wife, lowering his voice as if sharing insider information. Let me tell you the truth. Today was pure coincidence. I was treating them to dinner when I happened to hear about their internal funding gap. If Chairman Qian wasn't short on cash flow, we wouldn't even have a chance to get involved. What's more, he hasn't even agreed yet, saying he needs to consult with higher-ups first. You know how young Master Qian has always been fond of our Junyao, so I figure our chances are pretty good. The old man favors the main branch, so we need to secure our own future. Han Mingwan was infected by her husband's urgency, but still hesitated. Let's wait for Junyao to come home and hear her opinion. Fine. Jiang Haiyun nodded repeatedly. I'll start calculating our savings to see how much we can gather. Ye Chu couldn't hold back any longer and spoke bluntly. Dad, let me be clear with you. That man surnamed Qian is no longer a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. You're being set up as a sucker. Jiang Haiyun was so angry he laughed. How dare you spout such nonsense? Tell me, how do you know Chairman Qian was expelled? Han Mingwan also looked at Ye Chu with both suspicion and curiosity in her eyes. Ye Chu explained calmly. I have a friend who's a board member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. A few days ago, I personally witnessed her expelling those two men from the organization. Jiang Haiyun burst into laughter, slapping the table mockingly. Mingwan, did you hear that? This kid actually dares to boast about knowing a Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce board member. Who does he think he is? The mayor of Jiangdu City? Or perhaps the head of the Long family? Jiang Haiyun burst into wild laughter, his eyes filled with mockery. Han Mingwan frowned slightly, stepping sideways to shield Ye Chu as she whispered. Xiao Chu, Mom knows you mean well, but some things shouldn't be said carelessly. Ye Chu remained serious. Mom, everything I said is true. I not only know directors from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, but I'm also acquainted with Miss Huangfu. The reason Junyao was able to restart cooperation with the Huangfu family was because I facilitated it behind the scenes. It has nothing to do with that man surnamed Qian. This direct confrontation had been part of his plan all along. If he didn't expose the truth, someone with Jiang Haiyun's limited insight would eventually be sold out while still counting the money for his betrayer. Jiang Haiyun was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly. Enough, you worthless fool. Give you an inch and you think you can take a mile? You know Miss Huangfu? As if you're worthy. Even the usually gentle Han Mingwan looked displeased, feeling that Ye Chu was making outrageous claims. Just as she was about to speak, light footsteps echoed from the entrance. Jiang Junyao pushed open the villa door and immediately sensed the tense atmosphere. Frowning, she asked, Mom, what happened? Before Han Mingwan could explain, Jiang Haiyun jumped in. Junyao, this worthless fool has been bragging to high heaven. He claims to know directors from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and says he knows Miss Huangfu. He even says your renewed cooperation with the Huangfu family was thanks to his behind-the-scenes help. Today I've truly witnessed what it means to blow hot air until it bursts. Hearing this, Jiang Juanyao's frown deepened, her sharp gaze falling on Ye Chu. In the past, she had only thought this man was pathetic but responsible. However, the incident with Qian Xian's dinner invitation had made her realize he had a tendency to boast, and now it seemed even worse. Under her scrutiny, Ye Chu didn't back down. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, I'll call right now to prove it. Jiang Haiyun sneered repeatedly. Huh? Still acting tough? Go ahead and make that call. If you can actually prove it, I'll call you daddy. Fine, you said it. Ye Chu's anger flared as he pulled out his phone. Han Mingwan raised her hand to stop him, looking displeased. Xiao Chu, that's enough. Don't put yourself in a position where you can't save face later. Mom, don't worry. That won't happen. His gaze was determined as he was about to dial, when Jiang Junyao suddenly shouted coldly. Enough. Even foolishness has its limits. She stared at Ye Chu, her voice tinged with disappointment. Being incapable isn't scary. What's truly disgusting is being incapable, yet loving to boast like you do. Ye Chu's finger froze over the keypad. Meeting her cold, disgusted gaze, his heart turned cold. His good intentions had led to this result? Jiang Haiyun seized the moment to chime in loudly. Exactly right. This worthless fool has no real ability, but loves to talk bidgets. Revolting. Junyao, find time to get divorced quickly. The old master has already spoken. You represent the corporation and the Jiang family, and you can't have any blemishes. Jiang Junyao's brow furrowed even deeper as she pondered for a moment. Han Mingwan quickly stood up protectively. Junyao, don't listen to your father's nonsense. Although Xiao Chu has minor flaws, he's generally good. The old master wants you to divorce, so he can marry you off later and return the CEO position to the main branch. Don't act impulsively. I know, Mom. Jiang Junyao nodded, then looked at Ye Chu. Go upstairs. I need to talk to you. With that, she headed upstairs first. Han Mingwan walked over to Ye Chu and whispered consolingly, Junyao has a strong personality and can't tolerate any nonsense. When you go up, apologize to her. I'll talk to her tomorrow, and this will all blow over. Ye Chu nodded slightly, then turned and went upstairs with an expressionless face. Entering the room, Jiang Junyao stood by the window. Soft light cascaded over her exquisite profile, the warm glow highlighting the delicate luster of her jade-like skin. Her long, raven-black hair fell gracefully to her shoulders, while her slender waist accentuated her tall, elegant figure. Just this side view and silhouette alone were enough to make hearts flutter. Seeing her face in would surely be even more breathtaking. Say whatever you need to say. Jiang Junyao turned around, casually placing her phone on the nightstand, her voice calm. I'll let it slide this time, but if there's a next time, we're getting divorced. I can accept an ordinary husband, but I cannot accept an ordinary husband who loves to boast and thinks too highly of himself. Ye Chu let out a cold laugh, anger flickering in his eyes. You really don't trust me at all? You know exactly what kind of person you are, so don't say such unrealistic things. Her expression remained indifferent. Ye Chu's claim about secretly getting help from Miss Huangfu was pure nonsense, and her Viwit was actually her senior sister who had intervened, having nothing to do with the Huangfu family. Caught in his lie, Ye Chu had no words left to defend himself. He understood that from beginning to end, this woman had never intended to truly know him, let alone care about him. No need to wait for next time. His tone turned cold. If you don't like it, you can leave right now. Jiang Junyao frowned slightly, then uttered 2 words, whatever. Fine. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Ye Chu dropped these words and turned to leave. The door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Han Mingwan rushed in. She had been worried about their argument and had been eavesdropping outside the door after coming upstairs. Hearing about divorce, she could no longer contain herself. No way. I don't agree. Jiang Haiyun followed closely behind, but with a completely opposite attitude. I agree. It's perfect if they divorce. We can finally give the old master an answer, and Junyao can choose again. My son-in-law must be exceptional among men. Shut up. Han Mingwan scolded her husband, then looked sternly at her daughter. You stubborn girl, I'll go along with you on everything else, but I absolutely refuse to agree to this. Jiang Junyao raised an eyebrow, still not understanding why her mother was so insistent. Jiang Haiyun disagreed. Mingwan, our daughter's happiness should be her own decision. As parents, we shouldn't interfere too much. Han Mingwan couldn't be bothered to argue. She grabbed Ye Chu's arm. Xiao Chu, it's normal for couples to argue. Don't take it to heart. Come on, you'll sleep downstairs tonight. Worried they might argue again, she directly led Ye Chu out of the room. The light downstairs was dim and warm. Seeing Ye Chu's gloomy expression, Han Mingwan comforted him gently. Xiao Chu, don't be angry. They don't believe in you, but I do. Ye Chu smiled bitterly, understanding the old woman was trying to console him. Thank you, Mom. His voice was sincere. Han Mingwan's kindness reminded him of his late mother, and the anger in his chest dissipated somewhat. Upstairs, Jiang Haiyun patted his daughter's shoulder. Junyao, don't be upset. I'll try to persuade your mother again. This marriage must end in divorce. With that, he left. The door closed, and night settled in. Jiang Junyao was preparing to bathe and rest when a ringtone suddenly pierced the silence. It was a call from her senior sister, which she answered immediately. Junior sister, I've received word that several assassins from the shadow rankings have infiltrated Jiangdu. It's unclear whether they're targeting that place. Be extra careful lately, and don't let anything go wrong. I'll be careful. Jiang Junyao gripped her phone tightly, her expression grave. After hanging up, she stood by the window, gazing down at Jiangdu under the night sky, her eyes deep and thoughtful. Jiangdu seemed to be growing increasingly restless. In his room, Ye Chu tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. A heavy feeling of frustration weighed on his chest, refusing to dissipate. He simply sat up, pushed open the window, stepped onto the windowsill, and leaped out of the villa, deciding to take a walk outside for some fresh air. The late-night streets were empty and desolate as he wandered aimlessly along the sidewalk under the streetlights. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came from his left, accompanied by the dull sounds of fists and feet colliding. He raised an eyebrow, quickened his pace abruptly, and rushed toward the source of the noise. After running for a short while, a secluded alley came into view. Under the dim yellow streetlights, 2 groups were locked in fierce combat. One side had only 2 men, one burly, one thin. The other side had 7 or 8 bodyguards in black suits, with a black sedan parked behind them. The car's left rear tire was blown out, causing the vehicle to tilt slightly and rendering it immobile for the moment. Several bodyguards pressed close to the car for protection, while others formed a defensive line to block their enemies. Wang Santong, there's no escape for you tonight. Come out and face your death. The burly man's voice thundered with murderous intent. Beside him, a sickly-looking middle-aged man remained silent but struck with vicious, precise moves, instantly sending several bodyguards flying and leaving them coughing up blood as they rolled on the ground. Inside the car, The young driver's forehead was beaded with sweat. Mr. Wong, we need to leave now. If we don't go soon, it'll be too late. In the back seat, a middle-aged man with graying temples remained calm. This was Wang Santong. He said quietly, if tonight truly is my death, running won't help. The elderly man in traditional Chinese clothing in the passenger seat nodded slightly. Mr. Wang is right. If it's truly one's time to die, there's no escaping it. But, the driver tried to persuade them further, but Wang Santong raised his hand to interrupt. No need to say more. With that, Wang Santong pushed open the car door and stepped out, with the elderly man in traditional clothing following close behind. Wang Santong looked up at his two enemies, his tone steady. Gentlemen, name your price. What will it take for you to spare me? Haha. Wang Santong, I know you're wealthy. The burly man grinned menacingly. But this time we don't want money, we want your life. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Wang Santong's tone turned cold. Don't forget, I am a member of the Wang family. If you harm me, the Wang family will never let this slide. The Wang family is indeed powerful. The pale man smiled faintly. But for those of us on the shadow list, it holds little deterrent power. You're actually from the shadow list. Wang Santong's pupils contracted. Surprised? Now die. The burly man laughed wildly, stepped forward, and swept his palm like a fan, sending all the bodyguards blocking his path flying. His palm strike then turned directly toward Wang Santong. The elderly man in traditional clothing flashed forward, meeting the attack head-on. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several blows. Seeing this, the young driver shouted, Mr. Wang, we need to leave now. The remaining bodyguards, hearing this, protected Wang Santong as they retreated. Where do you think you're going? The sickly man leaped into action, and within just a few breaths, he had sent all the bodyguards flying. The driver's legs went weak with fear, but he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of Wang Santong. Get out of the way. The sickly man struck with his palm, sending the driver flying. Then he coldly announced, Wang Santong, remember this, the man who kills you is named Zhou Boguang. His palm force swirled as he prepared to deliver the killing blow. At that moment, a piece of broken stone shot through the air, striking Zhou Boguang's wrist with precision. Zhou Boguang's arm trembled as he grunted and staggered back 2 steps, his gaze sweeping the surroundings coldly. Who's there? Show yourself. Wang Santong, who had thought death was certain, felt his heart leap. He quickly clasped his hands and looked around. May I ask which master is present? Please show yourself. If you can help me survive this ordeal, the Wang family will surely reward you handsomely. Hee, since you've asked so earnestly, I suppose I'll lend a hand. A light chuckle came from the darkness to the side, followed by the emergence of a young figure. Everyone present turned to look. Even the elderly man and the burly fellow who had been locked in fierce combat simultaneously stopped and withdrew, their gazes drawn irresistibly to that indifferent figure. A familiar voice drifted through the night, and Wang Santong trembled. Using the moonlight to make out the newcomer's face, his eyes burst with barely concealed wild joy. Divine Dr. Ye, he cried out, rushing forward excitedly, as if transported back to those days in Longtan prison. Ye Chu raised his hand and patted his shoulder, smiling casually. Old Wang, long time no see. You look much more spirited now than you did in prison. Wang Santong scratched his head with an honest laugh. Divine Dr. Ye, please don't tease me. You're the one who looks even more impressive than before. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the sickly man with the waxy complexion suddenly spoke up, his voice sinister. Kid, whoever you are, you'd better mind your own business. If you end up dead, don't blame anyone else. Ye Chu turned his head slightly, his eyes filled with casual contempt. Just you? You're asking for death. As his words fell, the sickly man flew into a rage. He pushed off with his foot and shot toward Ye Chu like lightning. His form exploded with grandmaster-level speed, leaving afterimages crisscrossing through the air. Wang Santong remained calm inside, even feeling somewhat leisurely as if watching a show in Longtan prison. Besides Divine Doctor, Ye Chu had an even more resounding title. Chu the Overlord, undefeated throughout the entire prison. In a flash, Ye Chu raised his arm and extended his palm. His 5 fingers locked onto the man's fist like iron clamps, and with a crack, he gently twisted the wrist. Before a scream could escape, the man was already flung several meters away. After hitting the ground, he spewed blood wildly, convulsed a few times, then lost consciousness. Hiss! Sounds of sharp intakes of breath echoed all around. A mighty pulse-opening grandmaster couldn't even last a single exchange. The burly man's face turned deathly pale. Without thinking further, he spun around and fled desperately. Don't run, the elderly man gave chase. Whoosh! A pebble shot through the air, accurately piercing the burly man's calf. He screamed in pain and tumbled to the ground, blood gushing. Just as he tried to struggle, the pursuing elderly man struck his lower abdomen with a palm, instantly destroying his chi. With the situation settled, Wang Santong clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi, for saving my life. Just a small favor. Ye Chu waved dismissively, then asked, I remember your family is in the East Sea. How did you end up in Jiangdu? Wang Santong smiled as he explained. A branch of the family produced a promising young talent, so I came to assess the situation. I was ambushed right after arriving. If you hadn't appeared in time, these old bones of mine would really have been in danger. As they spoke, Elder Kong, the elderly man from before, approached, secretly sizing up Ye Chu. To casually defeat two grandmasters such strength was almost terrifying. Wang Santong instructed, Elder Kong, those two are yours. Interrogate them thoroughly. Elder Kong nodded respectfully and dragged away the two severely injured men. Wang Santong turned with a smile. Divine Dr. Yi, shall we find a place for a drink or two? Ye Chu nodded readily. What would you like to eat? At this hour, all the big restaurants are closed. Let's find a street stall for some grilled skewers. Soon, Wang Santong found a food stall. The two raised their glasses and drank heartily, the aroma of grilled skewers wafting in the night breeze. The two former cellmates drank beer while reminiscing about amusing incidents from Longton Prison, their laughter rising and falling at the outdoor stall. If any acquaintances had seen this, their jaws would have dropped. Wang Santong, the Tower King of Jiangnan, squatting at a roadside stall eating grilled skewers in the middle of the night. Just as they were getting into their conversation, several thugs at a nearby table suddenly flipped their table over. The blonde-haired leader cursed loudly. Damn it! What kind of crap are you grilling? Tastes like shit. The chubby owner hurried out with an apologetic smile. Gentlemen, please don't be angry. Whatever the problem is, we can talk it out. Talk my ass. The blonde thug kicked the owner, sending him stumbling, acting extremely arrogant. You call this barbecue? So much chili it gave me a stomachache. Pay up. The owner's temper flared. He brushed the dust off himself and said firmly through gritted teeth, Don't go too far, gentlemen. This place is under the Black Tiger Society's protection. Oh, still got some fight in you. The blonde thug sneered and casually grabbed a beer bottle. The Black Tiger Society ain't worth shit. I'm with the White Wolf Society. Smash everything. Led by a blonde thug, a gang of hooligans began smashing up the barbecue stall. Grease splattered everywhere, metal skewers clattered, glass bottles shattered into pieces, and the savory aroma of grilled meat was instantly overwhelmed by thick clouds of dust and smoke. Customers screamed and backed away, hastily throwing down their chopsticks, settling their bills, and fleeing in fear of getting caught up in the chaos. Within moments, the entire bustling stall was left with only Ye Chu and Wang Santong's table still calmly seated in place. Wang Santong's previously cheerful expression darkened, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he spoke in an icy tone. Go teach those punks a lesson. As soon as the words left his mouth, several bodyguards behind him dropped their skewers and rushed toward the crowd. Before the thugs could even think of fighting back, brutal grappling moves and elbow strikes had them pinned to the ground. Who the hell are you? We're with the White Wolf gang. Before he could finish, the blonde thug's face was slapped to one side. The bodyguards were all retired Special Forces soldiers, and subduing these street punks was child's play. In the blink of an eye, the hooligans were either curled up holding their heads or sporting black eyes and swollen faces, their pitiful wails rising and falling. The chubby owner first stood stunned, then came running over trembling, bowing repeatedly. Thank you all for stepping in. This meal's on the house. He shouted the words free meal at the top of his lungs, terrified the heroes might not hear him. The bodyguards didn't respond, silently returning to their positions behind Wang Santong. The chubby owner continued fawning. Bosses, what else would you like to eat? I'll grill it for you right away. Wang Santong waved dismissively. Just a small matter, don't worry about it. Go about your business. Only then did the owner wipe the sweat from his forehead and hurry away. Ye Chu glanced at the groaning thugs on the ground, his eyes narrowing slightly. Wang Santong noticed something unusual and asked curiously, Does Divine Dr. Yi know them? Never seen them before. Ye Chu shook his head indifferently, then stood up and walked toward the group. The blonde thug staggered to his feet, eyes filled with venomous hatred, opening his mouth to curse. You bastards, just wait. This isn't over. Before he could finish, Ye Chu stepped on his head, his voice calm but brooking no argument. Who told you to cause trouble using the White Wolf Gang's name? The White Wolf Gang had just merged with the Black Tiger Gang. Ordinary people might not know this, but the underlings couldn't possibly be unaware. Yet here someone was, deliberately stirring up trouble on Black Tiger Gang territory. Their intentions were obvious. The blonde thug's heart tightened, but he stubbornly maintained his act. I don't know what you're talking about. We are the White Wolf Gang. My boss is Hall Master Brother Baldy. Let me go now, or when my boss gets here, you'll be sorry. A slight smile curved Ye Chu's lips. Is that so? Then call Brother Baldy over. I'd like to see what he can do to me. The blonde thug's face instantly went pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What's wrong? Don't dare to call. Or can't call him. Ye Chu sneered. The blonde thug finally realized something was wrong, his voice trembling. Who? Who are you exactly? Since you won't call, I will. Ye Chu pulled out his phone and dialed Baldy Lee right in front of everyone. The blonde thug still tried to struggle desperately. Stop trying to scare us. There's no way you could know Brother Baldy. Ye Chu couldn't be bothered to respond. When the call connected, he spoke just a few brief sentences before hanging up. Then he casually instructed the nearby bodyguards, "Watch them." With that, he returned to his seat and continued raising his glass with Wang Santong. "Old Wang, sorry for the delay. Just handling a small matter." Wang Santong smiled and shook his head. I could tell this matter wasn't simple at all. More than 10 minutes later, figures moved around the barbecue stall as Baldy Li arrived quickly with a group of capable subordinates. He first respectfully clasped his fists toward Ye Chu. "Sir, what are your orders?" Ye Chu briefly explained the situation, then pointed at the blonde thugs group. "Deal with them as you see fit." Baldy Li's face instantly darkened, murderous intent radiating from him as he turned and strode toward the subdued men. The blonde thug was already completely panicked. Seeing the real Hall Master Baldy arrive, his entire face turned ashen. Baldy Li barked, "Speak. Who put you up to this?" With no hope left, the blonde thug tremblingly spilled everything. The blonde thug no longer dared to hide anything and immediately confessed the entire truth. "Sir, it was the Jiang family. The Jiang family made us do it." In the cold night, the shouts trembled with fear. Bald Li's face darkened as he muttered under his breath, "The Jiang family again." The captured men frantically kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Sir, we were all forced into this. Please show us mercy. You've tarnished the White Wolf Society's reputation and still think you can walk away easily." Bald Li snorted coldly, raising his hand in signal. Over a dozen subordinates immediately surrounded them. "Give them a proper welcome." After speaking, he quickly walked to Ye Chu, who stood nearby, and bowed to report, "Sir, it was the Jiang family pulling the strings behind this." Ye Chu's eyes narrowed. Recalling the previous conflict with the Jiang family, he already had his answer. Baldly lowered his voice. "Should I take some men to the Jiang family and demand an explanation?" A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "No need." Ye Chu waved his hand. "It's most likely the Jiang family's main branch stirring up trouble. Find a few trustworthy brothers and secretly teach those people from the main branch a lesson." "Understood." Baldly nodded and accepted the order. "All right, let's head back." Ye Chu gestured dismissively, and Baldly quickly retreated with his men. At the alley entrance, the lights flickered. Wang Santong watched in stunned amazement and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Truly worthy of being divine, Dr. Yi. You've just gained such a formidable group of followers. That burly man's skills are no less than my personal bodyguards." Ye Chu merely smiled without saying a word. The two returned to the restaurant and ate until late into the night. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Ye Chu rose to take his leave, but Wang Santong stopped him. "Divine Dr. Yi, don't rush off. I'll take you somewhere." "Where to?" "You'll know when we get there." Wang Santong kept it mysterious and instructed his bodyguard to start the car. Under the cover of night, the car drove toward Guangling Lake, located between the southern and eastern districts of Jiangdu City. This was the city's renowned wealthy district, with high-end residences circling the entire lake's spacious luxury apartments and standalone villas lined up in rows, housing only the wealthy and noble. What truly made Guangling Lake famous, however, was the incredibly luxurious estate on the island in the center of the lake. In the middle of Guangling Lake, a massive island floated on the water's surface, upon which stood Jiangdu's most luxurious estate, Guangling Lake Manor. The manor covered tens of thousands of square meters and contained everything from artificial mountains and flowing water to garden wonders, complete with a racing track, horse track, and even a private golf course. Beyond its luxurious amenities, the manor also carried profound historical significance. Legend had it that this was once the back garden of the ancient Guangling Prince's palace. As time passed, the palace fell into ruin, leaving only broken walls and remnants. In modern times, someone spent a fortune to purchase the entire area, building lakeside residences and the central island manor. Thus, Guangling Lake Manor earned the title of Jiangdu's premier estate, valued at no less than 2 billion yuan. For convenient access, the developers specially constructed an underwater tunnel beneath the lake. The car passed through the tunnel and drove onto the island, where lights illuminated meticulously maintained exotic vegetation. Ye Chu peered through the car window, looking around, and couldn't help but ask, "Old Wang, where exactly are we?" Wang Santong asked in return, "Divine Dr. Yi, what do you think of the environment?" Ye Chu nodded. "The scenery is indeed beautiful." Wang Santong laughed heartily. "Since you like it, then I'll give it to you." Ye Chu was stunned. He had seen the estates of both the Jiang and Yun families, two of the great clans, but compared to what lay before his eyes, they all paled in comparison. After a moment, he touched his nose and looked somewhat embarrassed. "Old Wang, this isn't our first meeting, but you don't need to be so generous. Dr. Yi, this is the second time you've saved my life. Please accept this estate as a token of my gratitude and refuse it." Wang Santong spoke with genuine sincerity. Hearing the earnestness in his voice, Ye Chu felt that further refusal would seem pretentious, so he nodded slightly. The car drove deep into Guangling Lake, and as the ornate iron gates slowly opened, people were already lined up to welcome them. As soon as they stepped out of the car, a graceful middle-aged woman with a capable demeanor hurried forward. "Greetings, Mr. Wang." She bowed respectfully. Wang Santong waved his hand and pointed to Ye Chu. "This is Dr. Yi, the new owner of this estate." He then introduced her. "Dr. Yi, this is Zhong Shan, the estate manager. She handles all daily operations here. If you need anything, just ask her." "Greetings, master." Zhong Shan placed her hands over her abdomen and bowed again. Ye Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Santong instructed, "Show Dr. Yi around." Zhong Shan responded and gestured invitingly. "Master, please follow me." The group followed her along the cobblestone path through gardens, fountains, and corridors. At Zhong Shan's command, all the estate's lights illuminated in sequence, instantly wrapping the lake island in brilliant colors. The lights reflected off the water's surface, illuminating half of Guangling Lake like daylight. The sudden dazzling display of lights in the deep night immediately caught the attention of residents in the surrounding high-rise buildings. Those still awake rushed to their balconies to look. My goodness! All the lights at Guangling Lake Estate are on. Could the mysterious owner have returned? People whispered among themselves, shocked and curious. Since its completion, the estate had only been fully illuminated once during initial testing, never again until now. While everyone knew of its luxury, the owner's identity remained unknown. There were rumors that the Long family had offered a high price to purchase the property, but returned empty-handed. Since even the local emperor Long family couldn't succeed, the outside world held even more mysterious reverence for the estate's owner. During the tour, Wang Santong briefly explained the estate's history. As the real estate king of Jiangnan and an antique enthusiast, he had heard rumors that the Guangling king's tomb might be hidden near Guangling Lake. He purchased the entire lake island for development, hoping to try his luck. Though he never found any trace of an ancient tomb, he found the scenery so pleasant that he invested heavily to build this estate for leisure retreats. However, as his business grew increasingly demanding, he became too busy to visit, leaving the estate vacant. Due to the ancient tomb connection, he initially kept strict secrecy about the property, so few outsiders knew this luxurious estate belonged to Wang Santong. Ye Chu listened in amazement, feeling even more impressed by the estate's profound heritage. The brilliant lights remained on until late at night before gradually dimming. After the tour, Ye Chu readily settled in. At dawn the next day, Zhong Shan had already arranged for renowned chefs to prepare breakfast. The dining table displayed abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, fish maw, and exquisite pastries in neat rows. As silver covers were lifted, aromatic steam rose. Ye Chu came downstairs after changing clothes and took his seat. The luxurious spread made him sigh inwardly. The lives of the wealthy are indeed so simple and unpretentious. After the meal, Wang Santong stood to take his leave. "Dr. Yi, I have some matters to handle, so I'll return to the company first." Ye Chu nodded. "Mr. Wang, if you need any help in the future, feel free to call me." When someone shows such generosity, he had to know how to appreciate it. Wang Santong was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. This was exactly what he had been waiting to hear. Having spent day and night with Ye Chu in Longton prison, he knew just how terrifying this young man truly was. His current obscurity was merely a dragon lying dormant. Sooner or later, this dragon would soar to the heavens. "Divine Dr. Yi, with those words from you, I, Wang Santong, am completely satisfied." He lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. Ye Chu nodded and watched Wang Santong walk out the front door. The moment his figure disappeared, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate. Han Mengwan was calling. "Xiao Chu, I didn't see you this morning. I heard that someone broke into the main house last night and gave them a thorough beating. Where are you? You're not hurt, are you?" The voice on the other end carried obvious concern. Ye Chu silently marveled at Baldy Li's astonishing efficiency, though he didn't know that after returning, Baldy Li had reported the situation to Bai Xiao. Upon hearing it was Ye Chu's orders and that a grandmaster had personally taken action, how could the main house possibly withstand it? "Mom, I'm fine." His voice was steady. "Good to hear you're okay. Hee hee, I bet those guys from the main house provoked someone they shouldn't have. Again, serves them right. Come back quickly. We need to go to the hospital to watch this good show." Han Mingjuan's tone was full of schadenfreude. "All right, I'll be right back." After hanging up, Zhong Shan immediately stepped forward. "Master, shall I prepare the car?" "No need, I'll go myself." Ye Chu waved his hand. Zhong Shan glanced at the surrounding lake, wanting to say something but hesitating. Then she saw Ye Chu's figure blur as he swept directly outside the estate. In the next second, he leaped onto the lake's surface, his toes lightly touching the water waves like a bird skimming across the water. With several bounds, he disappeared into the morning mist. Zhong Shan stood frozen in place. Her throat moving, she finally understood why Wang Santong was willing to gift such an expensive estate. This person before her was hardly ordinary, but clearly a dragon among men. In the Jiang family's dining room, steam rose from the hot food. "Where did you run off to again?" "Never home. Always out fooling around. What are you up to?" Jiang Haiyun frowned, finding Ye Chu increasingly displeasing to the eye. Shut up. Han Mingwan looked up and glared at him, then waved to Ye Chu. Xiao Chu, come eat. Mom, I've already eaten. Ye Chu smiled and waved his hand, then looked up at Jiang Junyao. She remained expressionless, not even moving her eyes. A trace of self-mockery rose in Ye Chu's heart, his disappointment hard to hide. The phone rang abruptly. Jiang Junyao answered the call, listened for a few moments, and her expression grew slightly tense. Junyao, what's wrong? Jiang Haiyun asked with concern. Someone said the owner of Guangling Lake Estate has appeared. Now many people in Jiangdu are preparing to pay their respects. Jiang Junyao put down her phone, her tone calm. Guangling Lake Estate. Jiang Haiyun gasped. How terrifying must the construction cost of that place be? Who on earth has such deep pockets to build an estate in Jiangdu, but leave it empty all this time? Han Mingwan was also curious. I heard that estate owner isn't local. Wonder which big shot it is building such a luxurious place, but not living in it. How strange. Who else could it be? Definitely some top-tier big shot. Jiang Haiyun spoke with certainty, his eyes full of envy. Sigh, if I could live in that kind of estate in this lifetime, I'd die happy. Keep dreaming. Han Mingwan rolled her eyes at him. Forget about you, even the old master wouldn't qualify for that. Can't I even dream about it? Jiang Haiyun snorted, then turned to Jiang Junyao. Junyao, why don't we also pay a visit? If we could get acquainted with the estate owner, it might benefit your future. His little scheme was crystal clear. If that mysterious estate owner took a liking to Jiang Junyao, they'd really hit the jackpot. He had no idea that this super big shot estate owner he was praising was sitting right at the dining table, listening to their discussion with a calm expression. Ye Chu listened from the side, trying not to laugh. If Jiang Haiyun knew that the mysterious estate owner was actually him, his jaw would probably drop to the floor. Given the lessons from the previous two occasions, he decided to keep his mouth shut. No one would believe him anyway, and he'd just get another round of ridicule. Junyao, how are you considering that investment opportunity? Seeing Jiang Junyao put down her chopsticks and stand up, Jiang Haiyun immediately pressed her for an answer. Jiang Junyao frowned slightly. That deal isn't reliable, Dad. You should stay out of it. How is it not reliable? Jiang Haiyun wanted to argue, but Jiang Junyao walked out of the dining room without looking back. Seeing this, Han Mingwan picked up her purse and reminded him calmly, enough. Stop thinking about those unreliable schemes and get ready to go to the hospital. Jiang Haiyun snorted inwardly. Once I make my fortune through this investment, let's see what you'll have to say then. Within 10 minutes, the three of them drove out of the villa. Just as the car turned out of the main gate, two figures suddenly blocked their path. It was Yi Tianqing and Yi Chen. The Yi family had been waiting and waiting with no response, and when they heard that the Jiang and Huangfu families had officially partnered, they rushed over in desperation to block the entrance. Oomph, those Yi family bastards dare to show up. Jiang Haiyun's expression immediately darkened. He pushed open the car door and got out, shouting angrily. Are you looking for death? Can't you see there's a car here? Yi Tianqing approached with a forced smile. In-law, don't be angry. We came here specifically to visit. Shut up. Who's your in-law? Jiang Haiyun's face was livid. He couldn't wait to kick out Ye Chu as a son-in-law, let alone acknowledge this family connection. Yi Tianqing's expression froze. At this moment, Han Mingwan also got out of the car, her tone calm but unforgiving. What do you want with us? In her eyes, people who would trade their son for profit weren't worth much. Yi Tianqing forced a smile. Dear-in-law, Xiao Chu and Miss Jiang have been married for some time now. I was hoping we could all have dinner together. When would be convenient for you? Before he could finish, Ye Chu had walked into the middle of the group and cut him off coldly. Forget about dinner. Junyao just became president and is very busy. She has no time to dine with irrelevant people. Yi Tianqing's eye twitched, and he wanted nothing more than to slap Ye Chu twice. Ye Chu, how dare you speak to Dad like that? Yi Chen couldn't contain his anger. And do you have any integrity? You took the money but didn't do the job. This is how I talk. What are you going to do about it? Wasn't that money compensation from your Yi family? Ye Chu snorted coldly. You're shameless. Yi Chen's face turned red with rage. Yi Tianqing gritted his teeth, his eyes vicious, wishing he could tear Ye Chu apart. Han Mingwan stepped forward, her gaze sharp. What's with those expressions? Planning to lay hands on Xiao Chu? Listen carefully, Xiao Chu is my son-in-law now. You'd better behave yourselves, or don't blame me for being impolite. The father and son's faces changed, never expecting Han Mingwan to protect Ye Chu so fiercely. Xiao Chu, let's go. Han Mingwan pulled Ye Chu back to the car. Before getting in, Jiang Haiyun glared viciously at the two men. The engine roared, and the car sped away. As they passed the father and son, Ye Chu deliberately raised his eyebrows and lifted his chin toward the window in a provocative gesture, infuriating the Yi family father and son. Dad, that bastard is too arrogant. Yi Chen cursed furiously. We must teach him a lesson and remind him of his place. A lesson? Yi Tianqing said with a dark expression. That kid not only has the Jiang family backing him, but he's also a martial arts expert himself. What do we have to teach him a lesson with? Yi Tianqing's face was full of unwillingness, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Then, are we just going to let this slide? The room fell silent. After a long while, Yi Tianqing finally lowered his voice. Of course we can't just let this go. Go back and find Mr. Su. Have him contact his senior brother. This time we must give that bastard a profound lesson. Right. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he said hatefully. We must make that waste know what he's dealing with. At this point, he looked hesitantly at his father. Dad, but what about the Jiang family? Judging from Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun's attitude just now, the possibility of cooperating with the Jiang family is almost zero. Yi Tianqing frowned in thought, but couldn't come up with a solution for a long time. Yi Chen suddenly said, Dad, do you think we could approach this through the Jiang family's main branch? Yi Tianqing's eyes moved, and after pondering for a moment, he nodded. Perhaps we could try that. We don't have any better options right now anyway. Have someone investigate the main branch's situation immediately and see if we can cater to their interests. All right, I'll handle it right away. Yi Chen turned and left. In a premium ward at the First People's Hospital, Jiang Haifeng, with gauze wrapped around his forehead and leaning on a crutch, furiously smashed a water cup to the ground. Useless. All useless. Can't even handle such a small matter. What's the point of keeping you around? The black-clad man standing before him kept his head down in silence. He was the head bodyguard of the main branch, usually handling dirty work, and had almost never failed before. But this time, not only were they discovered by the White Wolf Gang, but the White Wolf Gang members came directly to their door and beat the 5 members of the main branch family black and blue, leaving them all bandaged up. The room reeked of alcohol and medicine, with the fruit plate on the table overturned. After Jiang Haifeng finished his angry tirade and saw that no one dared to talk back, he suppressed his rage. Speak up. What exactly happened? The black-clad man quickly said, Master, I've brought the guy who was handling the job that night. Let him tell you himself. With that, he turned and left, soon returning with a blonde punk whose arm was wrapped in gauze, the very person who had caused trouble at the barbecue stand the night before. The blonde punk dropped to his knees and recounted the entire incident word for word. Master, if that guy hadn't happened to be eating barbecue nearby, the White Wolf Gang would never have known. You're saying that guy made one phone call and summoned a White Wolf Gang hall master? And made him follow his orders? Jiang Haifeng's brow furrowed deeply. The blonde punk nodded repeatedly. The fact that the White Wolf Gang boss personally came to their door as a warning the night before was enough to show this person's extraordinary background. Jiang Haifeng felt a chill in his heart. Someone who could command a White Wolf Gang hall master. Could it be the White Wolf King who had disappeared years ago? The main branch family members looked grim, constantly cursing their terrible luck for running into White Wolf Gang higher-ups. Just then, the hospital room door was pushed open, and Han Mingwan walked in with Jiang Haiyun and Ye Chu. Seeing the main branch family wrapped up like dumplings, Han Mingwan could barely contain her smile. Big brother, sister-in-law, I heard you were robbed last night. You must tell us what exactly happened. Her tone of watching the drama unfold made Chun Meijing's face twitch. The blonde punk suddenly saw Ye Chu and screamed as if he'd seen a ghost. You, what are you yelling about? Get out! Jiang Haifeng roared. But the blonde punk pointed directly at Ye Chu. Master, he's the one who called the White Wolf Gang last night. The main branch family members' pupils contracted as they all stared at Ye Chu in unison. Jiang Juanhu, ignoring his injuries, slapped the bed rail and tried to get up. So it's you again, you damn bastard. His sharp pain shot through his wounds, making him gasp and forcing him to lie back down, gritting his teeth in rage. Ye Chu looked bewildered. Brother Juanhu, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. Yi. Jiang Juanhu's breathing was rapid. Confess honestly. What's your relationship with the White Wolf Gang? Jiang Junlong said coldly. You dare to do it, but don't dare admit it? Jiang Haifeng pointed at the blonde punk. The witness is right here, and you still dare to deny it? Dare to say you don't know him? Ye Chu stared at the blonde punk for a few seconds, then shook his head seriously. I really don't know him. Jiang Haifeng's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to press further, Han Mingwan coldly interrupted. Jiang Haifeng, what do you mean? You people carelessly offended someone outside and got beaten up. What does that have to do with my son-in-law? Han Mingwan's words only fueled the fury of the first branch family members. Chun Meijing suddenly pointed at the bleach blonde thug by the hospital bed, who reeked of alcohol, and shrieked hysterically. Han Mingwan. He saw it with his own eyes last night. That man surnamed Yi called in a hall master from the White Wolf Society and ordered them to retaliate against us. How dare you still deny it? Han Mingwan merely cast a cold glance at the blonde thug. This punk is clearly one of your people. Who knows if you arranged this whole thing in advance to frame my son-in-law? Jiang Haiyun chimed in with conviction. Sister-in-law, I think you've got it wrong. How could that waste Ye Chu possibly know anyone from the White Wolf Society, let alone a hall master? He wasn't defending Ye Chu, simply couldn't believe that the notorious bastard Sun Waste could have connections with the White Wolf Society. Chun Meijing opened her mouth, but found herself speechless. If Jiang Juanhu hadn't been beaten last night, even she would have found this impossible to believe. Humph, I think they're just looking for trouble, Han Mingwan snorted coldly. We came here out of kindness to visit, and they're falsely accusing my son-in-law. I wish we hadn't bothered coming. Ye Chu played along. Mom, since they're biting the hand that feeds them and can't recognize good intentions, let's not waste our time here making fools of ourselves. Han Mingwan nodded and deliberately reminded the first branch family. Big brother, sister-in-law, you should keep a lower profile in the future to avoid getting beaten up again. Not only will you suffer, but you'll also bring shame to the Jiang family name. These words were like adding fuel to fire. The first branch family members were instantly enraged. Han Mingwan, shut your mouth. Chun Meijing roared, veins bulging on her forehead. Han Mingwan smiled sweetly. Sister-in-law, don't get angry, it's bad for your health. Seeing the murderous look in the other woman's eyes filled her with immense satisfaction. Let's go, she called out. Jiang Haiyun reluctantly added. Big brother, sister-in-law, rest well and recover. We'll visit again another day. Then he quickly left. Ye Chu walked out last, turning back at the doorway to flash a meaningful smile at everyone in the room. Uffed. Jiang Juanhu, consumed by rage, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and pointed at the doorway through gritted teeth. Dad, it was definitely that bastard who did this. The fury in the hospital room exploded instantly. Chun Meijing supported her son, her voice trembling yet vicious. Haifeng, that little bastard is too arrogant, must pay the price. Dad, I'll contact the people from the dark list right now. This time we'll definitely kill him. Jiang Juanlong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, so thick it seemed tangible. Jiang Haifeng nodded grimly. Good, do it immediately. Walking through the automatic doors of the hospital building, cold wind hit their faces. Han Mingwan turned her head and asked, Xiao Chu, what really happened back there? Ye Chu shrugged. I honestly don't know. The moment we walked in, they started yelling about the White Wolf Society. I've never even heard of the White Wolf Society. The first branch's extreme reaction still made Han Mingwan suspicious, but Jiang Haiyun scoffed. Enough. Let's go to the company. He might know some low-level thugs from the White Wolf Society at best, but a hallmaster? That's ridiculous. Han Mingwan thought it made sense and turned to warn Ye Chu. Be careful lately and watch out for the first branch's retaliation. Ye Chu nodded in agreement. Afterward, Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun drove to the company, while Ye Chu left on his own, planning to check on how Sun Yuro and the others were doing with house hunting. If they hadn't found anything, he'd have them move into Guangling Lake Manor first. Arriving outside the hospital, he prepared to hail a taxi. Just then, a familiar black Mercedes approached from nearby. The headlights flashed as the car came to a steady stop in front of Ye Chu. The window rolled down, and two faces appeared one after another. It was Yi Tianqing and Yi Chen, father and son. Ye Chu's brow furrowed, his tone impatient. You two really are like persistent ghosts. Ye Chu, don't get cocky too soon. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Do you really think that without you, we can't secure a partnership with the Jiang family? Ye Chu nodded, lazily retorting. With your limited abilities, I'm afraid you really can't. Arrogant. Yi Chen stared at him coldly. Once we secure the partnership, we'll come back to deal with you. With that, he raised his hand to close the window, and the Mercedes drove toward the hospital's underground parking garage. Ye Chu watched the taillights and smiled slightly. Heh, heaven's punishment can still be survived, but self-inflicted punishment cannot. In the underground parking garage, the Mercedes was parked. Yi Chen and Yi Tianqing each carried 2 large bags of nutritional supplements and fruit gift boxes, hurrying toward the inpatient department. Just minutes ago, they had learned that the eldest branch of the Jiang family was injured and hospitalized. Thinking that a personal visit could win favor and secure cooperation, they felt quite pleased with themselves. The elevator doors opened, and the 2 men straightened their collars before pushing open the hospital room door. Inside, Jiang Haifeng and the others were still fuming from the earlier incident, and their faces darkened even more upon seeing intruders. Who are you? Who let you in? Jiang Haifeng demanded. Yi Tianqing put on a full smile. Gentlemen, I am Yi Tianqing, head of the Yi family, and we are related to the Jiang family by marriage. Hearing that you were injured, I came specially to visit. Please forgive the unannounced visit. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions became quite interesting. Yi Tianqing thought it was working and was about to continue when Chun Meijing suddenly spoke. So you're saying Ye Chu is your son? Exactly, I am. Bang. Chun Meijing slammed the bed rail in fury. Perfect. That little bastard just left, and now you, his father, follow right behind to watch us make fools of ourselves. The hot-tempered Jiang Juanhu pointed directly at the bodyguards. Beat them up. Beat them until they're smoking. Before he finished speaking, several bodyguards pounced, fists and feet flying. The hospital room immediately filled with screams as the Yi father and son fled with their heads covered. Outside the hospital, Ye Chu had just pulled out his phone to contact Sun Yuro when Baldy Lee's call came through first. Sir, I just received word that Miss Sun has encountered some trouble. I'm heading over with my men and wanted to inform you first. Ye Chu said gravely. Location? The bird and antique market. Ye Chu immediately had the driver turn the car around. Meanwhile, inside an antique shop at the bird and antique market, Sun Yuro and her mother Sun Shoying were surrounded by 7 or 8 bodyguards in the center, with shelves behind them displaying an array of porcelain and paintings. 2 men with bruised and swollen faces lay on the ground. They were the people Bai Xiao Xiao had sent to secretly protect Sun Yuro. Despite their 5th-stage body tempering strength, they had been easily defeated, showing that their opponents were no ordinary fighters. Behind the bodyguards, a young man in a suit wearing a jade thumb ring sat with his legs crossed. Tea fragrance wafted as he sipped hot tea, his gaze falling on the porcelain fragments scattered on the floor. His voice was calm. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celadon. Market price 100 million. Pay up, or no one leaves today. Sun Yuro's face flushed red with anger. This is extortion. The porcelain fell by itself. The young man sneered. You clearly knocked it over when you passed by. We have witnesses and evidence, and you still dare to argue? Sun Yuro was both anxious and aggrieved, her eyes slightly red. She cursed her bad luck. A few hours ago, she had accompanied her mother to look at houses and met an enthusiastic old classmate. This person not only introduced them to a well-decorated villa, but also suggested they buy paintings and antiques to decorate their new home. So mother and daughter followed her to this shop. Who knew that just as they walked near the porcelain vase, it fell to the ground with a crack, and the shop staff immediately called in a group of bodyguards demanding astronomical compensation. She wanted to call the police, but her phone was snatched away, and she was nearly forcibly taken away. Fortunately, the secret guards intervened in time, but they still lost. Sun Xiaoying gritted her teeth and stood protectively in front of her daughter. You're clearly setting us up for extortion. You'd better let us go, or my son-in-law won't be easy to deal with. The young man curled his lips, his tone mocking. Oh, how difficult to deal with. Call him over and let me see. You just wait, I'm calling him right now. Sun Xiaoying's hands trembled with rage as she grabbed her phone to dial Ye Chu's number. The lead bodyguard across from them sneered and crossed his arms. You think you can call for backup? Dream on. Do you even know who our boss is? Who? Sun Xiaoying asked instinctively. The bodyguard lifted his chin, his voice rising. Our boss is young Master Wu. The Wu family, one of Jiangdu's 4 great clans. Do you think you can afford to mess with them? If you're smart, you'll pay up now. Otherwise, when this gets out of hand, you'll be the ones who suffer. The mother and daughter's faces instantly turned pale. How could they not have heard of the Wu family's reputation? Sun Xiaoying hesitated, gripping her phone tightly. What if Ye Chu couldn't handle this either? Wouldn't calling him just drag him into trouble? At that moment, Wu Xiaobing slowly rose from the sofa, as if delivering a verdict. Auntie, stop struggling and just pay up. Didn't you just buy a villa worth over 50 million? Sell it to cover part of the debt, and scrape together the rest. I can wait. Sun Yuro's expression changed dramatically. How do you know that? As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly realized. You're working with Zhu Kuer? Zhu Kuer, that old classmate from elementary through high school. She hadn't done well on her college entrance exams and dropped out to work. When they met again, she had become a sales manager. During the house buying process, her enthusiasm had seemed unusual. At the time, Sun Yuro had attributed it to professional polish gained through experience, but now she realized it had all been an act. This whole thing was a trap. A mocking smile played at the corners of Wu Xiaobing's mouth, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. Just then, the door to the adjacent private room opened, and a man and woman stepped out. The woman was heavily made up and dressed to the nines. In her early 20s, it was Zhu Kuer. Zhu Kuer, why? I never wronged you. Why would you harm me? Sun Yuro's almond-shaped eyes widened in anger. Zhu Kuer laughed lightly, her red lips curving upward. Yuro, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. The boss and young master were good friends. I brought you here out of old friendship. You carelessly broke the antique yourself. You can't blame me for that. Sun Yuro's chest heaved with rage. The man beside Zhu Kuer looked her up and down with gleaming eyes, his tone frivolous. Beautiful, just sell your house to pay the debt. I can help you with the remaining tens of millions provided you keep me company for a few months. The truth wasn't complicated. When Sun Yuro and her mother had bought their house recently, their old classmate Zhu Kuer, who had always struggled financially, felt unbalanced upon learning about it. Consumed by jealousy, she approached her lecherous boss. The boss took one look at Sun Yuro's beauty, confirmed that her family background was ordinary, and secretly orchestrated today's scheme. In your dreams. Sun Yuro cursed angrily. The man snorted coldly, his expression turning sinister. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. Be obedient, or crushing you would be as easy as turning my hand. Sun Yuro's eyes reddened as she cursed her luck. Why did she always encounter such situations? Just as she felt anxious and helpless, a familiar, icy voice rang out from the doorway. Oomph, such big words. Everyone turned toward the sound to see a tall, upright young man walking in slowly. Brother Yi. Sun Yuro cried out in delight. Sun Xiaoying also breathed a sigh of relief every time at crucial moments. He would arrive just in time. Well, Look who we have here, it's you, you worthless bastard. After recognizing the newcomer, the man's mocking laughter was filled with contempt. Ye Chu raised his eyes, his gaze pausing on the other's face, his pupils slightly narrowing. Ye Kong. This person was the eldest son of the Yi family's second branch, who had used Ye Chu as a punching bag since childhood. TSK, you married such a beauty like Miss Jiang, yet you're still not satisfied and dare to keep a mistress on the side. Yi Kong shook his head with a sigh, though his lips showed undisguised mockery. Aren't you afraid the Jiang family will break your third leg when they find out? Or is it that Miss Jiang won't let you in her bed, so you can't stand the frustration and had to go out and keep a mistress? At this point, he looked up at Sun Yuro and clicked his tongue twice. Beauty, you really have poor taste, falling for such a waste and willingly being his mistress. Dump him quickly and come with me instead. Whatever he's paying you, I'll double it. Swoosh. Before his words finished, Ye Chu had already closed in and raised his hand for a slap. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap exploded, making Ye Kong see stars as he numbly covered his face, stunned for a full 2 seconds before coming to his senses and roaring. You waste, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. He swung his fist straight at Ye Chu's face, but before his punch could land, his wrist was already lightly caught by Ye Chu. Crack. The bone-breaking sound was chilling. Oh. A piercing scream echoed as Ye Kong's face turned deathly pale from pain. He turned his head and shouted at Wu Xiaobing. Brother Bing, help me kill this waste. That item you've been eyeing, I'll give it up. A flash of joy crossed Wu Xiaobing's eyes, then his face darkened. How audacious, daring to cause trouble on my turf? Cripple him. As his words fell, he waved his hand, and over a dozen bodyguards fiercely surrounded them. Suddenly, a group of people rushed through the door, led by Bald Li with a menacing aura, shouting loudly. Who dares to touch the master? He paused in his steps, positioning himself in front of Ye Chu with a fierce glare. The bodyguards who had been closing in were startled by this display and hesitated. The head bodyguard recognized Bald Li and whispered a reminder in Wu Xiaobing's ear. Young master, he's a hall master of the White Wolf Society. Wu Xiaobing's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't back down, asking in a deep voice, Sir, what does the White Wolf Society want by barging into my shop without reason? Bald Li snorted coldly. Shouldn't I be asking you that question? Wu Xiaobing pointed at Ye Chu. This punk is causing trouble in my shop. What's wrong with me teaching him a lesson? That woman broke an antique, isn't it reasonable to pay for damages? You're lying. That vase fell down by itself. Sun Yuro's face flushed red with anger. Wu Xiaobing sneered. My men saw it clearly, you broke it. Want to deny it? I have surveillance footage. Even if we call the city guards, you still have to pay. Sun Yuro was at a loss for words. The situation at the time was indeed unclear. Ye Chu approached and asked softly, what happened? Sun Yuro told him the whole process. Ye Chu remained silent for a moment, then crouched down to examine the ceramic fragments scattered on the ground. After careful inspection, he discovered that only one small piece had an aged texture, while the rest were obviously modern craftsmanship pieced together. Wu Xiaobing crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Stop looking. It's an authentic Song Dynasty sky blue roux kiln piece, priceless. Ye Chu picked up that single piece of old ceramic fragment and waved it in his hand. Except for this small piece being genuine, everything else is artificially aged later. Your extortion method is quite clever. Wu Xiaobing's heart jumped, secretly alarmed by the other's keen eye, but still stubbornly insisted. Just because you say so? The authentication certificates are complete. No matter what you say, you must pay compensation. Son of a bitch, trying to scam the White Wolf gang? I'll kill you for this. Bald Li roared, his muscular frame lunging forward as his massive palm, like a fan, whistled through the air toward Wu Xiaobing. The nearest new employee hadn't even had time to wipe away his cold sweat when he looked up to see that palm strike seemingly ready to shatter the very air. The head bodyguard immediately charged forward, chopping his hand toward Bald Li's wrist, but there was only a dull thud as he flew backward like a broken sack, blood gushing from his mouth as he hit the ground. Wu Xiaobing's face changed drastically as he shouted urgently, Stop him! The other bodyguards reluctantly surrounded him, but before Bald Li, their movements seemed slowed down, and within 3 moves they were all down, rolling on the ground clutching their broken bones. The massive palm approached again, and Wu Xiaobing panicked instantly, screaming, Bastard! I'm the eldest son of the Wu family. My brother-in-law's father is the city guard commander. Try laying a finger on me. City guard commander? Bald Li's hand stopped midair, his eyebrows slightly raised. Though the White Wolf gang ran rampant, they still had some wariness toward official authority. Seeing his opponent back down, Wu Xiaobing immediately burst into laughter, arrogantly adjusting his collar. Baldy, if you know what's good for you, apologize and pay up obediently. Otherwise, one phone call from me and the city guard will be here immediately, making your White Wolf gang pay dearly. Bald Li didn't respond, instead turning toward Ye Chu. Ye Chu nodded slightly. With permission granted, Bald Li immediately understood, grinning to reveal a row of gleaming white teeth. Little bastard. Threatening the White Wolf Gang? You're still too green. As his words fell, the slap came down hard. Smack. The crisp sound cut through the air as Wu Xiaobing spun 3 times in place, his head buzzing, his left cheek instantly swelling up. Yi Yikong's eyes blazed with fury, unable to close his mouth for a long time. Zhu Kuo's body trembled, crying out inwardly. Today's incident has caused huge trouble. After a while, Wu Xiaobing finally came to his senses, covering his burning face and glaring venomously at Bald Li. Scum. If you've got guts, just wait, I am calling for backup right now. Bald Li crossed his arms and sneered coldly. Fine, I'll wait. Go ahead and call. Wu Xiaobing pulled out his phone, frantically dialing. Meanwhile, at an upscale shopping mall in the city center, the elegant Wu Qianqian was arm-in-arm with her boyfriend Zhou Ziyi, accompanying the Zhou family elder city guard commander Zhou Bingtian and Aunt Ying on a casual shopping trip, preparing to find somewhere to eat. The phone rang abruptly. Wu Qianqian answered, and through the receiver came Wu Xiaobing's tearful, aggrieved complaint. Sis, someone's causing trouble at my shop, and even hit people. You have to stand up for me. Wu Qianqian's face immediately darkened. Zhou Ziyi quickly asked, what's wrong? Something happened with Xiaobing Simone's causing trouble and hit him. Zhou Ziyi frowned deeply, turning to his father. Dad, who would be so bold? Let's go take a look. Zhou Bingtian's face had already turned cold. Let's go. Then, glancing at the still charming Aunt Yang beside him, he tried to sound casual but couldn't hide his excitement. Come along and see what kind of maniac is so arrogant. He clearly wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman. Zhou Ziyi had long seen through his father's intentions and simply agreed. Good. Let's all go together. Wu Qianqian spoke into the phone again to comfort. Abing, wait there. Zhou uncle and the others are coming right over. Back in the antique shop, Wu Xiaobing hung up the phone, his eyes once again arrogant as he bared his teeth at Bald Li. You dog, my sister is bringing the city guard commander himself. Just wait to go to prison. Baldy Li frowned slightly. The city guard commander was a major figure in Jiangdu, and would indeed be quite troublesome to deal with. He discreetly glanced at Ye Chu, and seeing the young man's calm expression, finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Beside them, Sun Yuro and her mother were equally anxious about the approaching trouble, with the young girl clutching her clothes guiltily. Brother Ye, I've caused you trouble again. It's nothing, Ye Chu waved dismissively, his voice flat yet radiating unshakable composure. He turned to Baldy Li, raising an eyebrow. Did you skip breakfast? You can't even handle an ordinary person. Baldy Li jolted awake and glared viciously at Wu Xiaobing. Wu Xiaobing's face changed drastically as he tried to sound fierce. You bastard. You. You better not try anything, or else. Slap. A crisp sound cut off his threat, followed by blow after blow. Before long, Wu Xiaobing's face was swollen like a pig's head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He lay on the ground groaning in a daze while Yi Yikong watched in terror, not daring to breathe, thinking to himself, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle wait until the city guard arrives. Enough, don't actually kill him. Ye Chu raised his hand. Baldy Li stopped and spat. Bah, what a weakling. He then tossed Wu Xiaobing to the ground like garbage. He turned to Yi Yikong and Zhu Kuo, his gaze turning cold. Sir, how should we deal with these two? Both were terrified. Yi Yikong quickly played the family card. Ye Chu, we're cousins, we're family. You can't do this. Ye Chu sneered. Now you remember we're family? Before he finished speaking, chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. A squad of armed city guards burst into the shop with murderous intent. Following closely, an authoritative voice boomed. What scoundrels dare cause trouble in someone's shop? Everyone looked toward the sound and saw several uniformed figures striding in, led by Zhou Bintian. Yi Yikong immediately changed his tune, pointing at Ye Chu and cursing. You're finished, trash. No one can save you this time. Ye Chu's lips curved coldly. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. Trash, do you still dare make a move in front of the city guard? Yi Yikong shouted, but before he finished speaking, a figure flashed before his eyes. Whoosh. Ye Chu was already in front of him, delivering 2 kicks. Yi Yikong's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud, his screams piercing the air. How dare you? The guards roared, their gun barrels all pointing at Ye Chu. Sun Yuro turned pale with fright, gripping her mother's arm tightly. Zhou Bintian strode through the door. Having witnessed the scene clearly, his expression turned stern. Such audacity, to still dare attack in front of this commander. Since Ye Chu had his back turned, he didn't immediately recognize this madman. Meanwhile, Wu Qianqian saw Wu Xiaobing's bloodied face and her expression changed drastically as she rushed to support her brother. Abing, don't scare me. Wu Xiaobing breathed weakly, his eyes filled with hatred. Sister, I want that bastard dead. Wu Qianqian looked up, her eyes red with fury, staring at Ye Chu. Don't worry, I will never forgive anyone who hurt you. She then hurried to Zhou Bintian, crying, Uncle Zhou, please seek justice for Abing. Zhou Bintian nodded gravely. Rest assured, I will see justice done for your brother today. He then waved his hand. Seize this madman. All gun barrels locked onto Ye Chu again. At that moment, he slowly turned around, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke softly to Zhou Bintian. Commander Zhou, long time no see. Zhou Bintian froze for a few seconds, then quickly snapped back to reality and walked toward Ye Chu with an enthusiastic expression. So it's Master Yi, what a pleasure to meet you. I haven't had a chance to thank you for what happened last time. When are you free for dinner? Ye Chu waved his hand with a smile. I've been quite busy lately, perhaps another time. Their interaction fell upon everyone's eyes, and the scene instantly became eerily quiet. Ye Chu actually knew Zhou Bintian, and their relationship seemed quite close. How is this possible? What right does that waste have? Yi Yikong roared inwardly, his face turning ashen. Zhu Kuer's lips went pale, her mind filled with regret. Meanwhile, Sun Yuro and her mother were so delighted they nearly clapped with joy. Zhou Bintian asked in a low voice, Master Yi, what exactly is going on here? Originally, he had planned to take the troublemakers back for questioning, but after confirming Ye Chu's identity, he didn't dare offend him easily. Baldy Li immediately rushed to their side and rapidly recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. Commander Zhou, that little bastard dared to pull a scam, and even tried to scam you. You must handle this fairly, or the White Wolf Gang won't let this slide. After listening, Zhou Bintian's expression darkened, his gaze shifting between Ye Chu and Baldy Li. Ye Chu was actually connected to the White Wolf Gang as well. Don't worry, I'll handle this fairly. He nodded in assurance, then shot a sharp look at the Wu siblings. Realizing she had been used as a pawn, Wu Qianqian shuddered and hurriedly bowed. I'm sorry, Uncle Wu. I had no idea things would turn out this way. I'm willing to apologize to this gentleman on Xiaobing's behalf. She certainly knew her brother's usual behavior. In the past, relying on her boyfriend and the Wu family's influence, they could always smooth things over. But today they had kicked an iron plate. Zhou Zi also quickly chimed in. Dad, it's all a misunderstanding. Why don't we just let it go? What misunderstanding, my ass? Zhou Bintian scolded on the spot. This kid has definitely done this kind of thing before. You knew about it, didn't you? Zhou Zi hung his head speechlessly. I'll deal with you later. He snorted coldly, then turned to Ye Chu. Master Yi, how do you think we should handle this? Commander Zhou can handle it as he sees fit. Ye Chu replied indifferently. With his approval, Zhou Bintian immediately ordered, take these people back for thorough interrogation. The city guards quickly moved forward and arrested Wu Xiaobing, Wu Qianqian, Zhou Zi, and several accompanying lackeys. Wu Qianqian looked at her boyfriend in panic, but he kept his head down and didn't dare say a word. Before leaving, Zhou Bintian took out his communicator. Master Yi, let's exchange contact information. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Ye Chu didn't refuse, and they exchanged numbers. All right, I'll definitely take you up on that offer. After the group left, Ye Chu waved at Baldy Li. You can go back now too. Baldy Li bowed and left quickly with his subordinates. Ye Chu turned to Sun Yuro and her mother. Yuro, Auntie, let's go as well. Over the next few hours, the three of them toured the antique market, selecting several paintings and porcelain pieces before driving to the Sun family's newly purchased luxury villa. Coincidentally, the villa was located right around Guangling Lake. As soon as they entered, Sun Xiuying put on an apron and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Sun Yuro excitedly pulled Ye Chu along for a tour. The villa had 3 floors including the basement, with a high-ceilinged living room, crystal-bright chandeliers, European oil paintings on the walls, and carpets so soft they felt like walking on clouds. Everything was arranged both luxuriously and warmly. The young woman ran and introduced everything along the way, her pretty face filled with joy. Seeing her expression, Ye Chu abandoned the idea of having the mother and daughter move to the Guangling Lake Manor. The sounds of spatula hitting wok and the aroma of cooking came from the kitchen, while soft light filled the living room. Sun Yuro stood by the second-floor railing and gave him a sweet smile. Brother Yi, thank you. After finishing the tour of the basement, Sun Yuro gazed at Ye Chu with tender affection, her beautiful eyes filled with love. Ye Chu felt his heart race and couldn't help but wrap his arms around the girl's slender waist, whispering softly in her ear, there's no need for thanks between us. Sun Yuro's delicate body trembled slightly, and a rosy blush quickly spread across her fair face, but she didn't resist. Instead, she reached up with her slender hands to embrace Ye Chu's neck. Looking at her alluring red lips so close to his, Ye Chu couldn't help but lean down and kiss her. As their lips touched, a soft sensation spread through him, accompanied by the faint, sweet fragrance of a young woman. Sun Yuro closed her eyes slightly, responding inexpertly. Ye Chu's movements were equally clumsy. Strictly speaking, this was his first real kiss. Though he had kissed Yin Bingwan before, she had been under the influence of an aphrodisiac and was extremely wild in her actions. Ye Chu could only passively respond, with no real experience to speak of. In the quiet basement, a man and woman held each other tightly, their lips and tongues intertwining as an intimate atmosphere filled the air. Just as the two were lost in their passionate kiss, Sun Xiuying's voice suddenly rang out from the stairway. Yuro, Xiao Chu, Come up for dinner. Both of them jolted and quickly separated. Sun Yuro straightened her disheveled clothes, her jade-like face covered in a rosy glow, her tousled hair cascading over her shoulders, making her look even more enchanting than usual. She didn't dare look at Ye Chu and headed upstairs first. Ye Chu found it amusing and quickly followed. When they reached the upper floor, Sun Xiuying had already prepared the meal. Noticing Sun Yuro's slightly flushed cheeks, she immediately understood what had happened, but said nothing, cheerfully calling out, "Xiao Chu, come eat." After dinner, Sun Xiuying said, "Yuro, clean up the dishes, then help Xiao Chu find places to display those antiques and paintings. I'm going out to buy some groceries and wine. I was in a rush at noon and didn't prepare much, but tonight I need to properly host Xiao Chu." Without giving them a chance to respond, she immediately got up and left the villa. Outside the villa, Sun Xiuying glanced back with a meaningful look in her eyes. "Girl, I've created the perfect opportunity for you. Whether you can seize it is up to you now." Originally, Sun Xiuying had been somewhat resistant to Ye Chu. In her mind, she just wanted her daughter to find an ordinary man to marry and live a peaceful life. But after experiencing the recent series of events, Sun Xiuying had come to realize something. Sun Yuro was too beautiful and easily attracted unwanted attention, so she needed to find someone powerful to protect her. This confirmed the old saying that beauty brings misfortune. Ye Chu was undoubtedly a good choice, and since Sun Yuro liked him, she no longer wanted to stand in their way and only wished to help them be together. Ye Chu and Sun Yuro had no idea what Sun Xiuying was thinking. They first cleaned up the dishes, then began arranging the antiques and paintings. They finished quickly. Sun Yuro wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Brother Yi, I'm going to take a shower." Go ahead." Ye Chu nodded. The girl took her clothes and went into the bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water, the flame that had been extinguished in Ye Chu's body was rekindled. He couldn't help but glance toward the bathroom, and images of the girl bathing involuntarily appeared in his mind, making his blood boil even more. Ye Chu quickly tried to calm himself, barely managing to suppress the restlessness within. Soon, Sun Yuro emerged wrapped in a snow-white bathrobe. Her damp hair cascaded over her snow-white shoulders, and the bathrobe tightly hugged her graceful figure. A pair of snow-white, slender legs gleamed with a pearlescent luster in the sunlight. Ye Chu quickly turned his head away, not daring to look too long, afraid he might lose control. Seeing his reaction, Sun Yuro smiled mischievously and deliberately came to stand in front of Ye Chu, asking curiously, "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" The alluring fragrance of the young woman invaded his nostrils, making Ye Chu's breathing slightly rapid as he quickly shook his head. "Nothing." Sun Yuro's beautiful eyes curved into crescents, her smile cunning. "Brother Yi, I bought some clothes. Could you help me see which one looks best?" As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Ye Chu's hand, and the soft sensation made his whole body shiver. "Giggle." His reaction immediately made the girl giggle. Ye Chu looked up and saw the mischief in the girl's eyes, immediately realizing what was happening. He raised his hand and gave her round bottom a firm slap, saying fiercely, "You little minx, how dare you tease me? Let me show you what happens when you do that." He swept her up in his arms and strode toward the nearby bedroom. The girl cried out in surprise, her pretty face instantly turning crimson, but she didn't resist, and there was even a hint of anticipation in the depths of her eyes. On the soft bed, two passionate bodies intertwined, filling the room with an intimate atmosphere. With a soft moan, Sun Yuro transformed from a maiden into a woman. What followed were scenes unsuitable for younger audiences. Over 2 hours later, Ye Chu lay on the soft bed holding the young woman, his eyes filled with joy. Through their intimate union with Sun Yuro, he had used her pure essence to nourish the resentful dragon chi, causing some of the resentment within it to dissipate further. Looking inward at his energy sea, the black resentful dragon chi coiled quietly beside the dragon's soul void cauldron. When Ye Chu attempted to cultivate, the resentful dragon chi's resistance was indeed weaker than before. Sun Yuro nestled in Ye Chu's arms like a quiet kitten, wearing a blissful smile. Seeing Ye Chu's excited expression, the young woman asked curiously, "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Ye Chu snapped back to attention and kissed her cheek. "Yuro, thank you." Sun Yuro looked puzzled. Ye Chu quickly explained, giving her a general overview of his situation. Sun Yuro listened with amazement, studying Ye Chu carefully for a long moment before asking suspiciously, "Brother Yi, you're not lying to me, are you? You seem perfectly normal, how could you have dragon bloodline?" Ye Chu pointed to the back of his head. "Look here." The young woman looked curiously and saw a golden scale growing in reverse direction at the back of his head. The scale was mostly hidden by his hair and completely unnoticeable without careful observation. The young woman touched the golden scale, feeling its cool surface, her pretty face showing intense curiosity. Could this really be a dragon scale? Ye Chu nodded. "Now do you believe what I said?" The young woman nodded repeatedly, then asked, "Brother Yi, since I have what you call the true martial spirit body, can I also become a martial artist?" If possible, she wanted to grow stronger too, not wanting to always hold Ye Chu back. Ye Chu smiled and nodded. Of course you can. Get up, I'll teach you right now. He had already planned to teach the young woman cultivation. The true martial spirit body was such an excellent constitution that it would be a waste not to pursue the martial path. Sun Yuro's face lit up with joy as she quickly sat up properly. Ye Chu searched through his mind, found a martial technique suitable for the young woman, and began teaching it to her with careful explanation. Sun Yuro quickly grasped the principles and began attempting to cultivate. Ye Chu watched quietly from the side without any interruption. As time passed, he could sense wisps of spiritual energy appearing in the air, continuously flowing into the young woman's body. Another 2 hours passed, and Sun Yuro awakened from her meditation, moving her body and feeling it brimming with strength. My strength has increased so much it's truly miraculous. The young woman looked incredulous. Ye Chu assessed her condition and praised with a smile. Excellent. You've already reached the first stage of body tempering. When I have time, I'll buy some medicinal herbs to prepare a medicinal bath to help you further refine your body. Sun Yuro nodded vigorously and asked curiously, Brother Yi, what is the first stage of body tempering? Ye Chu explained, the first stage of body tempering is the initial realm of martial arts. The martial path has several steps. First is body tempering, absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, or using medicinal baths to refine the physique and increase internal qi and blood. The second step is meridian opening master, where one opens the 8 extraordinary meridians within the body. The third step is energy transformation grandmaster, where qi energy can be projected outward to harm enemies from a distance. Sun Yuro listened with fascination. How amazing! I never knew our world was so extraordinary. She felt as if she had discovered an entirely new world. What Ye Chu taught and shared was completely different from everything what Ye Chu taught and shared was completely different from everything he had learned in the past. This world is far more complex and mysterious than you can imagine. Ye Chu concluded with a smile. I'll tell you about the realms ahead in the future. Remember, the martial way must be taken one step at a time. Do not aim too high. The girl nodded seriously. The two quickly dressed and left the room. Before long, Sun Xiuying returned home. Sun Yuro helped her mother with the things while curiously asking, Mom, why did you take so long to come back? Sun Xiuying glanced at her daughter and Ye Chu, immediately sensing the subtle change between them, and secretly rolled her eyes. If it weren't for me delaying things, would you have had this chance? However, she casually replied, I was delayed by some matters. She went into the kitchen with the groceries, followed by Sun Yuro. The mother and daughter busied themselves efficiently, and within half an hour, they brought out a table full of delicious dishes. Ye Chu enjoyed this warm dinner with them, and just as he was about to leave, his phone vibrated. Time rewind slightly. Yi Tiancheng and his son burst back into the Yi family villa, bruised and battered. Yi Cheng, how could you let this happen? Xie Yushan's face was pale. It's that brat Yi Chu. Yi Cheng gritted his teeth, slamming the table. Dad, he must pay the price. Yi Tiancheng's face darkened as he nodded. I'll contact Master Su right away. Moments later, Su Wanshan arrived at the villa with his senior brother Feng Hansan. To be on the safe side, Yi Tiancheng summoned a team of armed bodyguards, determined to give Ye Chu a lesson he wouldn't forget. Master, this is my senior brother Feng Hansan, Su Wanshan introduced. Yi Tiancheng smiled broadly, shaking hands with him. I've long admired Elder Feng's name. Meeting you today is indeed remarkable. Feng Hansen merely nodded slightly, and then arrogantly sat down on the sofa. Just to be clear, my services are very expensive. Yi Tiancheng quickly assured him. Elder Feng, rest assured, the Yi family will offer a generous reward after the matter is resolved. Where's that kid? Feng Hansen asked. I'll have him come back right away, Yi Tiancheng said, pulling out his phone, pondering for a moment before typing out a message. Back to Ye Chu. The notification light blinked as he glanced at it. I suddenly remembered that your mother asked me to tell you something before she passed away. If you want to hear it, come back to the Yi family immediately. He immediately understood who had sent it. Most likely it was another deception, but he didn't dare take the risk. After a moment's thought, he dialed the phone, his tone cold. You better not be lying to me again, or you'll face the consequences. After hanging up, he briefly said goodbye to the two women and set off back to the Yi family. In the Yi family's living room, Yi Tiancheng snorted coldly. This brat dares to threaten me. He'll soon learn who the father is and who the son is. He then looked at Feng Hansan with a worried expression. Elder Feng, that kid has considerable strength. Are you confident? Feng Hansen nodded confidently. As long as he's not a grandmaster, I can handle him. Su Wanshan added. Master, please don't worry. My senior brother has just broken through to the 9th stage of body refinement, and his eagle claw technique has also advanced further. Below grandmaster, he's unmatched. Dealing with a young brat will be a piece of cake. Ye Chu quickly arrived at the Yi family estate. As soon as he entered the villa, he sensed the bodyguards hidden around the perimeter. His eyes narrowed slightly as he caught the subtle sounds of their breathing, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. At the entrance, Yi Fei stood with his arms crossed, letting out a cold laugh. Ye Chu, you've got some nerve actually daring to come back. Ye Chu didn't even glance at him, striding into the living room with his hands clasped behind his back. Yi Fei's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath, thinking coldly, you'll learn your lesson soon enough. The living room was spacious, yet felt oppressive under everyone's watchful eyes. People turned to look, but only Feng Hansan remained calmly seated on the sofa, sipping his tea without even lifting an eyelid, his brow carrying an air of arrogance, as if he didn't consider this unknown junior worth his attention. Yi Tianqing spoke first, his voice cold as ice. Ye Chu, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you help arrange a meeting with Miss Jiang, I won't pursue what happened before. I've told you, Junyao is very busy. Ye Chu shook his head. She has no time to meet irrelevant people. You little bastard. Xie Yushan scolded angrily. What do you mean irrelevant people? Now that you've married into the Jiang family, have you forgotten your own surname? Yi Chen quickly followed up, looking displeased. Ye Chu, Mom is right. Don't forget you're a Yi. The Yi family raised you all these years. Now it's time for you to give back. Ye Chu almost laughed in anger. Still trying moral blackmail at this point? I've long since repaid any debt to the Yi family. From the moment I married into the Jiang family, I had nothing more to do with the Yi family. The mother and son were left speechless. Yi Tianqing's anger flared as he shot to his feet. Ungrateful son, since you refuse to see reason, don't blame me for forgetting our father-son bond. With that, he turned and bowed respectfully toward the sofa. Elder Feng, please take action. Feng Hansen's expression shifted slightly. The moment he heard Ye Chu's voice, he recognized him. This was the young man who had easily defeated him that day. The Yi family had only said they needed help dealing with someone, but hadn't revealed the target was the Jiang family son-in-law. Had he known, he never would have gotten involved. But considering he had broken through after that previous defeat, he felt somewhat confident. He set down his teacup and stood, his gaze falling on Ye Chu, his tone calm. Young friend, it's been a while. Everyone was stunned. Su Wanshan asked curiously. Senior brother, you know this kid? Feng Hansen nodded lightly. We've met once before. He didn't mention his defeat that day, as it was too embarrassing. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. The Yi family hired you to deal with me? Feng Hansen nodded again. Young friend, this place is too cramped. How about we settle this outside? He gestured invitingly. No need. Ye Chu waved his hand. You're no match for me. For Miss Yen's sake, just leave. I don't want to hurt anyone. Arrogant brat, stop your boasting. Su Wanshan flew into a rage. My senior brother is unmatched below the grandmaster level. Dealing with you would be child's play. Feng Hansen's mouth twitched. Those words might work on others, but facing Ye Chu, even he felt uncertain. If not for that previous encounter with Ye Chu, he never would have achieved his breakthrough. Seeing this, Yi Chen seized the opportunity to apply pressure. Ye Chu, be smart and apologize now. Otherwise, once Elder Feng makes his move, it'll be too late for regrets. Oh, that impressive. Ye Chu's eyes sparkled with amusement as he raised his hand and beckoned. Come on then, let me see what you're capable of. Su Wanshan was furious. Senior brother, this youngster is truly arrogant. You must teach him a lesson. With the atmosphere built up to this point, it was difficult for Feng Hansen not to act. Perfect timing. Wanted to test his newfound strength after the breakthrough anyway. With this thought, Ye Chu's eyes suddenly sharpened like a hawk locking onto its prey. Feng Hansen cupped his hands with a smile. Young friend, since that's the case, this old man won't hold back. Before his words even finished, he planted his feet and shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Crack! The solid floor instantly shattered like a spider web, debris flying everywhere, displaying terrifying explosive power. The onlookers first trembled, then felt wild joy in their hearts. This single strike from Feng Hansen would surely decide the outcome. However, Ye Chu neither dodged nor retreated, extending one arm in a claw formation. His palm flickered like a diving eagle, first sidestepping to avoid Feng Hansen's punch, then suddenly striking toward his chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Feng Hansen's ribcage caved in as his entire body flew backward. The distant wall was smashed with a half-meter crater, and he rolled on the ground before spitting up fresh blood, his face instantly turning deathly pale. How? How can you be so strong? He looked up, his eyes filled with terror. Ye Chu withdrew his palm with a faint smile. It's not that I'm too strong, Yuri, just too weak. His words cut like blades, devastating both body and spirit. Feng Hansen's blood surged in reverse, causing him to spit blood again before his vision went black and he collapsed unconscious. Senior brother, Su Wanshan cried out, rushing over to check his injuries. The Yi family members stood frozen in place. That bastard son and waste they had looked down upon had actually defeated a 9th-stage body tempering expert with a single move. Peak body tempering? Or perhaps a grandmaster. They breathed rapidly, sweat beading on their foreheads. Yi Tianqing's heart pounded wildly, regrets surging through him. If he had known Ye Chu was this formidable, how could he have married him off just for that bit of cooperation with the Jiang family? He forced a smile and pushed forward. Little Chu, Just now Dad was only joking with you, didn't take it to heart. Ye Chu sneered coldly. Yi Tianqing, spare me that act. Speak up, that text message you sent better be real, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. Yi Tianqing's eye twitched as his expression darkened. Beside him, Yi Yifei stepped forward. Ye Chu, no matter how capable you are, you're still Yi family blood. Is this any way to speak to your father? Whoosh. Ye Chu's figure flickered, and he was already standing before Yi Yifei, delivering a slap. Smack. Yi Yifei's nose and mouth spurted blood as he staggered and fell, clutching his burning cheek while glaring with wide eyes. You bastard! You dare hit me? Ah! Xie Yushan flew into a rage, rushing toward the door and shrieking. Everyone get in here. Cripple this little bastard. Bodyguards who had been lying in ambush swarmed in from all directions, 30 to 40 men with electric batons, steel rods, and bladed weapons gleaming coldly. Attack. No need to hold back, I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Xie Yushan screeched her orders. The bodyguards didn't hesitate for a moment, forming ranks as they closed in. Ye Chu spread his feet slightly, using both fists and claws as he met them heated. Bang bang bang. In just a few breaths, several bodyguards were sent flying into walls, wailing continuously. Yet the crowd kept growing, the encirclement tightening. Xie Yushan roared. Xie Shan, use the gun. The leader Xie Shan's face turned vicious as he drew the pistol from his waist, the dark barrel silently locking onto Ye Chu. Yi Tianqing stood by with folded arms, making no move to intervene. If Ye Chu couldn't be used for his purposes, his death would actually be for the best. Bang! The muzzle flashed fire as gunpowder smoke dispersed. The high-speed bullet tore through the air. Yi Chen excitedly pumped his fist. Yes. Kill that bastard. In that same instant, Ye Chu sent a club-wielding attacker flying while his left hand shot out, 2 fingers precisely catching the incoming bullet. The metal still warm. He flicked his wrist and sent the bullet shooting back. Thud! Blood exploded from Xie Shan's wrist as his gun clattered to the floor, pain causing him to scream and collapse to his knees. All the bodyguards' faces went deathly pale, their movements freezing in unison. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the room fell silent in horror, the air seeming to freeze solid. Ye Chu caught the bullet with his bare hand, shocking everyone present. The bullet trembled slightly between his fingers, its metallic gleam reflecting off the pale faces of the bodyguards. Ye Chu raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a cold blade. With just one sweep of his piercing stare, over a dozen suited bodyguards instinctively stepped back, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, not daring to move. The hall fell into deathly silence. Ye Chu casually dropped the bullet onto the carpet and turned his emotionless gaze toward Yi Tianqing, his voice cold and devoid of feeling. Speak. What else haven't you told me? Yi Tianqing's throat tightened, his breathing trembling. Only now did he suddenly realize that this illegitimate son, whom he had always considered insignificant, had grown into something strange and terrifying. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed and said in a low voice, I recently remembered that your mother once said if you ever made something of yourself, you should make a trip to the imperial capital. This memory did exist, though he had never taken it seriously back then. Only now, learning that Ye Chu was a martial artist, did he recall this detail. Ye Chu could tell the man wasn't lying, his brow furrowing slightly. Could his origins be connected to the imperial capital? He silently decided he would definitely make time to visit the imperial capital in the future. Yi Tianqing carefully added, I've told you everything I should. I hope you'll keep your word. He was truly afraid now. Ye Chu snapped back to attention, his voice icy. Don't come looking for trouble with me again. If there's a next time, I won't show mercy. With that, he turned and left the villa. As his footsteps faded into the distance, the Yi family members finally relaxed their tense nerves. Yi Yichen angrily slammed the armrest. Damn it! How is that little bastard so strong? Yi Yifei and Xie Yushan wore equally grim expressions. Yi Tianqing suppressed his churning emotions and looked towards Su Wanshan. Mr. Su, with your experience, what level is his strength? Su Wanshan recalled the earlier scene, still shaken. Master, anyone who can defeat my senior brother in one move and catch bullets with bare hands must be a grandmaster level expert. Though the answer was expected, having it confirmed still left Yi Tianqing struggling to accept it. A young grandmaster should have been the Yi family's greatest asset, yet he had personally driven him away. If Ye Chu had remained with the Yi family, not only would his position as head be secure, but they might even have a chance to rival the 3 great ancient clans. After all, among those 3 clans, only the Wang family had a grandmaster in residence. Thinking of this, he was filled with regret. Xie Yushan, Yi Chen, and the others were equally remorseful. Su Wanshan sighed. Master, regardless of everything else, Ye Chu is still your son. If you humble yourself, there might still be a chance for reconciliation. Yi Tianqing's eyes flickered, his mind in turmoil. Ye Chu walked out of the Yi family gates, the night breeze cooling his face and carrying away the lingering frustration in his chest. Not wanting to return to the Jiang family, he immediately sent a message to Han Mengwan. Something came up tonight. Won't be coming back. Then he headed straight for Guangling Lake Manor. In the main villa of the Jiang family, lights blazed brightly. In the living room, Chun Meijing asked Jiang Haifeng in a lowered voice, "Have you contacted the assassin?" Jiang Haifeng nodded, his expression cold and sinister. "Already arranged. This time, that little beast is definitely dead." Jiang Junlong was both excited and curious. "Dad, which expert from the shadow rankings?" Jiang Haifeng spoke 3 words, "Luo Qianjua." Jiang Junlong's pupils contracted sharply as he gasped. "What? It's actually that killer." Xie Yushan and Jiang Junlong exchanged glances, the latter unable to help asking, "Big brother, is this Luo Qianjua very powerful?" Jiang Junlong took a deep breath, his voice grave. "More than just powerful. Luo Qianjua ranks 18th on the shadow rankings, a top-tier expert said to be at the peak of Grandmaster level. He had committed major crimes in the southeastern territories, prompting the authorities to dispatch several Grandmasters to hunt him down. Not only did he escape, but he also killed 3 Grandmasters in return. After that battle, Luo Qianjua shot into the top 20 of the shadow rankings, and that was years ago. He's undoubtedly even stronger now." Jiang Junlong felt her scalp tingle as she listened, finally sighing after a long pause. To think such a person exists. No wonder he made it into the top 20 of the shadow rankings. Chun Meijing's eyes lit up with excitement. Then that little bastard is as good as dead. Naturally. Jiang Junlong snorted coldly. "Let him act arrogant, deserves to die." Jiang Junlong suddenly grew curious. "Brother, why would such a ruthless person take on our small job?" Stumped by the question, Jiang Junlong pondered for a few seconds before answering dismissively. Maybe he just happened to have business in Jiangdu. In a coastal city somewhere in southeastern Daxia, the sun blazed mercilessly. At the airport security checkpoint, a nearly 2-meter tall man with bulging muscles shouldered his bag, glanced down at his boarding pass, and boarded the flight to Jiangdu. Before the plane began taxiing, his phone vibrated. He answered. A cold male voice came through the receiver. "On this trip to Jiangdu, you must eliminate Wang Santong. There can be no second failure." The big man's eyes turned fierce as he responded in a low voice. "Don't worry. With me handling it, Wang Santong won't escape even if he had wings." Meanwhile, by Guangling Lake, Ye Chu had returned to the estate last night for a good sleep. After breakfast the next day, he was planning to go out and buy some medicinal herbs to help Sun Yuro with her body tempering. Just as he stepped out the door, his phone rang. It was Huangfu Shuriwa. "Sister Shuriwa, what brings you to call me today?" "Humph, you little rascal. If I don't contact you, you'll forget all about your sister, won't you?" Came the playfully petulant voice from the other end. Ye Chu felt his heart flutter and quickly apologized with a smile. "How could that be? I could forget anyone, but never Sister Shuriwa. You're just good at sweet-talking your sister." Huangfu Shuriwa huffed softly, then got to the point. "Are you free today? I'd like to ask you for a favor." "What kind of favor?" "You'll know when you get here." Full of curiosity, Ye Chu drove to Huangfu Shuyue's standalone villa. As soon as he pushed open the door, an elegant fragrance greeted him. Huangfu Shuyue was already dressed and ready. Today she wore a moon-white fitted short dress with a neckline that was filled out by her ample bosom. Below her slender waist were her perky hips and a pair of straight, snow-white legs. She possessed both the grace of a wealthy young lady and an undeniable sensual elegance. Ye Chu teased. After just a few days apart, Sister Shuriwe has become even more enchanting. Smooth talker. Huangfu Shuriwe shot him a look and gestured toward the sofa. "Sit." As soon as Ye Chu settled down, he asked with a smile. "Now can you tell me what favor you need?" A mischievous smile appeared on Huangfu Shuyue's stunning face. "I want you to be my boyfriend." Uffed. Ye Chu nearly spat out his tea, staring at her in shock. Seeing his reaction, Huangfu Shuyue frowned slightly. "What's with that reaction? You don't want to." Ye Chu quickly waved his hands. "Sister Shuyue, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's just, I'm already married." Huangfu Shuyue blinked, her smile turning impish. "So you're saying if you weren't married, you'd agree?" The question was too direct, leaving Ye Chu momentarily speechless. Of course he would, but saying so outright would seem frivolous. Huangfu Shuyue giggled. "Don't worry, it's just pretend." Learning it was just an act, Ye Chu felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. "Why though?" "You'll find out soon enough." Huangfu Shuyue didn't elaborate, standing up and smoothing her skirt. "Come on, let's go meet someone." Zhanghuai Pavilion. They had just reached the entrance when a tall man with sharp features strode over to greet them. "Shuriwe, long time no see." His tone was gentle, yet carried an underlying edge. Huangfu Shuriwe nodded slightly. "It has been a while. I heard you joined a special department. What brings you to Jiangdu?" The man didn't answer, instead looking at Ye Chu with hostile eyes. "Shuriwe, who is this?" Huangfu Shuriwe wrapped her arm around Ye Chu's and said with a bright smile, "This is my boyfriend, Ye Chu." As soon as the words left her lips, the man across from them fixed his gaze on Ye Chu with sudden intensity, like cold lightning locking onto its target. An invisible pressure emanated from him, washing over them. The force of his presence was so strong that Ye Chu was certain that if Huang Fu Shuriwe hadn't been there, this man would likely have attacked him directly. At that moment, he understood what this favor really was being used as a human shield. Ye Chu maintained his composure and responded with a faint smile. The man, however, acted as if he didn't exist and turned his attention back to Huang Fu Shuriwe. Shuriwe, stop fooling around. How could this guy possibly be worthy of you? Ye Chu's ordinary clothes and unremarkable demeanor made him appear completely unworthy of standing beside Huang Fu Shuriwe, let alone passing the scrutiny of the Huang Fu family. Huang Fu Shuriwe's expression darkened slightly. Jin Peng, this is my personal business. You don't need to interfere. Jin Peng's eye twitched slightly as he shot Ye Chu a fierce glare, then changed his tone. Shuriwe, let's set that aside for now. I've reserved a private room at Jianghuai Pavilion. Let's go have dinner. The three of them entered Jianghuai Pavilion and were led by a server to a luxurious private room. While waiting for their food, Jin Peng was attentive to the point of being annoying, constantly fussing over Huang Fu Shuriwe. She found his attention tiresome, but couldn't openly express her irritation due to his status. Noticing her half-hearted responses, Jin Peng quickly changed the subject. Shuriwe, what does this gentleman do for work? Before Huang Fu Shuriwe could answer, Ye Chu calmly replied, I'm currently unemployed. A flash of contempt crossed Jin Peng's eyes as he probed further. Perhaps you come from a prominent family with inherited wealth, so you don't need to work? I'm just an ordinary person. Ye Chu shook his head, his expression remaining calm. The contempt in Jin Peng's eyes deepened. He was now convinced that this was probably just a stand-in Huang Fu Shuriwe had found at the last minute otherwise. How could someone so proud choose such a person? Huang Fu Shuriwe, however, was secretly amused. While Ye Chu indeed had no job or background, his true abilities far exceeded those of anyone from a wealthy family. Soon, the server brought out an elaborate spread of dishes. Shuriwe, these are all your favorites. Please try them, Jin Peng said warmly. Huang Fu Shuriwe nodded but didn't pick up her chopsticks. Instead, she served food to Ye Chu first. Ah Chu, eat more. Her movements were intimate and her gaze tender, as if they were truly a couple. Jin Peng watched with veins bulging on his forehead. When she was about to serve him more food, Ye Chu quickly waved his hands. Sister Shuriwe, don't serve me, an amorami bowl is almost overflowing. Huang Fu Shuriwe smiled sweetly, her voice soft as water. All right, eat first, and I'll serve you more later. Jin Peng clenched his fists secretly and stared coldly at Ye Chu for a moment before taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions. Shuriwe, by the way, there's something I need to tell you. Go ahead, Huang Fu Shuriwe replied with little interest in her tone. Jin Peng cleared his throat. You were curious about why I came to Jiangdu, weren't you? I'm here on a mission to hunt down a dangerous criminal from the shadow list. Huang Fu Shuriwe's expression grew serious, her brow furrowing. Which one? Jin Peng's face turned grave as he spoke 3 words, Luo Qianjue. Huang Fu Shuyue's face immediately darkened. That notorious killer? Why would he come to Jiangdu? Isn't he afraid of government raids? We don't know his motives yet. Jin Peng shook his head, but figured there must be something important going on. The higher-ups had issued strict orders this time. They absolutely had to arrest Luo Qianjue. Shuriwe, keep your guard up during this period. Contact me immediately if anything happens, he warned solemnly. Huang Fu Shuriwe nodded slightly. Taking advantage of the conversation, Jin Peng began fussing over her attentively, acting as if he were already her boyfriend. Annoyed by his persistence, Huang Fu Shuriwe had to excuse herself to the restroom. Jin Peng, Ah Chu, you two go ahead and eat. I'll be right back. The moment she left, Jin Peng's sharp gaze locked onto Ye Chu with knife-like intensity. Listen, kid, I don't care who you are, but you'd better stay away from Shuriwe. She's not someone you can touch, he said condescendingly, as if regarding Ye Chu as nothing more than an ant. Someone like me? Ye Chu's lips curved into a smile. I wonder what kind of person you think I am. A frog at the bottom of a well, Jin Peng uttered coldly, his expression indifferent as if stating a simple fact. Ye Chu's smile deepened. A frog at the bottom of a well? Quite an apt description indeed. Good that you know it, Jin Peng snorted. Listen carefully, Shuyue is the eldest daughter of the Huang Fu family in Jinling. Her future husband must be someone extraordinary. A frog like you couldn't even step foot through the Huang Fu family's gates. Be smart and leave now, or you'll only humiliate yourself. He had no idea that when Ye Chu said frog at the bottom of a well, he was actually referring to Jin Peng himself. Ye Chu raised his eyebrows slightly. So according to you, someone like yourself would be worthy of Sister Shuriwe? Jin Peng nodded smugly. Naturally. I'm backed by the Jin family of Jinling, and at only 30, I'm already a member of the Dragon Guard's Xian division. His tone turned contemptuous. Oh, I forgot, a frog like you probably doesn't even know what the Dragon Guard is. The Dragon Guard is a special department of the Great Xia, secretly protecting the nation's peace. It's comprised of elites from across the country, and I'm one of them. Now do you understand the gap between us? Ye Chu's expression grew peculiar. When he became a disciple, His master had mentioned that he was the first formal disciple, having previously only taken a few nominal students, one of whom was the Dragon Guard's commander. In other words, he was technically that commander's junior brother. Thinking of this connection, he nodded. Indeed, the gap is quite significant. Seeing this, Jin Peng felt even more superior and warned coldly. From today on, I don't want to see you around Shuriwei again, or you'll face the consequences. Ye Chu responded indifferently. How I conduct myself is not for others to dictate. Ungrateful fool. Jin Peng's eyes flashed coldly, and he was about to teach Ye Chu a lesson when Huangfu Shuriwei returned to the private room. Sensing the tense atmosphere, she feigned curiosity. What were you two talking about? Jin Peng immediately put on a smile. Nothing much, just getting to know this brother here. Huangfu Shuriwei nodded, then stood up. Jin Peng, thank you for the meal. It's getting late and I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Though reluctant, Jin Peng couldn't force her to stay and smiled. All right, I'll invite you out again after I finish my mission. We'll see when the time comes, Huangfu Shuriwei replied, then naturally linked her arm through Ye Chu's. Achu, let's go. Ye Chu smoothly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, the soft, warm sensation making his fingers unconsciously squeeze gently. Huangfu Shuriwei's body trembled slightly as she shot him a coquettish glare. Jin Peng's gaze instantly sharpened, his teeth grinding audibly as he wished he could chop off Ye Chu's hand. Not only was Ye Chu unafraid, but he even gave Jin Peng a provocative look, as if saying, so what if you're capable? You can only watch helplessly. A shadow crossed Jin Peng's eyes as a hint of murderous intent stirred in his heart. The two parties separated outside Jianghuai Pavilion. Arriving at the parking lot, Huangfu Shuriwei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear while shooting Ye Chu an annoyed glare. You little rascal, let go of my hand already. Ye Chu reluctantly released her fingers, grinning. Sister Shuriwei, how did I do? Was I a decent boyfriend? Just so-so. Huangfu Shuriwei rolled her eyes and pressed the car key remote, causing the lights to flash. She opened the car door, her dress swaying gracefully as she slid into the driver's seat. Ye Chu quickly scrambled in from the other side, and the muffled thud of the closing doors shut out the lingering romantic atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jin Peng's face was dark with anger as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, flooring the accelerator. His car roared out of the Jianghuai Pavilion parking lot. More than 10 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in front of the Jiangdu City Guard headquarters. Pushing open the door to a meeting room used for official business, Jin Peng looked up to see 4 men sitting inside. A short, fat man chewed on a toothpick, his eyes full of disdain. A tall young man with a black dragon tattoo on his arm leaned against the sofa back, his muscles straining against his shirt. A burly young man nicknamed Wild Bear had his fists clasped on the table, his knuckles white with tension, and on the far right, an effeminate young man kept his head down, fingering a string of black sandalwood prayer beads without even lifting his eyelids. Though the 4 sat in silence, they radiated an intimidating presence that marked them as anything but ordinary. Well, back so soon. Didn't want to spend more time with your little girlfriend? The short, fat man set down his toothpick, his tone mocking. Jin Peng ignored him, his face grim. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the crew-cut middle-aged leader frowned. Jin Peng, what's wrong with you? The others in the room looked on with curiosity. Jin Peng didn't hold back, recounting everything that had happened at Jianghuai Pavilion in detail. What? Someone actually dared to steal your woman? The young man with the dragon tattoo raised an eyebrow. What's this guy's background? Just some nobody. Jin Peng snorted coldly. If Shuriwa hadn't been there, I would have had that punk on the ground calling me grandpa. Some small-time nobody dares to steal a woman from our Black Tiger squad. The burly Wild Bear slammed the table, causing tea to slosh out of the cups. Come on, take me to see which bastard has such nerve. The crew-cut middle-aged man, Ma Sisui, raised his hand to stop him. Wild Bear, don't be rash. Don't forget about our mission. The effeminate young man's voice was cold. No rush. We can deal with that punk after we complete our mission. Just as he finished speaking, the office door was pushed open. Zhou Bingtian hurried in with a city guard, looking apologetic. Gentlemen, I was delayed by some urgent matters and returned late. My apologies. Commander Zhou, no need for courtesy. Ma Sisui nodded. Zhou Bingtian continued. Master Ma, the higher-ups have instructed me to fully cooperate with your work. Ma Sisui waved dismissively. The few of us are sufficient. We don't need outsiders interfering. Zhou Bingtian frowned. But the orders from above require. Jin Peng scoffed. Huh? Do we really need to spell it out? You incompetent fools would only drag us down. Zhou Bingtian's eye twitched as he suppressed his anger. Jin Peng, show some respect. Ma Sisui gave a mild rebuke, then turned to Zhou Bingtian. Commander Zhou, please arrange accommodations for us. Zhou Bingtian took a deep breath and nodded. Very well, I'll have someone handle it immediately. He made a phone call on the spot, and within 5 minutes, lodging was arranged. A city guard came to escort them, and Ma Sishui's group promptly left the headquarters. After the figures disappeared, the city guard beside Zhou Bingtian couldn't help but complain. Commander, who exactly are those guys? They're so arrogant. Don't grumble. Zhou Bingtian shook his head with a bitter smile. They are indeed arrogant, but they certainly have the right to be. The city guard grew even more curious. Zhou Bingtian gazed toward the doorway, his voice low but solemn. Those men are from the Dragon Guard, and they're all members of the Mystic Division. The leader, Ma Sisui, is said to have reached the Grand Master Perfect level. The Dragon Guard? The city guard gasped. The Dragon Guard, a mysterious department of the Great Xia, filled with elite masters. The city guards had only heard rumors before, never imagining they would one day see the members in person. Witnessing those guards in their sharp, fitted uniforms and arrogant expressions, Zhou Bingtian's men felt somewhat stifled. Even if they were from the Dragon Guard, there was no need to put on such airs, right? They had clearly come with good intentions, yet these people actually. Stop complaining. Zhou Bingtian waved his hand to silence everyone. That Luo Qianjue has a fearsome reputation, and dealing with him is extremely dangerous. It's actually good that they don't want our help. I don't want to see my brothers die for nothing. Though he spoke this way, he still felt somewhat displeased inside, but couldn't complain further in front of his men and had to suppress his emotions. Jiangdu, the Wang family estate. The spacious reception hall was brightly lit, with the Wang family members respectfully entertaining a distinguished guest, Wang Santong, the Tower King of Jiangnan. Wang Santong sat in the place of honor, looking at the Wang family's senior members with a calm yet naturally commanding tone. Has that young grandmaster finished his retreat? Bring him to me. If his aptitude is acceptable, I'll take him back to the clan for training. The Wang family patriarch Wang Henian immediately stood up, his voice carrying barely concealed excitement. Elder, rest assured, Ziding has finished his retreat and will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, distinguished young man with an imposing bearing strode through the door, none other than Wang Ziding, the Wang family's eldest grandson. Previously, he had returned from studying abroad and used the small true essence pill that Wang Zihao had bought at the auction to enter closed-door cultivation. He had barely broken through to the Grandmaster realm some days ago, but due to his unstable foundation, he had remained in seclusion until now. Wang Santong's trip to Jiangdu was precisely to personally verify this newly advanced Grandmaster. Few in Jiangdu knew that the Wang family was actually a branch of the East Sea Wang clan. Years ago, their ancestors had committed errors and were expelled from the clan, eventually settling in Jiangdu. For generations, the Wang family had wanted to return to the main clan, but repeatedly found no way in. Only in recent years, as both their business and martial arts flourished, did they finally re-establish contact with the clan. After Wang Ziding's breakthrough to Grandmaster, Wang Henian keenly sensed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to return and immediately reported to the clan, prompting Wang Santong to come personally. Wang Santong looked Wang Ziding up and down, his eyes brightening slightly as he nodded approvingly. Excellent. Distinguished, bearing a rare talent. Are you willing to return to the clan with me? Thank you for your favor, Elder. Ziding is willing. Wang Ziding bowed respectfully, then added, Elder, before we depart, may I first handle some private matters? The so-called private matters naturally referred to Jiang Zhenyohi's main purpose for returning to the country. Wang Santong frowned slightly. He didn't want to linger in Jiangdu and was about to refuse when hurried footsteps sounded outside, and the Wang family steward burst in, sweating profusely. Master, distinguished guests have arrived. Distinguished guests. Wang Henian looked puzzled. People from above, the steward added in a low voice. Wang Henian's heart tightened, and he quickly said, Please invite them in immediately. Moments later, the steward led 5 people inside, with Ma Sisui at the front. Though the 5 had restrained their auras, they carried an intimidating presence. Wang Henian immediately recognized them as extraordinary and put on a welcoming smile. Honored officials, please take the seats of honor. Master Wang, no need for formalities. We're here on urgent business. Ma Sisui waved his hand, his gaze falling on Wang Santong in the main seat. Mr. Wang, we're from the Dragon Guard. Please come with us. At the words, Dragon Guard, the Wang family's senior members all contracted their pupils. Wang Santong furrowed his brow deeply. Why would the Dragon Guard seek me out? I haven't committed any crimes. You misunderstand, Mr. Wang. Ma Sisui explained. We're here to protect you. Protect me. Wang Santong's gaze turned cold. We just received word that Luo Qianjue has infiltrated Jiangdu. If we're not mistaken, you're his target. Minutes earlier, they had received an internal report confirming Luo Qianjue's movements and providing Wang Santong's precise location, prompting the 5 Dragon Guards to rush over immediately. Hearing the 3 words, Luo Qianjue, a flash of coldness passed through Wang Santong's eyes. The person in the shadows truly wanted him dead. Taking a deep breath, he spoke calmly but with clear rejection. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't need your protection. He had limited trust in these people and was considering seeking out Ye Chu personally. Ma Sisui frowned and was about to persuade him further when suddenly, wild laughter echoed from outside the villa. Haha, how lively indeed. It seems I can go on a killing spree today. After leaving Jianghuai Pavilion, Ye Chu and Huangfu Shuriwei didn't head home, but instead went to a shopping mall. Sister Shuriwei, what are we doing here? He asked, puzzled as he looked at his reflection in the glass curtain wall. Huangfu Shuriwei smiled. What else? You're going shopping with me. They entered the mall, where bright lights illuminated the space and soft music played. Huangfu Shuriwei was decisive in her purchases: clothes, bags, shoes. She bought everything she liked. She tried on outfit after outfit, spinning in front of Ye Chu each time. How does this look? Whenever Ye Chu said beautiful, she immediately swiped her card. If he said not so good, she'd turn around and hang it back on the rack. In between, she even picked out several men's outfits and pushed them into Ye Chu's hands, making him go into the fitting room to try them on. I think you'd look handsome in this, she said seriously, treating Ye Chu like a real boyfriend. Finally, she walked straight to the lingerie section. Silk and lace gleamed softly under the gentle lighting. She selected her size, went into the fitting room, and once again made Ye Chu her judge. The moment the curtain was pulled back, her fair shoulders, the form-fitting cut, and her alluring curves were fully revealed. The seductive scene hit him like a visual assault, making his nose feel hot and nearly causing a nosebleed. Compared to Sun Yuro, Huangfu Shuyue's figure was obviously more substantial. She could be perfectly described as voluptuous. She was at the most charming age for a woman, her sensual curves wrapped in an aura of intellectual elegance that left him breathless. After seeing several sets, Ye Chu felt his blood boiling and a restless fire stirring in his lower abdomen. He quickly waved his hands. Sister Shuriwei, you don't need to try on anymore. With such a great figure, you look beautiful in anything. Huangfu Shuriwei glanced at him sideways, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement. Since I have such a great figure, wouldn't it be a shame if you didn't look a little longer? Ye Chu was tongue-tied, wanting to look, but unable to touch was true torture. Seeing his embarrassment, Huangfu Shuriwei giggled. You little rascal, so you do get scared. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Ye Chu suddenly understood. This was her revenge for his earlier, taking advantage behavior. But when he thought about it, who really got the short end of the stick? Let's go, let's head home. I'll cook something delicious for you, Huangfu Shuriwei said, carrying her shopping bags toward the checkout counter. After paying, she stuffed all the bags into Ye Chu's hands while she walked ahead with elegant steps. With his hands completely full and looking like a personal assistant, Ye Chu truly experienced the horror of shopping with a woman. Having a sudden idea, he waited until no one was around and stored all the shopping bags in the Dragon Soul Void Cauldron. Whoosh, the bags vanished into thin air, leaving him as light as if he'd never carried anything. If any passersby had seen this, they would have thought they'd witnessed a ghost. Sister Shuriwei, wait for me, he said, taking quick steps to catch up. Huangfu Shuriwei turned around and saw his empty hands, raising an eyebrow. Little brother, where are the bags? Ye Chu had originally planned to explain, but on impulse decided to tease her. I already put them in the car. Huangfu Shuriwei rolled her eyes. You little liar, stop trying to fool me. How could you have had time to go to the parking garage in such a short time? Really, I know teleportation, Ye Chu said with a straight face. Puffed. Huangfu Shuriwei doubled over with laughter. Teleportation? Why not claim you know the great teleportation technique? Since she didn't believe him, Ye Chu's eyes gleamed as he deliberately provoked her. Don't believe me? Then do you dare make a bet with me? Huangfu Shuriwei crossed her arms, causing her full breasts to be slightly compressed, and raised her eyebrows confidently. Why wouldn't I dare? What kind of bet do you have in mind? A mischievous glint flashed in Ye Chu's eyes. Simple. We'll bet on whether the bags are in the car or not. If I win, you have to give me a kiss. A blush swept across Huangfu Shuyue's jade-like face as she shot Ye Chu a glare. You little rascal, how dare you take advantage of your sister? Ye Chu grinned and raised his hand. Sister Shuriwei, you're mistaken. If you're worried about losing, you don't have to make the bet. Humph, how could I possibly lose? Huangfu Shuriwei snorted softly. What happens if you lose? I'll be at your mercy, Ye Chu replied with complete confidence. It's a deal. She nodded immediately and gestured with her hand. Come on, let's go to the garage. The two took the elevator down to the garage, their footsteps echoing on the vast concrete floor. In the spacious garage, a dark green Bentley sat quietly, its metallic paint reflecting the cold light. Wait here. I'll check first to make sure you haven't tampered with anything. Huangfu Shuriwei blocked Ye Chu and personally walked around the car. She thoroughly examined the doors and trunk, even patting the seat crevices with her hands, finding nothing. That little rascal dares to trick me. I'll show him, she thought to herself, then announced loudly. Little brother, you've lost. There's nothing in the car. Ye Chu frowned, feigning confusion as he walked toward the trunk. Let me take another look. With a subtle mental command, he instantly moved the items he had stored elsewhere into the trunk. Sister, how did you look? Aren't all the things right here? He lifted a bulging bag and shook it. Huangfu Shuyue's beautiful eyes widened as she hurried forward. The trunk was filled with neatly arranged items, and she couldn't comprehend when these things had appeared. How did you do that? Sister Shuriwei, Admit defeat and honor the bet. Ye Chu smiled brilliantly. Huang Fu Shuriwei trembled slightly, her exquisite face flushing crimson. Little brother, that was just a joke. How about we forget it? She blinked tentatively. Ye Chu wouldn't budge. That won't do. How can the distinguished young lady of the Huang Fu family go back on her word? This was too good an opportunity to pass up, and he could get revenge for being teased earlier. Huang Fu Shuriwei sighed coyly. Fine, but it has to be in the car. It's too embarrassing outside. After speaking, she climbed into the back seat first, and as she turned, a meaningful smile crossed her lips. Ye Chu followed closely. The Bentley's back seat was spacious with soft leather seats, and sitting side by side didn't feel cramped. Sister Shuriwei, honor the bet, Ye Chu said smugly, leaning his face closer. A kiss is a kiss. Who's afraid? She threw caution to the wind and wrapped her arms around his neck. The next second, soft red lips covered his, and a faint fragrance filled his nostrils. Before Ye Chu could react, his lips were parted, and a slick, lilac tongue explored inside, entwining with his. Her fiery body pressed close, and his instincts quickly took control. One hand gripped her slender waist while the other encircled her snow-white neck, responding to this sudden passionate kiss. In the confined space, their breathing grew increasingly rapid, and the car windows fogged up. Ye Chu's hand glided along her delicate skin upward, just about to touch that soft, elevated area. Ring, ring, ring. An urgent phone ringtone shattered the intimate moment. Both trembled simultaneously. Ye Chu quickly withdrew his hand, apologizing in a low voice. Sorry, Sister Shuriwei, I got carried away. Inwardly, he cursed the timing had almost succeeded. Huang Fu Shuriwei's cheeks burned red as she hastily sat up straight from his embrace. Her dress had been pulled open, exposing a large expanse of snow-white smoothness to the air. Ye Chu couldn't help but steal a few glances, but seeing her shy gaze, he quickly looked away. She hurriedly straightened her dress before picking up the persistently vibrating phone, a flash of displeasure in her eyes. Seeing it was Dongmei calling, she furrowed her delicate brows and answered. What is it? Miss, you asked me to keep an eye on Luo Qianjue's activities. I heard that not long ago, he stormed the Wang family estate and engaged in a fierce battle with the Imperial Dragon Guard stationed there. In the end, he killed 2 guards, severely injured another, and successfully escaped. The Jiangdu City Guard has issued a city-wide manhunt, and the entire city is searching for him. On the other end of the phone, Dongmei's voice was extremely low, yet couldn't hide the gravity of the situation. Huang Fu Shuriwei, sitting in the passenger seat, raised an eyebrow. Such trivial matters could be discussed at home tonight. Why call about it? The phone went silent instantly. Dongmei was completely bewildered. It was clearly the miss who had asked her to monitor closely and instructed her to report immediately. After hanging up, Huang Fu Shuriwei turned to Ye Chu in the back seat. Little brother, let's head back. She got out and smoothly slid into the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator as the car shot out of the parking lot. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat tense. Ye Chu sat silently against his seat, neither of them mentioning the earlier awkwardness. To ease the tension, he deliberately started a conversation. Sister Shuriwei, who was that on the phone? Huang Fu Shuriwei didn't hide anything and briefly repeated Dongmei's words. Is Luo Qianjue very powerful? Ye Chu frowned. A ruthless character ranked 18th on the shadow list. Huang Fu Shuriwei's voice was low. He already reached Grandmaster perfection several years ago, and he's only gotten stronger since then. Ye Chu responded with a soft acknowledgement. He wasn't particularly curious about Luo Qianjue, but was more interested in the shadow list. This was the second time he'd heard this term. Sister Shuriwei, what is the shadow list? An assassin organization. Huang Fu Shuriwei explained. Everyone on that list is utterly vicious. The topic paused, and the car fell quiet again. Huang Fu Shuriwei suddenly glanced over, asking curiously, Little brother, how exactly did you do that earlier? Ye Chu decided not to hide it anymore and smiled. Sister Shuriwei, have you ever heard of storage treasures? Huang Fu Shuriwei's eyes sharpened. I've seen them mentioned in ancient texts. Do you actually have one? Ye Chu nodded. Could I take a look? Of course. With a slight mental command, the dragon soul void cauldron emerged from his chi si. The palm's eyes cauldron hovered above his hand, its blue dragon patterns faintly glowing. Its appearance had changed dramatically, so Huang Fu Shuriwei didn't recognize it as the bronze cauldron from the auction. How miraculous. She sighed softly. This was her first time seeing a legendary magical artifact in person, and she stared intently, her curiosity about Ye Chu's secrets growing even deeper. After she had looked her fill, Ye Chu recalled the cauldron. The car pulled into the villa's garage. Huang Fu Shuriwei removed her coat, put on an apron, and personally prepared dinner. When the dishes were served, they ate quietly together. After the meal, Ye Chu rose to take his leave. Little brother, thank you for your hard work today. Huang Fu Shuriwei's smile was gentle. Being able to help Sister Shuriwei is my honor. Next time you need anything, just ask, and I promise I'll be at your beck and call. Thinking of the day's experiences, he still felt somewhat unsatisfied. You little rascal, dream on. Huang Fu Shuriwei rolled her eyes at him and waved him toward the door. Go on home now, or that little delicate wife of yours will start worrying. Ye Chu's mouth twitched. With Jiang Juanyao's cold and proud temperament, she was about as far from a delicate little wife as one could get. Leaving the villa, he drove toward the Jiang family home. Halfway there, his phone vibrated. Wang Santong was calling. Dr. Yi, where are you? Could you come to Jiangnan Hospital? Wang Santong's weak voice came through the phone. Ye Chu sensed something was wrong and immediately asked, Old Wang, what happened to you? Divine Dr. Yi, I've been injured and might need your help with treatment. Wang Santong's voice on the other end of the phone was weak, yet he tried hard to remain composed. No problem, send me the specific address and I'll come right over. After hanging up, Ye Chu quickly received the location. He packed briefly and drove off at high speed. Jiangnan Hospital, a private hospital owned by the Wang family. In the deep of night, a top-tier single-patient room was brightly lit. On the hospital bed, Wang Santong lay pale-faced, his abdomen and head wrapped in thick bandages with gauze faintly seeping blood. Outside the room, several fully armed city guards stood ready. Not long ago, Luo Qianjue had single-handedly stormed the Wang residence. Had it not been for the Dragon Guard's intervention, Wang Santong would already be a corpse. That man had killed 2 Dragon Guards in one strike, and severely wounded Ma Sishiho was still in the operating room fighting for his life. Old Kong, go downstairs to receive Divine Dr. Yi. Wang Santong instructed through his pain. The lean, over 50 personal bodyguard Old Kong immediately departed. A few minutes later, he returned leading Ye Chu into the room. Divine Dr. Yi, I'm truly sorry to trouble you with this late-night trip. Wang Santong struggled to sit up. It's nothing. Ye Chu waved his hand, pressing him back onto the pillow. Don't move, let me take a look. He removed the head bandage. A gash over 10 centimeters long had been hastily stitched with coarse thread, still seeping blood. Old Kang's heart was in his throat. Divine Dr. Yi, how is Master Wang's injury? Just some superficial wounds, nothing serious. Ye Chu calmly reached out, but was interrupted by sudden footsteps. 3 doctors in white coats burst into the room, led by a balding middle-aged man, Huang Weiming, director of Jiangnan Hospital. Accompanying him was a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner. Seeing the bandages removed, Huang Weiming's face turned deathly pale. Who are you? Who gave you permission to touch the patient? Ye Chu paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Wang Santong explained. Director Huang, no need to be nervous. This is the Divine Dr. Yi I invited. Divine Dr. Yi? Huang Weiming was stunned. The young man before him was barely in his 20s. He hurriedly said, Master Wang, he's too young. I'm concerned about his lack of experience, so I specially invited Dr. Smith, who was on vacation. He's an internationally renowned surgical expert. For your safety, it would be better to let Dr. Smith. The blonde Dr. Smith nodded arrogantly. Wang Santong frowned. No need. With Divine Dr. Yi here, no one else needs to interfere. Smith was displeased. Sir, without boasting, my surgical skills rank among the world's best. If I operate, I can minimize scarring to the greatest extent. Unnecessary. Wang Santong's tone was firm. Divine Doctor Yi can restore my wounds to their original state. Ridiculous. Smith shook his head. Even the most exquisite suturing will leave marks. Divine Dr. Yi doesn't use sutures. Wang Santong smiled faintly. Smith was stunned. Wang Santong added, I forgot to mention practices traditional Chinese medicine. His methods are different from yours. Upon hearing traditional Chinese medicine, Smith immediately showed disdain. Sir, you've been deceived. Where in the world exists such miraculous medical arts? Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are all frauds. It's impossible. Ye Chu's expression turned slightly cold. Foreigner, just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Don't use your shallow perspective to dismiss traditional Chinese medicine. Smith sneered. Kid, stop bragging. If you can really do what this gentleman claims, I'll call you daddy. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.